between the two Koreas are at one of their worst points in decades, with the nuclear-armed North conducting ever more provocative banned weapons tests as Seoul moved to ramp up security cooperation with Washington in response.
The foreign ministers of Syria and its close ally Iran welcomed a thaw in diplomacy between Damascus and the regional states in the aftermath of last month's deadly earthquake. Syrian Foreign Minister Faisal Maqdad on Thursday said that Syria aimed to normalize relations with regional states after Syrian President Bashar al-Assad's political isolation for more than a decade of war. Iranian Foreign Minister also welcomed any initiative for talks aimed at reaching an understanding in the region, including meetings of four countries, Iran, Russia, Syria and Turkey, aimed at resolving the Syrian crisis. Turkey backs rebel opposed to Assad's role in the patch of land in the country's northwest. Syria has been isolated by most regional states over Assad's deadly crackdown on protest against him, with the Arab League suspending Syria's membership in 2011 and many Arab countries withdrawing their envoys from Damascus.
Another Norfolk Southern-operated train derailed on Thursday in Calhoun County, Alabama, making it the company's third derailment in the United States since February. Footage taken at the accident site showed multiple train cars huddled in on top of the railways after the accident. Personnel and a crane were also seen near the area. The Calhoun County Sheriff's Office confirmed that some 30 empty train cars came off the tracks. There were no injuries nor any hazardous materials threat.
Meanwhile, earlier on Thursday, a U.S. Senate committee harshly criticized rail operator Norfolk Southern and pressed it to back safety reforms after a devastating Feb 3rd derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, of a freight train carrying hazardous materials. During a 3-hour hearing, senators from both parties said Congress must pass railway safety reforms and pressed Norfolk Southern CEO Alan Shaw to endorse improvements. At the hearing, Shaw apologized, pledging to improve safety and address impacts, including a thoroughly cleaning up of the site.
I want to begin by expressing how deeply sorry I am for the impact this derailment has had on the residents of East Palestine and the surrounding communities. I've been to East Palestine many times over the past month. I've talked with the leaders, the business owners, the school officials, the clergy, and others throughout the community. They've shared their stories and their concerns about the health of their families and the future of the community they love. I am determined to make this right. Norfolk Southern will clean the site safely, thoroughly, and with urgency. You have my personal commitment.
Now, next news coming from Chile. Students took to the streets in the capital Santiago to demand better conditions at education centers. The protesters were seen holding banners and retreating from water cannons used to disperse them by the riot police in Santiago on Thursday. Among their demands are better infrastructure and enhanced educational programs. On October 2019, a group of high school children protested fare rises at the metro and sparked months of mass demonstrations, which resulted in a new wave of progressive politicians and decision to draft a new constitution to replace the Pinochet-era Magna Carta.
Indian-American Vedant Patel will be serving as the interim spokesperson of the U.S. State Department as Ned Price is going to step down this month. According to the announcement made by the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, Patel will take over the position of interim spokesperson. Price will continue to work directly for Anthony Blinken at the State Department, and according to the release, Ned Price began to work as a U.S. Department of State spokesperson on 20th of January 2021. Blinken said that Price started holding department's daily press briefings within days of taking on the role and has held over 200 briefings since then.
Chinese leader Xi Jinping has been handed a norm-busting third term as president today, capping a rise that has seen him become China's most powerful leader in generations. The appointment by China's rubber-stamp parliament comes after he locked in another 5 years as head of the Communist Party and the military, the two more significant leadership positions in Chinese politics, in October. Since then, 69-year-old Xi has faced some challenges with mass protests over his zero-COVID policy and its subsequent abandonment that saw countless people die. Those issues have been avoided at this week's National People's Congress, a carefully choreographed event that is also set to appoint Xi's ally, Li Keqiang, as the new premier. The lawmakers have focused instead on a sweeping revamp of Beijing's science ministry and tech capabilities in the face of what one NPC deputy described as foreign attempts at containment and suppression of the country's rise.
European Union envoy Miroslav Lajčák has said that the bloc is expecting former wartime foes Kosovo and Serbia to reach a final deal next week on normalizing relations after both endorsed a peace plan. Lajčák said that travels to Serbia for more talks with Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić on Monday and Tuesday. Leaders of former wartime foes Kosovo and Serbia will meet on the 18th of March in North Macedonia to discuss a roadmap on how to implement the EU plan on 11 points which both countries agreed on the 27th of February in Brussels. The agreement has not been signed yet, with both countries now trying to get as much as possible during the implementation road to please their critics back home who criticize the deal.
The main purpose of this visit is to see how Kosovo, to get the information how Kosovo sees the implementation. And this meeting has met my expectations in that context. I will be in Belgrade on Monday and Tuesday and with the same purpose, to hear from Serbia how they see the implementation of this paper. And then we will hope that we will be able to get one paper, one document that will be agreed on the 18th in Ohrid. But of course it's impossible at this point to say more. My meeting is still going on. As I said, we discussed exactly what I came here for with Prime Minister Kurti, and now I know much better about the Kosovo's expectations about the implementation.
Now let's talk about our neighboring country, Pakistan. Former Prime Minister Imran Khan has accused the Pakistani government of trying to get him out of the way to contest the elections after dozens of his supporters were arrested and injured in a police crackdown on an election rally in Lahore. The political mess in Pakistan has raised the spectre of another coup. Some observers have warned that the establishment might get tired of the dogfighting and may be tempted to sweep the entire chessboard away. Next report tells you more.
Pakistan is facing severe political and economic crisis. In a recent clash between supporters of former Prime Minister Imran Khan and Pakistani police on Wednesday, Khan's Tehreek-e-Insaf PTI party claimed that the clash has resulted in the death of one of his supporters. The clashes erupted in the eastern city of Lahore ahead of a planned rally by Khan to kickstart his election campaign, but which the government then banned. During the clash, Pakistani police fired tear gas shells and used batons on supporters of former Prime Minister, which injured several on both sides. Khan later called off the rally in a video message released by his party.
First of all, I want to tell all my workers who are out on the streets where shelling is taking place. All of you, please stop this. The rally that we had planned, we are not going ahead with that anymore. I regret to say that the aim behind all this action that the government is taking is to delay the elections one way or another. The aim is to spread chaos. That is why I am telling my workers to stop the rally. We are not going ahead with the rally. We are ending it.
PTI later claimed a supporter had been killed in the clashes. The party released footage of leaders crying beside the man's body. The demand for general elections is gaining momentum in Pakistan. Supporters of ex-Prime Minister Imran Khan believe that it is the only way to drag the country out of the acute political and economic crisis it is confronting. They say a fresh mandate for a political party or a coalition will do the country good.
You know that elderly people, women and kids take part in a rally. In fact, ordinary pedestrians on the road also suffered. But whether they resort to the tear gas shelling or firing, the Pakistani public has come out to stand shoulder to shoulder with Imran Khan.
On the economic front, the shortage of fuel and other essential goods as well as record inflation has put many basic food items out of people's reach in Pakistan. Long queues of cars can be seen outside gas stations in major cities, including Pakistan's economic hub, Karachi. Many households currently have no gas to cook food, while factories are struggling to maintain operations amid power outages and a lack of fuel. Bureau Report, DD India.
Well, actor Robert Blake, better known or best known as star of the 1970s TV drama Beretta and the film In Cold Blood, has died at the age of 89. Blake died at his home in Los Angeles, surrounded by family members, according to a statement released by news agencies by his niece, Noreen Austin. Blake was acquitted in 2005 of murdering wife Bonnie Lee Backley. A few months after the criminal case verdict, Backley's children filed a civil suit against the actor, winning a judgment that Blake was responsible for her death. Blake, whose parents had a song and dance act, was born on September 18, 1933 in New Jersey. He started appearing as Mickey in the latter years of the Little Rascals short film series in 1939.
And time now for all the business-related stories in our next segment called Biz Bus. US President Joe Biden unveiled plans for government spending and higher taxes on the wealthy, choosing the swing state of Pennsylvania to reveal his playbook for an expected 2024 re-election bid. Speaking at a Philadelphia Union Hall, the Democratic president challenged his Republican opposition on fiscal responsibility, highlighting plans to cut the nation's deficit by nearly $3 trillion over the next 10 years by raising taxes on those earning more than $400,000 a year.
In my first 2 years in office, I brought down the deficit a record $1.7 trillion, more than any president has in American history, while doing all the rest of this stuff. Down. And the budget I'm introducing today is going to reduce the deficit by nearly $10 billion or $3 billion, over $1 trillion over 10 years.
Joe Biden also said that his budget is about investing in America, in all of America, including its places and people.
My budget is about investing in America and all of America, including places and people and folks who've been forgotten. Amid the economic upheaval of the past 4 decades, too many people have been left behind or treated like they're invisible. Not anymore. I promise you, I see you. We've got work to do, but we made a lot of progress in the first 2 years.
Biden's budget proposal already faces stiff opposition from Republican lawmakers emboldened by winning control of the House of Representatives in November's midterm elections. The plan, however, is a political statement that directly challenges Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's threats to block an increase in the $31.4 trillion limit on federal borrowing unless Biden agrees to rein in federal spending. McCarthy and other Republicans on Thursday described Biden's budget plan as a reckless proposal.
Well, Wall Street's 3 major stock index closed lower on Thursday, with bank stocks creating the biggest drag, while investors worried that Friday's job report could spur aggressive interest rate hikes by the Federal Reserve. The dollar backed off near a 3-month high, gold advanced, and benchmark US Treasury yields eased as economic data took some of the sting out of Fed Chairman Jerome Powell's hawkish 2-day congressional testimony. The S&P 500 lost 1.85%, while the Nasdaq Composite lost 2.05%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 1.66%.
concerns over just how aggressive the Federal Reserve is going to be in 2023. We saw back in the month of January that markets moved higher on the belief that in all likelihood we hit peak hawkishness and peak inflation. Now, as the weeks and months have rolled by, we've learned that inflation isn't going down all that quickly and is likely to stick around a little bit longer. We also see positive signs on the job fronts that leads investors to believe that perhaps the Federal Reserve is going to be more aggressive than we thought back in January.
All right, now let's trace all the sporting action in our segment Sports Track. So let's talk about the series deciding fourth test between India and Australia. Usman Khawaja's brilliant ton century guided Australia to 255 for 4 on day 1 of the fourth test against India in Ahmedabad on Thursday. Opted to bat first, Australia lost 4 wickets, but Khawaja, who brought up his 14th test ton, kept the visitors in a strong position. Apart from him, Cameron Green remained unbeaten at 49. For India, Mohammad Shami has scalped 2 wickets, while Ravichandran Ashwin and Ravindra Jadeja have scalped 1 wicket each. Earlier, Australian skipper Steve Smith won the toss and opted to bat against India in the 4th and final test. The bilateral series has been quite an upside down for both the teams, and the final test is a must-win game for both. With a win, India will not just clinch the Border Gavaskar Trophy by 3-1, but they will also secure their berth for the World Test Championship final. So a lot is on the stakes.
Well, updates now on the Women's Premier League that's taking place in its first edition. Bangalore will be up against UP today. Smriti Mandhana-led Bangalore is yet to open their account in the competition even after 3 matches. They started off their campaign with a 60-run loss to Delhi. They then lost to Mumbai by 9 wickets. Bangalore faced defeat again this time versus Gujarat. One of the main reasons for their failure this season has been their form of their star players, especially skipper Smriti Mandhana. It is very important that the likes of Mandhana, Ellis Perry rise to the occasion and deliver the goods today. On the other hand, UP will be looking for their second win of the season. The Elisa Haley side started off with a big win against Delhi but lost to They started off with a win against Gujarat, then lost their game to Delhi. They have a low on confidence Bangalore next, and they must ensure to make good use of their bad run to register a thumping win, which would further improve their net run rate. Well, time now to take a look at the weather forecast in your city. Well, today is celebrated world over as the International Day of Awesomeness. It's an awesome weekend that you have ahead of you. Enjoy that. Stay from technology. If you can, go out for a walk with your loved ones. Maybe enjoy the natural or the natural climate and the natural heritage around you. make it a memorable weekend.
Yes, and on your screens is that nature's beauty, nature's bounty in fact. Strawberries are normally red, but farmers in southwestern Japan are busy harvesting a version that comes in white. 5 farms in Karatsu city grow the prized fruit. These white strawberries with red seeds have a mild sweetness and an aromatic flavor. The fruit is grown without any chemical. So before we end this edition of the Breakfast News, we are leaving you with the glimpse of this rare fruit. Take a look. Namaskar.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Tell us about the experience of attending the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas convention in Indore. I'm sure you must have also been coming to India every now and then. So what are your impressions that you've taken back from your latest visit to India?
It's crucial. Some people say I had a lunch with the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, dinner with our Foreign Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, and we got an award from our President. So they all shocked and they said how big it was. So they even could not, my friends and colleagues here, they couldn't understand what it is.
Yes.
The total government of India. And I said this is the way how the Indian look for their diaspora who was doing their honestly job.
पेमेंट फेल लेकिन पैसे तो कट गई मेरी मेहनत की कमाई।
हो जाएगी भरपाई, चिंता मत कर मेरे भाई। अगर डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन फेल हो जाए और अकाउंट से पैसे कट जाएं, तो बैंक समय से पैसे लौटा देगा, वरना कॉम्पनसेशन का है प्रावधान। नहीं तो आरबीआई के ओम्बुड्समैन को शिकायत करें आप।
योर बिल,
मेरी फीस। आरबीआई कहता है
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
Politics hots up in Maldives as election nears. Can President Soleh retain power?
The prospects of us winning this election is very good.
Or will allies play spoilsport?
Are his actions becoming a liability of sorts for the party?
I hope that we will be able to clear all these and move forward united.
Watch an exclusive interview of Maldives Foreign Minister Abdullah Shahid at 8:30 p.m. on Friday, 10th March, only on DD India.
Since you've studied agriculture so extensively, and India is an agricultural country, where do you think we're lacking?
Very large base of marginal farmers. We have not been able to bring in technology into our agriculture in a big way. Farm mechanization has not happened on the scale that should have happened decades ago. But the new vision of the Honorable...
Done. Ab le lo.
You open and then...
Hello and welcome to this special broadcast on India-Australia Annual Summit. I'm Tanvi Taneja and with me is Anil Thomas. Well, like we told you, the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is on a state visit to India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the visiting minister yesterday watched the start of the 4th test between India and Australia that was played at the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. Then the Australian Prime Minister also visited Mumbai and went aboard INS Vikrant. And today, the two Prime Ministers will meet for their annual summit in New Delhi. We will look at what all is to be expected from this summit. Right.
Well, clearly it's an important meeting, especially considering the fact that the two nations share a rich history that's bound by democratic values and enlivened by genuine friendships and fierce sporting rivalry. What's on the table when the two leaders from these two democracies meet? Let's quickly take a look at why is it important for Australia and India. Why does Australia lean on India? What is the diversification that Australia is looking for in terms of a trading partner, or is it keeping or countering China that Australia looks at by extending a hand of friendship to signify and also win domestic votes in Australia? So lots to look forward to, especially when the Australian Prime Minister visits the national capital today. He's also going to meet the President, he's going to meet the Prime Minister, hold comprehensive discussions, and also meet especially the External Affairs Minister too today. So he's got a jam-packed schedule in the national capital. It will all begin with that ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan in a short while from now. Let's take a look at what exactly transpired in the last 3 days of the Australian Prime Minister's visit.
Let's first tell you what is on the agenda today. Anil, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his Australian counterpart Anthony Albanese will hold the annual summit to discuss areas of cooperation under India-Australia Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, besides regional and global issues of mutual interest. So, like we told you yesterday, both the leaders watched the start of the 4th cricket test match of the Border Gavaskar Trophy in Ahmedabad on Thursday, and later in Mumbai, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese visited the INS Vikrant. Prime Minister Albanese will be accorded a ceremonial welcome at the forecourt of the Rashtrapati Bhavan today in New Delhi, and he will also call on President Draupadi Murmu. In fact, this is Prime Minister Albanese's first visit to India in his current role as Prime Minister. And India and Australia share warm and friendly relations based on common values and democratic principles. The strategic partnership between the two countries was elevated to a comprehensive strategic partnership in June 2020, which has been strengthened and deepened through frequent high-level exchanges and enhanced cooperation across sectors. Prime Minister Albanese's visit is expected to provide further momentum to this comprehensive strategic partnership.
But for more on that story, Amritpal Singh, our correspondent, tracking that event for us, joining us this morning. Amritpal, let me come to you by asking, why is Australia's relationship with India very important, especially when it comes to national security?
From the point of view of strategic ties, trade ties, and forming a cooperation between two countries who sit on very important geographical, on very important geographies of the world. I would say that is why this relationship is very important. Anil?
Well, Amrit, when one looks at this particular visit, is this visit that the Australian Prime Minister is making, especially when he talks about why is this particular visit to India important, or, let me rephrase it, why does Australia lean on India so significantly?
India is a significant player in the region. India is, as India's stature on the global stage grows, countries all around the world, we see many incoming visits. We see the G20 foreign ministers who were here. We saw over, 250 delegates from over 100 countries come and participate in the Raisina dialogue last week. So there is a renewed push from around the world to partner with India. Also, it's important because, as I said, they sit on very important geographies. If you talk about the Indo-Pacific, Japan, India, Australia sit on the three corners of the Indo-Pacific. Now, the Australian Prime Minister yesterday said that they would want to, India is very important for Australia from the point of view of securing the Indo-Pacific. That is the crux of the strategic partnership that they have. Of course, they want to, because there are two large economies, they would want to expand their trade ties, which stand at about $27 billion trade. presently, but there is a lot of scope for increasing that trade and in diverse areas. Cooperation in terms of, in the areas of critical minerals, in terms of, increasing trade in education, in mobility, in skill, in technology, in renewable energy. So these are the areas that offer a wide scope for the relationship to deepen. They have an interim FTA. They are negotiating an FTA. How to primarily see that how this economic relationship can be strengthened. So I think Australia leans on India, Anil, for two reasons: strategic and a reliable trade partner, and somebody whose values match for inclusive, both democracies, for an inclusive, more open and a fair world order. Anil?
Amrit, when one looks at India and Australia, they somewhere seem to be now having a clear strategic outlook. Is this outlook that they have is clearly to somewhere counterbalance China?
I wouldn't say counterbalance China, but yes, shape a world which is not driven by unilateralism. China, the way it has conducted itself with its neighbors in the wider region and its neo-colonial project reeks of a certain kind of unilateralism backed by its economic and military might, which it is an economic powerhouse. It is a military strong nation. Now, these countries are not, in the way China presents it, ganging up on China, but what these countries, by strengthening these bilateral mechanisms, which do have a military angle to it. We saw the Australian Prime Minister visit INS Vikrant. He spoke about how the military partnership is an important pillar of the partnership between the two countries. Quad is often accused as, especially by China, as being a military alliance, which Quad is always at pains to explain it is not. But it does. The fact remains that it does have a military dimension. So the idea is to secure a region which is more inclusive, which is free, open, which respects the international norms of fair play. So that is what these countries try to do multilaterally, and that is what the two principals, when they sit today, would try and work out the contours of a relationship which is a privileged strategic relationship as to how the region can be made more secure. Anil?
All right, Amrit, I request you to stay with us. We'd also like to welcome in the broadcast Dr. Ashok Sharma, visiting fellow from the Australian National University. But before we do that, let's go live to these to the forecourt of Rashtrapati Bhavan, where the two dignitaries are sharing warm exchanges right now.
Well, the Australian Prime Minister and the Indian Prime Minister there in the forecourt of Rashtrapati Bhavan, where a ceremonial welcome will be accorded to the visiting dignitary, the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. The Australian Prime Minister on a 4-day visit to India. The first stopover was Gujarat, Ahmedabad city, where he participated in the Holi celebration, and also then moved to Mumbai and was back in the national capital today, where a ceremonial welcome is being given.
Shit.
Part Anthony Albanese there introducing each other's Prime Minister Narendra Modi introducing members of the cabinet, and Australian Prime Minister introducing members from his delegation that's a part of this particular trip.
Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister of Australia Anthony Albanese are going to hold an annual summit today.
Well, can I just thank Prime Minister Modi for the extraordinarily generosity of his very warm welcome here. Australia and India are great friends. We are partners and we're building that partnership even stronger each and every day, both through our personal relationship as the Prime Ministers of India and Australia, but importantly as well the relationship between our peoples. I lead a delegation here of significant business leaders as well. We want to cooperate with India and build a relationship in culture, in economic relations, as well as in our security. And I want to warmly thank Prime Minister Modi for this extraordinary welcome here today. We are competing on the cricket field to be the world's best, but together we are building a better world.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese taking fresh guard in the national capital this Friday morning here. After that ceremonial welcome there at the forecourt of Rashtrapati Bhavan, the Australian Prime Minister will head to Rajghat, and then it will be a long line of meetings that the Australian Prime Minister and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi will have in the next 2 to 3 hours. So it's going to be important, especially on many taking forward the bilateral ties in the areas of trade, investment, defense, critical minerals that could be up for discussions in the next 2 to 3 hours. But at this point of time, the ceremonial welcome getting over and the Australian Prime Minister leaving for Rajghat. The two leaders are expected to review the situation, especially in the Indo-Pacific region, growing concerns over China, and also other issues of mutual global interest that the two leaders are going to discuss. We have with us guests also joining us. Amritpal still waiting with us. We've got Dr. Ashok.
Yes, Dr. Ashok Sharma is with us. He is visiting fellow from the Australian National University. Welcome, sir, to this broadcast. Yes, as we are discussing India-Australia bilateral relationship, yes, there are common values and democratic principles that both the countries share, which form the basis of the relationship. Could you elaborate on that to begin the discussion?
Thank you once again for inviting me to the talk. And it's been a great development. I would say that it's been developing over the last decade, and this has obviously been continuing. And since the outbreak, the kind of geopolitics that emerged, and the way Australia and India have developed their relationship, and how they have elevated their partnership, the strategic partnership, which was signed in 2009 to a comprehensive strategic partnership in the government here, and after Scott Morrison, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has continued that, and there has been no stopping, I would say. So it's a kind of the relationship has grown strength by strength, and it is comprehensive, and it's not only confined to what we used to call Commonwealth curry and cricket, those relationships, those values of democracy, those common cultural things, that those sporting ties continue. But at the same time, we are now moving into more serious relationship, and that's defense and security, and that is what we can see that is propelling this relationship between Australia and India.
Dr. Sharma, when one looks at India's increasing warm relations with the United States, is that one of the important pillars in which, or the important pillars on which New Delhi and Canberra are getting closer and cozier?
Sorry, United States.
I said United States, India's warm relations with, or increasing warm relations with United States. Is that one of the pillars on which Canberra and New Delhi are getting closer?
First of all, I would like to say that when India and United States started developing the relationship, there was not that much, commonalities in terms of the way India and Australia used to have the cricketing ties. We have been doing that, but definitely this is one of the factors, and a strong factor that has accelerated the relationship between two countries. But having said that, I would say that there is a convergence of strategic interest, economic interest, and there is a complementary nature of the economies, and the kind of the relationship has been developed over a period of time is comprehensive. But the United States is one of the main factors in defense and security relationship between India and Australia. We can just go to the period of Vajpayee and Bush administration, and especially when Vajpayee left and then Manmohan Singh came, and then Manmohan Singh and Bush, they were signing this nuclear deal agreement in April 2006. John Howard visited, and he said that he signed the deal with India and said that Australia will sell the uranium to enriched uranium to India for civilian nuclear purpose. So that shows a kind of we can track from there that the relationship has developed, and Australia has been supporting India's inclusion in the lifting of that nuclear ban, and nuclear deal started happening, and that became an issue for a long time. and that relationship was, marred on this issue, India's non-signatory status to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. And since then, it has been, since then we can see that Australia-India relationship has started developing and talking in terms of security. In 2009, after the conclusion of US-India nuclear deal, 2009, strategic partnership was signed between Manmohan Singh and Kevin Rudd government, and that was the beginning. And we see that how Tony Abbott came and the nuclear deal was signed. So I would say that it's a very important factor. You can track from there, and the growing closeness of India with the United States is one of the major factors in Australia, India coming together on defense and security. I can elaborate on that.
Yeah, so India and Australia enjoy the comprehensive strategic partnership. This was achieved in June 2020. Dr. Sharma, could you tell us the significance of these upgradation in ties, what it means in practical terms, and what could be, the agenda of discussions that will take place today?
I think defense is going to be one of the major issues that will be the focus, and ensuring the free and open and stable Indo-Pacific is going to be the focus of these two leaders, while they talk other things as well. Obviously, education and economic ties is there, and free trade agreement, we have seen that how that has been signed. But comprehensive strategic partnership, as I said, that education, the cultural ties and tourism and all that have been there. But it's the defense and security that has been elevated, that has become a kind of a prominent factor in Australia-India relationship, and that comprehensive strategic partnership signifies that. And just after signing the comprehensive strategic partnership, we have seen how the Australian forces also joined that Malabar exercise, which was happening between US and India, and then Quad drill is, all the four countries came together after 2007. So comprehensive strategic partnership, I would say, has focused on many of the things, many of the issues which were not being judged properly, like free trade agreement. So that happened. Then there was also 2+2 dialogue. The defense minister and foreign minister dialogue between India and Australia was not there, while all other foreign nations had been there. So these issues have been significant development after the elevation of comprehensive strategic partnership. Okay, now we are talking more of defense. So that's, I would say, the significance of the comprehensive strategic partnership we can see.
Okay, Dr. Sharma, you mentioned about the two countries signing a free trade agreement, an FTA that came into, that was in the pipeline, that came India's, an FTA that it signed it almost in a decade. How do you see that helping making inroads, especially for India, the FTA that's come into play? How has it helped both the countries in terms of exports and imports?
We have lifted, both countries have lifted, a lot of, like 86% of our products can enter there, 96% of Indian products can enter in this. So that will help the relationship to grow, and I think India is the sixth largest trading partner of Australia, and this has to grow. It was just a couple of years ago, it was still 1/10 of Australia-China. So there's an immense potential. And that needs to be tapped. So I think this will unravel lot of opportunities. This will open up the opportunities for both countries to tap those potentials, especially in economic matters, which we have to get to achieve. So there were hurdles, and free trade agreement has removed that hurdle, and I think this is an important step. And a lot has to be done. And I think these meetings and high-level meetings and summit-level meetings will continue to remove those hurdles and facilitate the relationship, so that the kind of focus that Australia and we all have been talking about in the wake of COVID-19 outbreak, a global resilient supply chain, and in which India comes, India can only match that scale of China. And it has the potential, and that Australian leaders have been talking about this, the former Prime Minister Tony Abbott, Malcolm Turnbull, Scott Morrison, and now Albanese. So that is an issue where Australia is trying to engage India very aggressively, the intention is very serious, and we can see that the kind of exchange of, the economic, the finance minister and the business and professional peoples are interacting with the two countries. So I see a bright future and definitely both countries will achieve the mark which they want to attain, and they will work towards it.
Okay.
Supply chain, resilient.
Yes. Dr. Sharma, before we talk about different facets of India-Australia bilateral relationship, let's now listen to what Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said at Rashtrapati Bhavan just moments ago for the benefit of our viewers.
India are great friends. We are partners, and we're building that partnership even stronger each and every day. But through our personal relationship as the Prime Ministers of India and Australia, but importantly as well the relationship between our peoples. I lead a delegation here of significant business leaders as well. We want to cooperate with India and build a relationship in culture, in economic relations, as well as in our security.
Dr. Sharma there with us still. Dr. Sharma, when one looks at what India and Australia look to achieve, India clearly's focus is very much on the manufacturing sector, because what India plans to achieve or what India plans to get from Australia, especially in being a major supplier of critical minerals, which would help India when India looks at maybe solar batteries, electric cars, solar panels, and even for that matter mobile phones. Is that what India is going to pitch for, full throttle?
I think that's one of the major focused issues of Albanese government has been there, and they know that India is trying to achieve 50% of renewable energy by 2030 and 30% of electric vehicles. So that's an attractive, very attractive to Australians, and this government, Albanese government, has been very serious on global climate change issues, and so India obviously. They are looking forward to work with India, and renewable energy has become a kind of a geopolitics issue. Because China is sitting on rare earth materials, and it is trying to dominate the technology as well. So Australia is endowed with immense rare earth materials, and which is used for wind turbines and solar panel or all these iPhones and all that. So here Australia comes into the play, and that kind of manufacturing India can do, and so that's going to be an important issue, and that's the focus is renewable energy, and obviously bringing the mercury level down and global climate change issue is an important issue. But Prime Minister Modi has shown a serious concern, and he has taken a lot of steps in that direction, and that is being acknowledged by Australian leaders. And so there is going to be a lot of development in the coming years, and especially the manufacturing of solar panels and all that, and Australia supplying rare earth materials is going to be it's going to be a big development, and it's going to be judged properly by these Prime Minister, and I think they will be talking about on this renewable energy and how both can come together and help each other and bring global warming down.
Right. Dr. Sharma, let's talk a little bit about the education field. Also, many Indian students are studying in Australia, and many Australian universities want to set up their campuses in India, the Deakin University being the recent example. What are the areas of further collaboration in the field of education between India and Australia?
I think it's massive. Look at Indian demography, young students, how many universities are there? I'm from JNU, one JNU, we need 10 JNUs, we need 10 Delhi University, we need more and more IITs, we need more and IIMs. So it's nothing. So we need more and more universities there, and we are lacking there. So I think that is an area where Indian students are, and India's got now, India's middle class is rising, and they want to see all that, top universities. They want to send their kids to the top universities, and so they're in Australian universities, most of them are in top 500, and Asian universities are in top 100. So they have got a branding, and they are very good universities with a high reputation. So obviously, opening, this is an area which has been always there. It's for the last 20 years we have seen Indian students coming to Australia, and I think in 2006 Australia outsmarted the UK as second top destination after the United States for Indian students. So it has been there, and it will continue to grow. It is a kind of a prominent area between Australia and India relationship, and this will continue to grow, and there is going to be more and more universities opening their campuses in India, and that will see a kind of growing ties between Australia and India on education front. So I see that there will be a lot of agreements on this in the coming years, and this is going to be another issue which both the leaders and the top officials will be discussing in the coming days.
Dr. Sharma, when one looks at this particular visit by Anthony Albanese, will it begin a series of bilateral and even multilateral exchanges, especially between Quad members? Because following this, we've got Fumio Kishida, who's making a visit to India, and then the Quad summit that takes place in Sydney in Australia.
Yeah, Quad is definitely one of the important strategies to balance the balance. I would say straight away balance the Chinese aggression and intent in the Indo-Pacific region. The reason to which India, Australia, and all the like-minded countries, future is aligned.
Well, I will ask you to hold your thoughts at this point of time. Dr. Sharma, we are getting live visuals there from Rajghat, where the visiting Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is laying a wreath there at the memorial of Mahatma Gandhi, the father of the nation.
A wreath decked with yellow flowers there, and
the Australian colours.
Yes, the Australian colours. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese laying the wreath now at the memorial of the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi.
Well, this is the first visit by the Australian Prime Minister after becoming the Prime Minister of Australia in May last year. The last visit by an Australian Prime Minister was way back in 2017, and bilateral ties, especially in the areas of trade and investment, defence, critical minerals and education, will be the focus of the talks between the two Prime Ministers. But before getting down into that, the Australian Prime Minister getting a ceremonial welcome early in the morning and now visiting Rajghat, the memorial for the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, offering his prayers, and will be writing in the visitors book, and then will be getting down to all the bilateral meetings there between the two leaders of the two democracies of the world.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese now paying a floral tribute at the memorial of Mahatma Gandhi. An eternal flame is lit there. A somber moment, and the visiting dignitary will be also writing his thoughts in the visitors book here at Rajghat at the Samadhi of Mahatma Gandhi. These visuals coming live from New Delhi, where a lot of bilateral action is expected today. Well, after this, the Australian Prime Minister will be having a bilateral with External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. Then also he will call on the President of India, Ms. Draupadi Murmu. And later in the day, he is also expected to visit IIT Delhi. That's Indian Institute of Technology.
But the bilateral trade that India and Australia enjoy is close to $27.5 billion, and Australia is the 17th largest trading partner of India, and India is Australia's 9th trading partner. That's according to the data that's available. And clearly, coming back to Dr. Sharma there in the studio, joining us this morning on this special broadcast, we were discussing about bilateral and multilateral exchanges taking place between the Quad members, and please go ahead and you were talking about it. Please go ahead with that. Sir, I would request you. Yeah.
Quad has emerged an important strategy to maintain security, peace, and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. As I said, it's an important region, and where all the democratic countries and the like-minded democratic nations are trying to ensure that the stability that was provided by the U.S. prominence in the region since the end of the Second World War continues there, and a kind of relative decline of the United States and the rise of economic and military rise of China has created a concern among all the countries whether the U.S. will be able to continue with its commitment in the region. And when Trump came to power, he showed that it's not possible. You all have to chip in there. So Quad has emerged an important, and you cannot do a single nation cannot maintain that. And American hegemonic power has been receding. So we need to come together. And this is what the Quad is doing, and the like-minded democratic nations. And since that tsunami disaster happened, and that idea came in 2007,
the Australian
since 2017, it has re-emerged, and it has become an important the Indo-Pacific strategy. So within Quad, Australia-India relationship is an important subset of the Quad, because this relationship was not developing on defense and security front.
Right. And Dr. Sharma, right after this visit, Anthony Albanese travels to the United States. So when he says on board INS Vikrant that India is top tier security partner for Australia, what significance does it carry for the Quad members in particular?
Oh, that's a very, very important statement. I was just going through the 11 hours ago, and that statement has been given by Prime Minister Albanese, and that's an important statement, and it shows the kind of seriousness that Australia is showing. In its relationship with India, and this is going to be a kind of look. India has supported this AUKUS and the Australia having nuclear submarines, and which Albanese will be heading towards there, and Rishi Sunak and Joe Biden has signed that. And on Monday, Prime Minister Albanese will be joining that, and will be, it will be submarines, vessels will be built in Adelaide, and all that stuff is going to happen. So this is a significant development, and Quad is definitely it's not undermining Quad. Many analysts said that it will undermine Quad. It is not. It has not undermined. I asserted that time. Last time also, I was asked by Didi, and I said no, it won't undermine. It will in fact help Quad to become stronger, because these are the aim is same, to maintain a kind of balance and stability and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific, and we see that rules-based order is maintained in the Indo-Pacific region. So this is an important development in terms of Australia-India relationship and Quad and Australia's national security. Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull, former Malcolm Turnbull, Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull, the former Prime Minister of Australia, he's just made a statement that in the next 3 years we might have to fight a war with China, and we are not yet prepared. So obviously these developments are there. You have to be prepared. You have to, show a kind of your preparation to deter any Chinese intent of, which is aggressive or assertive and trying to dominate the Indo-Pacific region, or trying to attack any of the like-minded democratic countries which are trying to force a kind of coalition to maintain a security and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. So I see that Australia and this nuclear submarine, it will take a lot of years, 10 years, at least a decade to to have Australia these things. So I think there will be speedy development on that. The way Australia-China relationship has deteriorated, though Australia is trying to fix and China remains a very important economic and defense partner and manufacturing, it's amazing development has taken place. But on the security front, there is a concern that has been created among all the democratic countries, and Australia is vulnerable. So its strategic vulnerability is forcing it to engage the like-minded democratic countries, and this is how you balance. This is how you deter in the real international politics. You make friends with the like-minded countries. You enter in strategic and defense partnership, and you enhance your defense capability. So defense capability is an issue where Australia will need to do a lot. So also we see that this meeting, Prime Minister Albanese and Modi, they have decided to include India in 2023 Talisman Sabre exercise,
Yes.
which is I think 23 nations come together, and it happened in 2021. India declined that and Peter Dutton, the former defense minister, he insisted that India join, and finally India is joining. So this is another development where India will be joining another multilateral where South Korea, Japan, the United States, and obviously quad military drills is happening in Australia for the first time. And that's as I said, it is the most potent Indo-Pacific strategy and for both strategic and for the global resilient supply chain.
And Australia will host the exercise Malabar for the first time, right, Dr. Sharma? You mentioned of the Australia's Talisman Somber exercise. I was mentioning that Australia will host the Malabar exercise for the first time.
Yeah, it's the first time, and it's going to be all 4 countries joining, because in November 2020, India, Australia, and Japan, they all joined, but this is the first time Australia will be doing, and it's and they will be hosting. India will be also joining. So India, Australia has been doing military drills, defense drills for a long time. Since 2014, first joint naval exercise happened, and there's been an increase in the frequency and the level of exchange between Australian and Indian defense personnel, officials, military personnel. It is an extraordinary development, and especially in the last 2-3 years, and especially after COVID-19 outbreak, you can see that the kind of development has taken either signing of the mutual logistic agreement or science-tech cooperation, and now these military drills, and there has been some scholarship exchange. Also, General Bipin Rawat scholarship to exchange the defense personnel. So it's on all front, So it's in all front, and the defense exercise will be there first, but the next will be the defense industry relations. If I can talk in detail on that, but that is another area where we can think of Australia-India collaboration, co-production.
Dr. Sharma, we've seen the first half of that interaction with the CEOs that took place in Mumbai, where India's Commerce Minister was part of the deliberation along with Albanese's delegation. How is Australia looking at it? Because that's very significant from an Australian perspective on how Australia views the CEO forums and the meeting that the Australian Prime Ministers had.
Look, obviously Australia is looking, it's not the one way, it has to be two-way trade. And India-Australia relationship is balance of trade, balance of payment, that is balance. It's not like, but India and China where you only, buying stuff. So an investment is not from one side of this. So here it's a very good relationship. It's balanced. So Australians are investing and India is investing in India. So obviously they are looking for Indian investors in Australia, and it will be a kind of infrastructure and all. There are many areas where India can chip in, and Adani has been one of the very important players in Australia, and we have seen that, and probably Adani will enter in other areas of infrastructure development and Queensland Carmichael coal mines, and that can lead to a kind of railway and all that infrastructure development. So there have been JVG and there have been Tata Consulting. A lot of companies have been there. So these CEOs are obviously looking, and Indian companies, these new billionaires, they're also looking for the new destinations to invest. And Australia offers immense opportunity, and especially looking at the resources it is sitting on. Australia has got, and even in the natural gas, we are using 8% of natural gas for our energy, and this can be one of the base load sources for the energy, because it's not only going to be the renewable energy. We need that, and so natural gas can become one of the major sources of energy mix for India. And Australia has got immense capability, so it's obviously cost factor will be an important issue in that. But in the coming years, so these CEOs are looking to invest in Australia, and obviously Australia is looking to invest in India. So it's a both way. Trade opportunities are there, and they're trying to tap. So it's an important development, I would say, and that should continue, and that will continue.
Well, bilateral trade, when one looks at the numbers, currently around 21.5 billion is what we're looking at. The two trade ministers, when they met in that CEO forum, spoke about it almost reaching 30 billion in the next 5 years. Do you see the possibility of that not requiring 5 years and that target being achieved much earlier?
I think they need to continue this pace, and I don't see any hurdles. Sometimes regime change, government change, and that happens. Like the nuclear deal agreement that happened between Australia and India, when John Howard came and he signed and came into, he turned down that, he reversed the idea because under pressure of China or whatever. So that kind of thing should not happen from both the countries, and they should be. And I think there is a trust and confidence and mutual understanding has these things have developed between two countries. And if they continue with this pace, definitely that is achievable. And we have seen that free trade agreement has been it has been concluded, and now we are working on that. So that will be achieved. So I don't see any hurdle why the space should not continue and why they can't achieve. So it's a target, and target sometimes you don't achieve 100%, but I think it's achievable, and the pace is there, and the intent is there from both nations. So I see a possibility and a bright future on this front.
And do we also see a bright future in terms of people-to-people ties and culture connect? Because we just heard Albanese mentioning of culture as one of the areas where really deep collaboration is expected. And of course, we've seen off and on that when we were celebrating our 75th year of independence, many buildings were illuminated in Australia. Then Albanese also sent a personal message on our 75th Independence Day.
Also, this people-to-people ties is extraordinary between Australia and India. And I would say that in India, America struggled. Though Indians went there, very highly talented Indians after, the IIT and all these aims emerged in 1960s, and the bright Indians went to America. But that the kind of Australia-India ties is there is amazing. It's a kind of Australia also considers itself as a bit of aligned with the Asian, Asian values, Asian country, and cricketing ties has been one of the major factors in this people-to-people contact, and now education, tourism. So this is extraordinary, and I see Indian diaspora now playing a significant role in Australia-India relationship. The way the Indian American community played an important role especially in the post-nuclear test by India in 1998, how they lobbied. So Indian-Australian community here is a significant. They are, and after Chinese, they are the, I think, second biggest non-Anglo-Saxon community, and they will be in the soon, they will be at the top, and they are the second richest ethnic community after British Australian by per capita income. So it's growing, and it will continue to grow. And Indians are the highly skilled immigrant category. They are, I think, number 1 or number 2 after British immigrants here. So there is going to be immense development on the people-to-people ties. And cricket is obviously one of the major, attractions, I would say, between Australia and India to continue. But now this cultural ties, especially in terms of Holi on the festival of Holi, and Diwali is celebrated here. Is you can see on all front, Diwali will be greeted by radio or TV and if you go to the ATM machine, you will find that Happy Diwali on Diwali. So it has been inculcated, and Diwali, the light is an Independence Day kind of thing. Independence Day lighting happens here in Australia. So I think both countries on cultural ties, they have strong bonding, and people-to-people ties are developing a lot. They obviously face competitors for cricket, and I don't know what happened in this test match, but it's a very, very affectionate as well. They value each other, they respect each other's. So it will continue, and people-to-people ties will only grow with this education and business aspects taking a further step.
Okay, Dr. Sharma, coming back to the current geopolitical climate, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, do you think that is going to be also discussed during the bilateral engagements today?
Look, that is an issue where India will have to come out, because India is becoming, this is an important issue. I've been giving talk all over Australia and defense forces and DFAT and everywhere, and I find it this question has always been asked, that how India is going to position itself. Look, in case it's not about the regime change in Ukraine, if Russia goes nuclear, then what will happen? What India will take? So India is obviously in a critical situation in terms of taking stand, but India has conveyed, Indian Foreign Minister, Indian Prime Minister, Indian officials have very smartly, they have conveyed their concern, security concern. They have conveyed their kind of special relationship that India holds with Russia. The way, the Western countries did not come when India needed military supply. When India-China war happened, China conducted nuclear tests. India-Pakistan war happened. India-China-Pakistan signed a kind of a all-weather mutual friendship partnership in 1960s. So India had no option. Western countries did not come. And our foreign minister has very, very smartly and very, very, with the reason and with the facts he has conveyed throughout the world. And this is this, I would say that this government has done excellent diplomacy, and it's not only just showing the and they have been able to convince, and Australia knows this. You just see this war happened, and after that, Prime Minister Modi and Scott Morrison did 3 virtual summit level meetings in February last year. So I think India's stand is understood among the Western nations, and especially the United States, Australia, and Japan, and many other countries, including France and the UK. So I think India has conveyed it. There is concern. Okay. And the only issue is that when Russia goes crazy, and that will be a kind of testing point for India.
Dr. Sharma, one final word I'll take from you before I let you go.
So I think India is conveyed, and Australia considers it, and Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong, when she was asked last time when Foreign Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar visited Australia, she said that we have talked, and India is doing the right thing, and India has shown its concern. Prime Minister Modi talked to Putin, and he said that this is not the time of war. So I think this should not become an issue, and it will continue, and obviously a very smart diplomacy, and also engaging and removing any apprehensions and confusion that arises among these like-minded democratic countries with which India has forged a strategic partnership. Should be the top priority, and India should continue this diplomacy.
Okay, one quick word before I let you go. Keep it short and brief. Do you somewhere feel in the changing world order, India is slowly becoming a master of working with different groups to getting things done the India way?
Sorry?
I said, in the changing dimensions of the war and what's taking place in the background, do you somewhere feel India is slowly becoming a master with different groups, of working with different groups, of getting things done the Indian way?
Yeah, India has been the Indian diplomacy has been smart, and India has been doing that way. And so India will continue, I think, a strategic autonomy, but a strategic partnership is not a strategic alliance. So that's a very term used by India when it enters in any relationship with any countries, be it with the United States. When Bush and Vajpayee were forging this relationship, it was termed a strategic partnership, not a strategic alliance. While the US and Australia, the UK and Australia, and Australia and UK, they are a strategic alliance, but India is not. India is a strategic partnership. And there is a kind of certain issues on which you come, common interests are there, and you force a kind of a strong partnership to this. And this India-Australia and US-India-Australia all have been, though it's comprehensive, and with US it's global, comprehensive and global strategic partnership, but at the same time, the Squad and India-Australia are focused on how to ensure security and stability in the Indo-Pacific. And that's why India-Russia concern is not, it has not deterred the progress on Quad, and Quad is continuing, and India-Australia relationship will continue to bolster. And I see there's an immense, potential in all fields of Australia-India relationship, be it people-to-people ties and cricketing and all that economic relationship. But defense and security is going to be a top priority in the coming years, where both countries will be serious on this, and it will also, extend to defense industry collaboration, which I think they will discuss this issue in the coming years. But at the moment they are focusing on first, developing that confidence and trust between defense personnel and defense officials with the military drills and exchanges. So that's going to happen, and that is an important development in the entire Australia-India relationship.
Well, we are running short of time. Exactly, Dr. Ashok Sharma, the visiting fellow from the Australian National University. Thank you and appreciate your joining us, taking time out, helping us understand the importance, the significance of this India-Australia bilateral and the visit by the Australian Prime Minister to India. Remember, India-Australia bind over many things. It's curry to cricket was what we have been hearing for long. The Australian Prime Minister has added a new C to it. So it's 3 C's, curry to cricket to now culture.
Curry, cricket to culture. On that note, we wind up this broadcast. Thank you for being with us. News and updates continue on DD India, where we cut the noise. Namaskar.
Bye-bye.
Tell us about the experience of attending the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas convention in Indore. I'm sure you must have also been coming to India every now and then. So what are your impressions that you've taken back from your latest visit to India?
In Croatia, some people say I had a lunch with the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, dinner with our Foreign Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, and we got an award from our President. So they all shocked, and they said how big it was. So they even could not, my friends and colleagues here, they couldn't understand what it is.
Yes.
The total government of India. And I said this is the way how the Indian look for their diaspora who was doing their honestly job.
कब तक लंबी लाइनों में उम्र बिताइएगा? डिजिटल पेमेंट अपनाइए, चुटकी में हल पाइए। पुराने तरीके कब तक अपनाइएगा? डिजिटल पेमेंट बहुत आसान है, देखिए चुटकी में पेमेंट चुकाइए। बटुआ ढूंढ रहे हैं? डिजिटल पेमेंट अपनाइए, कभी भी कहीं भी और सुरक्षित। हमने तो इन्हें डिजिटल पेमेंट करना सिखा दिया है। आपने? आरबीआई कहता है कि डिजिटल पेमेंट अपनाओ, औरों को भी सिखाओ।
Politics hots up in Maldives as election nears. Can President Soleh retain power?
The prospects of us winning this election is very good.
Or will allies play spoilsport?
Are his actions becoming a liability of sorts for the party?
I hope that we will be able to clear all these and move forward united.
Watch an exclusive interview of Maldives Foreign Minister Abdullah Shahid at 8:30 p.m. on Friday, 10th March, only on DD India.
Since you've studied agriculture so extensively, and India is an agricultural country, where do you think we're lacking?
Very large base of marginal farmers. We have not been able to bring in technology into our agriculture in a big way. Farm mechanization has not happened on the scale that should have happened decades ago. But the new vision of the Honorable Prime Minister is certainly making a big change. The 1 lakh crore agricultural infrastructure fund is a huge fund infusion, financial kind of induction into the agricultural sector. This is going to change the way that agriculture is done in this country.
Welcome to News on the Hour on DD India. Over the next 60 minutes, as always, we bring you news and no noise. Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his Australian counterpart, Anthony Albanese, will hold the annual summit to discuss areas of cooperation under the India-Australia Comprehensive Strategic Partnership today. Apart from that, the Youth 20 consultation meeting begins in Pune today. And in News on the Hour, we also track the unrest in Pakistan to the shooting incidents that were reported from Hamburg in Germany and Israel. I'm Tanvi Taneja. Let's get started with the headlines first. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese accorded ceremonial reception at Rashtrapati Bhavan, says Australia and India are great friends and are building partnership even stronger each and every day. Prime Minister Albanese also lays wreath at the Mahatma Gandhi Memorial in Rajghat. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and visiting Prime Minister to hold the annual summit today to discuss areas of cooperation under the India-Australia Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, besides regional and global issues of mutual interest. Visiting Prime Minister to also call on President of India, Draupadi Murmu. Several people killed in shooting in Germany's Hamburg church. Police say the gunman is potentially among the 7 dead. Motive being ascertained. Palestinian gunman opens fire in Tel Aviv, wounding 3 people before being killed by police. Hamas says the assault is response to West Bank's firefight in which 3 Palestinian gunmen were killed on Thursday. Israeli Prime Minister labels the shooting as terror attack amid rising unrest in the West Bank. Ukraine works to restore operation of energy facilities after huge wave of Russian missile knockout power in major cities, including Kiev. Zelensky says the strike also briefly forced Europe's biggest nuclear power plant off the grid. The president also says strikes included 6 Kinzhal hypersonic cruise missiles, one of Moscow's most valuable weapons. US President Joe Biden unveils plans for government spending and higher taxes on the wealthy. Plans to cut the nation's deficit by nearly $3 trillion over 10 years by raising taxes on those earning over $400,000 a year. Republicans describe Biden's budget plan as a reckless proposal. In sports, in Women's Premier League, Royal Challengers Bangalore to face off UP Warriors. Smriti Mandhana-led RCB hopes to open their account in the competition even after 3 matches, while UP Warriors look for their 2nd win of the season. You're watching News on the Hour on DD India. Well, our top story, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese was today accorded a ceremonial welcome at the forecourts of Rashtrapati Bhavan in New Delhi. Later in the day, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and visiting Australian Prime Minister will hold bilateral talks. Prime Minister Albanese is on a 4-day visit to India. Speaking to media after the ceremonial welcome, the Australian Prime Minister described Australia and India as great friends.
Australia and India are great friends. We are partners and we're building that partnership even stronger each and every day. both through our personal relationship as the Prime Ministers of India and Australia, but importantly as well the relationship between our peoples. I lead a delegation here of significant business leaders as well. We want to cooperate with India and build a relationship in culture, in economic relations, as well as in our security.
Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese also visited Rajghat and laid a wreath and paid floral tributes to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. After paying homage to Mahatma Gandhi at his memorial site Rajghat, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese also signed the visitor's book. Moving on, Youth 20 consultation meeting as part of India's G20 presidency begins in Pune today. The theme of the two-day meeting is peace building and reconciliation, ushering in an era of no war, the philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The meeting will be organized at the Symbiosis International University. Y20 is an official consultation forum for youth from the G20 member countries to be able to have a dialogue with each other. The 6 sub-themes of the seminar are Vikas politics in India as an enabler in conflict resolution, climate action, gender-related conflict and reforms, education, legal reforms needed for social change and future of work. The speakers are international and national youth working in the field of gender equity, human rights advocacy, representation on the UNESCO SDG 4 Youth Network for transforming education, and dedicated to building communities through democratic leadership and legal reforms towards peace building. In more updates from back home, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will inaugurate the 3rd session of the National Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction at Vigyan Bhavan in New Delhi today. The main theme of the 3rd session of this platform is building local resilience in a changing climate. During the event, Prime Minister will facilitate awardees of the Subhash Chandra Bose Apada Prabandhan Puraskar. The winners of the 2023 Puraskar are Odisha State Disaster Management Authority and the Lunglei Fire Station, Mizoram. The Prime Minister will also inaugurate the exhibition for showcasing the innovative ideas and initiatives, tools and technologies in the field of disaster risk reduction. This platform is a multi-stakeholder platform constituted by the Government of India to facilitate dialogue, sharing experiences, views, ideas, action-oriented research and explore opportunities in the area of disaster risk reduction. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has extended best wishes to the CISF personnel and their families on the raising day of the CISF, that's Central Industrial Security Force. In a tweet, the Prime Minister said, and I quote him, "On their raising day, best wishes to all CISF personnel. The CISF has a vital role in our security apparatus. They provide round-the-clock security at key locations, including critical and strategic infrastructure. The force is known for its hard work and professional outlook." Unquote. Okay, time now for a short break here in News on the Hour. We'll be back in just a bit. Don't you go anywhere.
As the day unfolds and news and events take shape, we get you complete coverage of of every news breaking in, tracking new developments as they happen. Midday Prime English, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. on DD India. Your window to rising India. India's voice on global platforms. Latest news from India and around the world. In-depth analysis of global headlines. Watch DD India in your country. Available for downlink in Central Asian countries. STTV broadcast is available through the satellite GSAT 17 at 93.5 degrees east. HDTV broadcast is available through the satellite GSAT 10 at 83 degrees east. For technical details, scan here. Switch to DD India now.
Welcome back. Now let's take stock of all the international news coming in. In Germany, at least 7 people were killed and 8 others were critically injured in a shooting at Jehovah's Witness Church in the northern city of Hamburg. Police say they found a dead person at the scene who they believe may have been a perpetrator, and investigations are continuing as per reports. Germany's DPA news agency, citing a reporter on the scene, said that local residents in the northern Alsterdorf district of Hamburg had received warnings on their mobile phones of a life-threatening situation and that streets had been sealed off. The mayor of Hamburg, home to Germany's biggest port, expressed shock over the incident. Meanwhile, in another shooting incident, a Palestinian gunman opened fire in Tel Aviv on Thursday, wounding 3 people before being killed by police in what Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu labelled a terror attack amid rising unrest in the West Bank. The Islamist militant group Hamas claimed the shooter, a 23-year-old from the occupied West Bank, as a member. Police cordoned off a corner of Dizengoff Street in the city centre where the attack took place. A restaurant was empty after customers apparently fled mid-meal. Medics treated the wounded on the sidewalk nearby. The shooting followed a spate of attacks by Palestinians around Jerusalem and in the West Bank that have killed 13 Israelis and a Ukrainian woman since late January. Over the past year, Israeli forces have made thousands of arrests in the West.
समझौतों पर भी हस्ताक्षर होने की संभावना है। बता दें कि भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच घनिष्ठ और मैत्रीपूर्ण संबंध हैं। पिछले साल दोनों देशों ने एक मुक्त व्यापार समझौते पर हस्ताक्षर किए थे। 2021-22 में दोनों देशों के बीच द्विपक्षीय व्यापार लगभग $27 बिलियन का था। उम्मीद है कि इस व्यापार समझौते से दोनों देशों के बीच चलिए आपको सीधे लिए चलते हैं हम हैदराबाद हाउस, जहां इस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी हाथ मिलाते हुए ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी अल्बनीजे से जिस क्रिकेट डिप्लोमेसी के बाद हम रणनीतिक साझेदारी और कूटनीतिक रिश्तों को प्रगाढ़ करने की बात करते हैं, उसका नया अध्याय यहां से शुरू होगा। हैदराबाद हाउस में पहुंचे हैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री और साथ ही मौजूद हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी। गर्मजोशी से हाथ मिलाते हुए एक दूसरे के साथ कुछ ही देर पहले औपचारिक स्वागत किया गया था एंथनी अल्बनीजे का राष्ट्रपति भवन में। उसके बाद वो राजघाट गए थे और 4 दिवसीय भारत दौरे पर हैं और हैदराबाद हाउस में आज का जो जॉइंट प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होगा उस पर सबकी नजर रहेगी और वो हैदराबाद हाउस पहुंच चुके हैं। तो कूटनीतिक रिश्तों की नई इबारत लिखी जाएगी आज हैदराबाद हाउस में। ऑस्ट्रेलिया प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी अल्बनीजे का 4 दिवसीय भारत दौरा, व्यापक रणनीतिक साझेदारी पर इस वार्षिक शिखर सम्मेलन में चर्चा होने की उम्मीद। नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा, रक्षा, निवेश, सुरक्षा पर ये तमाम वो क्षेत्र हैं जिन पर बातचीत संभव है। अभी कुछ देर पहले विदेश मंत्री से भी मुलाकात की थी ऑस्ट्रेलियन प्रधानमंत्री ने और अब हैदराबाद हाउस में प्रधानमंत्री के साथ इस वक्त मौजूद हैं ऑस्ट्रेलियन प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी अल्बनीजे। और हमने देखा था कि किस तरह से भारत पहुंचने पर उन्होंने साफ तौर पर कहा कि भारत में जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री ने गर्मजोशी से उनका स्वागत किया है वो उससे अभिभूत है। साथ ही दोनों देश दोस्ती के इस नए अध्याय को लेकर साथ चलेंगे और एक वैश्विक निर्माण की तरफ आगे बढ़ेंगे। तो वक्त फिलहाल ब्रेक का, और उससे जुड़ी तमाम अपडेट्स हम आपको लगातार देते रहेंगे।
मिठाई तो हमारे जमाने में होती थी। हाँ तो जाइए ना अपने जमाने में।
रोमांस तो हमारे जमाने में होता था।
पेमेंट भी उसी जमाने का है। अरे भैया डिजिटल पेमेंट करना सीखिए नए जमाने में। इजी, सेफ एंड फास्ट है। हमने तो इनको डिजिटल पेमेंट करना सिखा दिया। आपने ये सेल्फी लेते हैं, ये हमारे जमाने का है। आरबीआई कहता है कि
डिजिटल पेमेंट अपनाओ,
औरों को भी सिखाओ।
शुरू करो, डालो बुनियाद, घर महल नजर आएगा। वंडर लाइए, वंडर अपनाइए, फर्क नजर आएगा। वंडर सीमेंट, फर्क नजर आएगा।
कब तक आप ऐसे फ्यूचर का टेंशन लेकर चलते रहेंगे? LIC के न्यू पेंशन प्लस के साथ अपनी पेंशन का प्लान बनाइए, क्योंकि ये प्लान आपके फ्यूचर के लिए मार्केट लिंक्ड वेल्थ क्रिएट करता है। और तो और इस प्लान में गारंटीड एडिशंस के साथ पेंशन पाने के कई ऑप्शंस भी हैं, सो दैट यू ग्रो यंग एंड टेंशन फ्री। LIC, हर पल आपके साथ।
ब्रेक के बाद सभी का स्वागत। रुक करते अन्य खबरों का। आपदा के जोखिम को कैसे कम किया जा सकता है, इस बेहद महत्वपूर्ण सवाल और इससे जुड़े तमाम पहलुओं पर आज दिल्ली में राष्ट्रीय आपदा जोखिम न्यूनीकरण प्लेटफॉर्म NPDRR के तीसरे सत्र का शुभारंभ होगा। प्रधानमंत्री आज इसका उद्घाटन करेंगे। इसका विषय जलवायु संकट से निपटने की स्थानीय क्षमता है। यहाँ होने वाली चर्चा के दौरान मंत्रालयों, राज्यों और केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों, शहरी और ग्रामीण स्थानीय निकायों, शैक्षणिक संस्थान, गैर सरकारी संगठन, PSU और समुदायों के बीच आपदा प्रबंधन से जुड़ी कार्य प्रणालियों को मुख्य धारा में लाने में मदद मिलेगी। गृह मंत्रालय, राष्ट्रीय आपदा प्रबंधन प्राधिकरण, राष्ट्रीय आपदा मोचन बल और राष्ट्रीय आपदा प्रबंधन संस्थान की ओर से संयुक्त रूप से आयोजित NPDRR में ये शामिल होंगे। गृह मंत्री अमित शाह की अध्यक्षता में NPDRR एक राष्ट्रीय मंच है। इसका पहला सत्र 2013 और दूसरा 2017 में आयोजित किया गया था। इस साल होने वाली इस बैठक में विचार विमर्श के बाद सरकार को वर्ष 2030 तक भारत को आपदा प्रतिरोधी बनाने में मदद मिलेगी। कार्यक्रम के दौरान प्रधानमंत्री आज सुभाष चंद्र बोस आपदा प्रबंधन पुरस्कार के विजेताओं को भी सम्मानित करेंगे। NPDRR में केंद्रीय मंत्रियों, राज्यों के आपदा प्रबंधन मंत्रियों, सांसदों, स्थानीय निकायों के प्रमुखों, विशिष्ट आपदा प्रबंधन एजेंसियों के प्रमुख, शिक्षाविद, निजी क्षेत्र के संगठनों, मीडिया और नागरिक समाज संगठनों के प्रतिनिधियों सहित 1000 से अधिक विशिष्ट अतिथि शामिल होंगे। केंद्रीय युवा मामलों और खेल मंत्री अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर ने आज दिल्ली के जवाहरलाल नेहरू स्टेडियम में खेलो इंडिया 10 कदम कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की। 31 मार्च तक चलने वाले इस कार्यक्रम में 10 राज्यों में 10 अलग अलग खेलों में 10,000 से ज्यादा महिला खिलाड़ी हिस्सा ले रही हैं। केंद्रीय मंत्री अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर ने कहा कि खेलों में महिलाओं की भागीदारी लगातार बढ़ती जा रही है। उन्होंने कहा कि खेलों के माध्यम से ही महिला सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में भी कदम बढ़ाया जा रहा है।
पहले खेलो इंडिया यूथ गेम्स में 1818 बेटियों की पार्टिसिपेशन थी। मात्र 3-4 वर्षों में बढ़कर वो 2700 से ज़्यादा हो गई। 10 का दम आज शुरुआत की गई, जहां पर देश के 10 राज्यों में 10 अलग अलग स्पोर्ट्स डिसिप्लिन में 10,000 से ज़्यादा बेटियों की भागीदारी होगी, महिलाओं की भागीदारी होगी। नारी शक्ति न्यू इंडिया में और कदम आगे बढ़ाए खेलों के क्षेत्र में, ये सुनिश्चित करने के लिए है। महिला सशक्तिकरण खेलों के माध्यम से हो, ये सुनिश्चित करने के लिए है।
भाजपा के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष JP नड्डा आज कर्नाटक के दौरे पर हैं। JP नड्डा का बेंगलुरु पहुंचने पर स्वागत किया गया। नड्डा आज भाजपा की विजय संकल्प रथ यात्रा में हिस्सा लेंगे। सोशल मीडिया पर इन दिनों एक खबर वायरल हो रही है, जिसमें दावा किया जा रहा है कि केंद्र सरकार सभी पैन कार्ड धारक महिलाओं को 1 लाख की नगद राशि प्रदान कर रही है। इस दावे के साथ प्रधानमंत्री की तस्वीर भी लगाई गई है। वीडियो के थंब में लिखा है, पत्नी के पास पैन कार्ड है तो खाते में मिलेगा 1 लाख रुपया, बड़ा मौका करें आवेदन। योजना फॉर यू नामक यूट्यूब चैनल के एक वीडियो में ये दावा किया जा रहा है। अगर इस दावे की सच्चाई की बात करें तो ये पूरी तरह से फर्जी है। पीआईबी फैक्ट चेक ने इस दावे का खंडन किया। अपनी जांच पड़ताल के बाद लोगों को सावधान करते हुए पीआईबी फैक्ट चेक ने बताया कि केंद्र सरकार की तरफ से पैन कार्ड धारक महिलाओं के लिए ऐसी कोई योजना नहीं निकाली गई। महिलाओं को 1 लाख रुपए देने को लेकर ये फर्जी जानकारी फैलाई जा रही है। पीआईबी ने इस दावे को खारिज किया और अगर आपके मोबाइल पर भी ऐसा कोई पोस्ट या वीडियो आया है तो इस पर भरोसा ना करें। जब भी इस तरह की खबरें आती हैं तो सरकार की ओर से फौरन उसका जवाब दिया जाता है। इसके लिए आप भी हमें संपर्क कर सकते हैं। हम तक पहुंचने का रास्ता आपकी टेलीविजन स्क्रीन पर। गोवा के जंगलों में भीषण आग लगी हुई है। आग के बढ़ते कहर पर काबू पाने के लिए भारतीय वायुसेना ने Mi-17 हेलीकॉप्टर तैनात किया। बाम्बी बकेट ऑपरेशन के तहत नौसेना और प्रशासन के साथ मिलकर आग को बुझाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। वायुसेना ने Mi-17 हेलीकॉप्टर ने आग से प्रभावित जगहों पर 22,000 लीटर पानी का छिड़काव किया। दुर्गम इलाके में चलाए जा रहे इस जटिल अभियान में पास के तालाब से पानी लेकर प्रभावित क्षेत्रों में छिड़काव किया जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र के ठाणे में एक इमारत में भीषण आग लग गई। मुंब्रा इलाके में स्थित एक निजी स्कूल में सटी इमारत से आग लगने की सूचना है। आग पर काबू पाने के लिए दमकल की कई गाड़ियां मौजूद हैं। वहीं नगर निगम के अनुसार हादसे में किसी के भी हताहत होने की सूचना नहीं है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने सीआईएसएफ कर्मियों को उनके स्थापना दिवस पर शुभकामनाएं दी। अपने ट्वीट के माध्यम से उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे सुरक्षा तंत्र में सीआईएसएफ की भूमिका महत्वपूर्ण है। वे महत्वपूर्ण और रणनीतिक बुनियादी ढांचे सहित प्रमुख स्थानों पर 24 घंटे सुरक्षा मुहैया कराते हैं। सीआईएसएफ कर्मियों को उनके पेशेवर दृष्टिकोण और कड़ी मेहनत के लिए जाना जाता है। रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह ने भी सीआईएसएफ कर्मियों को उनके स्थापना दिवस पर शुभकामनाएं दी। रक्षा मंत्री ने ट्वीट करते हुए कहा कि सीआईएसएफ कर्मियों और उनके परिवारों को स्थापना दिवस की बधाई। सीआईएसएफ अपने व्यावसायिकता और क्षमता के लिए जाना जाता है। ये बल भारत के सामरिक प्रतिष्ठानों को सुरक्षित करने में बेहतरीन योगदान देता है। गृहमंत्री अमित शाह ने भी सीआईएसएफ के कर्मियों को स्थापना दिवस की शुभकामनाएं दी और कहा, सीआईएसएफ भारत के महत्वपूर्ण बुनियादी ढांचे को सार्वजनिक स्थानों को सुरक्षित करने में सहायक है। राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के प्रति उनकी अटूट प्रतिबद्धता की वजह से उनको सलाम। आज सशस्त्र सीमा बल की 59वीं वर्षगांठ मनाई जा रही है। इस अवसर पर लखीमपुर खीरी स्थित एसएसबी की 3री बटालियन में वर्षगांठ समारोह का आयोजन किया गया। इस समारोह में वर्षगांठ परेड का आयोजन किया गया। केंद्रीय गृह राज्य मंत्री नित्यानंद राय कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि के तौर पर शामिल हुए। वहीं केंद्रीय गृह राज्य मंत्री अजय मिश्र टेनी कार्यक्रम में विशिष्ट अतिथि के तौर पर उन्होंने शिरकत की।
सीमा बल की 59वीं वर्षगांठ की इस भव्य परेड के शुभ अवसर पर मैं समस्त एसएसबी कर्मियों एवं उनके परिवारजनों को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। सेवा, सुरक्षा और बंधुत्व के ध्येय वाक्य के साथ राष्ट्र की सेवा और सुरक्षा में तैनात एसएसबी का एक गौरवशाली इतिहास रहा है। एसएसबी की स्थापना भारत चीन युद्ध के पश्चात 1963 में की गई थी। तब से एसएसबी लगातार पूरी निष्ठा और समर्पण के साथ राष्ट्र सेवा में अपना महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दे रहा है।
लोकसभा अध्यक्ष ओम बिरला आज बहरीन के दौरे पर पहुंचे। बहरीन संसद शूरा के उपाध्यक्ष जमाल फाखरू ने मनामा हवाई अड्डे पर ओम बिरला का गर्मजोशी से स्वागत किया। बहरीन के कई सांसदों ने भी ओम बिरला का स्वागत किया। बहरीन की राजधानी मनामा में IPU के 146वें सम्मेलन का आयोजन हो रहा है। ओम बिरला के अगुवाई में भारतीय दल सम्मेलन में भाग लेगा। ओम बिरला आज IPU अध्यक्ष दुआर्ते पेचेको से मुलाकात करेंगे और इसके साथ ही बहरीन में भारतीय समुदाय से संवाद भी। वाहनों की ढुलाई से वजह से रेलवे ने रिकॉर्ड कमाई की है। भारतीय रेलवे ने पिछले 1 साल में ऑटोमोबाइल यातायात में 60% की वृद्धि की। परिवहन का एक स्वच्छ माध्यम होने के कारण रेलवे न केवल ऑटोमोबाइल उद्योग को बड़ी संख्या में वाहनों को लंबी दूरी तक के परिवहन में मदद करता है, बल्कि कार्बन फुटप्रिंट्स को कम करने का अवसर भी देता है। केंद्र सरकार ने डिजिटल इंडिया एक्ट 2023 की औपचारिक रूपरेखा पेश की है। सरकार इंटरनेट बिचौलियों के लिए सेफ हार्बर प्रदान करने पर उसे इस प्रावधान को हटाने पर विचार कर रही है। मसौदा अप्रैल में आ सकता है और संसद में अंतिम मंजूरी के लिए पेश किए जाने से पहले लगभग 45 से 60 दिनों के लिए इसे सार्वजनिक विमर्श के अन्य चरणों से गुजरना होगा। वक्त एक छोटे से ब्रेक का।
शुरू करो, डालो बुनियाद, घर महल नजर आएगा। वंडर लाइए, वंडर अपनाइए, फर्क नजर आएगा। वंडर सीमेंट, फर्क नजर आएगा।
Invest once and enjoy guaranteed maturity with life cover with LIC's Dhan Varsha, a single premium plan for your family's security and prosperity.
ब्रेक के बाद सभी का स्वागत। केंद्रीय मंत्री अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर ने विदेश में दिए गए राहुल गांधी के बयानों की आलोचना की है। उन्होंने कहा कि राहुल गांधी विदेशी शक्ति परस्त, माओवादी और जिहादियों की भाषा बोल रहे हैं और कांग्रेस पार्टी को उनके इन बयानों पर अपना पक्ष साफ करना चाहिए।
के दंगों की मुख्य आरोपी कांग्रेस पार्टी, जिसने हजारों सिखों की जान लेने का काम किया है। सिख न्याय के लिए 30 साल तक भागते रहे। मोदी जी की सरकार आई तब जाकर SIT का गठन किया गया। यही नहीं, हेमकुंड साहब तक रोपवे बनाने की बात हो, करतारपुर कॉरिडोर खोलने की बात हो, गुरु ग्रंथ साहब अफगानिस्तान से वापस लाने की बात हो, सिखों को अफगानिस्तान से बाकी देशों से सुरक्षित बचाकर वापस लाने की बात हो, गुरुओं के 550वां प्रकाशोत्सव, गुरु नानक देव जी का 400वां प्रकाशोत्सव, गुरु तेग बहादुर जी का धूमधाम से मनाने का काम हो तो मोदी सरकार ने किया है। ये दुर्भाग्य है कि राहुल गांधी जी, सिखों के लिए तो आप कुछ कर नहीं पाए, दंगे करवाने का ही आपने काम किया है और आज आप जहर फैलाने का काम भी कर रहे हैं।
कहते हैं कि सपनों को हासिल करने के लिए उम्र का कोई बंधन नहीं होता। एर्नाकुलम की रहने वाली 72 साल की राधा मणि अपने जीवन से इस बात को साबित कर रही हैं। इस वरिष्ठ महिला के पास विभिन्न वाहनों के लिए 11 ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस हैं। अब केवल 2 लाइसेंस बचे हैं, एक ट्रेन चलाने का और दूसरा हवाई जहाज उड़ाने के लिए। राधा मणि को लोग प्यार से मनियम्मा कहते हैं।
मिलिए एर्नाकुलम की रहने वाली 72 साल की राधा मणि से। राधा मणि को स्थानीय लोग प्यार से मनियम्मा कहते हैं। दरअसल मनियम्मा के पति ललन ने 1981 में कार चलाने के लिए पहला ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस लेने के लिए प्रेरित किया। ये तो बस एक शुरुआत थी। बाद में मनियम्मा का जीवन ड्राइविंग के क्षेत्र में आसमान छूते सपनों को साकार करने का था। सबसे पहले उन्हें कार चलाने का लाइसेंस मिला और बाद में लॉरी, बस, JCB क्रेन, ट्रेलर, फोर्कलिफ्ट, रोड रोलर, दोपहिया और ऑटो चलाने का लाइसेंस भी मिला और अंत में पेट्रोलियम उत्पादों को ले जाने वाले वाहनों को चलाने का लाइसेंस भी मरियम्मा को हासिल हो गया।
इंडिया बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड पुरस्कार या मान्यता प्राप्त इंडिया बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड्स में मेरा नाम दर्ज हो गया है और बेंगलोर स्थित JCB इंडिया ने मुझे सम्मानित किया है। मेरी उपलब्धियों के लिए विभिन्न पहचान भी प्राप्त की। पहले महिलाएं धीमी गति से सीखती थी, लेकिन आज नहीं। आज की पीढ़ी में महिलाएं पुरुषों के बराबर हैं। मेरे अनुभव में महिलाएं ड्राइविंग के दौरान ज्यादा सावधान रहती हैं। मैं आज तक अपने करियर में कभी दुर्घटना का शिकार नहीं हुई। नई पीढ़ी में इस सीमा से अधिक वाहन चलाने की प्रवृत्ति है। जो भी चला रहा है, चाहे वह महिला हो या पुरुष, उन्हें दुर्घटनाओं से बचने के लिए सावधान रहने की जरूरत है।
मनियम्मा ने 1 दर्जन लाइसेंस हासिल कर इंडिया बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड्स में भी अपनी जगह बनाई है। ड्राइविंग के क्षेत्र में एक बड़ी क्रांति लाने के बाद मनियम्मा अब ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग में डिप्लोमा हासिल करने की कोशिश कर रही हैं। महिलाओं के लिए मनियम्मा हमेशा ही गर्व का स्रोत रही हैं। दरअसल जब उन्होंने कोची के थोप्पुमडी में A to Z नामक एक ड्राइविंग स्कूल शुरू किया तो उन्हें सभी वाहनों की सवारी करने के लिए प्रशिक्षित होने की जरूरत महसूस हुई। ऐसे समय में जब केरल में भारी वाहनों के लिए ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस प्राप्त करने के लिए कोई प्रशिक्षण संस्थान नहीं थे, उन्होंने लंबी कानूनी लड़ाई के बाद इस तरह के संस्थान की स्थापना की। राधामणि गर्व से कहती हैं कि वो केरल में भारी वाहनों के लाइसेंस के लिए प्रशिक्षण संस्थान शुरू करने वाली पहली व्यक्ति हैं। 4 दशक पहले लोग उन्हें कार चलाते देखकर हैरान रह जाते थे। कई लोग तो उनका मजाक भी उड़ाते थे, लेकिन आज वही लोग उनकी उपलब्धियों के बारे में जानने के बाद उनसे मिलने आते हैं। वो मानती हैं कि अगर वो 72 साल की उम्र में भी भारी वाहनों को चला सकती हैं, तो बाकी लोग क्यों नहीं कोशिश कर सकते।
मैंने 31 साल की उम्र में 4 व्हीलर लाइसेंस लिया, फिर 3 साल बाद हैवी व्हीकल ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस लिया। बाद में जब मुझे दिन प्रतिदिन की गतिविधियों के लिए 2 पहिया वाहन की आवश्यकता महसूस हुई तो मैंने इसे सीखा। उसके बाद जब हमने फोर्क लिफ्ट, क्रेन आदि उपकरणों के लिए संस्थान शुरू किया तो मैंने लाइसेंस ले लिया।
ड्राइविंग के क्षेत्र में महिलाओं के लिए रोजगार के कई अवसर हैं। ये एक स्वागत योग्य कदम है कि कई महिलाएं ड्राइविंग को अपना जुनून बना रही हैं और बड़ी संख्या में महिलाएं ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस प्राप्त कर रही हैं। ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, डीडी न्यूज।
खबर नेपाल से, जहां की विशेष अदालत ने भ्रष्टाचार के दोषी ठहराए जा चुके देश के पूर्व मंत्री बद्री प्रसाद न्यौपाने को 9 साल की जेल की सजा सुनाई है। विशेष अदालत ने 28 फरवरी को न्यौपाने और अन्य को काठमांडू के भुक्टी मंडप की जमीन को पट्टे पर देने के मामले में भ्रष्टाचार का दोषी ठहराया था। विशेष अदालत के फैसले के मुताबिक 2,03,66,803 नेपाली रुपए का अर्थदंड न जमा करने पर न्यौपाने को 6 महीने की अतिरिक्त कैद भुगतनी होगी। वहीं पूर्व मंत्री टेक बहादुर ओरंग को शराबी पाए जाने पर 1,21,84,401 नेपाली रुपए जुर्माने की सजा सुनाई गई। खबर जर्मनी से, जहां के हैम्बर्ग शहर में एक चर्च में गोलीबारी की घटना सामने आई। हमले में 6 लोग मारे गए और कई लोग घायल हुए। हैम्बर्ग पुलिस हमले के कारणों की जांच कर रही है। पुलिस सीसीटीवी फुटेज की मदद से आरोपी को पकड़ने में जुटी हुई है। हालांकि ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि शायद इस गोलीबारी में ही हमलावर मारा गया। घटनास्थल पर बड़ी संख्या में सुरक्षा बलों को मौके पर तैनात किया गया। जर्मनी की एक समाचार एजेंसी ने कहा कि गोलीबारी की घटना के बाद आसपास के सड़कों को बंद कर दिया गया। हैम्बर्ग के मेयर ने हमले में मारे गए लोगों के प्रति शोक संवेदना व्यक्त की है। इजराइल में न्यायिक सुधारों के खिलाफ विरोध प्रदर्शन जारी है। प्रदर्शनकारियों ने नेतन्याहू सरकार पर लोकतांत्रिक शासन को खतरे में डालने का आरोप लगाया। प्रदर्शनकारियों ने प्रधानमंत्री बेंजामिन नेतन्याहू की विदेश यात्रा से पहले और अमेरिकी रक्षा मंत्री के दौरे के दौरान हवाई अड्डे तक जाने वाले मार्ग को बंद कर दिया। इजराइल के राष्ट्रपति ने कहा कि प्रधानमंत्री बेंजामिन नेतन्याहू की सरकार को प्रस्तावित न्यायिक कानून को छोड़ देना चाहिए। अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति जो बाइडेन ने टैक्स के नियमों में बदलाव किया। उन्होंने आर्थिक रूप से मजबूत लोगों पर टैक्स की सीमा में बढ़ोतरी की है। बाइडेन ने कहा कि अगले 10 वर्षों में राजकोषीय घाटे को $3 ट्रिलियन से भी कम किया जाएगा। बाइडेन ने कहा कि हमने पहले 2 वर्षों में काफी प्रगति की। वहीं रिपब्लिकन सांसदों ने जो बाइडेन के टैक्स नियमों की आलोचना की है। गोल्डमैन सैक्स के पूर्व बैंकर रॉजर एनजी को मलेशिया के सॉवरेन वेल्थ फंड से अरबों डॉलर की लूट के मामले में 10 साल जेल की सजा सुनाई गई। रॉजर एनजी मलेशिया में गोल्डमैन सैक्स की निवेश बैंकिंग के प्रमुख हैं और उन्हें अपने पूर्व बॉस टिम लिसनर के फंड से घोटाला करने में मदद के साथ साथ सरकारी अधिकारियों को रिश्वत देने का दोषी पाया गया। अदालत ने उनको दोषी बताते हुए मलेशिया में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और आर्थिक विकास के लिए बनाए फंड से धन चुराने का भी आरोपी बताया है। रूस ने यूक्रेन के कई शहरों में मिसाइल्स और ड्रोन्स की बौछार कर दी। इन हमलों में कम से कम 9 नागरिकों की मौत हुई है। इन हवाई हमलों में ब्लैक सी, बंदरगाह नगर ओडिशा, राजधानी कीव और खार्किव में इमारतें और बुनियादी ढांचे को बुरी तरह प्रभावित किया गया है। हमले से राजधानी कीव और खार्किव सहित देश के प्रमुख शहरों में बिजली गुल हो गई। देश में फिलहाल बिजली बहाल करने का काम जारी है। यूक्रेन के शहरों पर रूसी मिसाइलों के हमलों के बाद देश के कई इलाकों में बिजली गुल है। यूक्रेनी राष्ट्रपति ज़ेलेंस्की ने बताया कि देश भर में ऊर्जा सुविधाओं को शुरू करने के लिए विशेष टीमें काम कर रही हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि हमलों से यूरोप का सबसे बड़ा परमाणु संयंत्र भी मुख्य ग्रिड से हट गया। राष्ट्रपति ज़ेलेंस्की ने बताया कि रूस ने अपने हमले में 6 किंजल हाइपरसोनिक क्रूज मिसाइल्स का इस्तेमाल किया। नाइजीरिया के लागोस में एक भीषण हादसा हुआ है। देश के वाणिज्यिक केंद्र लागोस में एक ट्रेन ने सार्वजनिक बस को टक्कर मार दी। हादसा शहर के इकेजा एक्सेस में एक बस स्टॉप पर हुआ। 2 लोगों की मौके पर मौत हुई जबकि 4 अन्य ने अस्पताल में दम तोड़ दिया। हादसे में 74 लोग घायल हुए जिनमें कुछ की हालत गंभीर। अगर इंसान की पहचान करनी हो तो उसका फिंगरप्रिंट ले सकते हैं, पर जरा सोचिए अगर आपको अपने पालतू जानवर की पहचान करनी हो, थोड़ा मुश्किल लग रहा है ना? पर इसी मुश्किल को आसान कर दिखाया एक दक्षिण कोरियाई कंपनी पेट नाउ ने अपने पेट आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऐप के जरिए। क्या है पूरा माजरा, देखते हैं इस रिपोर्ट के जरिए।
हमारे पेट्स हमारे जीवन का अहम हिस्सा होते हैं। ऐसे में अगर वो खो जाएं तो उन्हें ढूंढना काफी मुश्किल होता है। पर अब एक दक्षिण कोरियाई कंपनी पेट नाउ ने बार्सिलोना के मोबाइल वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस में अपने पेट आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऐप का प्रदर्शन किया और ये उम्मीद जताई कि ये माइक्रोचिप्स टैग और कॉलर की जगह पर आसानी से काम करेगा, जो आमतौर पर पालतू जानवरों के मालिक अपनी पेट की पहचान करने के लिए उपयोग करते हैं। पेट नाउ ऐप का इस्तेमाल कुत्ते की नाक और बिल्ली के चेहरे का उपयोग करके उनकी पहचान करने के लिए करता है।
इंसानों के पास उंगलियों के निशान होते हैं, इसलिए हर कुत्ते और हर बिल्ली की अपनी अनूठी नाक का प्रिंट होता है। इसलिए हम पालतू जानवरों की आईडी के रूप में इसका इस्तेमाल करते हैं। हमारा लक्ष्य माइक्रोचिपिंग को बदलना है।
ली का मानना है कि जिस तरह से इंसानों के पास अपने अपने उंगलियों के निशान होते हैं जो समय के साथ नहीं बदलते हैं, उसी तरह कुत्ते और बिल्लियों की नाक भी काम करती है। पेट नाउ ऐप का उपयोग करके कुत्ते और बिल्ली के मालिक अपने पालतू जानवरों के चेहरे को रजिस्टर कर सकते हैं। अगर जानवर खो जाता है तो उसके मालिक के पास एक आसान तरीका होता है जिससे वो अपने पालतू जानवर की इस ऐप के जरिए पहचान कर सकते हैं। ये ऐप आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से चलता है। कंपनी के अनुसार ये ऐप AI सुविधाओं के साथ तेजी से नाक को ट्रैक करता है। ये ऐप आपके पालतू जानवर की कुछ अच्छी तस्वीरें भी लेता है, जिसकी मदद से ये ऐप बेहतर तरीके से स्कैन करने के काम भी आता है।
इन जानवरों की नाक पर एक अनूठा नाक पैटर्न है, तो ये एक पैटर्न है, इसलिए आपको नोज प्रिंट के बारे में चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है।
ये एक नया और अनोखा तरीका है अपने पालतू जानवरों की पहचान के साथ ही ये ऐप आपके और आपके पेट की सारी जानकारी एक जगह पर संभाल कर रखता है। ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, DD न्यूज।
और भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्रियों के बीच आज वार्षिक शिखर सम्मेलन हो रहा है। इसमें दोनों देशों के बीच कई अहम मुद्दों पर बातचीत होगी। जिस तरह से हमने देखा था कि हैदराबाद हाउस में पहुंचे थे कुछ देर पहले ऑस्ट्रेलियन प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी एल्बनीजे और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के बीच ये द्विपक्षीय वार्ता हो रही है। तो 4 दिवसीय दौरे पर हैं ऑस्ट्रेलियाई प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी एल्बनीज़ी। भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया अहमदाबाद टेस्ट मैच का आज दूसरा दिन है। ताज़ा समाचार मिलने तक ऑस्ट्रेलिया ने अब तक पहली पारी में 4 विकेट खोकर 301 रन बना लिए। इस मैच में ऑस्ट्रेलिया ने कल टॉस जीतकर पहले बल्लेबाजी का फैसला किया था। ऑस्ट्रेलिया की शुरुआत अच्छी रही थी और ट्रेविस हेड और उस्मान ख्वाजा ने पहले विकेट के लिए 61 रन जोड़े। हेड 32 रन बनाकर अश्विन का शिकार बने। लाबुशेन को मोहम्मद शमी ने बोल्ड किया। इसके बाद स्टीवन स्मिथ और उस्मान ख्वाजा ने पारी को आगे बढ़ाया। स्मिथ 38 रन बनाकर आउट हुए। पीटर हैंड्सकॉम्ब ने 17 के स्कोर पर मोहम्मद शमी को आउट किया। इसके बाद ख्वाजा ने कैमरून ग्रीन के साथ मिलकर रन बनाना जारी रखा। ख्वाजा और ग्रीन के बीच शतकीय साझेदारी हो गई। उस्मान ख्वाजा शतक लगाकर क्रीज पर अभी डटे हुए हैं, वहीं कैमरून ग्रीन ने अपने अर्धशतक को पूरा किया। और देखते हैं खेल जगत से जुड़ी खबरें फटाफट अंदाज में। विमेन प्रीमियर लीग में कल खेले गए मैच।
प्रीमियर लीग में आज रॉयल चैलेंजर्स बैंगलोर और यूपी वॉरियर्स की टीमें आमने सामने होंगी। आरसीबी प्रतियोगिता में लगातार 3 हार झेल चुकी है। टीम की स्टार कप्तान स्मृति मंधाना अब तक कोई बड़ी पारी नहीं खेल सकी हैं। तीनों मैच में वे ऑफ स्पिनर्स के खिलाफ आउट हुई। वहीं यूपी वॉरियर्स के पास भी एलिसा हिली के रूप में शानदार कप्तान है, लेकिन वे भी दोनों मैच में पावर प्ले में आउट हो गई थी। आरसीबी को प्रतियोगिता में अपनी पहली जीत की तलाश है। यूपी वॉरियर्स ने गुजरात जायंट्स के खिलाफ लक्ष्य का पीछा करते हुए शानदार जीत दर्ज की थी, लेकिन दिल्ली कैपिटल्स के खिलाफ उन्हें हार का सामना करना पड़ा था। ऐसे में वॉरियर्स की टीम पिछले मैच में मिली हार के बाद जीत के ट्रैक पर वापस लौटना चाहेगी। विमेंस प्रीमियर लीग में गुरुवार को खेले गए मैच में मुंबई इंडियंस ने दिल्ली कैपिटल्स को 8 विकेट से शिकस्त दी। दिल्ली कैपिटल्स ने पहले बल्लेबाजी करते हुए 18 ओवर में 105 रन बनाए। टीम के लिए कप्तान मैगलेनिंग ने सर्वाधिक 43 रन बनाए। मुंबई ने शानदार गेंदबाजी की और उनकी 3 गेंदबाजों ने 3-3 विकेट लिए। जवाब में मुंबई की टीम ने 15 ओवर में 2 विकेट के नुकसान पर लक्ष्य हासिल कर लिया। मुंबई की ओर से यस्तिका भाटिया ने 41 और हेली मैथ्यूज ने 32 रन की पारी खेली। मुंबई इंडियंस की टीम 3 मैच में 3 जीत के बाद 6 अंक के साथ शीर्ष पर बरकरार है। वहीं दिल्ली की टीम 3 मैच में 4 अंक लेकर दूसरे स्थान पर है। बांग्लादेश ने टी20 सीरीज के पहले मैच में इंग्लैंड को 6 विकेट से हरा दिया। बांग्लादेश ने टॉस जीतकर पहले गेंदबाजी का फैसला किया। इंग्लैंड ने 20 ओवर में 6 विकेट पर 156 रन बनाए। टीम के लिए कप्तान जोस बटलर ने सर्वाधिक 67 रन की पारी खेली। बांग्लादेश की ओर से हसन महमूद ने 2 विकेट लिए। जवाब में बांग्लादेश की टीम ने 18 ओवर में 4 विकेट खोकर लक्ष्य हासिल कर लिया। बांग्लादेश की ओर से नजमुल हुसैन शांतो ने अर्धशतकीय पारी खेली। इस जीत के साथ बांग्लादेश ने 3 मैच की सीरीज में 1-0 की बढ़त बना ली है। ब्रिटेन की एमा राडुकानू ने चोट और बीमारी से जूझने के बावजूद इंडियन वेल्स इवेंट के पहले दौर में जीत दर्ज की। 20 साल की राडुकानू ने डैंका कोविनिच को 6-2, 6-3 से मात दी। 2021 की यूएस ओपन चैंपियन राडुकानू का अगला मुकाबला पोलैंड की मैग्डालिनेट से होगा। मैनचेस्टर यूनाइटेड ने यूरोपा लीग के राउंड ऑफ 16 के पहले लेग में रियल बेटिस को 4-1 से मात दी। प्रीमियर लीग में लिवरपूल के खिलाफ मिली करारी शिकस्त के बाद ये जीत मैन्यू के लिए काफी राहत लेकर आई। मैन्यू के लिए मार्कस रैशफोर्ड, एंटनी, ब्रूनो फर्नांडेज और वेगोस ने गोल किए। इस जीत के बाद मैन्यू शानदार स्थिति में है। दूसरे लेग का मुकाबला अगले हफ्ते सेविया में खेला जाएगा। आर्सेनल ने यूरोपा लीग के राउंड ऑफ 16 के पहले लेग में स्पोर्टिंग लिस्बन के साथ 2-2 से ड्रॉ खेला। प्रीमियर लीग में शीर्ष पर चल रही आर्सेनल के लिए डिफेंडर विलियम सलीबा ने पहला गोल किया। इसके बाद आर्सेनल की खराब डिफेंडिंग का फायदा उठाते हुए स्पोर्टिंग लिस्बन ने 2 गोल कर दिए। मेजबान टीम के जापानी मिडफील्डर हिदेमासा मोरिता के गोल ने आर्सेनल को मैच में बराबरी दिलाई। अब रिटर्न लेग अगले गुरुवार को एमिरेट्स स्टेडियम में खेला जाएगा। आर्सेनल के मैनेजर का कहना है कि उनकी टीम को लगातार मैच जीतने हैं तो अपने प्रदर्शन में काफी सुधार करना होगा। स्पोर्ट्स डेस्क, डीडी न्यूज।
नगरी नगरी द्वारे द्वारे लता मंगेशकर की सुरीली आवाज में मदर इंडिया फिल्म का ये गीत अगर हम आपको संस्कृत में सुनवाएं तो आप आश्चर्य में पड़ जाएंगे, लेकिन संस्कृत में बॉलीवुड के सदाबहार गीतों की हमारी साप्ताहिक प्रस्तुति अगर आप देख रहे हैं तो ये आपके लिए आश्चर्य की बात नहीं होनी चाहिए। पेश है डीडी न्यूज के संस्कृत कार्यक्रम वार्तावली के एल्बम से एक और मधुर गीत। आप इसका आनंद लीजिए, हमें दीजिए इजाजत। नमस्कार।
नगरे द्वारे द्वारे अन्वेष्यते मया भरता। नगरे नगरे द्वारे द्वारे अन्वेष्यते मया भरता। प्रेमी प्रेमी रटन्त्यहन्तु सञ्जाता प्रमत्ता। नगरे नगरे द्वारे द्वारे अन्वेष्यते मया भरता। पीडाहीन वल्लभेन सन्दग्धा शोकानले। सन्दग्धा शोकानले विरहस्याग्निकणसंभरितः दुःखिन्याः सौभाग्ये। दुःखिन्याः सौभाग्ये पलं पलं मे मनः रोदिति उच्छलिता द्रुघटिका। नगरे नगरे द्वारे द्वारे अन्वेष्यते मया भरता। समागता लोचनयो नीत्वा स्नेहस्य काकानिद्रा। स्नेहस्य काकानिद्रा यामि द्वे नेत्रजले नीत्वा पराभूय सर्वा आशाः। पराभूय सर्वाशाः जगतः मेले जीवनस्य पोटलिका वैलुण्ठिता। नगरे नगरे द्वारे द्वारे अन्वेष्यते मया भरता।
An own goal by the host Japanese midfielder Hidemasa Morita ensured Arsenal will start on level terms when the teams meet in the return leg at the Emirates Stadium next Thursday. Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta says his side must improve massively if they are to continue winning games. And now, as we wind up news on the hour, a little watch out for you. Strawberries are normally red, but farmers in southwestern Japan are busy harvesting a version that comes in white. 5 farms in Karatsu city grow this prized fruit. The white strawberries with red seeds have a mild sweetness and aromatic flavor. The fruit is grown without any chemicals. So before we end this edition of News on the Hour, we are leaving you with the glimpses of this rare fruit, white strawberries. Take a look. Namaskar.
Politics hots up in Maldives as election nears. Can President Soleh retain power?
The prospects of us winning this election is very good.
Or will allies play spoilsport?
Are his actions becoming a liability of sorts for the party?
I hope that we will be able to clear all these and move forward united.
Watch an exclusive interview of Maldives Foreign Minister Abdullah Shahid at 8:30 p.m. on Friday, 10th March, only on DD India.
Since you've studied agriculture so extensively, and India is an agricultural country, where do you think we're lacking?
Very large base of marginal farmers. We have not been able to bring in technology into our agriculture in a big way. Farm mechanization has not happened on the scale that should have happened decades ago. But the new vision of the Honorable Prime Minister is certainly making a big change. The 1 lakh crore agricultural infrastructure fund is a huge fund infusion, financial kind of induction into the agricultural sector. This is going to change the way that agriculture is done in this country.
As the day unfolds and news and events take shape, we get you complete coverage of every news breaking in, tracking new developments as they happen. Midday Prime English, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. on DD India.
Politics hots up in Maldives as election nears. Can President Soleh retain power?
The prospects of us winning this election is very good.
Or will allies play spoilsport?
Are his actions becoming a liability of sorts for the party?
I hope that we will be able to clear all these and move forward united.
Watch an exclusive interview of Maldives Foreign Minister Abdullah Shahid at 8:30 p.m. on Friday, 10th March, only on DD India.
Tell us about the experience of attending the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas convention in Indore. I'm sure you must have also been coming to India every now and then. So, what are your impressions that you've taken back from your latest visit to India?
Since Croatia, St. Petersburg, I had a lunch with the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, dinner with our Foreign Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, and got an award from our president. So they all shocked and they said how big it was. So they even could not, my friends and colleagues here, they couldn't understand what it is.
Yes.
The total government of India. And I said this is the way how the Indian look for their diaspora who was doing their honestly job.
Since you've studied agriculture so extensively, and India is an agricultural country, where do you think we're lacking?
Very large base of marginal farmers. We have not been able to bring in technology into our agriculture in a big way. Farm mechanization has not happened on the scale that should have happened decades ago. But the new vision of the Honorable Prime Minister is certainly making a big change. The 1 lakh crore agricultural infrastructure fund is a huge fund infusion, financial kind of induction into the agricultural sector. This is going to change the way that agriculture is done in this country.
G20 नए विचारों की परिकल्पना के लिए और सामूहिक एक्शन को गति देने के लिए एक ग्लोबल प्राइम मूवर की तरह काम करें। वैश्विक विकास महिलाओं की भागीदारी के बिना संभव नहीं है। भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता की थीम वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर में पूर्ण रूप से समाहित है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his Australian counterpart Anthony Albanese hold annual summit today. Discussion on areas of cooperation under the India-Australia Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. Visiting Lee to also call on President Draupadi Murmu. Visiting Prime Minister Albanese accorded ceremonial reception at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Says Australia and India building partnership even stronger each and every day. Prime Minister Albanese pays tribute to Mahatma Gandhi at Rajghat. Deadly shooting in Germany's Hamburg church. Police say the gunman is potentially among 7 dead. Motive is being ascertained. Palestinian gunmen opened fire in Tel Aviv, wounding 3 people before being killed by police. Hamas says assault is response to West Bank firefight in which 3 Palestinian gunmen were killed on Thursday. Israeli Prime Minister labels shooting as terror attack amid rising unrest in the West Bank. Ukraine works to restore operation of energy facilities after a huge wave of Russian missiles knock out power in major cities including capital Kyiv. Zelensky says strike also briefly forced Europe's biggest nuclear power plant off the grid. In Women's Premier League, Bangalore to face off against Uttar Pradesh. Smriti Mandhana led Bangalore hope to open their account in the league after 3 matches, while UP look for their second win of the season. Good afternoon. Welcome to English News with me, Anil Thomas. Now for the stories in detail, starting first up with the Australian Prime Minister in India and bilateral talks on between Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. An opportunity there to propel the dynamic India-Australia relationship to newer heights. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Australian Prime Minister Albanese there holding the annual summit to discuss areas of cooperation under the India-Australia Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. Besides, the two sides will also hold discussions on regional and global issues of mutual interest. Earlier, Prime Minister Narendra Modi received his Australian counterpart for a ceremonial welcome at Rashtrapati Bhavan on his first state visit to India. Speaking to media after the reception, the visiting Prime Minister described Australia and India as great friends. In June 2020, which has been strengthened and deepened through frequent high-level exchanges and enhanced cooperation across sectors. Prime Minister Albanese's visit is expected to provide further momentum to the comprehensive strategic partnership between the two nations. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will inaugurate the third session of the National Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction at Vigyan Bhavan in New Delhi today. The main theme of the third session of this platform is building local resilience in a changing climate. During the event, Prime Minister will felicitate awardees of the Chandra Bose Aapda Prabandhan Puraskar. The winners of the 2023 Puraskar are Odisha State Disaster Management Authority and the Lunglei Fire Station in Mizoram. Prime Minister will also inaugurate the exhibition for showcasing the innovative ideas and initiatives, tools and technologies in the field of disaster risk reduction. NPDRR is a multi-stakeholder platform constituted by the Government of India to facilitate dialogue, sharing experiences, views, ideas, action-oriented research and explore opportunities in the area of disaster risk reduction. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has extended best wishes to the CISF personnel and their families on the raising day of Central Industrial Security Forces. In a tweet, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "On their raising day, best wishes to all CISF personnel. The CISF has a vital role in our security apparatus. They provide round-the-clock security at key locations, including critical and strategic infrastructure. The force is known for its hard work and professional outlook." Well, this year's budget strengthens government's efforts towards women-led development. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in his remarks at a post-budget webinar on the same, highlighted that in the last 9 years, India is moving forward with the vision of women-led development and taking it to the global stage. He said that women-led development is one of the significant topics at the G20 summit too.
बीते 9 वर्षों में देश विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के विजन को लेकर आगे बढ़ा है। भारत ने अपने बीते वर्षों के अनुभव को देखते हुए विमेन डेवलपमेंट से विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के प्रयासों को वैश्विक मंच पर भी ले जाने का प्रयास किया है। इस बार भारत की अध्यक्षता में हो रही G20 की बैठकों में भी ये विषय प्रमुखता से छाया हुआ है। इस वर्ष का बजट भी विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के इन प्रयासों को नई गति देगा और इसमें आप सभी की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है।
Prime Minister stressed that today women are excelling in all the fields. He said that women's participation in India has not only increased, but they are leading in every field.
पिछले कुछ वर्षों में भारत ने जिस प्रकार विमेन एम्पावरमेंट के लिए काम किया है, आज उसके परिणाम नजर आने लगे हैं। आज हम देख रहे हैं कि भारत में पुरुषों की तुलना में महिलाओं की संख्या बढ़ रही है। पिछले 9-10 वर्षों में हाई स्कूल या उसके आगे की पढ़ाई करने वाली लड़कियों की संख्या 3 गुना बढ़ी है। भारत में साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, इंजीनियरिंग और मैथ्स में लड़कियों का एनरोलमेंट आज 43% तक पहुंच चुका है और ये समृद्ध देश, विकसित देश, अमेरिका हो, यूके हो, जर्मनी हो, इन सबसे भी ज्यादा है।
Well, talking about Mudra loan, Prime Minister Modi said that 70% beneficiaries of the scheme are women. He added that they are increasing earnings of their families and opening new economic avenues for the nation.
आज भारत में ऐसे अनेक क्षेत्र हैं जिनमें महिला शक्ति का सामर्थ्य नजर आता है। जिन करोड़ों लोगों को मुद्रा लोन दिए गए, उनमें से करीब 70% लाभार्थी देश की महिलाएं हैं। ये करोड़ों महिलाएं अपने परिवार की आय ही नहीं बढ़ा रही है, बल्कि अर्थव्यवस्था के नए आयाम भी खोल रही है।
Well, time now for us to slip into a short breather here on the news. On the other side, news continues. Stay with us on DD India.
As the day unfolds and news and events take shape, we get you complete coverage of every news breaking in, tracking new developments as they happen, Midday Prime English, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. on DD India. Your window to rising India. India's voice on global platforms. Latest news from India and around the world. In-depth analysis of global headlines. Watch DD India in your country. Available for downlink in Central Asian countries. STTV broadcast is available through the satellite GSAT 17 at 93.5 degrees east. HDTV broadcast is available through the satellite GSAT 10 at 83 degrees east. For technical details, scan here. Switch to DD India now.
Well, moving forward to international updates, starting first up with Germany, where a shocker of an incident has happened, where at least 7 people were killed and 8 others critically injured in a shooting at a Jehovah's Witness church in the northern city of Hamburg. Police say they found a dead person at the scene who they believe may have been a perpetrator, and investigations are continuing. Germany's news agency, citing a reporter on the scene, said that local residents in the northern Asteldorf district of Hamburg had received warnings on their mobile phones of a life-threatening situation and that streets have been sealed off. The mayor of Hamburg, home to Germany's biggest port, expressed shock over the incident. Moving to Israel, where in another shooting incident, a Palestinian gunman opened fire in Tel Aviv on Thursday, wounding 3 people before being killed by police in what Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu labeled a terror attack amid rising unrest in the West Bank. The Islamist militant group Hamas claimed the shooter, a 23-year-old from the occupied West Bank, as a member. Police cordoned off a corner in Dizengoff Street in the city center where the attack took place. A restaurant was empty after customers apparently fled mid-meal. Medics treated the wounded on the sidewalk nearby. The shooting followed a spate of attacks by Palestinians around Jerusalem and in the West Bank that have killed 13 Israelis and a Ukrainian woman since late January. Over the past year, Israeli forces have made thousands of arrests in the West Bank and killed more than 200 Palestinians, including both fighters and civilians. More than 40 Israelis have died in attacks by Palestinians over the same period. Earlier on Thursday, Israeli forces killed 3 gunmen from the militant Islamic Jihad group in a gun battle in the West Bank. Hamas said the Tel Aviv shooting was in response to that. As Israel is witnessing mass protests, the country's President Isaac Herzog has said that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government should abandon proposed legislation to overhaul the country's judiciary in favor of a model with broad national support. The government's proposal has sparked mass protests across Israel, and Herzog has been mediating between the two sides. Israelis protesting judicial reform sought by the hard-right government converged on the country's main airport on Thursday in a bid to disrupt a trip abroad by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as a visit by the U.S. Defense Secretary. Netanyahu, on trial on graft charges he denies, says the reform would restore balance between the branches of government. Though it is yet to be written into law, the judicial overall plan has hit the shekel and stirred concern abroad for Israel's democratic health. Polls have found that most Israelis want it shelved or amended to satisfy a national consensus. Moving to updates from Russia-Ukraine war, Russia has launched a fresh barrage of missiles and drones targeting various Ukrainian cities on Thursday. The strikes killed at least 9 civilians and knocked out power in the country's major cities, including Kharkiv and capital Kyiv. Traffic lights were not working and noise produced by power generators were heard on the street of Kharkiv city. Local residents gathered next to an invisibility point to charge their mobile phones using a power generator. The country has been working to restore power. The mass strikes on targets far from the front were the first such wave since mid-Feb and shattered the longest calm since Moscow began an air campaign against Ukraine's civil infrastructure 5 months ago. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky informed that specialized teams have been working to restore the operation of energy facilities across the country. Zelensky said that the attacks also briefly forced Europe's biggest nuclear power plant off the grid. The president added that Russian strikes included 6 Kinzhal hypersonic cruise missiles, one of Moscow's most valued weapons.
Restoration works at energy facilities continue all day. The most difficult Kharkiv, Zaitomir region, it's not easy in Odessa. In the Dnepropetrovsk region, in Kiev, in Zaporizhia, repair teams, power engineering specialists, local authorities, central government, everyone will work as long as necessary to restore power supply to the cities and areas that experience problems at the moment. I thank everyone who is working on this. By the way, as a result of this strike, the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant was again disconnected from the power grid. This is a critical situation, and Russia is deliberately creating such a critical situation at our nuclear facilities.
Well, Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova said on Thursday that the European Union is completely ignoring any talks on the need to carry out an investigation on the Nord Stream gas pipeline 1 and 2 blast. Russia has repeatedly asked to be allowed to join the investigation into the blast, which ruptured 3 of the 4 pipelines of the Nord Stream 1 and 2 gas links that connect Russia to Germany under the Baltic Sea.
They do not connect us to the investigation. They even made attempts to blame us. They will come up with any excuses. They even thought of it to the point that it's impossible to comment on anything until the end of the investigation. And this despite the fact that all through life, I mean the latest history, they ran first to the microphone, first in order to not only comment, but also to accuse and pass judgment in connection with what they themselves did in many provocative ways. The same Salisbury, Amesbury, all types of poisoning allegedly with Novichok and so on. Now they have no right to anything and come up with more and more excuses not to be interested in fate of their own country, its economy, finances and energy security. And all these things are interconnected today.
Well, North Korea's state-run television KRT released photographs of the country's leader Kim Jong-un watching a fire assault drill before he ordered the military to intensify drills for a real war. Earlier, Pyongyang fired a short-range ballistic missile off its west coast on Thursday, South Korea's military said, adding it was analyzing possibilities that North may have launched multiple missiles simultaneously from the same area. Photographs released by KRT showed at least 6 missiles being fired at the same time. Kim was accompanied by his young daughter, who has appeared recently in a series of major events. The latest missile launches came as the United States and South Korea prepared to kick off large-scale military exercise known as the Freedom Shield drills next week. Meanwhile, another Norfolk Southern operated train derailed on Thursday in Calhoun County, Alabama, making it the country's 3rd derailment in the U.S. since February this year. Footage taken at the accident site showed multiple train cars hurtled in on top of the railways after the accident. Personnel and a crane were also seen near the area. The Calhoun County Sheriff's Office confirmed that some 30 empty train cars came off the tracks where there were no injuries nor any hazardous material threat. Chinese leader Xi Jinping has been handed a norm-busting 3rd term as president today, capping a rise that has seen him become China's most powerful leader in generations. The appointment by China's rubber stamp parliament comes after he locked in another 5 years as head of the Communist Party and the military, the 2 more significant leadership positions in Chinese politics in October. Since then, 69-year-old Xi Jinping has faced some challenges with mass protest over a zero-COVID policy and its subsequent abundant that saw countless people die in China. Those issues have been avoided at this week's National People's Congress, a carefully choreographed event that is also set to appoint Xi's ally, Li Qiang, as the new premier. The lawmakers have focused instead on a sweeping revamp of Beijing's science ministry and tech capabilities in the face of one NPC deputy described as foreign attempts at containment and suppression of the country's rise. As a Philippine Coast Guard aircraft flew over the disputed Spratly Island in the South China Sea on Thursday, a message came in over the radio telling it to immediately leave Chinese territory. Such warnings from a Chinese Coast Guard ship have become an almost daily ritual around one of the world's most contested archipelagos, where Beijing is one of the 5 countries claiming the strategic islands, or at least some of them, as their own. China claims sovereignty over almost the entire South China Sea and has for years permanently deployed hundreds of Coast Guards and fishing vessels in disputed areas like the Spratlys, where it has dredged sand to build islands on reefs and equip them with missiles and also runways. El Salvador's San Miguel volcano spewed out fumes of smoke and ash, with officials warning of further activity at its crater. Eyewitness video shot in El Salvador showed smoke coming out of the San Miguel volcano. The authorities said the volcano, also known as Chapasticu, was a process of degassing and warned that more as explosions were likely. Well, time for us to now slip into another breather here. On the other side, international news with U.S. tax plans and U.S. plans to curb that, to bring that 3 trillion savings with the Joe Biden administration announcement. We'll get you all updates on that on the other side of this short breather.
Namaste land. Marhaban ila al-Hind. Zari India. Salam India. Namaste India.
Namaskar Bharata.
Nous sommes l'Inde. Nahnu Hunud. India. Ma Hindi Hasti. Hindian.
Salam Hindustan.
We are India.
The changing world of news. Headlines that you wake up to. News that shapes your day. Stories that matter to you. The latest and most accurate updates. A fresh start to a new day. The Breakfast News, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. on DD India.
Welcome back once again to news. U.S. President Joe Biden unveiled plans for government spending and higher taxes on the wealthy, choosing the swing state of Pennsylvania to reveal his playbook for an expected 2024 re-election bid. Speaking at the Philadelphia Union Hall, the Democratic president challenged his Republican opposition on fiscal responsibility, highlighting plans to cut the nation's deficit by nearly $3 trillion over 10 years by raising taxes on those earnings more than $400,000 a year.
In my first 2 years in office, his first 2 years, I brought down the deficit a record $1.7 trillion, more than any president has in American history, while doing all the rest of this stuff. Down. And the budget I'm introducing today is going to reduce the deficit by nearly $10 billion or $3 billion, over $1 trillion over 10 years.
Joe Biden also said that his budget is about investing in America and all of America, including places and people.
My budget is about investing in America and all of America, including places and people and folks who've been forgotten. Amid the economic upheaval of the past 4 decades, too many people have been left behind or treated like they're invisible. Not anymore. I promise you, I see you. We've got work to do, but we made a lot of progress in the first 2 years.
Well, Joe Biden's budget proposal already faces stiff opposition from Republican lawmakers emboldened by winning control of the House of Representatives in November's midterm elections. The plan, however, is a political statement that directly challenges Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's threats to block an increase in the $31.4 trillion limit on federal borrowing unless Biden agrees to rein in federal spending. McCarthy and other Republicans on Thursday described Joe Biden's budget plan as a reckless proposal. Meanwhile, Wall Street's 3 major stock index closed lower on Thursday, with bank stocks creating the biggest drag, while investors are worried that Friday's job report could spur aggressive interest rate hikes by the Federal Reserve. The dollar backed off a near 3-month high. Gold advanced and benchmark U.S. Treasury yields eased as economic data took some of the sting out of Fed Chairman Jerome Powell's hawkish 2-day congressional testimony. The S&P 500 lost 1.85%, while the Nasdaq Composite lost 2.05%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average also fell 1.66%.
I believe that markets remain on edge due to their concerns over just how aggressive the Federal Reserve is going to be in 2023. We saw back in the month of January that markets moved higher on the belief that in all likelihood we hit peak hawkishness and peak inflation. Now, as the weeks and months have rolled by, we've learned that inflation isn't going down all that quickly and is likely to stick around a little bit longer. We also see positive signs on the job fronts that leads investors to believe that perhaps the Federal Reserve is going to be more aggressive than we thought back in January.
The Bank of Japan, meanwhile, maintained ultra-low interest rate today and held off making changes to its controversial bond yield control policy, leaving options open ahead of a leadership transition in April. The meeting was the last one to be chaired by Governor Haruhiko Kurudo, who leaves behind a mixed legacy with his massive stimulus praised for pulling the economy out of deflation but straining bank profits and distorting market function with prolonged low interest rates. As widely expected, the Bank of Japan maintained its short-term interest rate target at minus 0.1% and that for the 10-year bond yields around 0% at its 2-day meeting that ended today. It also left unchanged a band set around the 10-year yield target that allows the yield to rise up to 0.5%. Former Goldman Sachs GSN banker Roger Ng was sentenced to 10 years in prison after he was convicted of helping loot billions of dollars from Malaysia's 1MDB sovereign wealth fund. A jury in Brooklyn Federal Court last April found Ng, Goldman Sachs' former head of investment banking in Malaysia, guilty of helping his former boss Tim Lesnar embezzle money from the fund, launder the proceeds and bribe government officials to win business. The charges stem from the some $6.5 billion in bonds that Goldman Sachs helped 1MDB, which was founded to finance development projects in Malaysia, sell in 2013 and 2012. U.S. prosecutors said $4.5 billion of that sum was embezzled by officials, bankers and their associates in one of the biggest scandals in Wall Street history. Funds were used to buy high-end real estate, jewelry and artwork and finance the Hollywood film The Wolf of Wall Street. According to the Department of Justice, the U.S. District Judge Margot Brody, who imposed the sentence on Thursday, said Ng and his co-defendants effectively stole money meant for infrastructure and economic development projects to aid the Malaysian people. Time for us to slip into another breather. On the other side, all the sports updates. Welcome back once again to news. Starting first up with that Australia versus India test match on in Ahmedabad there. Australia in a position of strength and Australia are cruising. Indian bowlers toiled in the first session of play. They bowled 29 overs there. Australia managed to gather 92 runs, did not lose any wickets. And Australia at this point of time, as we speak, Australia are in a position of strength. Australia 367 for the loss of 4 wickets. When reports last came in, Cameron Green there scoring his maiden test 109 runs unbeaten. Usman Khawaja going from strength to strength. 156 unbeaten there. Mohammad Shami, the pick of the bowlers, picking up 2 wickets. Ravindra Jadeja also picking up 1. But then it's been an innings of dedication and inspiration there by the 2 batsmen there in the middle for the 5th wicket there. Cameron White becoming the 6th batsman, the 6th Australian batsman there to reach his maiden 100 in India. It started with Les Pavel in 1959. Paul Sheehan in Kanpur in 1969, Dean Jones scoring the double 100 in Chennai, Michael Clarke's 151 in Bengaluru, Glenn Maxwell's 104 in Ranchi, and Cameron White there unbeaten on 109 at this point of time in Ahmedabad. So clearly it's been a batsman's paradise when one looks at the wicket, not much there for the bowlers, and Australia consolidating their position in the test match. Indian bowlers have toiled hard and tried all the bowlers, but they have been unable to break the partnership, and Australia there looking at in a comfortable position. Well, on to Women's Premier League updates there. Bangalore will be up against UP today in the outing. Smriti Mandhana led Bangalore are yet to open their account in the competition even after 3 matches. They started off their campaign with a 60-run loss to Delhi. They then lost to Mumbai by 9 wickets. Bangalore faced defeat against Gujarat, and one of the reasons for their failures this season has been the form of their star players, Smriti Mandhana, their captain, and also it is very important that the likes of Mandhana and Elise Perry rise to the occasion and deliver the goods today. UP, on the other hand, will be looking for their 2nd win of the season. The Alyssa Haley-led side started off with a win against Gujarat, but lost to Delhi in their next game. They are low on confidence, but with Bangalore next, they must ensure that they make good use of the bad run that Bangalore are facing to register a thumping win today, which will help them also improve their net run rate. Meanwhile, in Thursday's Women Premier League match, Mumbai thrashed Delhi by 8 wickets to secure their 3rd win on the trot. Chasing a paltry 106, Mumbai cantered home in 15 overs. Opener Yashtika Bhatia laid the foundation with a 32-ball 41 before Hayley Matthews and Harmanpreet sealed the chase to cap off a splendid all-round show. Matthews earlier accounted for 3 for 19, while Izzy Young's 3 for 10 and Saike Ishake's 3 for 13 in 3 overs also grabbed 3 each to shoot out Delhi for 105 in 18 overs. Skipper Meg Lannon top scored for Delhi with 43. Najmul Hussain Shanto scored 51 of 30 deliveries as Bangladesh defeated England by 6 wickets in the first of the 3-match T20 series. Shakib Al Hasan also contributed with a valuable 34 not out of 24 deliveries. Earlier, Joss Butler made 67 runs of 42 balls as England were restricted to 156 for 6 in 20 overs against Bangladesh at the Zahoor Ahmed Chaudhry Stadium in Chattogram on Thursday night. Hassan Mahmood was the pick of the bowlers for Bangladesh with figures of 2 for 26. Bangladesh skipper there, Shakib Al Hasan, has earlier won the toss and opted to bowl first in the game. On to tennis updates. Britain's Emma Raducanu overcame a build-up disrupted by injury and illness to earn a gusty first-round win at the prestigious Indian Wells event on Thursday. Raducanu at 20 was unsure she would be fit enough to play due to a recurring wrist injury. But she won in straight sets 6-2, 6-3 against Montenegro's Danka Kovinic. The 2021 US Open champion ranked 77 next faces Poland's Magda Linette. Manchester United manager Erik ten Hag hailed goal-scoring skipper Bruno Fernandes as the star man in his side's Europa League last 16 first-leg victory against Real Betis. After the horrors of Anfield and a day that will never be forgotten, Erik ten Hag would have taken this like the first glass of water to calm the hangover. Manchester United's recovery has begun. Ten Hag's United team defeated Real Betis 4-1, heading to Spanish city of Sevilla for next week's second leg. Almost certain of a place in the next round of the competition, they have every right to think they can win. Well, Premier League leaders Arsenal did enough to hold Sporting Lisbon to a 2-2 draw in a lively first leg of its Europa League last 16 tie on Thursday. French defender William Saliba put the Premier League leaders ahead with a towering header before Sporting took advantage of poor defending to score on either side of half-time through Gonzalo Inacio and Paulino. And all goals by hosts, the Japanese midfielder Hidemasa Morita, ensured Arsenal will start on level terms when the teams meet in the return leg at home in England. Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta says his side must improve massively if they are to continue winning games in Europe. Well, the newly launched Women's Premier League is aiming to become the leading competition in women's cricket. With the sums on offer in WPL, players are also likely to see the tournament as a priority. The Indian Premier League cricket has for a long time blazed a trail for men's cricket across the world.
The clamour for the ongoing WPL is growing as women in blues have earned their own fan following because of their commendable performances in the past. Last week, BCCI launched Women's Premier League 15 years after the men's monumenting IPL game. The inaugural edition of Women's Premier League held on 4th March at DY Patil Stadium in Mumbai, and the final match will be played on 26th of March. Women's Premier League is touted to be the second richest league in the world, even though England is the pioneer of Women's Cricket League. Gone are the days when cricket was considered a gentleman's sport. WPL is a breakthrough moment in women's cricket in India. It is an outcome of a long battle that women's cricketers fought for a long time. The 5-team tournament follows the fast-paced T20 format in which games last about 3 hours. Royal Challengers Bangalore, Gujarat Titans, Mumbai Indians and Lucknow-based UP Warriors will compete until March 26. The money invested is already eye-catching. About $580 million was spent on acquiring 5 franchisees in January. The broadcasting rights was sold for $117 million over 5 years, a deal that is second highest per game in women's sports in the world, behind only basketball in the United States. In February, the Indian conglomerate Tata Group was announced as the title sponsor for the first 5 years, while the amount it is paid not been disclosed. It is thought to be substantial. The Women's Premier League was born at a time of growing interest in women's cricket around the world. In 2009, Women's World Cup final between England and New Zealand was watched by a little more than 2,000 fans in Sydney. The 2020 final of the T20 World Cup, however, saw 86,000 people pack the Melbourne Cricket Ground. There are now more competitions for women. In 2021, the 100 was born in England, an even shorter format of the game than T20 with just 100 balls. It is designed to attract new audiences that may find the traditional 5-day test format too long and too slow. Sports Desk, DD India.
Well, Napoli fans are commonly known to be superstitious, but even for them, Napoli's win is so large that they can really start to get ready to celebrate their first title win in 33 years early this season. With 13 games still to go, Napoli are odds on for the Italian league glory, having a huge 15-point advantage over second place Interzone.
Its striker Victor Osimhen manages to lead Napoli to their first Italian Serie A title in more than 30 years. He believes he will become a club icon. However, the 24-year-old Nigerian said he would not be able to reach the status of late Argentine Diego Maradona, whom he called a demigod. Maradona remains Naples' biggest soccer hero. He led the local team to their only 2 league titles in 1987 and 1990, and their stadium is named after him.
Of course, we have been doing quite well this season. It's been really good. The fans were amazing. The coach, the staff, everyone, the president. And I just want to say, I don't consider myself as an icon yet until I achieve the objective in which the club has set for itself this season. So after that, I think we have a very big chance of being named an icon.
With 13 games to go, Napoli are odds on for Serie A glory, having a huge 15-point advantage over second place Inter Milan. In Rome, where he was given a prize by the Foreign Press Association, he hinted at future to move England's Premier League.
I think playing in one of the top 5 leagues in the world is amazing feeling for me and a good feat. And of course, a lot of people worldwide consider the Premier League as the best and the strongest league. But of course, I'm on a process, I'm in a phase. So now I'm in one of the best league in the world, which is the Italian Serie A. Of course, I'm working so hard to make sure that I achieve my dream in playing, of course, in the Premier League someday.
Napoli chairman Aurelio De Laurentiis said it has been 33 years since the last Scudetto. Another title could make the city go crazy. Osimhen, who is in his 3rd season at Napoli after previous stints in the Bundesliga with Wolfsburg and in League One with Lille, is Serie A's top scorer this season with 19 goals. Sports Desk, DD India.
Oh, well, that's all we have time for in this edition. But before that, let's now slip into another breather here on news.
As the day unfolds and news and events take shape, we get you complete coverage of every news breaking in, tracking new developments as they happen. Midday Prime English, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. on DD India. Your window to rising India. India's voice on global platforms. Latest news from India and around the world. In-depth analysis of global headlines. Watch DD India in your country. Available for downlink in Central Asian countries. STTV broadcast is available through the satellite GSAT 17 at 93.5 degrees east. HDTV broadcast is available through the satellite GSAT 10 at 83 degrees east. For technical details, scan here. Switch to DD India now.
Namaste land.
Marhaban ila al-Hind.
Zari India.
Salam India.
Namaste India.
Namaskar Bharata.
Nous sommes l'Inde.
Nahnu Hunud.
India.
Ma Hindi Hasti.
Mung Hindiani.
Salam Hindustan.
We are India.
The changing world of news. Headlines that you wake up to. News that shapes your day. Stories that matter to you. The latest and most accurate updates. A fresh start to a new day. The Breakfast News, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. on DD India.
The governor will debate and
As the day unfolds and news and events take shape, we get you complete coverage of every news breaking in, tracking new developments as they happen. Midday Prime English, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. on DD India.
Welcome back once again. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, they are holding bilateral talks. It began in the afternoon and extensive talks over various issues that are on the table that the two leaders are talking about, especially when it comes to areas of trade and investment, defense and critical minerals on the table between the two leaders. The two leaders are also expected to review the situation, especially in the Indo-Pacific region. And the Australian Prime Minister arrived in India on 8th of March. He first landed in Gujarat, Ahmedabad, then visited Sabarmati Ashram and also celebrated Holi there at Raj Bhavan. Then on 9th, the Australian Prime Minister, along with his counterpart from India, watched the first day of action of the 4th Test match between India and Australia. Remember, India and Australia move to great sporting rivalry, especially on the cricketing field, and the two captains took a time out, especially to enjoy that cricketing action on the first day of the Test match. Well, India and Australia share a fierce but friendly rivalry, and also the contest is between the two teams is always about reflects the affection and friendship, especially between the two sides. And he also had visited Mumbai after his visit in Gujarat, which included an interaction with Indian-Australian CEO Forum. This is the first visit by Anthony Albanese to India after he took over the baton of Prime Ministership. The last visit by an Australian Prime Minister to India was way back in 2017. Well, bilateral ties talks would involve trade and investment, as I mentioned, defense, critical minerals and education, which will be the focus of all the talks between the two prime ministers. Remember, this visit by the Australian Prime Minister comes after a series of high-level engagement and exchanges at ministerial levels. Well, at this point of time, live visuals there from
Anthony Albanese, Prime Minister of Australia, Pradhan Mantri Shri Narendra Modi ji, Honourable Ministers, distinguished guests, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this ceremony to witness some shining examples of India-Australia bilateral cooperation. These are by the way of exchange of memorandums of understanding, followed by press statement by our two leaders. First, we shall witness the exchange of memorandum of understanding between the Government of Australia and the Government of Republic of India on cooperation in sport. From the Australian side, it will be the Honourable Barry O'Farrell, High Commissioner of Australia in India, and from the Indian side, Srimati Sujata Chaturvedi, Secretary, Sports, Department of Sports, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. Thank you. Next, we have the exchange of the audiovisual co-production agreement between the Government of Republic of India and the Government of Australia. From the Australian side, it will be the High Commissioner of Australia to India. From the Indian side, Sri Apurva Chandra, Secretary, Minister of Information and Broadcasting. Our next agreement is the exchange of terms of reference for India-Australia Solar Task Force. From the Australian side, it will be the High Commissioner, and from the Indian side, Sri Bhupinder Singh Bhalla, Secretary, Minister of New and Renewable Energy. Our next exchange is of a letter of intent between the Government of India's Atal Innovation Mission and the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation Australia for furthering cooperation in innovation. From Australia, it will be the High Commissioner, and from the Indian side, Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the exchange ceremony. I now request the spokesperson to take forward the proceedings.
Honourable Prime Minister of Australia, His Excellency Mr. Anthony Albanese, Honourable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, Honourable Ministers, members of both delegations, friends from the media, I now welcome you to the press statements following today's meetings between the two leaders. May I now request Honourable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi to make his remarks to the media. Sir.
Your Excellency, प्राइम मिनिस्टर एल्बनीज़ी, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार। सबसे पहले तो मैं प्रधानमंत्री एल्बनीज़ी का भारत में उनके पहले स्टेट विजिट पर हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। पिछले साल दोनों देशों ने प्रधानमंत्रियों के स्तर पर वार्षिक समिट करने का निर्णय लिया था और प्रधानमंत्री एल्बनीज़ी की इस यात्रा से इस श्रृंखला का शुभारंभ हो रहा है। भारत में उनका आगमन होली के दिन हुआ और उसके बाद हमने मिलकर क्रिकेट के मैदान में कुछ समय बिताया। कलर्स, कल्चर और क्रिकेट का यह सेलिब्रेशन एक प्रकार से भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया की मित्रता के जोश और उल्लास का उत्तम प्रतीक है। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने आपसी सहयोग के विभिन्न पहलुओं पर विस्तार से चर्चा की।
వాళ్ళకే దొరుకుతుంది।
అరే యార్,
చూసారా, దీని మీద నా పేరు రాసి ఉండకపోతే ఎంత గొడవ అయిపోయేదో। అందుకే ఆర్బీఐ ఉంటుంది, బ్యాంక్ అకౌంట్ అయినా బ్యాంక్ లాకర్ అయినా మీరు కూడబెట్టిన డబ్బు మీరు నిర్ణయించిన వారికే అందేందుకు అందులో నామినీ పేరు తప్పకుండా నమోదు చేయండి। ఆర్బీఐ అంటుంది, విషయాలు తెలుసుకోండి, జాగరూకంగా ఉండండి।
నమస్కారం, దూరదర్శన్ వార్తలకి స్వాగతం। నేను శాంతి। ముందుగా కరోనా కట్టడికి తీసుకోవాల్సిన జాగ్రత్తలు తెలుసుకుందాం। కరోనాను నియంత్రించేందుకు ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ మాస్క్ ను తప్పనిసరిగా ధరించాలి। ముక్కు నోరు కప్పి ఉంచేలా సరైన పద్ధతిలో మాస్క్ ధరించాలి। తరచూ చేతులను శుభ్రం చేసుకోవాలి। వ్యక్తిగత పరిశుభ్రతను పాటిస్తూ భౌతిక దూరాన్ని తప్పక పాటించాలి। అర్హులందరూ వ్యాక్సిన్ వేయించుకోవాలి। నిబంధనలు పాటిద్దాం, కరోనాను జయిద్దాం। వార్తల్లోని ముఖ్యాంశాలు చూద్దాం। దేశాభివృద్ధిలో మహిళలు ఒక కొత్త ఒరవడి సృష్టిస్తున్నారన్న ప్రధానమంత్రి। మహిళా ఆర్థిక సాధికారతపై పోస్ట్ బడ్జెట్ వెబినార్లో ప్రసంగించిన నరేంద్ర మోడీ। ప్రధాని నరేంద్ర మోదీతో ఆస్ట్రేలియా ప్రధాని యాంటోనీ అల్బనీస్ భేటీ। పలు ద్వైపాక్షిక అంశాలపై చర్చించనున్న ఇరువురు నేతలు। కొత్త రకం ఫ్లూ H3N2 ప్రభావం రాష్ట్రంలో పెద్దగా లేదన్న డైరెక్టర్ ఆఫ్ మెడికల్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ డాక్టర్ వినోద్ కుమార్। దగ్గు, జలుబు, జ్వరం లక్షణాలు ఉన్నవారు జాగ్రత్తలు తీసుకోవాలని సూచన। ఈ నెల 14న మచిలీపట్నంలో జనసేన పార్టీ ఆవిర్భావ దినోత్సవ వేడుకలు। రేపటి నుంచి పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ వరుస సమీక్షలు। రాష్ట్రంలో కొనసాగుతున్న ఎమ్మెల్సీ ఎన్నికల ప్రచారం। ఉపాధ్యాయ ఎమ్మెల్సీ ఎన్నికల్లో సైతం వైసీపీ అధికార దుర్వినియోగానికి పాల్పడుతోందన్న సిపిఐ రాష్ట్ర కార్యదర్శి రామకృష్ణ। వార్తల్లోని వివరాలు। గత 9 ఏళ్లలో దేశం మహిళా నాయకత్వ అభివృద్ధి దిశగా ఒక దార్శనికతతో ముందుకు సాగిందని ప్రధానమంత్రి నరేంద్ర మోడీ అన్నారు। వారు కేవలం చిన్న వ్యాపారవేత్తలుగా మాత్రమే కాకుండా సమర్థులైన రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్లుగా ఒక ఒరవడి సృష్టించారని తెలిపారు। మహిళల ఆర్థిక సాధికారతపై బడ్జెట్ అనంతర వెబినార్లో ప్రధాని ప్రసంగించారు। స్వయం సహాయక బృందాలలో యూనికార్న్లను నిర్మించే దృష్టికోణంతో ఈ బడ్జెట్లో తగు ప్రాధాన్యత ఇచ్చామని, కోట్లాది మంది మహిళలు అపారమైన సంపదను సృష్టిస్తున్నారని ఆయన అన్నారు। మార్చి 8 మహిళా దినోత్సవం నాడు మహిళా సాధికారతపై రాష్ట్రపతి ద్రౌపది ముర్ము ఉద్వేగభరితమైన వ్యాసం అందరినీ ఆలోచింపచేసిందని ప్రధానమంత్రి గుర్తు చేసుకున్నారు। గతంలో పరిస్థితి పూర్తిగా మారిందని, ఉద్యోగ, వాణిజ్య వ్యాపారాల్లో అనేక చోట్ల మహిళలు ముందున్నారని తెలిపారు।
ये विषय प्रमुखता से छाया हुआ है। इस वर्ष का बजट भी विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के इन प्रयासों को नई गति देगा और इसमें आप सभी की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में भारत ने जिस प्रकार विमेन एम्पावरमेंट के लिए काम किया है, आज उसके परिणाम नजर आने लगे हैं। आज हम देख रहे हैं कि भारत में पुरुषों की तुलना में महिलाओं की संख्या बढ़ रही है। पिछले 9-10 वर्षों में हाई स्कूल या उसके आगे की पढ़ाई करने वाली लड़कियों की संख्या 3 गुना बढ़ी है। भारत में साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, इंजीनियरिंग और मैथ्स में लड़कियों का एनरोलमेंट आज 43% तक पहुंच चुका है और ये समृद्ध देश, विकसित देश, अमेरिका हो, यूके हो, जर्मनी हो, इन सबसे भी ज्यादा है। नारी शक्ति की संकल्प शक्ति, इच्छा शक्ति, उनकी कल्पना शक्ति, उनकी निर्णय शक्ति, त्वरित फैसले लेने का उनका सामर्थ्य, निर्धारित लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने के लिए उनकी तपस्या, उनके परिश्रम की पराकाष्ठा, ये हमारी मातृशक्ति की पहचान है। ये एक प्रतिबिंब है। जब हम विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट कहते हैं तब उसका आधार यही शक्तियां हैं।
ప్రధానమంత్రి నరేంద్ర మోదీ ఆస్ట్రేలియా ప్రధాని ఆంటోనీ అల్బనీస్ ఈరోజు న్యూఢిల్లీలో ద్వైపాక్షిక చర్చలు జరపనున్నారు. ఇరువురు నేతలు తమ దేశాల మధ్య సమగ్ర వ్యూహాత్మక భాగస్వామ్యాన్ని మరింత పెంపొందించేందుకు వివిధ అంశాలపై చర్చిస్తారని భావిస్తున్నారు. అంతేకాకుండా వాణిజ్యం, పెట్టుబడులు, రక్షణ, విద్య, పునరుత్పాదక ఇంధనంపై కూడా ఇరువురు నేతలు చర్చలు జరపనున్నారు. గత సంవత్సరం రెండు దేశాలు ఆర్థిక సహకారం, స్వేచ్ఛ వాణిజ్య ఒప్పందంపై సంతకం చేశాయి. 2021-22లో రెండు దేశాల మధ్య ద్వైపాక్షిక వాణిజ్యం దాదాపు $27 బిలియన్ ఉంటే అది 2035 నాటికి $45-50 బిలియన్ దాటుతుందని అంచనా వేస్తున్నారు. ఆస్ట్రేలియా ప్రధాని ఆంటోనీ అల్బనీస్ 4 రోజుల భారత పర్యటనకు వచ్చారు. అల్బనీస్ రాష్ట్రపతి ద్రౌపది ముర్ముతో కూడా భేటీ అవుతారు. స్కామ్లకు పాల్పడిన వారు నీతి వాక్యాలు వల్లించినంత మాత్రాన వారిపై పడిన మచ్చ చెరగదని కేంద్ర సమాచార ప్రసారాల శాఖ మంత్రి అనురాగ్ ఠాకూర్ అన్నారు. ఢిల్లీ మద్యం స్కామ్ ఆరోపణలు ఎదుర్కొంటున్న వారు చేస్తున్న వ్యాఖ్యలను ఖండించారు కేంద్ర మంత్రి. తెలంగాణలో చాలదా అన్నట్లు వారి అక్రమ లావాదేవీలను ఢిల్లీ వరకు వ్యాపింపచేశారని అన్నారు. తమ రాష్ట్రాన్ని లూటీ చేసి ఇప్పుడు ఢిల్లీపై కూడా పడ్డారని అనురాగ్ ఠాకూర్ విమర్శించారు. అక్కడ ఒక పార్టీది కాకుండా కుటుంబ పాలన నడుస్తోందని దుయ్యబట్టారు.
वहां एक पार्टी की नहीं, एक परिवार की सरकार चल रही है। अगर किसी के ऊपर इतने गंभीर आरोप शराब घोटाले के लगे जिसमें दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री गिरफ्तार किए गए हैं, अन्य लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है, ये तो वही है कि घोटाला भी करते हैं और खुद ही अपने आप को ईमानदार भी बताते हैं, जजमेंट भी खुद ही सुनाने की बात करते हैं। क्या देश की कानून व्यवस्था पर उनका विश्वास खत्म हो गया है? उनको जांच में पूरा सहयोग देना चाहिए।
కొత్త రకం ఫ్లూ H3N2 ప్రభావం రాష్ట్రంలో పెద్దగా లేదని డైరెక్టర్ ఆఫ్ మెడికల్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ డాక్టర్ వినోద్ కుమార్ స్పష్టం చేశారు. విజయవాడలో ఆయన మీడియాతో మాట్లాడుతూ ప్రజలు ఆందోళన చెందాల్సిన అవసరం లేదని తెలిపారు. ముక్కు నుంచి గొంతు మధ్యలో ఈ ఫ్లూ వైరస్ ప్రభావం ఉంటుందని, కరోనా వైరస్ లాగా ఊపిరితిత్తులోకి చొచ్చుకుపోయే స్వభావం దీనికి లేదని తెలిపారు. వ్యాధి నిరోధక శక్తి తక్కువగా ఉన్న కొందరిలో ఊపిరితిత్తుల్లోకి చేరి ఇది న్యూమోనియాకు దారితీస్తుందన్నారు. ఈ ఫ్లూ ప్రస్తుతం చిన్నారులు, వృద్ధుల్లో కొంతమేర ప్రభావం చూపుతోందని పేర్కొన్నారు. దగ్గు, జలుబు, జ్వరం లక్షణాలు ఉన్నవారు జాగ్రత్తలు తీసుకోవాలని, ఈ లక్షణాలు ఉన్నవారు ప్రయాణాలను వాయిదా వేసుకోవాలని కోరారు.
కాంటాక్ట్కి వచ్చినప్పుడు ఇది చాలా తొందరగా స్ప్రెడ్ అవుతుంది. ఈ వైరస్లో మ్యూటేషన్ అటువంటిది చాలా రెగ్యులర్ పీరియడ్గా 6 months to 1 year జరుగుతూ ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి ప్రతి సంవత్సరం ఒక రకమైన సిమ్టమ్స్తో ఇది వస్తుంది. కొన్ని సంవత్సరాలు ఎక్కువ సిమ్టమ్స్ ఉంటాయి, కొన్ని సంవత్సరాలు తక్కువ సిమ్టమ్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఉన్న సిమ్టమ్స్లోనే ఒకసారి ఎక్కువగా ఫీవర్ అండ్ రన్నింగ్ నోస్ ఉంటాయి, ఇంకొకసారి కాఫ్ అనేది ఉంటుంది. సో ఈ సంవత్సరం చూసుకుంటే ఫస్ట్ 3 to 5 days కాఫ్ అండ్ బాడీ పెయిన్ నుంచి ఫీవర్ అండ్ స్లైట్ కాఫ్ అండ్ బాడీ పెయిన్ నుంచి స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది. అలాగే 5 days తర్వాత అప్ టు 2 to 3 weeks డ్రై కాఫ్ అనేటువంటిది ఉండిపోతూ ఉంది. సో
సో దానివల్ల చాలామంది ఇదేంటిది ఇన్ని రోజులు అయినా కూడా తగ్గట్లేదు అని ఆలోచిస్తుంటున్నారు. కాకపోతే చాలా సింపుల్ మెడికేషన్స్తో ఇది సరిపోతుంది. ఆఫ్టర్ 3 to 4 weeks, యాజ్ ఇఫ్ నథింగ్ హెస్ హ్యాపెండ్, ఎవ్రీబడి ఈస్ కమింగ్ టు నార్మల్సీ.
కేంద్ర రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వాలు ప్రాథమికంగా విద్య, వైద్యం మీద దృష్టి కేంద్రీకరించాల్సిన అవసరం ఉందని మాజీ ఉపరాష్ట్రపతి ముప్పవరపు వెంకయ్యనాయుడు పేర్కొన్నారు. ఉచిత పథకాల కంటే ఉచిత విద్య, ఉచిత వైద్యాన్ని అందించి మౌలిక వసతుల కోసం కేటాయింపులు పెంచడం ద్వారా ప్రజలకు మేలు జరుగుతుందని తెలిపారు. శ్రీ పొట్టి శ్రీరాములు నెల్లూరు జిల్లా వెంకటాచలం స్వర్ణ భారత్ ట్రస్ట్ ఆధ్వర్యంలో ఉచిత ఆరోగ్య వైద్య శిబిరాన్ని ఆయన ప్రారంభించారు. ఈ ఉచిత ఆరోగ్య శిబిరంలో కన్సల్టేషన్తో పాటు పలు ఆరోగ్య పరీక్షలను నిర్వహించి మందులను అందజేశారు. ప్రభుత్వాలు విద్య, వైద్యానికి మొదటి ప్రాధాన్యతను ఇచ్చిన అనంతరం వ్యవసాయం మీద కూడా ప్రత్యేక దృష్టి కేంద్రీకరించాలని వెంకయ్యనాయుడు పేర్కొన్నారు. గ్రామీణ ప్రజలకు మెరుగైన వైద్య సేవలు, అందుకు తగిన మౌలిక వసతులు అందించడం ప్రభుత్వాల విధిగా పేర్కొన్నారు. క్రింది స్థాయిలో ప్రభుత్వ పథకాల అమలు పటిష్టంగా అమలయ్యేలా జిల్లా స్థాయి అధికారులు చొరవ తీసుకోవాలని సూచించారు. జనసేన పార్టీ 10వ ఆవిర్భావ దినోత్సవ వేడుకల నేపథ్యంలో పార్టీ అధ్యక్షులు పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ 4 రోజుల పాటు మంగళగిరిలోని పార్టీ రాష్ట్ర కార్యాలయంలో పలు ముఖ్య సమావేశాలు, సమీక్షల్లో పాల్గొంటారు. రేపు బీసీ సంక్షేమంపై రౌండ్ టేబుల్ సమావేశం నిర్వహిస్తారు. ఎల్లుండి పార్టీ రాష్ట్ర నాయకులతో సమీక్ష, పార్టీలో చేరికల అంశాలపై సమీక్ష నిర్వహిస్తారు. అనంతరం హరిరామ జోగయ్య నేతృత్వంలో కాపు సంక్షేమ సేన ప్రతినిధులతో పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ సమావేశం నిర్వహిస్తారు. 10వ తేదీ, 13వ తేదీ ఆవిర్భావ దినోత్సవ కార్యక్రమాలపై సమీక్షా సమావేశం నిర్వహిస్తారు. అదే రోజు రాష్ట్ర గవర్నర్ ఎస్ అబ్దుల్ నజీర్తో మర్యాదపూర్వకంగా సమావేశమవుతారు. ఇక 14వ తేదీ మచిలీపట్నంలో జరిగే ఆవిర్భావ దినోత్సవ వేడుకల్లో పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ పాల్గొంటారు. రాష్ట్ర అగ్నిమాపక శాఖ డీజీగా పివి సునీల్ కుమార్ నియమితులయ్యారు. ఈ మేరకు రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వ ప్రధాన కార్యదర్శి జవహర్ రెడ్డి ఉత్తర్వులు జారీ చేశారు. ఈ రోజు ఆయన అగ్నిమాపక శాఖ డీజీగా బాధ్యతలు స్వీకరించనున్నారు. రాష్ట్రంలో జరిగే ఎమ్మెల్సీ ఎన్నికల్లో పీడీఎఫ్, తెలుగుదేశం పార్టీ అభ్యర్థులను గెలిపించాలని సిపిఐ రాష్ట్ర కార్యదర్శి రామకృష్ణ కోరారు. పశ్చిమ, రాయలసీమ పట్టభద్రుల ఉపాధ్యాయ ఎన్నికలకు సంబంధించి ఆయా సంఘాల నేతలతో ఆయన సమావేశం నిర్వహించారు. ఈ సందర్భంగా రామకృష్ణ మాట్లాడుతూ ఎమ్మెల్సీ ఎన్నికల్లో సైతం అధికార వైఎస్సార్ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ అధికార దుర్వినియోగానికి పాల్పడుతోందన్నారు. అధికార పార్టీ నేతలు ఈ ఎన్నికల్లో నకిలీ ఓటర్లను సైతం చేర్చారని ఆరోపించారు.
తిరుపతిలో ఒక ఇంట్లో 18 ఓట్లు, ఒక ఇంట్లో 11 ఓట్లు, వాళ్ళ పాపం గ్రాడ్యుయేట్స్ కానీ కూలీలను తీసుకొని వచ్చి వాళ్ళ దొంగ పేర్లతో చేర్చుకొని ఇవాళ ఎట్లయినా సరే టీచర్స్, అదేవిధంగా గ్రాడ్యుయేట్స్లో కూడా తన అభ్యర్థులే గెలిపించుకోవాలని పాటుపడతా ఉన్నాడు. పైగా అధికారుల మొత్తం దౌర్జన్యం చేస్తూ ఉన్నాడు. ఎమ్మెల్యేలకు, మంత్రులకు ఏ పని లేనట్లుగా వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా ఇదే పని పెట్టాడు. దీనికి తోడు ఇవాళ కోట్లాది రూపాయలు ఖర్చు పెట్టి ఒక ఓటుకు 2,000, 5,000 రూపాయలు పంచడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తూ ఉన్నాడు. మన ప్రొద్దుటూరు ఎమ్మెల్యే అయితే 5,000కి మరో 5,000 వేసి 10,000 ఇస్తానని చెప్తా ఉన్నారు. ఇంత దిగజారి మీరు వ్యవస్థలంతా కూడా సమాజంలో విలువలు లేకుండా చేసి చివరికి విద్యావంతుల ఓట్లు కూడా కొనుగోలు చేసి సంతలో పశువుల మాదిరి వాళ్ళు మార్చడానికి మీరు ప్రయత్నం చేస్తూ ఉన్నారంటే మీరు సిగ్గుచేటు. ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు సిగ్గుపడాలి. ఏదేమైనా సరే ఇవాళ అందరం కలిసికట్టుగా ఇతన్ని ఓడించాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఈరోజు పీడీఎఫ్ అభ్యర్థులకు మేము మొదటి ప్రాధాన్యత ఓటు వేయమని.
తిరుపతిలో ఎమ్మెల్సీ ఎన్నికల ప్రచారం జోరుగా సాగుతోంది. బీజేపీ పట్టభద్రుల ఎమ్మెల్సీ అభ్యర్థి దయాకర్ రెడ్డిని గెలిపించాలంటూ తిరుపతి నగరంలోని పలు డివిజన్లలో బీజేపీ నేతలు ఎన్నికల ప్రచారాన్ని నిర్వహించారు. కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం చేస్తున్న అభివృద్ధిని దృష్టిలో ఉంచుకుని పట్టభద్రులు బీజేపీ అభ్యర్థిని గెలిపించాలని బీజేపీ రాష్ట్ర అధికార ప్రతినిధి సామంచి శ్రీనివాస్, బీజేపీ రాష్ట్ర కార్యవర్గ సభ్యులు డాక్టర్ శ్రీహరి విజ్ఞప్తి చేశారు.
భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ విస్తృతంగా ప్రచారం చేస్తున్నాం. అయితే ఈ ప్రాంతంలో నెలకొని ఉన్నటువంటి అపరిష్కృతంగా ఉన్న అనేక సమస్యలను శాసన మండలిలో ప్రస్తావించాలన్నా, మన గొంతుకుగా అక్కడ వినిపించాలన్నా కూడా సమర్థుడైనటువంటి వ్యక్తిని శాసన మండలికి పంపించాలి. గతంలో అనేక సార్లు భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ, భారతీయ జనసంఘ యొక్క అభ్యర్థులు ఉన్న కారణంగా ఈ ప్రాంత అభివృద్ధి కోసం, అంటే ఏవైతే వాజ్పేయి గారి హయాంలో ఇక్కడ రోడ్ల యొక్క అభివృద్ధి కావచ్చు, ఇవాళ తిరుపతి నగరం కావచ్చు, ఈ ప్రాంతంలో జరుగుతున్నటువంటి రహదారుల యొక్క నిర్మాణం కావచ్చు, రేణిగుంట నుంచి నాయుడుపేట దాకా, రేణిగుంట ఎయిర్పోర్ట్ నుంచి వైఎస్ఆర్ జంక్షన్ కడప దాకా, ఇలా వందల కిలోమీటర్లు, వేల కోట్ల రూపాయల ఖర్చు పెట్టి చేస్తున్నటువంటి అభివృద్ధి చూసి ఖచ్చితంగా భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ యొక్క అభ్యర్థిని సమర్థించి ఆదరించాలని చెప్పి ఇవాళ మేము ప్రతి ఒక్క అభ్యర్థిని ప్రతి ఒక్క ఓటర్ను కలిసి అభ్యర్థిస్తున్నాము.
ఈ నెల 13న జరుగుతున్నటువంటి తూర్పు రాయలసీమ ఎమ్మెల్సీ గ్రాడ్యుయేట్ ఎలక్షన్ లో మా భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ తరఫున సన్నారెడ్డి దయాకర్ రెడ్డి గారిని కేంద్ర భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ మద్దతు ఇచ్చి ఈరోజు మన అభ్యర్థిగా ప్రకటించడం జరిగింది. అతి చిన్న వయసులోనే సన్నారెడ్డి దయాకర్ రెడ్డి గారు ఒక అభ్యర్థి అయ్యాడంటే ఆయన గతంలో పార్టీ కోసం అయితేనేమి, ప్రజల కోసం అయితేనేమి, విద్యార్థి ఉద్యమాల్లో ఆయన చేసినటువంటి సేవలు, పోరాటాలను గుర్తించి ఈరోజు పార్టీ ఆయన అభ్యర్థిగా నిలబెట్టడం జరిగింది. ఆయన గత కొంతకాలంగా మా తిరుపతి పార్లమెంటరీ అధ్యక్షుడిగా ఉండి పార్టీని ఎంతో దిగ్విజయంగా ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్తున్న దయాకర్ రెడ్డి గారు రేపు ప్రజా సమస్యల పట్ల ప్రజల అవగాహన గల వ్యక్తిగా మన సమస్యలకు దగ్గరగా చెప్పడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. అటువంటి సన్నారెడ్డి దయాకర్ రెడ్డి గారిని మనందరం కూడా బలపరిచి ఆయన మొదటి ప్రాధాన్యత ఇచ్చి ఓటు వేయాల్సిందిగా ఈ ఎన్నికల ఓటర్లందరినీ కూడా విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తున్నాం.
వార్తల్లో స్వల్ప విరామం.
పూలవాడు, కేటరింగ్ వాడు, బ్యాండ్ వాడు, ఇదిగోండి బాబు.
వాయింపుడైపోతుంది అన్న, పొరపాటు జరిగితే డబ్బు పోతుంది.
అరే కాదురా, బ్యాంక్ జాగ్రత్త పడుతుంది.
ఎలాగా?
నేను పాజిటివ్ పే సిస్టమ్ పై రిజిస్టర్ చేసుకున్నా. బ్యాంక్ కి చెక్స్ ఇంకా బెనిఫిషరీస్ వివరాలు ఇచ్చాను. బ్యాంక్ చెక్ చేసి పరీక్షిస్తుంది. డీటెయిల్స్ మ్యాచ్ కాకపోతే క్లియరెన్స్ చెయ్యదు.
అలాగా? ఏది నాకివ్వండి. ఫోటోల వాడు, లైట్ల వాడు, మండపం వాడు.
ఆర్బీఐ ఉంటుంది.
విషయాలు తెలుసుకోండి, జాగరూకంగా ఉండండి.
భలే బాగా చెప్తున్నారు వీరు.
రాష్ట్రంలో వైసీపీ ప్రభుత్వం 10 మంది నిరుద్యోగులకు ఉద్యోగాలు ఇవ్వలేదని, 10 ఎకరాలకు సాగునీరు కూడా అందించలేకపోయిందని పశ్చిమ రాయలసీమ పట్టభద్రుల పీడీఎఫ్ ఎమ్మెల్సీ అభ్యర్థి పోతుల నాగరాజు అన్నారు. నిరుద్యోగులు, విద్యావంతుల పక్షాన చట్టసభలో మాట్లాడాలంటే తనకు ఒక అవకాశం కల్పించాలని కోరారు. ప్రభుత్వం చేస్తున్న నిరంకుశ వైఖరి పట్ల ప్రతిపక్షాలన్నీ ఏకమవుతున్నాయని, ప్రధాన ప్రతిపక్షం టీడీపీ కూడా 2వ ప్రాధాన్యత ఓటును తమకే వేయాలంటూ మద్దతు ఇచ్చాయన్నారు. జనసేన, వామపక్ష పార్టీల మద్దతుతో ఎమ్మెల్సీ ఎన్నికల బరిలో దిగుతున్నామన్నారు. వందలాది పాఠశాలలను మూసివేసి పేద విద్యార్థులను ఈ ప్రభుత్వం చదువులకు దూరం చేసిందన్నారు.
విద్యార్థి, యువజన, ఉద్యోగ, ప్రజా, కుల సంఘాల మద్దతుతో, అదేవిధంగా ప్రధాన రాజకీయ పార్టీ జనసేన లాంటి యువతతో సంబంధాలున్న పార్టీ, జాతీయ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ, అదేవిధంగా సిపిఐ, సిపిఎం అనుబంధంగా పనిచేస్తున్నటువంటి వారితో పాటు ఈ రోజు ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ప్రధాన ప్రతిపక్షమైనటువంటి తెలుగుదేశం పార్టీ పీడీఎఫ్ ఎమ్మెల్సీ అభ్యర్థులకు 2వ ప్రాధాన్యత ఓటును బదలాయించాలనేటువంటి నిర్ణయం, పీడీఎఫ్ ఎమ్మెల్సీ అభ్యర్థుల గెలుపు ఖాయమనేటువంటి విషయాన్ని అర్థం చేసుకొని ఓటు.
నంద్యాల జిల్లా పెద్ద గుమ్మాడపురం అభయారణ్యంలో దారి తప్పిన 4 పులి పిల్లలు ప్రత్యేక వైద్య నిపుణుల పర్యవేక్షణలో సురక్షితంగా ఉన్నాయి. తల్లి, పెద్ద పులి జాడ కోసం ప్రయత్నించామని, పిల్ల పులుల్ని తల్లి పులి చెంతకు చేర్చేందుకు చేసిన ప్రయత్నాలు ఫలించలేదని నాగార్జునసాగర్ శ్రీశైలం టైగర్ రిజర్వ్ ఫీల్డ్ డైరెక్టర్ శ్రీనివాసరెడ్డి తెలిపారు.
మనము ఈ టైగర్ కప్స్ను మదర్తో రీయునైట్ చేయడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేశాం. సో ప్రయత్నం చేసి ఆ టైగర్స్ ఎక్కడుంది అని కూడా 2 days నుంచి ఆల్మోస్ట్ 50 to 60% స్టాఫ్, కెమెరా ట్రాప్స్, తర్వాత లోకల్గా ఉన్నటువంటి విలేజర్స్ అంతా ఎంక్వైరీ చేసి ఏదైతే మదర్ ఉందో టైగర్స్ మనకు అలైవ్, అది మంచిగా ఉంది, హెల్తీగా ఉంది, తిరుగుతూ ఉంది. మదరు ఎక్కడ మూమెంట్ ఉంటుంది, మదరును పట్టి ఎక్కడ మూమెంట్ ఉంటుంది అనేది మనం చూసుకొని అక్కడ మనం కప్స్ రిలీజ్ చేయడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నాం. సో కప్స్ను తీసుకెళ్ళి మనము అక్కడ రిలీజ్ చేసే ప్రయత్నంలో అక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి టైగర్స్ ఆ టైంలో కోయిన్సిడెన్స్గా అక్కడికి రావడం జరగాలి.
నంద్యాల జిల్లాలో శాసనమండలి ఎన్నికల్లో గ్రాడ్యుయేట్లు, టీచర్లు ఓటు వేసే విధానంపై సంపూర్ణ అవగాహన కల్పించాలని జిల్లా నోడల్ అధికారి లీలావతి సంబంధిత అధికారులను ఆదేశించారు. జిల్లాలో 94 పోలింగ్ కేంద్రాలు, గ్రామ, వార్డు సచివాలయాల్లో ముద్రించిన పోస్టర్లను ఆమె పరిశీలించారు. రాజకీయ పార్టీల ప్రతినిధులు, ఓటర్లు చేయదగినవి, చేయకూడని పనులు వివరిస్తూ అవగాహన కల్పించినట్లు ఆమె వెల్లడించారు.
మీరు ఓటు వేసేటప్పుడు మీకు ఎవరికైతే ఓటు వేయాలనుకుంటున్నారో వాళ్ళని మీరు ప్రాధాన్యత క్రమంలో
మీకు ఫస్ట్ ఎవరు, సెకండ్ ఎవరు, థర్డ్ ఎవరు, ఫోర్త్ ఎవరు, ఫిఫ్త్ ఎవరు, అలా ప్రాధాన్యత క్రమంలో మాత్రం మీరు ఓటేసుకోవాలి. ఓటు వేసేటప్పుడు మీరు ఇంగ్లీష్ నెంబర్స్ 1, 2, 3, 4 సంఖ్యలలో వేయాలి. అలానే స్పెల్లింగ్స్లో రాయకూడదు. ONE1TW2 అని అలా స్పెల్లింగ్స్లో రాయకూడదు. మీకు 1, 2, 3 సంఖ్యలలో కానీ రోమన్ లెటర్స్ 1, 2, 3, 4 అలా సంఖ్యలలో కానీ మీరు వేయచ్చు. అంతేగాని టిక్కు మార్కులు, ఇంటూ మార్కులు పెడితే డిస్క్వాలిఫై అయిపోతాయి. తంబులేసిన డిస్క్వాలిఫై అవుతాయి. ఒక గదికి ఇంకొక గదికి మధ్యలోగిన క్రాస్ అయినా కూడా డిస్క్వాలిఫై అవుతాయి. ఏ గదిది ఆ గదిలోనే పెట్టాలి. మీరు ప్రాధాన్యత క్రమాన్ని మాత్రం మీరు ముందే నిర్ణయించుకొని ఎవరికి ఏ ప్రాధాన్యత ఇస్తారో ఆ క్రమంలో మాత్రమే మీ ఓటు వేసిన ఎడల మీ ఓటు చెల్లుతుంది, లేకుంటే డిస్క్వాలిఫై అవుతుంది. ఓటు వేసి కూడా మీ ఓటు హక్కు వృధా అవుతుంది. కావున ఇది నంద్యాల ఓటర్లందరూ గమనించగలరు.
వ్యవసాయ రంగం అభివృద్ధికి నాబార్డు కృషి చేస్తోందని, ప్రాసెసింగ్, ప్యాకేజింగ్, మార్కెటింగ్లలో నాబార్డు సహాయ సహకారాలు అందిస్తుందని రాష్ట్ర వ్యవసాయ శాఖ మంత్రి కాకాణి గోవర్ధన్ రెడ్డి అన్నారు. విజయవాడలో నిర్వహించిన నాబార్డు స్టేట్ క్రెడిట్ సెమినార్లో మంత్రి 2023-24కు సంబంధించి 2,86,000 కోట్ల రూపాయల నాబార్డు పేపర్ను విడుదల చేశారు. ఈ సందర్భంగా కాకాణి గోవర్ధన్ రెడ్డి మాట్లాడుతూ ముఖ్యమంత్రి వ్యవసాయ రంగంతో పాటు మత్స్యరంగ అభివృద్ధికి అధిక ప్రాధాన్యత ఇస్తున్నారన్నారు. వ్యవసాయ అనుబంధ రంగానికి నాబార్డు 2.86 లక్షల కోట్ల రూపాయల రుణాలు ఇస్తోందన్నారు.
1,86,000 కోట్ల రూపాయలతో ఈ ఫోకస్ పేపర్ని నాబార్డు తయారు చేయడం జరిగింది. ప్రధానంగా చూస్తే
రాష్ట్రంలో ఉద్యోగులకు 1వ తేదీ నాటికి జీతాలు ఇవ్వలేని పరిస్థితిలో రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం ఉందని బీజేపీ రాష్ట్ర అధ్యక్షుడు సోము వీర్రాజు అన్నారు. విశాఖపట్నంలో ఆయన మీడియాతో మాట్లాడుతూ ప్రభుత్వ సలహాదారులకు లక్షల రూపాయల జీతాలు ఇస్తూ ప్రజల డబ్బును వృధా చేస్తున్నారన్నారు. ఎమ్మెల్సీ ఎన్నికల్లో 3 చోట్ల బీజేపీ అభ్యర్థులు విజయం సాధించడం ఖాయమన్నారు.
ఉద్యోగస్తులు ప్రభుత్వం ఇచ్చినటువంటి హామీలు నెరవేరకపోవడంతో రాష్ట్రంలో ఉద్యోగస్తులు అందరూ కూడా రాజకీయ పార్టీల ఏ విధంగా ఉద్యమాలు చేస్తాయో ఆ విధంగా ఉద్యమాలు చేసే పరిస్థితి రాష్ట్రంలో మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఉత్పన్నమైంది. గతంలో ఎన్నడూ
G20 అధ్యక్ష పదవిని భారత్ చాలా సంక్లిష్ట సమయంలో భుజాలకు ఎత్తుకుందని, ఇది సంక్షోభాన్ని అవకాశంగా మార్చుకోవడానికి అనువైన సందర్భమని G20 షెర్పా నీతి ఆయోగ్ మాజీ సీఈఓ అమితాబ్ కాంత్ పేర్కొన్నారు. మహిళా సంక్షేమానికి కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం పలు పథకాలను అమలు చేస్తోందని ఆయన పేర్కొన్నారు. ఇందుకు సంబంధించిన అనేక అంశాలను ఇప్పుడు చూద్దాం.
G20 అధ్యక్ష పదవిని భారత్ చాలా సంక్లిష్ట సమయంలో భుజాలకు ఎత్తుకుందని, ఇది సంక్షోభాన్ని అవకాశంగా మార్చుకోవడానికి అనువైన సందర్భమని G20 షెర్పా నీతి ఆయోగ్ మాజీ సీఈఓ అమితాబ్ కాంత్ పేర్కొన్నారు. ఇలాంటి పరిస్థితుల్లో స్త్రీలకు ఆర్థిక సహాయం, రుణ సదుపాయం పెరగాలని, ఎక్కువ మంది మహిళా కార్మికులు, ఉద్యోగులు పనిపాటల్లో భాగస్వామ్యులు కావాలని ప్రధాని మోదీ ఆకాంక్షిస్తున్నారని, అందుకు ప్రభుత్వ పరంగా చేయూతను అందిస్తున్నారని పేర్కొన్నారు. బేటీ బచావో బేటీ పడావో కార్యక్రమం వల్ల 2014 నుండి లింగ నిష్పత్తిలో 16 పాయింట్ల వృద్ధి కనిపించిందని, సూక్ష్మ రుణ సౌకర్యం అందించే ముద్రా యోజన లబ్ధిదారుల్లో 70% మహిళలే ఉన్నారని అమితాబ్ కాంత్ పేర్కొన్నారు. మహిళల సంక్షేమమే లక్ష్యంగా కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం పలు సంక్షేమ కార్యక్రమాలు అమలు చేస్తోందన్నారు. మిషన్ పోషణ్ 2.0 కింద 1,02,00,000 మంది గర్భవతులు, బాలింతలకు పౌష్టిక ఆహారం అందించిందని పేర్కొన్నారు. ఉద్యోగులకు హాస్టళ్లు, యువతులకు నైపుణ్య శిక్షణ, వారి భద్రత కోసం ప్రత్యేక పథకాలు అమల్లోనికి వచ్చాయన్నారు. మహిళలకు భద్రత, వసతులు, స్వేచ్ఛ కల్పించడమే ధ్యేయంగా నరేంద్ర మోదీ ప్రభుత్వం ముందుకు సాగుతోందన్నారు. 2023లో G20 అధ్యక్ష పదవిని నిర్వహిస్తున్న భారత్ ఇంతవరకు సాధించిన అభివృద్ధిని మరింత ముందుకు తీసుకువెళ్లేందుకు మహిళా కేంద్రిత అభివృద్ధి ఎజెండాను సమర్థవంతంగా అమలు చేయాలని సూచించారు. G20 ఎజెండాలో లింగ సమానత్వానికి ప్రాధాన్యం కల్పించి చిత్తశుద్ధితో ఆచరణలోనికి తీసుకురావాలని పేర్కొంటూ ఆర్థిక, సామాజిక రంగాల్లో మహిళలు చురుగ్గా పాలు పంచుకునే సామర్థ్యాన్ని ప్రభుత్వాలు వారికి అందించాలన్నారు. విద్య స్త్రీలకు సాధికారత చేకూరుస్తుందని ప్రపంచమంతా గుర్తిస్తున్న ప్రాథమిక విద్యలో 49% దేశాలు మాత్రమే లింగ సమానత్వం సాధించాయని, 42% దేశాలు దిగువ మాధ్యమిక స్థాయిలో, 24% దేశాలు ఉన్నత మాధ్యమిక స్థాయిలో లింగ సమానత్వం సాధించాయని అన్నారు. ప్రపంచమంతటా 110 కోట్ల బాలికలు, స్త్రీలు సాధికార ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థకు వెలుపలే ఉన్నారని, వారిలో చాలా మందికి పూర్తి స్థాయిలో డిజిటల్ సాంకేతికతలు లభ్యం కావటం లేదని అమితాబ్ కాంత్ పేర్కొన్నారు. అయితే ప్రస్తుతం భారత్లో పాలన సంబంధ ఉద్యోగాల్లో 1,90,00,000 మంది మహిళలు ఉన్నారని, 17,000 మంది పంచాయతీరాజ్ పదవులకు ఎన్నికయ్యారని పేర్కొన్నారు. 10,000 మంది మహిళలు రక్షణ దళాల్లో విధులు నిర్వర్తిస్తున్నారని పేర్కొన్నారు. వివిధ రంగాల సమాచారంలో మహిళలకు సంబంధించిన డేటాను వేరుగా విశ్లేషించాలని, అవసరమైనప్పుడు అదనపు సమాచారం సేకరించాలన్నారు. లింగ సమానత్వ సాధనకు అడ్డుపడుతున్న అంశాలేమిటో గుర్తించడానికి ఈ సమాచార విశ్లేషణ ఉపకరిస్తుందని తెలిపారు. ఆ లోపాలను పరిహరించి మహిళలకు ఉద్దేశించిన పథకాల ఫలాలు నేరుగా వారికే చేరేలా జాగ్రత్త పడవచ్చన్నారు. ఈ లోపాలను అధిగమించి సరికొత్త ఉమ్మడి ఎజెండాను రూపొందించడానికి భారత్ G20 అధ్యక్ష హోదాలో కృషి చేస్తోందన్నారు. స్త్రీలు, డిజిటల్, ఆర్థిక సాధికారతను, సమ్మిళిత వృద్ధిని సాధించడంలో G20 దేశాలకు భారత్ అనుబంధం తోడ్పడుతోందని, దాన్ని సద్వినియోగం చేసుకోవాలని అమితాబ్ కాంత్ కోరారు.
జాతీయ వార్తల సంక్షిప్త సమాహారాన్ని ఇప్పుడు చూద్దాం. భారత్ బంగ్లా సరిహద్దుల్లో బంగారాన్ని స్మగ్లింగ్ చేసే ప్రయత్నాన్ని బీఎస్ఎఫ్ జవాన్లు భగ్నం చేశారు. సౌత్ బెంగాల్ ఫ్రాంటియర్ పరిధిలోని బోర్డర్ అవుట్ పోస్ట్ 107 బెటాలియన్ కు చెందిన జవాన్లు అంతర్జాతీయ సరిహద్దులో 23 బంగారు బిస్కెట్లను స్వాధీనం చేసుకున్నారు. వీటి విలువ దాదాపు 1.43 కోట్లుంటుంది. కర్ణాటకలోని రాయచూరు జిల్లాలో ఓటింగ్ శాతం పెంపు కోసం ప్రముఖ దర్శకుడు ఎస్ఎస్ రాజమౌళిని జిల్లా ఎన్నికల ప్రచారకర్తగా నియమించారు. ఓటు హక్కు వినియోగంపై ప్రజల్లో చైతన్యం తీసుకురావాలని నిర్ణయించామని, అందుకు రాజమౌళి సరైన వ్యక్తి అని భావించినట్లు ఎన్నికల అధికారి నాయక్ తెలిపారు. రాయచూరు జిల్లా మాన్వి తాలూకాలోని అమరేశ్వర క్యాంపులోనే రాజమౌళి జన్మించారు. రాజమౌళి పేరును రాష్ట్ర ఎన్నికల కమిషన్ కు సిఫార్సు చేశామని, రాజమౌళి కూడా అందుకు అంగీకరించినట్లు చెప్పారు. ప్రతిపాదిత డిజిటల్ ఇండియా చట్టం విధి విధానాలకు సంబంధించి కేంద్ర ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ ఐటీ శాఖ సహాయ మంత్రి రాజు చంద్రశేఖర్ పరిశ్రమ వర్గాలతో సంప్రదింపులు నిర్వహించారు. స్పై కెమెరా, గ్లాసెస్, వేరబుల్ డివైజ్లు వంటి గ్యాడ్జెట్లు సేకరించే డేటాను హ్యాండిల్ చేయడానికి సంబంధించి నిబంధనలపైన చర్చించారు. వీటిని విక్రయించే దశలోనే కేవైసీ నిబంధనల్ని వర్తింపచేయడం తదితర అంశాలపై సమాలోచనలు జరిపారు. మహారాష్ట్ర ఉప ముఖ్యమంత్రి దేవేంద్ర ఫడ్నవీస్ నిన్న అసెంబ్లీలో రాష్ట్ర బడ్జెట్ ప్రవేశపెట్టారు. పంచామృతం సూత్రం ఆధారంగా రైతులు, మహిళలు, యువత, ఉపాధి, పర్యావరణంపై దృష్టి సారించామని రాష్ట్ర బడ్జెట్ను సమర్పించారు. వచ్చే 3 ఏళ్లలో 10 లక్షల గృహాలు నిర్మించడంతో పాటు ఈ ఏడాది ముంబై మెట్రోపాలిటన్ రీజియన్లో 50 కిలోమీటర్ల మేర మెట్రో లైన్లు అందుబాటులోకి రానుందని బడ్జెట్ ప్రసంగంలో వెల్లడించారు. కరోనాను నియంత్రించేందుకు ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ మాస్క్ను తప్పనిసరిగా ధరించాలి. ముక్కు, నోరు కప్పి ఉంచేలా సరైన పద్ధతిలో మాస్క్ ధరించాలి. తరచూ చేతులను శుభ్రం చేసుకోవాలి. వ్యక్తిగత పరిశుభ్రతను పాటిస్తూ భౌతిక దూరాన్ని తప్పక పాటించాలి. అర్హులందరూ వ్యాక్సిన్ వేయించుకోవాలి. నిబంధనలు పాటిద్దాం, కరోనాను జయిద్దాం. ఈ వార్తలు ఇంతటితో సమాప్తం. నమస్కారం.
వెళ్ళి తీరాలి.
అరే గేమ్ వదిలేసా.
నెలైంది కంప్లైంట్ చేసి బ్యాంక్ రిఫండ్ చేయడమే లేదు. కంప్లైంట్
the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas convention in Indore. I'm sure you must have also been coming to India every now and then. So what are your impressions that you've taken back from your latest visit to India?
Since Russia, some people say I had a lunch with the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, dinner with our Foreign Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, and got an award from our President. So they all shocked and they said how big it was. So they even could not, my friends and colleagues here, they couldn't understand what it is.
Yes.
The total government of India. And I said this is the way how the Indian look for their diaspora who was doing their honestly job.
What happened in the relationships that I had that were so written about and so scandalized so many people. What happened in those things, what happened in my journey from Bollywood to Europe to Hollywood, all that had to be told. I said, if not now, when? If not me, who?
G20 नए विचारों की परिकल्पना के लिए और सामूहिक एक्शन को गति देने के लिए एक ग्लोबल प्राइम मूवर की तरह काम करें। वैश्विक विकास महिलाओं की भागीदारी के बिना संभव नहीं है। भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता की थीम वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर में पूर्ण रूप से समाहित है।
Politics hots up in Maldives as election nears. Can President Soleh retain power?
The prospects of us winning this election is very good.
Or will allies play spoilsport?
Are his actions becoming a liability of sorts for the party?
I hope that we will be able to clear all these and move forward united.
Watch an exclusive interview of Maldives Foreign Minister Abdullah Shahid at 8:30 p.m. on Friday, 10th March, only on DD India.
Since you've studied agriculture so extensively, and India is an agricultural country, where do you think we're lacking?
Very large base of marginal farmers. We have not been able to bring in technology into our agriculture in a big way. Farm mechanization has not happened on the scale that should have happened decades ago. But the new vision of the Honorable Prime Minister is certainly making a big change. The 1 lakh crore agricultural infrastructure fund is a huge fund infusion, financial kind of induction into the agricultural sector. This is going to change the way that agriculture is done in this country.
Tell us about the experience of attending the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas convention in Indore. I'm sure you must have also been coming to India every now and then. So what are your impressions that you've taken back from your latest visit to India?
In Croatia, St. Petersburg, I had a lunch with the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, dinner with our Foreign Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, and got an award from our President. So they all shocked and they said how big it was. So they even could not, my friends and colleagues, they couldn't understand what it is.
Yes.
The total government of India. And I said this is the way how the Indian look for their diaspora who was doing their honestly job.
Hello and welcome to the latest weekly edition of India Ideas, the show which is all about science and tech, innovation and entrepreneurship, coming to you every Thursday on DD India. I'm Gautam Roy. International Women's Day has just gone by, so we thought why not talk about women-led startups with a stellar panel of guests. And we'll narrow the focus down this time around while talking about females powering the Indian startup ecosystem. Well, the number of women-led businesses in the country has been going up gradually, but they are by no stretch of imagination in proportion to the ratio of women and men in the country. According to the National Survey Organization report, 10% of the total number of entrepreneurs in India were women 2 years ago. Now that number has gone up to 14%. Similar dynamics are at play when we talk about the funding of women-led startups in the country as well. A report says the share of funding of women-led startups has risen from 11% in 2021 to 16% in 2022. In fact, the number of active investors funding women-led startups has seen a steady rise since 2010. The number of investors funding women-led startups saw a sharp year-on-year jump to 42% in 2021. Again, in 2021, the funding of women-led startups rose by a whopping 91% to $4.9 billion. Now, this means that the funding of women-led startups in 2021 was the highest in a decade. There's data that also suggests that women-led startups outperformed the Indian startup ecosystem in funding during 2022 as well. Now, during the show, data will also come up on the screen which tells us that the chill of the much talked about funding winter, which descended in the aftermath of the pandemic and got worsened by the Ukraine war, was reduced by the level of funding in women-led startups. Now, what does this really tell us in terms of where women entrepreneurship in the country stands is what we're talking about today with our guests, and they are Apurva Sharma, partner Stride Ventures, which is one of India's leading venture debt funds with over 100 companies and startups in its portfolio. We also have with us Bhargavi Vijay Kumar, co-founder and partner Java Capital, which is a seed stage focused SEBI-registered alternate investment fund started in 2020, which launched a 75 crore rupees seed stage fund towards the end of last year. And we also have Ravi Chhabria with us, Managing Director NetApp India, which is a global cloud-led data-centric software company, which also has Accelerate Her program in its overall accelerator setup for women-led startups. Welcome to you all. Let's start with you, Apurva. Welcome to DD India as well. What do you really make of the recent reports that have been coming out, which are putting across an incrementally improving image about women entrepreneurship in the country, particularly where funding is concerned, even suggesting that the funding winter chill was reduced in India because of its women-led startups?
Sure. Yeah, so I think definitely there are more women entrepreneurs in the ecosystem now than ever before, and it's a lot to do with the role models also that we have now in the ecosystem, like Falguni Nair, Uta Singh, Gazalalag, and so many more who have contributed in their own ways. And definitely, there's no doubt about it that we are growing at a fast pace towards inculcating more women in the startup ecosystem. The other part of the question, I think the funding winter or just so-called, subdued sentiments of the VC ecosystem. I think it is broadly the same, whether it's a female-led startup or a male-led startup. So I don't really feel that it has any bearing as such. The only anecdote that I'd like to give is that, women in general are more self-deprecating, and I think they just feel that they might not get a second chance if they fail. So I think that over-planning helps in situations like these, because obviously, as a founder, you have to remain optimistic, but I think the unrealistic optimism in female founders is slightly lesser, which probably is a good thing in times like these.
Okay,
That's
an interesting
probably
perspective.
when founders went slightly more conservative in a year where funding environment was tighter, but I don't think there is much to do otherwise. I think the funding winter is equally brutal for all players.
Okay, and let's hope that it doesn't last, any longer than it has to. Well, Bhargavi, now how reflective are these recent reports in terms of the way things have been developing as far as these startups are concerned? Because what we're seeing really is what has been happening with these startups, and especially the women-led startups, is the fact that there is a lot of movement as well. And now, if you were to look at this entire approach, what kind of startups do you think your company will support really? Because does that really become an attribute if there is a women-led company or a co-founder who's a woman when it comes to considering a startup which is at the seed stage?
Hi, Gautam. Yeah, thank you. So, before I start answering about Java and how we look at women-led startups, I think as a country we have to be proud that the percentage of women entrepreneurs funded in India is way higher than the global average. So if we look at global, there is only 2% of venture funding that has gone to women-led startups. So I think that way we have to be proud as a country. Now coming to Java, we don't specifically wear a gender lens when we evaluate companies. I think
that's what I thought
we
you'd say.
fund companies for the fundamental strength of the company's business model, fundamental strength of the founders. And that is true when we evaluate companies irrespective of gender, irrespective of a founder's education background or the geography from which they come from. And I think that is very important, and that is a critical aspect even from a women founder's point of view, because as founders you don't want to be funded because of your gender. You want to be funded and backed by investors for what you are building and for the difference that you are making in the economy and in the society. So that would be my view.
All right. Okay, so it's not very different from what I expected really, because I didn't really expect you to say that, yes, we consider gender as a factor. Well, but Ravi, if I could come to you and ask you to give us the larger picture, what are the recent reports about the march of women entrepreneurship in India, particularly with respect to funding, telling us about the evolution of entrepreneurship and how it is supported in our country overall?
For sure. Firstly, I just want to thank you for having me on this panel on International
You're most
Women's
welcome.
Day. So it really is a privilege. I'll also start with this. I love the way you started this conversation, right? The world around us is 50-50. So if it's anything other than 50-50 in every facet of life, there's a lot for us to be able to learn and to make progress on. With that said, I think your question really is, how are we kind of seeing it? I'll give you a conversation perspective from the point of view of our accelerator efforts. We've been running an accelerator for about 6 years now. Our primary focus on the accelerator is fostering an ecosystem. So let's look at some of the biases that we kind of see out there. There's this whole notion about, you know what, women-led startups, fantastic for business to computer, for business to consumer, not so much for business to business. Well, there's data that tells you that's not true. There's another fallacy that says, well, it's not really deep tech. Point is, that's not true. So when we started our NetApp Accelerate Her program a couple of years ago, it was predicated on a very simple premise, that if we are not finding women-led startups or entrepreneurial kind of activities, it's probably because we're not looking hard enough. And I think that's the one thing that flipped. If you say, what's the one thing we changed? We just changed in the manner in which we were looking for things. And I think that focus has paid off for us. So I think if you look at, you can talk about trends. I completely agree. You're not going to find an answer which says that there is anything inherently different between a woman-led company or a woman entrepreneur and a male entrepreneur. I have a feeling the ecosystem just needs to kind of get into the 21st century.
All right. Yeah, and that is happening bit by bit, not at the pace that we'd like, but yes, it is happening. And Apurva, when it comes to financing startups, be it by picking up stake or providing debt, which is where your business really comes in, do most VCs now consider the presence of a woman among the co-founders as an asset? The perspective might have been different, say, a decade back.
Sure. So, as Bhargavi said, I think no evaluation is from a gender lens. So it is definitely a plus. Having more women at senior leadership positions or at founder positions is definitely a plus, because in any decision, it is good to have, the perspective of 50% of the population.
Well, Bhargavi, what is your perspective on startups which have women co-founders when they approach your company for support? Does that become an attribute, a positive, when it comes to considering a seed stage startup for funding?
I'll put it this way, right? I think it's always good to have diversity, because when I say diversity, it's not just in terms of gender, but in terms of people's different career experiences and the different exposures they had in life, because it helps a lot when you do decision making, when you have to build a product, when you have to look at customer empathy, right? Empathy towards the customer, that these factors become extremely important in company building and in product building. And in that way, it helps. And another factor is, for a women founder, in general, if you have a women investor, connect gets established for sure. And the networking becomes different. You don't have to do the traditional networking how men have to typically do. So with women investors, the networking becomes different.
Okay.
I think those are plus points to have a woman in both sides of the table, be a founder or be an investor. What I would also like to highlight here is, if we rise above all of this and see what's happening globally, there is a recent Harvard Business Review article which says what are the downsides of a woman founder raising only from a women-led VC. What they say is, when they go for the further fundraise, then other VCs tend to look at it, hey, did she get funding because she is a woman from a women VC? Yeah, so there is a attribution bias that comes into the play. So I would say that there are inherent biases in many of us, which has been ingrained from many decades.
Yes, inherent bias could creep in due to other factors as well, apart from gender. There are so many other inherent biases that could be creeping in as well.
Correct. So, as a society and as investors, as players in the ecosystem, I think we have to be conscious in keeping these biases out. First, recognizing the biases and keeping this biases out. Then, I think we will start promoting entrepreneurship and backing founders for the fundamental aspects of the business and for their ideas than for anything else.
Apurva, you couldn't complete your answer earlier, got interrupted because of bad network, but I'd just like to add something to what you were already responding to. Is in terms of your assessment, what is your sense in terms of why this is happening, why we're seeing these numbers rising where the funding of women startups is concerned? It's doing better than the ecosystem in a year where funding has been affected.
I think, it's just more education in the ecosystem. I think more, since we have more role models, not only at the operator level, but also in the investor community. There are so many women who have now risen to leadership decision-making positions. And now, obviously, because of their presence, the biases are reduced. So people are able to appreciate the company for the merit of it, for the business model, for the caliber of the founder, and not kind of, color yourself with inherent biases. As you said, there are so many biases. It's not just because of gender. If you look at the startup ecosystem, most founders will be from an IIT, IIM background, but that doesn't essentially mean that they are the best execution people in the industry. There are so many founders who will do a better job at execution, but it's just that, in a country where there are so many people, India is always, more elimination than selection. So you have certain biases, you eliminate people basis that, because just the quantum of people is so much more that selection takes a back seat and elimination is the decision-making criteria in most conditions, right?
Yes.
But I think that evolution has happened because there are more decision makers, which are women at senior leadership levels at VC and private equity. And hence there is, and also obviously the existence of more role models who are female entrepreneurs who have done very well for their shareholders.
Great, great. Yes, that does make a lot of sense. Now, Ravi, in the context of NetApp's accelerator program, again, this set that you have, what has been your experience where women entrepreneurs are concerned? Where do they need the most hand-holding, and where do they have an edge compared to their male counterparts? Or is there no distinction at all?
I wouldn't make that distinction. There's a distinction between every individual, and you have to realize that kind of outshines everything that otherwise can be compartmentalized. So I'll give you an example, right? When you look at our startup accelerator, the kind of things that we feel that we are good at is to be able to give people access to brilliant technologists. We are able to give them access to global markets because we are a multinational, we are a US founded company. We're able to give them access to marketeers. So everybody has a different need, right? And we can kind of take care of what their needs are. I'll tell you where my learning comes in, right? There's a lot of inherent prejudice that as I even participated with our accelerator program, you can just start seeing, glass ceilings breaking away. So I'll give you an example. One of our entrepreneurs, Surbhi Shah, she's a, small town in Jharkhand, focus on industrial automation. Okay. Now think of this. Most of this country feels that the woman's place is at home. Here's a woman who kind of is like creating breakthrough innovation on the factory shop floor. It changes the way you think about things. So I feel that, what our single most valuable component of the Accelerator program is the mentorship that goes both ways. Not just that the mentorship we can take to the woman entrepreneur, but there are so few of women entrepreneurs in the country that when we want one of them to come in and kind of mentor our talent, and our talent, not just women, but women and men equally, there aren't too many. And it's important to have that diversity. As both our guests have told us too. Our markets are heterogeneous. There are so many kind of variations in this country. You just need all the diversity you can get on your team. And I think that was our big learning.
All right. Wonderful. Now, Apurva, over the recent years, we've seen the government and the ecosystem itself taking several steps to not only encourage women entrepreneurs, but also to have more and more women become entrepreneurs. Now, how well directed are these efforts?
So I think, of course, the government has brought new initiatives. So I've read, for example, about Bhartiya Mahila Bank Business Loan, where any female entrepreneur can take a loan up to, say, 20 crores. There's also Women Entrepreneurship Platform, which is led by Niti Aayog, which is a platform for connecting women founders with sponsors. Similarly, there's Mudra Yojana, etc., for small-scale businesses for applying loans up to 20 lakhs. And so of course, there is a lot of, I would say, schemes available. I don't think there's a lot of knowledge about such schemes to the general people. I don't think people are aware of such schemes specifically designed for women. So I think a better job can be done at decimating this information. And at the end of the day, I have spoken to so many female founders. They just don't want themselves to be called female founders. All they want to be called is founders. And they're not looking for some special treatment or special opportunity or special scheme. All they're looking for is equal opportunity and decision making without bias.
Okay, fair enough. That is the way it should be, and we are trying to evolve to that sort of a stage. Bhargavi, there's data that also says that women-led startups are mostly in fashion, baby care, e-commerce, D2C and other types of marketplace spaces, less so in spaces like deep tech. Now, why do you think that is the case, and is that set to change as well, or is that just a perception?
I wouldn't say that's wrong, because even from the experience of the number of women founders operating in a SaaS company or a deep tech company who we interact with is very low compared to other sectors. So it is probably true. We want to see more women working on deep technologies and core technologies. If you ask me why is it so, I think it's just because of the traditional conditioning that has been done, right? So I hope it will change in the future as more and more women successful founders stories we listen, and who have been able to spend 5-6 years in just doing R&D and building a product and coming up with a cutting edge technology, right? So that would be my wish.
And of course, more and more women coming at the formative stage itself, and then getting into STEM when they come out of schools and get into colleges.
Yeah, I think in terms of women doing engineering or STEM courses has increased in the past, right? So I think I wouldn't attribute this to the education aspect. I would attribute this to more about the conditioning aspect, right? Maybe it is easier for a woman to associate herself well with a D2C product and easier to get it launched. Whereas deep technology requires more continuous effort and more dedicated effort, which requires a lot of ecosystem support both at home and in terms of the general startup ecosystem. And not only that, when in colleges, when they have to do PhDs and when they have to do fundamental research, there is a lot of support which is required from academia as well. So I think that is something which is changing only in the recent past, and that's why I believe in the future, in the next decade, we will see more women coming from STEM areas in deep technologies and other core tech.
Definitely. Now, Ravi, let me ask you, the male person in our panel and the only one today, do you think the presence of women in the funding space like Apurva and Bhargavi will also become a major factor in the coming days when it comes to the funding of women-led startups, or it may not make that big a difference because funding has its own set of considerations where gender of the founders may not be an issue at all?
See, capitalism isn't defined by gender. So I'm figuring that every one of these ladies that is kind of, out there for kind of funding winners isn't going to be, predicating decisions based on gender themselves. But the fact that you bring in people with diverse backgrounds, diverse life experiences into the mix, people make different decisions. And I think different decisions sometimes have better outcomes. That's the argument for diversity. And I think I'd just like to leave it at that. And to tell you the truth, when we kind of build up our panel that is kind of selecting startups for the for the future, we do have representation from women, either past women founders or, even founders of capital firms that are women-led. That helps us. We think it's important to do that, not because they'll identify more women entrepreneurs, but they just bring balance to the panel.
Okay, great. Well, that is the way things should be progressing, and they are in a way as well. It's not being forced in any manner that you have to pick women-led startups for funding. None of the startups do that. There are some funds that have been launched to that effect, but that is very limited right now, and we don't know if that will expand further or not. But overall, as long as you enable and empower women at all levels, this is going to be happening in the natural course, and that's, I think, what we're seeing right now in the country, and that will be something that will perhaps we'll see mushrooming further as well. Thank you so much for joining us and talking about it today.
Thank you so much, Gautam. Thanks, everyone.
All right, that's all we have for the moment in this edition of India Ideas. Once more, a very happy International Women's Day to everyone on this entire planet, really, because that's what we're celebrating. We're celebrating the gender, also the fact that this gender contributes a huge lot to the progress of the entire humanity. And keep watching DD India as well.
Politics hots up in Maldives as election nears. Can President Soleh retain power?
The prospects of us winning this election is very good.
Or will allies play spoilsport?
Are his actions becoming a liability of sorts for the party?
I hope that we will be able to clear all these and move forward united.
Watch an exclusive interview of Maldives Foreign Minister Abdullah Shahid at 8:30 p.m. on Friday, 10th March, only on DD India.
What happened in the relationships that I had that were so written about and so scandalized so many people. What happened in those things, what happened in my journey from Bollywood to Europe to Hollywood, all that had to be told. I said, if not now, when? If not me, who?
Traditional medicine is widely used and increasingly relevant in the world today. Yet, it has been around for millennia. At a time when we were more in balance with our environment and in harmony with nature, we began looking into its healing powers to cure our aches and pains and discover our own remedies. Our understanding of traditional practices began to grow. Now over 80% of the world's population use traditional medicine. It's also the foundation for many modern medicines and practices. Some 40% of the approved pharmaceutical products in use today come from natural substances like tree barks and plant roots. So why don't national health strategies fully take all this into account? To answer these and other questions, we welcome the World Health Organization's new Global Center for Traditional Medicine. A bold new vision that starts in Jamnagar, Gujarat in India but has a truly global reach. A centre to support evidence and data, sustainability and innovation, bringing together the latest knowledge and technology to advance our understanding of methods already in use by billions of people. Catalysing ancient wisdom and modern science has never been more needed as we strive towards our global health objectives to keep the world healthy and safe, to serve those in the most vulnerable situations and promote good health and well-being for everyone. Let's take a bold new look at this most ancient and most modern practice. Welcome to WHO's Global Centre for Traditional Medicine.
Tell us about the experience of attending the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas Convention in Indore. I'm sure you must have also been coming to India every now and then. So what are your impressions that you've taken back from your latest visit to India?
Since Croatia, St. Petersburg, I had a lunch with the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, dinner with our Foreign Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, and got an award from our President. So they all shocked and they said how big it was. So they even could not, my friends and colleagues here, they couldn't understand what it is.
Yes.
The total government of India. And I said this is the way how the Indian look for their diaspora who was doing their honestly job.
Since you've studied agriculture so extensively, and India is an agricultural country, where do you think we're lacking?
Very large base of marginal farmers. We have not been able to bring in technology into our agriculture in a big way. Farm mechanization has not happened on the scale that should have happened decades ago. But the new vision of the Honorable Prime Minister is certainly making a big change. The 1 lakh crore agricultural infrastructure fund is a huge fund infusion, financial kind of induction into the agricultural sector. This is going to change the way that agriculture is done in this country.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome to Midday Prime. Over the next 1 hour, we'll bring you up to speed with all that is going on in the country and the world in terms of the latest updates. I'm Gautam Roy. We'll tell you what is happening in terms of that deadly shooting that is taking place in a church in Germany. Also, how are India and Australia taking their bilateral relationships forward with the Prime Ministers of the two countries meeting today in New Delhi. But first, as always, the big news of the hour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his Australian counterpart Anthony Albanese jointly address the media following the annual summit today. Discussion on security cooperation, renewable energy held. Both nations are working on a comprehensive economic cooperation agreement to further strengthen trade. India-USA commercial dialogue held in Delhi today. The dialogue is co-chaired by US Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo and Union Minister Piyush Goyal. MOU on semiconductor supply chain and innovation partnership signed. The MOU will establish a collaborative mechanism on semiconductor supply chain resilience and diversification. Deadly shooting in Germany's Hamburg church. The police say the gunman is potentially among the 7 killed. Motive is still to be ascertained. Xi Jinping begins a historic third term as China's president. Naming of a new premier and various ministers in the coming days is considered more important. New appointees are mostly expected to be Xi's loyalists, including Li Qiang, expected to become China's number 2 leader. Palestinian gunman opens fires in Tel Aviv, wounding 3 people before being killed by the police. Hamas says the assault is in response to the West Bank firefight in which 3 Palestinian gunmen were killed on Thursday. Israeli Prime Minister labels the shooting as a terror attack amid rising unrest in the West Bank. Ukraine works to restore operation of energy facilities after a huge wave of Russian missiles knocks out power in major cities including Kyiv. Zelensky says the strike also briefly forced Europe's biggest nuclear power plant off the grid. And in sports, Australia crossed the 400 runs mark on day 2 of the Ahmedabad Test match. Cameron Green scores a maiden Test ton. India roar back in the contest with quick wickets. Let's begin the show now with the big news of the hour. Well, that is, of course, another landmark in India-Australia ties. Delegation-level talks led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese have been held in New Delhi today. An extensive agenda is on the table, focusing on economy and trade, defence and security, science and technology, energy, education, mobility and diaspora, as well as regional and multilateral issues. The mechanism of annual summits was institutionalized during virtual summit in March 22 and is a reflection of the ever-expanding engagement between the two countries. India and Australia have exchanged agreements in sports, terms of reference for Solar Task Force, with Utter Innovation Mission, audio-visual co-production and more.
रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी दोनों देशों के लिए प्राथमिकता और फोकस का क्षेत्र है और हम क्लीन हाइड्रोजन और सोलर में साथ मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं। पिछले साल लागू हुए ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट एकता से दोनों देशों के बीच ट्रेड और इन्वेस्टमेंट के बेहतर अवसर खुले हैं और हमारी टीमें कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन एग्रीमेंट पर भी काम कर रही है।
Prime Minister Modi also brought up the issue of attacks on Hindu temples in Australia with his Australian counterpart.
एक का विषय है कि पिछले कुछ सप्ताहों से ऑस्ट्रेलिया में मंदिरों पर हमलों की खबरें नियमित रूप से आ रही है। स्वाभाविक है कि ऐसे समाचार भारत में सभी लोगों को चिंतित करते हैं, हमारे मन को व्यथित करते हैं। हमारी इन भावनाओं और चिंताओं को मैंने प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीजी के समक्ष रखा और उन्होंने मुझे आश्वस्त किया है कि भारतीय समुदाय की सेफ्टी उनके लिए विशेष प्राथमिकता है। इस विषय पर हमारी टीम्स नियमित संपर्क में रहेगी और यथासंभव सहयोग करेगी।
Prime Minister Modi also said that deepening of India-Australia security partnership is vital in the context of developments in the Indo-Pacific region and ensuring maritime security.
सुरक्षा सहयोग हमारी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप का एक महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ है। आज हमारे बीच इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र में मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी और आपसी रक्षा और सुरक्षा सहयोग बढ़ाने पर विस्तार से चर्चा हुई। रक्षा के क्षेत्र में हमने पिछले कुछ सालों में उल्लेखनीय एग्रीमेंट्स किए हैं, जिनमें एक दूसरे की सेनाओं के लिए लॉजिस्टिक्स सपोर्ट भी शामिल है। हमारी सुरक्षा एजेंसीज के बीच भी नियमित और उपयोगी सूचना का आदान प्रदान है और हमने इसे और सुदृढ़ करने पर चर्चा की। हमारे युवा सैनिकों के बीच संपर्क और मित्रता बढ़ाने के लिए हमने जनरल रावत ऑफिसर्स एक्सचेंज प्रोग्राम की स्थापना की है, जो इसी महीने आरंभ हुआ है।
And for his part, the Australian PM said that ties with India are multifaceted and lend a shared commitment to securing the Indo-Pacific region.
Prime Minister Modi and I discussed the increasingly uncertain global security environment and committed to strengthening the Australia-India defence and security partnership to address shared challenges and work towards an open, stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific. I welcome increased defence information sharing between Australia and India, including in the maritime domain.
And Prime Minister Albanese also pledged his commitment to taking trade ties to the next level.
We also agreed on an early conclusion of our ambitious, comprehensive economic cooperation agreement as soon as possible, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to finalise that this year. This transformational deal will realise the full potential of the bilateral economic relationship, creating new employment opportunities and raising living standards for the people of both Australia and India.
Earlier, the first India-Australia annual summit commenced with talks between the two prime ministers and they discussed areas of cooperation under the India-Australia Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. Both the leaders reaffirmed the shared commitment towards further deepening of our comprehensive strategic partnership. Earlier, Prime Minister Narendra Modi received Australian counterpart for a ceremonial welcome at Rashtrapati Bhavan on his first state visit to India in his current role. Speaking to media persons thereafter, visiting Prime Minister Anthony Albanese described Australia and India as great friends.
India are great friends. We are partners and we're building that partnership even stronger each and every day, both through our personal relationship as the Prime Ministers of India and Australia, but importantly as well the relationship between our peoples. I lead a delegation here of significant business leaders as well. We want to cooperate with India and build a relationship in culture, in economic relations, as well as in our security.
The Australian Prime Minister also visited Rajghat and laid a wreath and paid floral tributes to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. After paying homage, Prime Minister Albanese signed the visitor's book there as well. Also, Prime Minister Modi and Australia's Anthony Albanese have been gifted collages fashioned by images of Indian and Australian cricketers. Look at those images, painstaking work clearly being reflected there in the portrait of these two leaders. Earlier, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar also called on the visiting Australian Prime Minister in New Delhi. The Australian Prime Minister is on a 4-day visit to India. India and Australia share warm and friendly relations based on common values and democratic principles. The strategic partnership between the two countries was elevated to a comprehensive strategic partnership in June 2020, which has been strengthened and deepened through frequent high-level exchanges and enhanced cooperation across sectors. Let's now quickly acquaint you with the key facets of the India-Australia relationship or India-Australia ties with the help of our video wall. If you look at what's been happening through the course of the decades, really, is that the two countries enjoy excellent bilateral relations. They have undergone a transformational evolution in recent years, really. That's what one can really describe it as. It's developed along positive track into a friendly partnership. Now, this partnership is characterized by shared values, as I said earlier, of pluralistic parliamentary democracies. There's also the common thread of the Commonwealth traditions and expanding economic engagement that further cement these relations. There's a long-standing people-to-people ties and increasing high-level engagement that complete the picture. Now, on the 4th of June 2020, India-Australia Comprehensive Strategic Partnership was initiated. This pact is the cornerstone of a multifaceted bilateral relationship that is further growing between India and Australia. Growing India-Australia economic and commercial relations also contribute further to the strengthening of these ties. Now, Australian government commissioned India Economic Strategy to 2035 some time back. The strategy was commissioned to define the pathway for Australia to unlock opportunities offered by India's economic growth. The strategy was released in July 2018 and was updated and released again in April 2022. Also, on its part, India, that is on December 2020, Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal released CII Australia Economic Strategy Report as well. Both these countries are important trading partners for each other. Australia is India's 17th largest trading partner. India is Australia's 9th largest trading partner. If you look at the data for 2021, India-Australia trade for both merchandise and services was valued at $27.5 billion. India's merchandise exports to Australia grew 135% between 2019 and 2021. On the 2nd of April 2022, the two countries signed India-Australia Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, which is the ECTA. On the 29th of December 2022, this ECTA came into force. Now, Indian exports are benefiting from preferential zero-duty market access in Australia for 100% of its tariff lines. India's labour-intensive sectors such as gems and jewellery, textiles, leather, footwear and others are gaining because of this pact. India has provided preferential access to Australia on over 70% of its tariff lines. Preferential access is mainly for Australia's raw material and intermediaries like coal, mineral ores, etc., which are a benefit to the Indian manufacturing sector. Now, Australia is providing additional market access and mobility to professionals, including chefs and yoga teachers, as part of this agreement as well. Both countries are partners in Trilateral Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, that is the SCRI, along with Japan. The SCRI seeks to enhance resilience of supply chains in Indo-Pacific region. Australia is also an important strategic partner for India. Both the nations are part of the four-nation Quad and Indo-Pacific Economic Forum as well, apart from the SCRI. The Indian community in Australia keeps growing in size and importance as well. Indian-related ancestry population is about 976,000 according to the 2021 census. India is the second largest migrant group in Australia, and of course sporting ties in cricket, hockey and other sports further bring the two nations together. Let me now bring in my colleague Amritpal Singh, who has been tracking all the developments related to the bilateral meeting, and we're also joined by Dr. Anshu Joshi, Professor, School of International Studies at the Jawaharlal Nehru University. Good afternoon to you both. Amritpal, first coming to you. Tell us about how India and Australia are moving forward as far as their ties are concerned with the latest summit meet between the two prime ministers of the two countries.
Okay, Gautam, what happened today was the annual summit which both leaders had committed to last year. So Prime Minister Albanese traveled to India for this annual summit. Both principals, of course, they had their delegations in the room later, reviewed the entire gamut of the bilateral relationship. From defense to security partnership to how to take trade forward, from the movement from ECTA to CEPA, or what is called as economic cooperation and trade agreement, to
comprehensive
economic
version.
Yeah, basically, what we have right now is an interim FTA. They're looking at getting an FTA in place, which the Australian Prime Minister said that the good progress is being made on that, and he expects that it could be signed by the end of this year or next year. Now, then again, climate change, renewable energy, investment in education, especially Australian education, because Indian students are a big market. They are Indo-Pacific, securing the Indo-Pacific, cooperating on international issues, backing each other's positions at international fora, committing to the Paris implementation of the Paris Agreement, etc. So the entire gamut was discussed. Bilateral issues came up, as the Prime Minister said, that Indians were understandably worried about reports of attacks on Hindu temples in Australia, and he brought this up with the Australian Prime Minister, though the Australian Prime Minister did not comment on it, but Prime Minister Modi said that the Australian Prime Minister did assure him that security of the Indians in Australia is of prime concern, and he reiterated his commitment to ensuring the safety of Indians living in Australia. So essentially the entire gamut of relationship was reviewed, and a sort of fine-tuning was done as to how to take it forward, and a review of what has reached till now, and how what is the way forward. So that was what was achieved.
Was there any sort of an assessment of the ECTA as well as to how it's going, because it came into effect only in December last year? So is it too early to assess it, or can one get a good idea of how things are going with its implementation within this short time period? It's been slightly over 2 months.
The question is on ACTA, right?
Yes.
Yes, it was. It is a short period, but as both leaders said, the benefits are immense. I mean, for the Indians, for the exports that you're doing to Australia, 96% of your exports, your duty has come to zero. Straight drop to zero, and that counts for about 98% of the tariffs. For the Australians, the exports from Australia to India, or imports from our perspective, their duty to zero has dropped to about on 85%. So this has sort of paved the way for taking off the hurdles for achieving the full FTA. Imagine if an interim FTA leads you to these benefits. They're already talking about taking the trade from $27.5 billion last year to over $50 billion in the next 5 years. So those are the targets that they've set for themselves, and they did review that how this can be further fine-tuned, how it can be further liberalized, and negotiations between these negotiations don't happen at the summit level,
yes,
really, but the people who've done the groundwork do present to their principals, and the principals talk about that in detail as to how their vision of achieving this is either on track or it needs to be fast-tracked.
Yes, certainly. And if I could bring you in, Professor Joshi, how would you like to assess how the relationship between India and Australia has evolved, especially in recent years? Because before that, it seemed that this was a relationship which wasn't living up to its potential at all.
If we look back at the history of the bilateral relations of India and Australia, we find that both the countries have faced the brunt of British rule. Both the countries are enjoying bilateral relations for past almost 75 years. Both the countries have a lot of common elements when we look from history's point of view, culture's point of view. Both the countries have diversified society and culture. And then when we look from the national interests point of view, when we look from the challenges point of view, when we look from the common concerns point of view, when we look from the opportunities point point of view, both the countries, I feel, complement each other. And I do see a lot of areas where both the countries can collaborate. We have already elevated our bilateral relationship to strategic partnership with Australia, specifically in the domain of trade and strategic cooperation.
Yes.
And Australia has already emerged as a trusted maritime partner of India, specifically in Indo-Pacific region. And it is the need of the hour that we both connect, we both collaborate, specifically when we look from the challenges that are coming from Indo-Pacific's point of view, from China's point of view.
Right.
Moreover, I'll give you an example that how both the countries complement each other. See, Australia is the third largest country in terms of its territory in the world. However, it is not densely populated. And when we look at the population of Australia, mostly you would find people populated, they are staying in the coastal areas of Australia.
That's right.
India is a densely populated country, but we have a highly skilled workforce presently, and it is one of our key goals to enhance skill development in our people. And when we consider our diaspora's power, India and Australia can connect in this particular domain to leverage from each other's strengths. Because when we look at Australia, 30% of its population belongs to the immigrants, and almost half of the population has one or the other parent based overseas. So considering all these facts, this particular domain looks like a key domain of collaboration between both the countries, apart from the areas of trade, the areas of defense cooperation, the areas of health care facilities, area of education, and so on.
Okay. And what difference do you think, elevating the kind of trade pact that we have, the ECTA, to a comprehensive economic partnership, what kind of difference do you think that can make to what is already going on between India and Australia in terms of their trade relations?
So far, we have SEPA in place, Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, and now we are all set to elevate it to comprehensive, complete, fully economic engagement with Australia. Having said that,
we have an ECTA, it will go to a SEPA.
Right. So it actually takes us to a position where both the countries can collaborate, and both the countries can mutually produce, can mutually do a lot of things, and can invest in each other's countries in different sectors, which is one of the key goals of G20 also. And from multilaterally, India and Australia are already doing a lot in this particular sector. But at bilateral level, I do see a lot of scope and opportunities now.
Yes, certainly. And there are, of course, multilateral partnerships as well that India and Australia are part of. Amrit, for example, there's, of course, Quad, which is a strategic partnership. And there's the one that is related to supply chains as well. It's a trilateral partnership with Japan. Do you know if any discussions were any discussions held on those accounts as well?
Yes, it was discussed at length. In fact, the Australian Prime Minister extended an invitation to Prime Minister Modi to visit Australia in May this year for the Quad Summit. Quad is one of the most notable partnerships when we talk about, being part of multilateral arrangements. So Quad, because their interests coincide, both because of their geographies sit on opposite ends, or on two ends of the Indo-Pacific, and both have said that securing the Indo-Pacific is a key concern of ours and a very important pillar of our defense partnership, of our maritime partnership, of our security partnership. So open, fair, inclusive, free Indo-Pacific is something which has, of course, dimensions in terms of strategic fallouts, but also from the point of view of trade, given that it's an important region through which very vital trade sea lanes pass. And both leaders in their public statements to the press stressed upon this issue. So this was discussed at length between the two leaders. Then, in fact, the Prime Minister went on to say that our defense partnership has it should be seen in the context of Quad, or is though the independent bilateral agreements which we spoke about, General Bipin Rawat defense exchange program, etc. But then he said that it is for when you talk about maritime cooperation, when you talk about security cooperation, increasing military exercises. The Prime Minister Albanese talked about Malabar exercises. Their stress was on securing the Indo-Pacific, given its geopolitical importance.
Definitely. And Professor Joshi, the other area that has a lot of room for India and Australia to take ties further, develop them further, is of course how to combat climate change. What more do you expect in the coming days will come on that front as far as this important relationship is concerned?
Climate change containment is one of the key global objectives that the entire world is working on presently. And when we look at both India and Australia from the multilateral platform like United Nations or the COP or G20 or Quad, both these countries have been contributing to this particular agenda. When we look at India, climate change containment is a priority for us, and we have been running various programs at unilateral level, be it Panchamrit or be it about promoting renewable sources of energy, be it about promoting solar energy, and we are getting engaged in different alliances when it comes to promoting such kind of energy with different countries. And here I see a lot of potential between India and Australia to get engaged. And having said that, I think it is going to be one of the key areas of engagement and collaboration where I think both the Prime Ministers would speak and would come up with some, solid action plan.
Right. All right. Let's thank both of you at this point of time and wait for more updates to come as far as these bilateral talks are concerned. Thanks, Amrit and Professor Joshi, for joining us for the moment. All right. Let's now move on to our developing story as well. United States Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo and Union Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal have also held India-USA commercial dialogue in Delhi today. Raimondo and her Indian counterpart co-chaired the India-US commercial dialogue after a gap of 3 years to discuss ways to drive trade and investment. The dialogue comes close on the heels of the launch of the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technology. Both the leaders have signed an MOU on semiconductor supply chain and innovation partnership. The MOU on semiconductor supply chain and innovation partnership between India and the US has been signed following the Commercial Dialogue 2023. This MOU will establish a collaborative mechanism on semiconductor supply chain resilience and diversification. Union Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal has in fact tweeted his images with US Secretary of Commerce Gina M. Raimondo ahead of the US commercial dialogue as well. Just bringing you those images as well. There you go. And the minister also tweeted, and I quote, "New horizon in India-US ties. US Commerce Secretary Raimondo at Vanijya Bhavan." Let me quickly bring in my colleague Ajay Mishra for more on this. Ajay, what can you tell us about how critical is this new partnership that has been signed on semiconductors? Because India has already announced its semiconductor mission last year, and it is looking to become one of the global hubs of semiconductor manufacturing.
Well, absolutely. I think the world has understood that it cannot be dependent on just one supplier when it comes to the semiconductor chips or other products related to this. We have seen that during the crisis of Corona, it was the supply chain which was disrupted, and it had a huge impact on the auto industry, not just from emerging economies, but in the Western world also. And in fact, many you must be recalling the U.S. auto industry actually struggling because of the shortage of semiconductor chips, which was used in auto industry, almost on the verge of shutdown. So now the U.S. as well as many developed nations have understood that you cannot just be dependent on China, or maybe for that matter on Taiwan, because it accounts for almost more than 90% of semiconductor supplies to the world. And that's where the alternative market is very important. India has made a commitment that it is ready to be the next semiconductor supplier to the world, and that's why we have launched this mission called Semicon that you just mentioned. And there is also an act in US which is for the improvement of the semiconductor market in USA. So now USA sees an opportunity in India as an alternative destination for the supply of semiconductor market. Looking at the Semicon mission, the MOU is very important in terms of assured supply to the USA when it comes to the manufacturing in India and then exports to the USA. There are companies, the details are not yet divulged, that who are the companies that are going to be a part of this MOU, or there has not been any mention of any kind of investment from any specific companies. But yes, it's a memorandum of understanding that India will be a supplier, an assured supplier of semiconductor devices to the USA, and also there will be a collaboration of technology between the two countries, and that's what the details will be out in short while from now, where there will be a press conference from both sides.
All right. And give us the bigger picture as well before I let you go, in terms of how this dialogue is taking place after a gap of 3 years, and what that really means for the kind of commerce and trade ties that India and US already have. They're pretty extensive, but there's further tremendous scope to enhance them. And of course, there's been talks of a limited free trade pact as well, which haven't really moved forward for quite some time.
I think there might be some kind of difficulty, some degree of difficulty in achieving the FTA with the US, because there are some sensitive issues like agriculture, which the USA subsidize on a very heavy basis, which India also supports its farm community, and there might be some issues linked to the dairy farming and other agriculture related issues when it comes to FTA. But yes, there are bits and pieces in different sectors where a different kind of strategies has been devised to at least smoothen those sectors which don't have any issues from either side. So this India-USA commercial dialogue, this time, which is focusing on the semiconductor devices, looking at the huge potential from both the sides, both supply and demand matches, and it's a win-win for both the nations. On FTA, there might be some difficulties going forward. We are hopeful that on many of the agenda items there will be some convergence, where we cannot be sure of any kind of a final FTA by any final timeline. But yes, we are. It's a negotiations in continuity, and we can expect some kind of tangible solutions.
Yes, I think the situation already moved on to having some sort of a limited FTA, but we'll have to wait and see how things move forward there, if at all. Thanks a lot for joining us for the moment, Ajay Mishra. Let's now move on to National Prime. Union Information and Broadcasting Minister Anurag Singh Thakur today slammed the New York Times over an opinion piece on the freedom of press in Kashmir, and said that the newspaper had dropped all pretensions of neutrality while publishing anything about India. The INB minister criticized the New York Times and called its opinion piece on freedom of press in Kashmir as mischievous and fictitious. He alleged that it was published with a sole motive to spread propaganda about India, its democratic institutions and values. Condemning the piece, the Union Minister added, freedom of press in India is as sacrosanct as other fundamental rights. He said democracy in India and we the people are very matured and don't need to learn grammar of democracy from any media which is agenda driven. Accusing the New York Times and few other foreign media of spreading lies against the country and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the INB Minister said that Indians will not allow such mindsets to run their decisive agenda on Indian soil. This year's budget strengthens the government's efforts towards women-led development. Prime Minister Modi, in his remarks at a post-budget webinar on the same subject, highlighted that in the last 9 years, India is moving forward with a vision of women-led development and taking it to the global stage. He said that women-led development is one of the significant topics at the G20 summit as well.
बीते 9 वर्षों में देश विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के विजन को लेकर आगे बढ़ा है। भारत ने अपने बीते वर्षों के अनुभव को देखते हुए विमेन डेवलपमेंट से विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के प्रयासों को वैश्विक मंच पर भी ले जाने का प्रयास किया है। इस बार भारत की अध्यक्षता में हो रही G20 की बैठकों में भी ये विषय प्रमुखता से छाया हुआ है। इस वर्ष का बजट भी विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के इन प्रयासों को नई गति देगा और इसमें आप सभी की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है।
The Prime Minister stressed that today women are excelling in all the fields. He said that women's participation in India has not only increased, but they are leading in every field.
पिछले कुछ वर्षों में भारत ने जिस प्रकार विमेन एम्पावरमेंट के लिए काम किया है, आज उसके परिणाम नजर आने लगे हैं। आज हम देख रहे हैं कि भारत में पुरुषों की तुलना में महिलाओं की संख्या बढ़ रही है। पिछले 9-10 वर्षों में हाई स्कूल या उसके आगे की पढ़ाई करने वाली लड़कियों की संख्या 3 गुना बढ़ी है। भारत में साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, इंजीनियरिंग और मैथ्स में लड़कियों का एनरोलमेंट आज 43% तक पहुंच चुका है और ये समृद्ध देश, विकसित देश, अमेरिका हो, यूके हो, जर्मनी हो, इन सबसे भी ज्यादा है।
And talking about Mudra loans, the PM said that 70% beneficiaries of the scheme are women. He added that they are increasing earnings of their families and opening new economic avenues for the nation.
आज भारत में ऐसे अनेक क्षेत्र हैं जिनमें महिला शक्ति का सामर्थ्य नजर आता है। जिन करोड़ों लोगों को मुद्रा लोन दिए गए, उनमें से करीब 70% लाभार्थी देश की महिलाएं हैं। ये करोड़ों महिलाएं अपने परिवार की आय ही नहीं बढ़ा रही है, बल्कि अर्थव्यवस्था के नए आयाम भी खोल रही है।
Apart from this webinar, the PM also will be inaugurating the 3rd session of the National Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction at Vigyan Bhavan in the national capital today. The main theme of the 3rd session of this platform is building local resilience in a changing climate. During the event, the Prime Minister will facilitate awardees of the Subhash Chandra Bose Apada Prabandhan Puraskar. The winners of the 2023 Puraskar are Odisha State Disaster Management Authority and the Lungli Fire Station, Mizoram. The Prime Minister will also inaugurate the exhibition for showcasing the innovative ideas and initiatives, tools and technologies in the field of disaster risk reduction. NPDRR is a multi-stakeholder platform constituted by the Government of India to facilitate dialogue, sharing experiences, views, ideas, action-oriented research and explore opportunities in the area of disaster risk reduction. And the PM has extended best wishes to the CISF personnel and their families on the raising day of the Central Industrial Security Force. In a tweet, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "On their raising day, best wishes to all CISF personnel. The CISF has a vital role in our security apparatus. They provide round-the-clock security at key locations, including critical and strategic infrastructure. The force is known for its hard work and professional outlook." And in Midday Prime, it's time now to get you all the updates from the world of business and economy. Well, this could very well be a shocker for the global startup ecosystem. Shares in Silicon Valley Bank, that is SVB, a key lender to technology startups, plummeted on Thursday as investors moved to withdraw their deposits. The slide came after the bank announced a $1.75 billion share sale to help shore up its finances. Shares in banks have fallen around the world, with the 4 largest US banks, including JP Morgan and Wells Fargo, losing more than $50 billion in market value. Shares in SVB saw their biggest one-day drop on record as they plunged by more than 60% and lost another 20% in after-hours trade. The firm launched the share sale after losing around $1.8 billion when it offloaded a portfolio of assets, mainly US treasuries. But more concerningly for the bank, some startups who've money deposited with it have been advised to withdraw funds. A crucial lender for early-stage businesses, mainly startups, SVB is the banking partner for nearly half of US venture-backed technology and healthcare companies that listed on stock markets last year. Mukesh Ambani's Reliance relaunched the 50-year-old iconic beverage brand Campa Cola in a new, contemporized avatar as it looks to ramp up its own consumer goods offering to take on competition from Adani, ITC and Unilever. In January this year, Reliance Consumer Products Limited, the fast-moving consumer goods arm of Reliance Retail, acquired a 50% stake in Gujarat-based carbonated soft drinks and juice maker Socio Hajuri Beverages Private Limited. It had previously acquired the Campa brand from Pure Drinks Group for a reported 22 crore rupees, and now it has relaunched the Campa brand of beverages. The Bank of Japan maintained ultra-low interest rates today and held off making changes to its controversial bond yield control policy, leaving options open ahead of a leadership transition in April. The meeting was the last one to be chaired by Governor Haruhiko Kuroda, who leaves behind a mixed legacy with his massive stimulus praised for pulling the economy out of deflation, but straining bank profits and distorting market function with prolonged low interest rates. As widely expected, the BOJ maintained its short-term interest rate target at minus 0.1%, and that for the 10-year bond yield around 0% at its two-day meet that ended today. It also left unchanged a band set around the 10-year yield target that allows the yield to rise up to 0.5%. Close by in Bangladesh, it has called for early implementation of the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, that's BIMSTEC, free trade agreement by finalizing the legal instruments relating to it. Addressing the ministerial meeting of the grouping in Bangkok through virtual mode on Thursday, Bangladesh Foreign Minister Dr. A.K. Abdul Momen reiterated Bangladesh's commitment to the BIMSTEC process and emphasized that BIMSTEC member states need to work together to realize the huge untapped potential of the region. As the lead country for cooperation in trade, investment and development sector, Dr. Momen outlined Bangladesh's efforts to enhance investment and trade relations across the platform. Excuse me. The rules of procedure for all the BIMSTEC mechanisms, including several administrative and financial matters, of the BIMSTEC Secretariat for adoption of the 6th BIMSTEC Summit proposed to be held later this year. The meeting also approved the draft text of the Agreement on Maritime Transport Cooperation as well as the BIMSTEC Bangkok Vision 2030. Wall Street's 3 major stock indices closed lower on Thursday, with bank stocks creating the biggest drag, while investors worried that Friday's jobs report could spur aggressive interest rate hikes by the Federal Reserve. The dollar backed off a near 3-month high, gold advanced, and benchmark US Treasury yields eased as economic data took some of the sting out of Fed Chairman Jerome Powell's hawkish 2-day congressional testimony. The S&P 500 lost 1.85%, while the Nasdaq Composite lost 2.05%. The Dow Industrial Average fell 1.66%.
I believe that markets remain on edge due to their... The positive signs on the job fronts that leads investors to believe that perhaps the Federal Reserve is going to be more aggressive than we thought back in January.
And now let's take it some of the other updates that are coming in across the globe. US President Joe Biden unveiled plans for government spending and higher taxes on the wealthy, choosing the swing state of Pennsylvania to reveal his playbook for an expected 2024 re-election bid. Speaking at a Philadelphia Union Hall, the Democratic president challenged his Republican opposition on fiscal responsibility, highlighting plans to cut the nation's deficit by nearly $3 trillion over the next 10 years by raising taxes on those earning more than $400,000 a year.
In my first 2 years in office, this first 2 years, I brought down the deficit a record $1.7 trillion, more than any president has in American history, while doing all the rest of this stuff. Down. And the budget I'm introducing today is going to reduce the deficit by nearly $10 billion or $3 billion, over $1 trillion over 10 years.
And Joe Biden also said that his budget is about investing in America and all of America, including places and people.
My budget is about investing in America and all of America, including places and people and folks who've been forgotten. Amid the economic upheaval of the past 4 decades, too many people have been left behind or treated like they're invisible. Not anymore. I promise you, I see you. We've got work to do, but we made a lot of progress in the first 2 years.
Biden's budget proposal already faces stiff opposition from Republican lawmakers, emboldened by winning control of the House of Representatives in November's midterm polls. The plan, however, is a political statement that directly challenges Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's threats to block an increase in the $31.4 trillion limit on federal borrowing unless Biden agrees to rein in federal spending. McCarthy and other Republicans on Thursday described Biden's budget plan as a reckless proposal. Chinese leader Xi Jinping formally secured an unprecedented third term as China's president on Friday as he embarked on a fresh 5-year tenure. In a largely ceremonial display on expected lines, nearly 3,000 members of China's rubber stamp parliament, the National People's Congress or the NPC, voted unanimously for Xi at the age of 69, who was the only candidate in the fray. Xi, who leads the ruling Communist Party, was also reappointed head of the National Central Military Commission. He was already the head of an identical party body overseeing the Chinese People's Liberation Army, that's the PLA. Delegates to the 14th NPC also elected Zhao Leji as the new chairman of the parliament and Han Sheng as China's new vice president. Delegates at the NPC will approve China's new premier on Saturday, which is widely thought to be Xi's closest ally Li Shang, who will replace Li Keqiang to become China's #2 leader in charge of managing the world's second largest economy. Xi's trusted allies will be appointed to key government roles over the next 2 days, as the first session of the 14th NPC will come to an end on Monday. At the NPC's closing ceremony on Monday, Xi Jinping is scheduled to speak as China faces multiple challenges, including revival of economy battered by 3 years of COVID controls and worsening relations with the West over Taiwan and chip bans. The new premier will also hold a press conference later that day. Meanwhile, China's parliament on Friday approved a plan on reforming the institutions of the State Council, China's cabinet that would put public security, financial regulations and technology areas now handled by the state under direct control of the CPC. In Germany, several people were killed in a shooting at Jehovah's Witness Church in the northern German city of Hamburg on Thursday, with the motive of the attack unclear. An eyewitness filmed the shooting from an adjacent building. A perpetrator may be among the dead, said the police. Several people were seriously injured as well, the police declined to say how many had died. Media reported that 8 people had been killed and 7 others were injured in the shooting at the Kingdom Hall of Yahweh's Witness in a northern district of Hamburg. The police received a call soon after 9 p.m. Officers quickly arrived at the scene to find several people seriously injured and some killed. Meanwhile, in another shooting incident, a Palestinian gunman opened fire in Tel Aviv on Thursday, wounding 3 people before being killed by the police in what Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu labelled a terror attack amid rising unrest in the West Bank. The Islamist militant group Hamas claimed the shooter, a 23-year-old from the occupied West Bank, as a member. The police cordoned off a corner of Dizengoff Street in the city centre where the attack had taken place. A restaurant was empty after customers apparently fled mid-meal. Medics treated the wounded on the sidewalk nearby. The shooting followed a spate of attacks by Palestinians around Jerusalem and in the West Bank that have killed 13 Israelis and a Ukrainian woman since late January. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has informed that specialized teams have been working to restore the operation of energy facilities across the country. Zelensky said that the attacks also briefly forced Europe's biggest nuclear power plant off the grid. The president added that Russian strikes included 6 Kinzhal hypersonic cruise missiles, one of Moscow's most valuable weapons.
Restoration works at energy facilities continue all day. The most difficult Kharkiv, Zaitomir region. It's not easy in Odessa. In the Dnepropetrovsk region, in Kiev, in Zaporizhia, repair teams, power engineering specialists, local authorities, central government, everyone will work as long as necessary to restore power supply to the cities and areas that experience problems at the moment. I thank everyone who is working on this. By the way, as a result of this strike, the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant was again disconnected from the power grid. This is a critical situation. And Russia is deliberately creating such a critical situation at our nuclear facilities.
So that's the latest response of Ukraine to the Russian onslaught. Now, time to get you all the updates from different sporting arenas as well. And for all the sporting updates, we've got Deepika with us. Go ahead, Deepika.
Thanks and good afternoon, Gautam. Let's quickly take a look at all that is passing in the world of sports. Let's first begin with cricket. Well, Ravichandran Ashwin led India's fight back in the second session on day 2 as he took 3 quick wickets to halt Australia's progress. However, Usman Khawaja's century helped Australia to cross 400 run mark in their first innings. Usman Khawaja scored 180 runs before LBW by Akshar Patel, while Ashwin ended a 206 run stand between Cameron Green and Usman Khawaja, dismissing Green on 114. 4 balls later, Alex Carey threw away his wickets and he was caught off Ashwin's delivery on a tuck. He then caught the better of Mitchell Starc to put India back into the contest. Earlier, Green, who was batting on 49 at stumps, accompanied Usman Khawaja, who slammed his 14th century on day 1 and slammed his maiden test run also. Until the last reports came in, Australia were at 422 for a loss of 8 wickets. Moving on, Union Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports Anurag Singh Thakur launched the Khelo India 10 Qadam program at Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in New Delhi today. Now, more than 10,000 women players are participating in this event across 10 different sporting disciplines in 10 states, in which the program will now run up till the 31st of March. Here's a report.
Union Sports Minister Anurag Singh Thakur inaugurated the Khelo India 10 Qadam tournament in New Delhi on Friday. The objective of this tournament is to provide a platform to the women athletes who were unable to participate in national or state level competitions. It is also aimed at ensuring that competitive sports reach untapped geographical areas. Addressing the opening ceremony, Sports Minister Anurag Singh Thakur said that sports is one area where women have performed exceptionally well when it comes to women empowerment. He also expressed his pride at the country's daughters who have done the work of showing their mettle all over the world.
Empowering women through sports, महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण खेलों के माध्यम से एक शुरुआत है खेलों के क्षेत्र में महिलाओं को और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए। तो 10 कदम यानी कि 10 राज्यों में 10 अलग अलग खेलों में 10,000 से ज़्यादा महिला खिलाड़ियों को भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने के लिए।
In the run-up to the International Women's Day 2023 celebrations, the Youth Affairs and Sports Ministry is organizing the Khelo India 10 Kadam tournament from the 10th to the 31st of this month. Nearly 15,000 women athletes will participate in the contest in more than 50 cities of the country. Sports Desk, DD India.
Moving on, Australian captain Pat Cummins' mother, Maria Cummins, passed away on Friday after battling a prolonged illness in Sydney. Now, Cummins' mother was sadly first diagnosed with breast cancer back in the year 2005 and had been battling a serious illness in recent weeks. Cummins returned home after Australia's second test defeat in Delhi to stay closer with his family, with his mother especially, Maria, who was placed into palliative care. While Australia players on Friday wore back armbands on the second day of the series, deciding the fourth test against India to pay homage to skipper Pat Cummins' mother, Maria. And Cricket Australia expressed condolences to Pat Cummins and his family and said the Australian team would wear black armbands as a mark of respect. In a statement, Cricket Australia said, and I quote, "We are deeply saddened at the passing of Maria Cummins overnight. On behalf of Australian cricket, we extend our heartfelt condolences to Pat, the Cummins family and their friends. The Australian men's team will today wear black armbands as a mark of respect." While BCCI also expressed grief of the passing away, BCCI tweeted, and I quote, "On behalf of Indian cricket, we express our sadness at the passing away of Pat Cummins' mother," and further added that our thoughts and prayers are with him and his family in this difficult period. Unquote. Moving on to football now, Real Madrid will not cooperate with UEFA's refund procedure for fans who attended last year's Champions League final, the La Liga club said on Thursday. Now, Real Madrid stated that the compensation proposed by the governing body is insufficient. The final in Paris was delayed by 36 minutes after thousands of Liverpool supporters were unable to get into the Stade de France for the match that was scheduled on the 28th of May that Real Madrid won by 1-0. Now, French police were filmed using tear gas on fans, including women and children. Although UEFA initially blamed the Merseyside club's fans for the mayhem, the governing body later apologized following the release of an independent review. Earlier on Tuesday, UEFA said it would refund Liverpool fans who attended last year's final in Paris and that the English club had confirmed it would implement the refund scheme that would cover all of the club's ticket allocation for the final. Now, UEFA said that Real Madrid fans and neutral supporters who met the refund criteria would be processed via its customer service. So that was a quick wrap from the world of sports. Back to you.
Thanks a lot, Deepika. And that's all we have for the moment in this edition of Midday Prime as well. But for all the latest, keep watching DD India.
Politics hots up in Maldives as election nears. Can President Soleh retain power?
The prospects of us winning this election is very good.
Or will allies play spoil sport?
Are his actions becoming a liability of sorts for the party?
I hope that we will be able to clear all these and move forward united.
Watch an exclusive interview of Maldives Foreign Minister Abdullah Shahid at 8:30 p.m. on Friday, 10th March, only on DD India.
Namaskar and welcome to our special broadcast, Screen Legends. Today's show is dedicated to Telugu cinema legend K. Vishwanath. K. Vishwanath is an Indian film director, screenwriter and an actor. He is credited for blending the parallel cinema into the mainstream cinema. K. Vishwanath started his career as an assistant director for Tamil-Telugu film Pathal Bhairavi. The next movie that he himself directed was Atma Gauravam, which was a Tamil movie and also won Nandi Award of the Year for the Best Feature Film. Vishwanath made many films after that, which included drama genre and also the women-centric films.
Born on February 19, 1930 in Guntur district, Kalatapaswi, as he was popularly known, was a top film director and screenwriter who also acted in a couple of hit movies. He had directed over 50 films in Telugu, Hindi and Tamil languages. Vishwanath started his career as an audiographer for Vohini Studios in Madras. After working as a sound engineer for a brief time, he worked under Adurthi Subba Rao and went on to work as an assistant director on 1951 Telugu film Pathala Bhairavi. K. Vishwanath began his directorial venture with Atma Gauravam in 1965, which went on to win the Nandi Award for the Best Feature Film as a debut director.
ప్రేమించి పెళ్లి చేసుకో నీ మనసంతా హాయి నింపుకో ప్రేమించి పెళ్లి చేసుకో.
The last movie he directed was
All right, welcome back. We will take you across now for a live briefing because the leaders of India and Australia have just met. They've had a bilateral meeting in New Delhi. Prime Ministers Narendra Modi and Anthony Albanese. And right now we're carrying into a briefing by the Commerce Minister. Listen in.
I'm delighted to share with all my friends from the media a very successful 4-day visit that Her Excellency Ms. Gina Raimondo, the Commerce Secretary of the United States of America, has had in India from the 7th until the 10th of March. During this period, we have had in the morning today the US-India commercial dialogue and several occasions to have bilateral engagements with the Commerce Secretary. We have also slated for the afternoon the US-India CEO Forum, where she is leading a very high-level business delegation of top US companies whose CEOs and CEOs of almost all the major top Indian companies who are members of the CEO Forum will be presenting to us the outcomes of several engagements they have had, several working groups and task force which have together come up with a set of recommendations and the way forward to rapidly expand the US-India business-to-business engagement. I'm delighted to also share with you that Secretary Raimondo was our esteemed guest at the Honorable Defence Minister's residence for Holi celebrations, as well as had the opportunity to meet several colleague ministers in the Government of India. This afternoon, she also visited a textile exhibition focusing on women and sustainability, which is in honor of Women's Day celebration on 8th of March and will continue for a week, where she was the principal guest, and it was conceptualized to honor Ms. Gina Raimondo's coming to India, her presence in India. The key themes of the commercial dialogue, which was renewed after a gap of 3 years, in fact relaunched in a much bigger avatar, were several key and new emerging areas where we focus on building resilient and secure supply chains, diversifying or looking at friendshoring the supply chains which are currently in vogue, facilitating climate and clean technology cooperation, inclusive digital growth, talent development, including skilling, the post-pandemic economic recovery, especially for small and medium enterprises, micro enterprises, and startups, and a focus on cooperation and conformance on quality standards. One of the major outcomes of the commercial dialogue was the Memorandum of Understanding on establishing semiconductor supply chain and innovation partnership under the framework of the India-US commercial dialogue. And I'd like to express my gratitude to Secretary Raimondo for her leadership in making this new engagement on semiconductor cooperation happen. It was due to her personal efforts and her leadership that we were able to come to a common understanding, which I am confident will help us, both the US and India, in expanding mutual cooperation and ultimately ensuring resilience in the supply of semiconductors, something which has had serious consequences to the economies of both countries, particularly in the pandemic period. I would only like to share with all our friends here that the various subjects that were discussed at length. Both the US and India have recognized that small businesses and entrepreneurs, our startup ecosystems, are the lifeblood of our economies, and facilitating collaboration in both countries, fostering innovation between industry on both sides and universities on both sides will go a long way in furthering human progress. Similarly, we have launched a new working group on talent, innovation, and inclusive growth under the commercial dialogue. This will further the cooperation on startups, SMEs, skill development, and entrepreneurship. We have also relaunched the Travel and Tourism Working Group, which will create stronger linkages in the travel and tourism sector between both countries. We have launched a Standards and Conformance Cooperation Program, Phase 3, which will be carried out in partnership between the American National Standard Institute and the Bureau of Indian Standards to further standards cooperation. Friends, I would also like to share with you the US-India Energy Industry Network, EIN, which has been announced as a broad platform for facilitating US industry involvement in the Clean Edge Asia initiative, a US government signature initiative to grow sustainable and secure clean energy markets throughout the Indo-Pacific region. Secretary Raimondo is the architect of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, and I'd like to place on record our appreciation of her leadership of the IPF grouping, and we are very confident of significant outcomes coming out of the IPF. Finally, I'd like to thank Secretary Raimondo for her support to India's G20 presidency and her commitment to supporting India's presidency so that we can come out with substantive outcomes, particularly in trade, investment, sustainability, and in ensuring a better world for the future. Thank you very much, Secretary, and once again, warm welcome to India, and I wish you well and this partnership great success in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I request Secretary Ma'am to make her statement? Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, and thank you, Minister Goyal. Thank you for your incredible hospitality that you have shown to me and my team while I have been here this week. You have graciously hosted me and the team, and it has been productive, but also I think you showed the best of your culture, your team, and Prime Minister Modi's government, and it is a trip that I will never forget. Punctuated at the beginning, of course, by an unforgettable experience of Holi at the Defense Minister's home. I've never had an experience quite like that, and it was just an incredible opportunity for me to experience one of the many cultural traditions that makes India so special and such a special place. As I have said throughout this visit, and I will say again now, this is an optimistic time for the U.S.-India relationship, and I am so honored to be here today. I want to be very clear that our partnership with India is one of our most consequential. The United States partnership with India is one of our most consequential. And as strong as it is today, I believe we're entering into a period of increasing strength and closeness as between the United States and India. Our relationship is founded on a strong foundation of a common set of values grounded in our democratic traditions, along with a commitment to promoting a free, open, rules-based order. And that is something that has bound us together for decades and will continue to underpin this relationship for decades to come. Laid upon that foundation is a moment now of several combining forces where there is a real opportunity for both of our countries to work together. An opportunity for us to expand our economic relationship, reaffirm our role as trusted partners, creating jobs in both of our countries, and establishing more resilient and secure supply chains. India's desire to expand manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, and its presence in the supply chain is totally aligned with the United States' desire and goal to make our supply chain more resilient. Minister Goyal and I have had a very productive visit, but also a very productive day today, and I won't repeat what he has said. We had a fantastic meeting with my team and his team this morning of the U.S.-India Commercial Dialogue, and importantly, we committed to making sure that out of this dialogue will be concrete, actionable, steady drumbeat of deliverables for both of our economies. We'll be leaving here to go to the CEO Forum, and we look forward to hearing from the private sector their recommendations, which are also specific and action-oriented, around how the U.S. and India can expand our commercial ties and create more economic opportunity and create good-paying jobs in both of our countries. Also earlier, as Minister Goyal said, we signed a memorandum of understanding around coordinating our supply chain, our semiconductor incentives. I want to be clear about this. The United States would like to see India achieve its aspirations to play a larger role in the electronic supply chain. And the MOU that we signed is designed to help achieve that goal. And we've already begun with action as against that MOU, tasking both the Indian and American semiconductor industries to prepare an assessment of where they have gaps and lack of resiliency in the supply chain, and that will guide our work. And as Piyush said, we are absolutely thrilled to be working with India as part of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Through IPEF, the United States, India, and a dozen other partners are developing policies to create a more resilient and secure supply chains, accelerate progress on green transitions, and demonstrate our commitment to fostering a better business environment. I'm so pleased to have taken with me 10 CEOs, American CEOs, have traveled with me of some of the leading U.S. companies. And I will just end by saying, you don't have to believe me that this is a consequential relationship, and the United States government is excited to lean into this relationship with the government of India. The fact that 10 of the leading CEOs came here and are pledging to do more business in India, and the entire CEO delegation from the United States and from India are so focused on this relationship, I think is a testament to the fact that the years to come will really bear great opportunity for the U.S.-India economic relationship. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So we will have a few questions for the dignitaries. We will request you to ask your question taking the name of your organization, and keep your question to one single question so that everybody can get a chance. So I start with Shivangi.
Hello. Hi, thank you. Hi, my name is Shivangi, right here. I'm from Reuters. My question is for the U.S. Commerce Secretary. I'm taking a cue from what you said. India's desire to expand its manufacturing capabilities is something that's aligned with the U.S. goal to diversify its supply chains, right? So besides semiconductors, what are the sectors that you currently see India playing a significant role in as far as becoming a crucial supplier to, say, the U.S. industries is concerned in the years to come?
I'm sorry. I think there is opportunity in the entire electronic supply chain, not just semiconductors, but the entire electronic supply chain. And we had discussions about that today. That would include green technology, all kinds of hardware in the electronic supply chain.
Thank you. Next, please. Ms. Shanley.
Hi, Secretary Raimondo. I'm Sean Lee with the Wall Street Journal. My question is, as we've seen U.S. push towards tech decoupling with China, can you talk a little bit more specifically about what role you see India playing in the global semiconductor supply chain and broader U.S. efforts to decouple from China?
So as I said, we see India as a trusted technology partner. It's a trusted partner, and we want to continue to deepen our technological relationship with India. In fact, we recently launched the ISET for critical and emerging technology with India, and we hope to work more closely with India and the private sector here around those technologies. I want to be also clear, though. The United States does not seek to decouple from China, nor does it seek a technological decoupling from China. What we seek to do is ensure that certain technologies, where the United States is ahead and where China's explicit strategy is to have these technologies and deploy them in the Chinese military apparatus, those are technologies that we have used export controls to ban the sale of to China. So we enjoy trade with China. The vast majority of trade with China is in benign products, and that will and should continue. So this isn't about decoupling. What it is about, though, is being eyes wide open to the fact that China is explicitly trying to get access to American technology for use in its military, and we need to protect ourselves and our allies and partners from that happening.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Rishikesh from PTI. Mr. Secretary, you met with India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. Did the issue of security concerns related to Chinese equipment come up during the discussion? And could you provide some details about the meeting with your National Security Advisor Ajit Doval?
We spoke generally how we could work together to bolster our mutual national security. We did have an excellent discussion about ORAN, which is a software technology to provide for vendor diversification in our networks. And I think we did speak about how important it is to have trusted vendors in the network and the opportunity to work together to achieve that goal, and also to use ORAN as a way to achieve that goal by allowing for diversity, hardware equipment diversity in the networks.
Yes, Siddharth. Yeah, he's bringing the mic.
This question is for Mr. Goel. Could you elaborate on the work that is proposed on the quality standards part, and also, how is the cooperation between BIS and the American agency going to play out, and so that it doesn't turn into a non-tariff barrier on both sides?
Well, I think India has recognized, more particularly in recent years, that we will have to be a quality supplier of goods and services, as well as a quality consumer of goods and services. It's equally important that our borders are protected from a large influx of low quality substandard products which may be coming into India at very often unrealistic prices, which are harmful for our consumers, which are in a way killing domestic manufacturing also and hurting jobs in the country. In this regard, India also believes that the large marketplace that we offer will allow us for enjoying the fruits of economies of scale when we produce to scale, both to meet India's needs and the needs of the world. And towards that end, we would like to align ourselves in terms of quality with the best in the world. We have already been able to introduce quality standards which are comparable to international standards in almost 90% of the standards that we have in India, and it's a continuous exercise to keep upgrading and making our standards more contemporary. I believe the Indian consumer has a right to good quality products, as do our exporters, who will enjoy the fruits of that as they supply high quality products for the needs of the rest of the world. And towards that end, ANI and BIS will be able to work together to align standards wherever it is possible, bearing in mind the domestic Indian situation also. So it's not that 100% of the standards may land up getting aligned, but if we are able to have a large majority of standards which are good for the US and India and our consumers in both countries, it'll actually help us capture much larger world markets, so that the record exports of goods and services that India has seen last year, which will be topped with a further growth in the year ending 31st March 23, will continue to sustain in the future growth momentum of our exports.
Yes, Deepshika.
This is Deepshika from the Economic Times.
Your mic. Your mic, please.
Hold the mic like this, Deepshika.
My question is to Secretary Raimondo and also to you, sir. Firstly, to Secretary Raimondo, we've heard multiple statements. Secretary Yellen was also here, and she also mentioned about friendshoring, how US wants to increase it. But in terms of investments, from the US companies, it hasn't really translated that much. So what are the kind of indications that you're getting from the US companies on increasing or their investments in India? And to you, sir, multiple announcements were made today just now. When do we really see them taking off on the ground?
So I will answer the first question. While I am here, we are making a number of announcements on behalf of U.S. companies making very sizable investments in India. I can also tell you that I think you will see an increased drumbeat of those announcements. In fact, I think that's why so many CEOs have come on this particular visit. As I said before, it's a combination of the desire to have a more resilient, diversified supply chain, but also very candidly, so many of the actions that India has taken under Prime Minister Modi's leadership, even over the past couple of years, makes India an even more attractive place to do business. More transparency, the rapid move to a digital economy, absolutely zero tolerance for corruption. All of those things make India an even more attractive partner. I also think as we move towards finalizing the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, that again will provide incentive for U.S. companies to want to do more business in India.
Well, I can only say this, that a lot of labor of love has gone into the preparations, culminating in today's formal meetings. Whoever knows Secretary Raimondo or has followed her career will know she's a no-nonsense lady, absolutely business-like and on the go, and keeps driving for even more. And a lot of the outcomes came out of her own initiative to have significant outcomes. I've worked with her closely in the IPEF, and the speed of action on IPEF is unbelievable. It's unheard of. I've never seen any multinational engagement with 14, 15 countries proceeding at this kind of a breakneck speed. Similarly, on every one of the items that we have discussed, or on the recommendations that the CEOs of India and US are going to present to us, I think Secretary Raimondo and I are both committed to very, very fast action. She has already been pushing that we should be looking for announcements starting March, and we are only 10 days into March. So we believe 3 weeks is time for us to start looking at some deliverables, and April and May. And we've actually been trying to see how these announcements will fructify into action on the ground and will benefit the people of both the US and India, as they will benefit businesses and our mutual cooperation in various fields. So I can assure you, each one of those items are items where there's action happening. We've gone through a series of specific outcomes that we should be looking at expanding. And her own style is very much outcome oriented, as is, you have seen, Prime Minister Modi's style. So I'm sure both leaders, President Biden and Prime Minister Modi's to-do attitude or can-do attitude, will help both of us come up with significant deliverables.
I'll take the very last question, Rajiv.
सर मेरा सवाल गोयल सर से है। मैं राजीव हूँ दैनिक जागरण से। मेरा सवाल है कि सर 4 साल के बाद इंडो यूएस कमर्शियल डायलॉग हो रहा है, जो काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण है। आफ्टर कोरोना जो है सप्लाई चेन एक बहुत बड़ा इशू रहा है। इस डायलॉग में भी सप्लाई चेन जो था वो अहम मुद्दा रहा है। तो इस वार्ता से, इस कमर्शियल डायलॉग से भारत जो है ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन बनने में कितना इससे मदद मिलेगी भारत को? दूसरा सवाल है कि सर जो अभी जो अमेरिकन सीईओ वगैरह आए हैं वो कितना ज़्यादा कीन है इंडिया में इन्वेस्टमेंट को लेकर, और क्या डिजिटल इशू पे भी कोई बात हुई है? क्या यूपीआई अमेरिका में भी एक्सेप्टेबल होगा जैसा कि सिंगापुर में हुआ है?
पहली जो आपकी बात थी कि इस संबंध में 4 साल के बाद ये डायलॉग जो हो रहा है, वास्तव में चर्चाएं तो कंटिन्यूअस होती रहती हैं। उसमें से कई सारी चीज़ें भी मार्ग बनाती हैं, सरल होती रहती हैं, लेकिन इस फॉर्मल डायलॉग का लाभ ये होता है कि कई चीज़ें ऑपरेशनलाइज हो जाती हैं, कई चीज़ों पे सहमति बनने से उसका आउटकम मिलता है। और मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि सेक्रेटरी रायमोंडो का और उनकी टीम का जो मैंने अप्रोच देखा है, जो उनका काम करने का ढंग देखा है, उसमें ज़रूर मार्ग और सरल होगा। मार्ग आगे बढ़ने का मार्ग इस बैठक से तैयार किया जा रहा है। मैं इस दौरान आपको याद दिलाऊंगा, जब पेंडेमिक पीक पे था और पेंडेमिक के दौरान सबको वैक्सीन की आवश्यकता थी, तब वैक्सीन की जो सप्लाई चेन है, वैक्सीन की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में लगभग 150 अलग अलग प्रकार के वस्तुओं की आवश्यकता थी। तब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जब प्रेसिडेंट जो बाइडेन से फोन पर ये आवेदन किया कि हमें ये सप्लाई चेन में वो मदद करें, तो प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन ने बहुत बड़ा दिल दिखाया। उन्होंने कहा भारत ने जिस प्रकार से वैक्सीन मैत्री के तहत गरीब देश, छोटे देश, जो कम विकसित देश हैं, उनको वैक्सीन देने का काम करके एक बहुत, और या दवाइयों पूरे विश्व भर में देने से जो एक मैसेज दिया है वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का, एक तरीके से उसको मद्देनजर रखते अब यूएस इंश्योर करेगा कि हम आपके वैक्सीन बनाने में जो भी सप्लाई चेन के बाधाएं हैं उसको हम खत्म करेंगे। और उसके बाद आपने देखा कि 220 करोड़ वैक्सीन तो भारत में अकेले हम दे पाए, मुफ्त में दिए, हर व्यक्ति तक पहुंचाए, देश के कोने कोने तक पहुंचाए। साथ में लगभग 25 करोड़ वैक्सीन विश्व भर में निर्यात भी किए गए और अधिकांश मुफ्त में गरीब और छोटे देशों को देने का काम किया गया, कम विकसित देशों को। तो मैं समझता हूं वो एक नमूना, वो एक एग्जाम्पल है भारत और यूएस की मित्रता का, भारत और यूएस कितना एक दूसरे पे विश्वास करते हैं। और आगे चल के सेक्रेटरी रायमोंडो और हमारा मिलके प्रयास रहेगा कि ऐसे ही, चाहे क्रिटिकल टेक्नोलॉजीज हो, चाहे डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज हो जिसका आपने जिक्र किया, इन सबको भी लेके हम इसी तीव्रता से और इसी तरीके से हमारा आपसी संबंध भी बढ़े और हम आपस में मिलके विश्व के सामने एक एग्जाम्पल सेट करें कि दो मित्र देश कैसे व्यापार को भी एक माध्यम बना सकते हैं, मित्रता को बढ़ाने का, नए नौकरी और काम के साधन बढ़ाने का, और लोगों के लिए एक अच्छा भविष्य बनाने के लिए। यूपीआई का विशेषकर स्पेसिफिक कोई डिस्कशन नहीं हुआ है, समय समय पे जब मौका आएगा तो उस पर भी चर्चाएं की जाएंगी। He was broadly asking about the supply chains and that do our discussions really facilitate the easing of supply chains or strengthening and making it better or easier for businesses to expand supply chains. So I was recounting our own experience during the vaccine manufacturing, where we had a difficulty on several products, and President Joe Biden was gracious enough to ensure that the supply chain is completely seamless, and we got over 150 products from the US, which helped us to manufacture 2.2 billion vaccines for giving free of charge to every citizen of India, every resident of India who desired to have it. And we also exported about over 270 million vaccines, mostly free of charge to the less developed or underdeveloped country. That was one living example of how our resilient supply chains will operate also in the future.
I thank you, ma'am. I thank you, sir, for taking out this time and addressing us. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद.
So they heard the two ministers speaking about the first India-US commercial dialogue that is taking place after a gap of 3 years, where the issue of the resilience of supply chains, particularly in semiconductors, where there's been an MOU, was a principal issue of concern, apart from making trade ties even more vibrant between India and the USA. We will keep bringing you all the latest updates on that front and all that is unfolding in the country and the world later on in our shows as well. For all the latest, keep watching DD India.
Hello and welcome. I am Ramesh Ramachandran and you're watching a special broadcast here on DD India. And with me is a very special guest, the Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Slovak Republic, Mr. Rastislav Kacap. Now, my guest needs no introduction, but just for the benefit of viewers joining us from around the world, Minister Kacap became the Foreign Minister in September 2022. He is a former ambassador to the Czech Republic, Hungary, and the US, and has also dabbled in think tank or academia as well as a private consultancy. In fact, he co-founded the Slovak think tank called GlobeSec. Mr. Minister, welcome.
Thank you very much. It's good to be with you.
Great. How would you describe or characterize the Slovak Republic-India relations as they exist today? Generally speaking, if you can give our viewers an overview of the political ties, economic ties, and of course, people-to-people ties as well.
Yeah, well, we celebrate now 30 years of diplomatic relations. The Slovak Republic, also Czech Republic, since this was a friendly divorce 30 years ago. So we could speak of 30 years of excellent cooperation, but I would go well beyond, because in the Federation of Czechs and Slovaks, it's over 100 years of the relationship what we have with India. And it's long-standing ties. I learned that Slovak spa called Piešťany was a favorite place for Maharajas of India before World War II. A number of them were coming frequently. With Czechoslovakia, there was a lot of exchange, a lot of business exchange, but also a lot of intellectual people-to-people. A lot of students came to study in Czechoslovakia. So we got strong, if we will say that we are build a building, that we got a very strong, cemented foundation for that.
Indeed. And talking about the specific components or verticals of the relationship, defense, for instance, defense and security, is there scope for improvement on that count, given the fact that you've met with the Indian ministers and the defense leadership as well?
Yes, I think this is the area we used to cooperate. There was already some business done in the past, and Czechoslovakia in Europe was famous for their defense industry through decades. And in that separation, we specialized more on heavy defense industry. Czechs were more of light weapons and the aircraft. And that know-how, it's still there. Slovakia turned that into modern technology. We do large caliber howitzers, 155. And I would say they are battle-proven, or I would say, unfortunately, they are battle-proven. It's an important part of equipment now, fighting in Ukraine armed forces. We kept the capacity of large bore barrel production. It's only probably Slovakia and Poland who can do it in that quality and that efficiency. Large caliber ammunition. But also we have some new kind of American dream, garage stories that they started 30 years ago, like virtual reality media. You know it from gaming, where you play on computers, various simulations. But they took it up to the level where it's professionally used for training for aircraft fighters, for tank operators, and it's extremely efficient. It saves money and it's brilliant technology. They are also here. But also new small arms producers who started 20 years ago as a passionate guy and now developed business which is quite substantial, very competitive. So we have something to offer. And when we see that Russia war against Ukraine brought a certain collapse of part of the defense market, I think it's time also for political reasons, but for practical reasons to step up with that cooperation.
Indeed. Mr. Minister, you also hold the portfolio of European affairs. So in that context, how would you look at the Slovak Republic-India ties in the context of the EU, for instance? In general and in particular, how do you look at the FTA negotiations going on with the EU? Would Slovak Republic stand to benefit from it going forward?
To us, European Union is important. We are part of it. Without Europe, Slovakia would be weak and insignificant. So I'm the one who sees the European project, as we call it, the European Union, as something which is of key importance to us. But we are not neglected in this. We are one of the equals. We have the vote in there. And for European Union, which is 450 million market, but also political community, India is key partner here in the region. I was saying a number of for us already and not only because of war, but for many reasons. India is a democracy. It's a very dynamic country. It's inspirational country for its history, and probably it's Japan and India here in the region, which are two most important partners to European Union, but also on a global scale. So working with you on European level is extremely, extremely important. You are one of key partners to us in developing closer ties, lowering down the tariffs, barriers for the mutual trade, bringing us as close as possible together. This will be always policy supported by Slovakia inside the EU.
Indeed. Mr. Minister, I want you to focus a bit, if you will, on the biggest challenge confronting the world today, and that's the Ukraine-Russia conflict. 1 year on, what are the lessons for the Slovak Republic in particular, given what has happened over the last 1 year with the Ukraine-Russia conflict?
Frankly, most of people could not imagine that something like this would have happened. A year ago, probably it was a D-Day -1. 95% of all politicians, diplomats would think Russia will not do it. How a permanent member of the Security Council would attack its neighbor with argument that you have no historical right, you always belong to us, you were part of our empire, and we have so many of our own Russians living out there, we need to protect them, etc., etc. We thought that after World War II, that's why we built UN and the Security Council, to prevent things happening. And the member of the Permanent Security Council, those who's got direct responsibility to make sure that the international law and order is kept, is doing it. We couldn't accept it as an international community.
Indeed. And talking about impact, Mr. Minister, what were the consequences, if I were to ask you, on Slovakia in terms of handling migrants or refugees? Now, the cost of living crisis that's affecting much of Europe as we speak, especially in terms of food security, fuel crisis, financial crisis, fertilizer crisis. So if I were to ask you about the impact on Slovak Republic in particular, how would you describe that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, migration was something which impacted Slovakia immediately. So refugees, war refugees were fleeing through Slovakia, Poland, Hungary. This was the most of them. For those who asked for protective status, so they can live, we offered very good conditions, so they are equal, they can work, they are entitled to social health benefits living in the country. And when you would calculate a ratio per capita, and Slovakia would be probably the 5th country in the region which is hosting largest number of refugees, war refugees. But also we look at them, we look at them that we need to help them, but also they are very valid part of our society. So this is not, they are returning the hospitality, they work. My partner, she's running a ICU unit clinic in the hospital, and she says, if her Ukrainian refugee doctors now left, all of them, there would be a horror scene, and her department would probably collapse. So they become, but you know, what is the thing? They want to come back home. They are not coming because they would enjoy living somewhere else. They want to come home. We should remember. Another impact, we introduced sanctions for gas, oil, and other things to keep Russia resources down and to curb our strategic vulnerabilities and dependencies. For Slovakia, this was not easy because on gas we were highly dependent. On oil, we still have some dependency, and it's also nuclear fuel. Slovakia is a nuclear country. We produce now over 2/3, and soon this to be 80% of electric energy comes out of nuclear power stations, and we were dependent here on Russia. So it impacted society. But we will cope. On gas, we are almost 90% independent. Prices has fallen down even a little lower than it was before the war. We are shifting on oil. So, we can cope with it, and we will come out of this crisis stronger at the end. That is true. Russia is doing big mistake. We can cope with this. Even globally, we will cope with this. Russia, hardly so.
And just to a quick follow-up question on the civil nuclear energy in the Slovak Republic. Like you mentioned, you were dependent on Russia for nuclear fuel to run your reactors. Is that the case even today?
It's still case until today. It's three countries. It's Finland, Slovakia, and Czech Republic. And now in cooperation of those three, well, it's Hungary as well, but they don't feel it as a dependency. But three of us, they want to continue with Russian fuel. Three of us, we are now working with United States, Sweden, and Spain, with a couple of, in France as well. And I think within a couple of months, we will have projects of a new nuclear fuel for all of these types of nuclear power stations. So we will change the fuel and we'll continue the production.
Mr. Minister, talking about Slovakia's military support to Ukraine, correct me if I am wrong, but reports suggest that you have already sent the following: the S-300 systems to Ukraine, helicopters, rockets, all worth nearly $200 million. And now we are told that the Slovak Republic could become the first NATO member to give the MiG-29s to Ukraine. So when does Slovak Republic intend to do that?
For the size of Slovakia, we're 5.5 million nation. The assistance was quite substantial. Probably the last piece of technology will be two things. It's MiG-29s, as you mentioned. We are about to take decision anytime soon. So probably as I'll be coming from this visit to India, I'm hoping next week we can have that decision. We supplied already the rockets and ammunition for MiG-29s. We have none in the stock anymore. There was around over 2,000 rockets which can be bored by MiG-29s. And there is a last small component of air defense. It's called KUB. We do this talking to our partners because we doesn't want to stay like naked on the ground. But NATO is filling up for that. So for S-300, we got batteries of Patriot from United States, then United States, Germany, and Dutch. And now United States goes on the rotation somewhere else, and Italy is coming with air defense system. This is the strength of NATO, that we can help each other producing reliable defense. And for MiG-29s, the Czech Republic and Poland, and probably also Hungary, will do air policing and air control with their aircraft until we get new F-16s from United States.
Right. Mr. Minister, I want you to focus a bit, if you will, on Sweden and Finland's quest for NATO membership. How do you look at Turkey's and Hungary's position on this? Because both are still holding out on endorsing or accepting them into the NATO fold. So what do you make of their responses? Turkey on the one hand and Hungary on the other.
Yeah, well, I was in Slovakia when who was responsible for NATO enlargement. It took 11 years of my life, so it was quite a lengthy process. NATO was very resistant accepting us. So always when in Russia was argument that NATO is pushing eastward, I always laugh because NATO was never pushing anywhere. NATO is extremely resistant organization to enlarge. You have to apply, you have to ask, you have to fulfill about zillion obligations, and eventually then they will invite you and include you after lengthy procedure. But it seems like Vladimir Putin is the most efficient recruiter for NATO, because even Finland and Sweden, who were independent for a long time, and they were very hesitant to join any military organization. Now what they saw what's happening, they applied immediately, and we are looking forward. I think they'll be very reliable and excellent partners, excellent defense producers, top-class military. We are in the final phase of ratification procedure. Everybody needs to ratify. It's as you rightly pointed, it's Turkey and Hungary. Originally, only Turkey spelled out some of the concerns. I could understand some of the concerns of Turkey. Turkey is, to us, a valuable partner. It's a key partner on southeastern flank of NATO, and they may have legitimate concerns, and they were clearing out those concerns. With Finland is already done. Sweden, probably few remaining inches to walk, and I think they will until the summertime.
Together with Finland?
We are still hoping that this will be together with Finland, that this is not going to be decoupled, and I still think it's doable. I spoke to my Turkish colleague Mevlut Çavuşoğlu is an excellent diplomat. Probably when Turkey will be over the elections, it will offer more space and more patience and more time to conclude. Frankly, I do not understand the Hungarian position, but all of us are pushing, and I'm very confident that whatever mysterious cases they will be solved on the next sitting of Parliament, and ratification will occur. We got reassurance by Prime Minister that this is going to happen, and we are very happy with that.
The other issue is, Mr. Minister, Ukraine's quest for membership of NATO and the European Union. In your estimation, which will happen first? EU membership or NATO membership, if at all?
This is $1 million question. First, I'm going to say that it's up to a country and its people to decide what kind of partnership you seek. So if Russia is saying that Ukraine has got no right, then we would need to accept a very weird rules of international politics, and it's the choice of your partners. It's guaranteed by law, by charter, by everything. So Ukraine is free to choose who is its allies and who is its partners. If they see the future with the EU and NATO, it's their choice. Here I come back to your question directly. It's not easy thing, none of those two. For NATO has got two considerations in principle. One consideration is whether a country which wants to join, it's going to add to our collective security. And second consideration is whether we collectively can defend that country. So we can take that oath on our shoulders and be credible. With Ukraine, this was never in the position that Ukraine was negotiating its accession. We were only talking the interest. And Ukraine was a good applicant. NATO never enlarged during the war. NATO never enlarged for the country which was part of the war. We can help, we can support, we will, but the true stakes will happen when the war is over. And I think we will work with the best faith with Ukraine to make their wish a reality, but it takes some time. I'm always saying to Ukrainians, be patient. You need strategic patience. You can achieve a status which is almost like being a member. In de jure, you are not still a member, but you can be almost like a member. To us, and we were not part of the war conflict, it took 11 years in a small and simple country. So I said, be patient and know, I say eyes on the target, you know where you want to go. With EU, it's different. It's also a lengthy process, but it's much more technical. It's a lot of laws. You need to change a lot of things. So once you get involved and once you get the status of an applicant, that is, again, probably a couple of years. It can be 10, it can be 15 years of negotiations and changing the law and everything. But here, point, I think they are good applicant. They want to be part of Europe, and we need to do everything to help them to fulfill the dream.
Fair enough. Mr. Minister, I want to draw your attention now to another part of the world, closer home to India than the Slovak Republic. That's the Indo-Pacific region as a whole. How does Bratislava look at China's role in the Indo-Pacific region? Do you see China as a part of the problem or solution?
This is a hard question. China is an autocratic country. It's still a communist autocracy, but it's a dynamic country. It's an economically strong country. It's a economic partner. We have a lot of trade with China. And intentions of China in long-term strategic goals was not very clear for some time. Now the war is changing also the position of China, because as Russia, I think, has done a terrible mistake. For that, this will substantially weaken Russia, and it's already happening. Russia is in a political isolation and is economically falling down. And probably anytime soon, this is not going to be on the reverse track. That is making a role of China important. China is relatively now stronger than it was before, and we need to get engaged with China, so China will be more opportunity and the part of problem solving and not adding up on the top of the problems. So we want to see cooperative China who would be accepting the same rules as I said. These are the laws, These are the norms. This is a charter of the UN, and it needs to be observed, and they need to be part of that. And countries like you, India and others, need to be sure that China has got peaceful future intentions, and it's not a country which is abusing its growing power to the detriment others, players.
Mr. Minister, in the past, recent past, we've seen Slovak Deputy Minister traveling to Taipei. We saw the Taiwanese Foreign Minister Joseph Wu visit Bratislava. In that context, we've seen Lithuania, for instance, open a Taiwan office. We've also seen Lithuania quit the 17+1. If I were to ask you, would Slovakia follow suit by elevating its ties with Taiwan and or quitting the 17+1?
I would call it in an abbreviation, we're a Taiwan-friendly country for sure, close on our policies to Czech Republic and Baltics for sure. I met myself with a Taiwanese minister on his trip, which was a clear sign of our support. The delegation was sent out there. Actually, trade with Taiwan and investment of Taiwan is higher than with China, just to give an example. That is important to say. But also, Taiwan is a democracy, and we want to support this style of politics as such. We respect policy of one China. This is that's given. But on the other hand, absolutely, we stand behind Taiwan. On the format, which was the 16+1 with China 17+1, we're thinking what is the benefit of this format. I was always pro European Union and China dialogue, which gives more transparency and a clear-cut result. We do not participate at the ministerial level. We kept a lower level participation in this and are considering whether this format is really producing such a value added, or if it wouldn't be better to transform it into another kind of format, like in a dialogue, EU plus China, and have it very pragmatic.
Indeed. Mr. Minister, I am approaching the end of my time, so last couple of quick questions to you. If I were to ask you about the Slovak domestic politics, we are told that elections are approaching. How sanguine, confident are you that irrespective of which way the election results go, the Slovak Republic's policy on Ukraine, for instance, will continue irrespective of who comes to power?
If I had a crystal ball, but it's going to be quite a heavy campaign. You see, it's not only for Slovakia, but in all democracies, social network, Russian disinformation. The world is changing, and the fight is becoming heavier and heavier. And politics, it doesn't like an old style gentleman political competition. It now resembles more of a war game and wrestling. So it feels like you don't oppose your partner and want to win in honorable ways as it used to be, but this is more feeling that you want to kill your partner and destroy your partner. So emotionally, it's very hard. Mm-hmm. And for the first time in a long time, probably over 20 years, foreign policy issues will be part. And Ukraine is polarizing agenda. And we got political parties who are initiated by Russian propaganda and political corruption, of course. So that's going to be spicy campaign for sure. We need to brace up for complicated battle. And I'm confident that at the end, Slovakia will stay on the same course. But we will need to go through muddy and bloody times. But, well, we will do it.
Right. On that note, Mr. Minister, may I thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts with our viewers at home and abroad. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your invitation and nice day.
And with that, it's a wrap on this special broadcast. But news continues here on DD India. You can catch all the latest updates on our social media, mobile and digital platforms. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Good evening and welcome to Sports Buzz with me, Deepika, your daily half-an-hour window that brings you a roundup of all that is buzzing in different sporting arenas. Well, the test match is currently ongoing and Australia have already crossed the 400 mark. We will also get you updates on Women's Indian Premier League and a lot more. So let's quickly begin with top headlines of the hour. Australia crosses 450 run mark on day 2 of Ahmedabad test match. Cameron Queen scores maiden test ton. India roars back in the contest with quick wickets. Pat Cummins' mother passes away after battling prolonged illness. Australia players dons black armband as a mark of respect for Pat Cummins. BCCI expresses grief on the passing away. In Women's Indian Premier League, Royal Challengers Bangalore will be up against UP Warriors today. On the other hand, in last encounter, Mumbai Indians thrashed Delhi Capitals by 8 wickets to secure their third victory on the trot. Manchester United plant one foot firmly in Europa League quarter-finals as Reds beat Real Betis by 4-1. Erik ten Hag gets desired result as Manchester United overcomes humiliating defeat of last encounter. And Union Minister Anurag Singh Thakur flags off Khelo India 10 Kadam event to mark International Women's Day with the tagline of empowering women through sports. Event to be held across 10 different cities, witnessing participation of more than 10,000 women from across the country. So those were the top headlines of the hour that we are tracing for all our viewers here on Sports Buzz on DD India. And now to bring you the latest that is coming in as a good news, rather a great news for women sports athletes. Union Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports Anurag Singh Thakur launched Khelo India 10 Kadam program at Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in New Delhi today. Now more than 10,000 women players are participating in 10 different sporting disciplines across 10 states in this program that will run till the 31st of March. Here's a report.
Union Sports Minister Anurag Singh Thakur inaugurated the Khelo India 10 Kadam tournament in New Delhi on Friday. The objective of this tournament is to provide a platform to the women athletes who were unable to participate in national or state level competitions. It is also aimed at ensuring that competitive sports reach untapped geographical areas. Addressing the opening ceremony, Sports Minister Anurag Singh Thakur said that sports is one area where women have performed exceptionally well when it comes to women empowerment. He also expressed his pride at the country's daughters who have done the work of showing their mettle all over the world.
Empowering women through sports, महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण खेलों के माध्यम से एक शुरुआत है. खेलों के क्षेत्र में महिलाओं को और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए तो 10 कदम यानी कि 10 राज्यों में 10 अलग-अलग खेलों में 10,000 से ज़्यादा महिला खिलाड़ियों को भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने के लिए.
In the run-up to the International Women's Day 2023 celebrations, the Youth Affairs and Sports Ministry is organizing the Khelo India 10 Kadam tournament from the 10th to the 31st of this month. Nearly 15,000 women athletes will participate in the contest in more than 50 cities of the country. Sports Desk, DD India.
So don't forget to cheer for your women leaders as they participate in 10 Kadam. Moving on to cricket now, Ravichandran Ashwin led India's fight back on day 2 as he took 6 wickets to halt Australia's progress. However, Usman Khawaja's century helped Australia to score 480 runs in their first innings. Right now, Australia is all out, but Usman Khawaja scored 180 runs before LBW by Akshar Patel, while Ravichandran Ashwin ended a 206-run stand between Cameron Green and Usman Khawaja, dismissing Green on 114. Now, 4 balls later, Alex Carey threw away his wicket as he was caught off Ashwin's delivery on a duck. He then got the better of Mitchell Starc to put India back into the contest. Earlier, Green, who was batting on 49 at stumps, accompanied Usman Khawaja, who slammed his 14th century on day 1 and slammed his maiden test done. Now, Australian captain Pat Cummins' mother, Maria Cummins, passed away on Friday after battling a prolonged illness in Sydney. Cummins' mother was sadly first diagnosed with breast cancer back in the year 2005 and since then had been battling a serious illness. Now, Cummins returned home after Australia's second test defeat in New Delhi to be close to his family, with his mother, Maria, placed into palliative care. While Australia players on Friday wore black armbands on the second day of the series deciding fourth test against India to pay homage to skipper Pat Cummins' mother. Cricket Australia expressed condolences to Pat Cummins and his family and said the Australian team would wear black armbands as a mark of respect. In a statement, they said, and I quote, "We are deeply saddened at the passing away of Maria Cummins overnight. On behalf of Australian cricket, we extend our heartfelt condolences to Pat, the Cummins family and their friends. The Australian men's team will today wear black armbands as a mark of respect," unquote. The BCCI also expressed grief on the passing away. The BCCI said, and I quote, "On behalf of Indian cricket, we express our sadness at the passing away of Pat Cummins' mother, and our thoughts and prayers are with him and his family in this difficult period," unquote. Moving on to women's cricket now. Royal Challengers Bangalore will be up against UP Warriors tonight. Smriti Mandhana-led Royal Challengers Bangalore is yet to open their account in the competition even after playing 3 matches so far. They started off their campaign with a 60-run loss to Delhi Capitals. They then lost to Mumbai Indians by 9 wickets on Wednesday. Now RCB faced defeat once again. This time it was against Gujarat Giants. Now, one of the main reasons of their failure this season has been the form of their star players, and especially talking about skipper Mandhana. Now, it is very important that the likes of Mandhana, Elisa Perry rise to the occasion and deliver the goods today. Now, UP Warriors, on the other hand, will be looking for their second victory of this season. Elisa Hilly's side started off with a victory against Gujarat Giants, but eventually lost to Delhi Capitals in their next game. Now, they have a low on confidence Royal Challengers Bangalore next, and they will look forward to ensure to make good use of their bad run to register a thumping victory today that further will improve their net run rate. And earlier in the match that was played on Thursday, Mumbai Indians thrashed Delhi Capitals by 8 wickets to secure their third victory on the trot. Chasing a paltry 106, Mumbai Indians sauntered home in 15 overs. Now, opener Yastika Bhatia laid the foundation in 32 ball 41 before Hayley Matthews and Harmanpreet Kaur sealed the chase to cap a splendid all-round show. Matthews earlier accounted for 3 for 19, while Izzy Wong and Saika Ishak also grabbed 3 each to shoot out Delhi Capitals for 105 in 18 overs. Skipper Meg Lanning top scored for Delhi with 43. Moving on, Najmal Hossain Shanto scored 51 runs off 30 balls as Bangladesh defeated England by 6 wickets in first of the 3-match T20I series. Shakib Al Hasan also contributed with a valuable 34 not out of 24 balls. Earlier, Jos Buttler scored 67 of 42 balls as England were restricted to 156 for 6 in 20 overs against Bangladesh at Zahoor Ahmed Chaudhry Stadium, Chattogram. Now, Hassan Mahmood was the pick of the bowlers for Bangladesh with figures of 2 for 26. Bangladesh skipper Shakib Al Hasan had won the toss and opted to bowl first in the game. And now in Sports Buzz, we bring you a special story on best finishers in the history of cricket who have done wonders in high-pressure situations.
Jos Buttler. Jos Buttler is an English cricketer who is also the current captain of the England One Day International and T20 international teams. He is rated as one of the best white ball batsmen in the world. The consistency with the bat makes him one of the talented cricketers in the world cricket. Jos Buttler is one of those exceptional players who have mastered both opening and finishing the game. He has the ability to understand the situation and play both defensive and attacking cricket. Right now, he is without a doubt one of the best finishers in cricket. Lance Klusener. Lance Klusener is one of the best finishers for South African team. He was appreciated for his aggressive batting and his fast medium swing bowling. Klusener was one of the most exciting left-handed batsmen and also considered as one of the most elegant one-day international all-rounders in cricket history. He had finished the game multiple times for his country, a talent that is still not replaced in the South African team. Klusener started his career with the South African team in 1991 and established himself as one of the greatest finishers throughout his career. He is also referred to as one of the greatest one-day international all-rounders the world has ever seen. His game understanding and his finishing skills have always been a threat for the opposition team. Michael Hussey. Michael Hussey is a former international cricketer who impersonated all forms of the game. Hussey is also known by his nickname Mr. Cricket. The left-handed player is one of the most prolific players for Australia in all formats of the game. Though he came late at the international stage, however his impact is irreplaceable. He is well known for his technique, all-round gameplay, finishing and understanding of the game. He had a highly thriving international career, being the top-ranked ODI batsman in the world in 2006. A.V. de Villiers. A.V. de Villiers is a former South African professional cricketer. He owns the record for fastest 50, fastest 100 and fastest 150 in ODI cricket, and he is the only batsman ever to average above with a strike rate of over 100 batsmen with minimum 5,000 runs. He is popularly considered as one of the greatest batsmen of all time. A.V. de Villiers is known for his record-breaking skills. He has produced fabulous records in the history of cricket. A.V. de Villiers was elected as the ICC ODI Player of the Year 3 times during his 15-year international career and was one of the 5 Wisden cricketers of the decade at the end of the 2019. A.V. de Villiers is known with the name Mr. 360 and has been one of the finest finishers the world cricket has ever seen. He has won many matches for his club and the country with his capability for scoring runs in every part of the ground. He batted at different positions in the batting order but mostly played a part in the middle order. Michael Bevan. Michael Bevan is a former Australian cricketer. He is a top-class left-handed batsman and a slow left-arm wrist-spin bowler. He has been recognized for inducting the art of finishing matches. His unbelievable finishing skills and calm under pressure on most occasions made him one of the best finishers of all time. He was known for his ability to score runs quickly and efficiently in the later stages of the innings, often helping his team to victory. He was particularly effective in one-day international, where his ability to finish the matches with a high strike rate made him a valuable asset for the Australian national team. He was elected as the batsman in Australia's greatest ever ODI team. Bevan is part of the Australian team in 3 World Cups in which Australia won the tournament twice. He played 232 one-day internationals for Australia. Bevan has totally done justice and performed quite effectively as a finisher for Australia for the majority of his career. In ODIs, he had a plenty of unforgettable innings. Vivian Richards. Viv Richards is one of the most prominent names in cricket history. He is also known for his finishing skills and is one of the finest finishers in cricket history. Viv Richards is known for his fearless approach and could destroy any bowling lineup with his attacking mindset. With Viv on the pitch, any match could be won easily. His constant batting display resulted in him becoming the first cricketer in ODI history to achieve 20 Man of the Match series. Richards is definitely one of the greatest batsmen of all time. He is still rated as one of the greatest finishers the world cricket has ever seen. MS Dhoni. MS Dhoni is a former Indian international cricketer who captained the Indian national team in limited overs formats from 2007 to 2017 and in Test cricket from 2008 to 2014. He is one of the dependable and attacking batsmen of all time. History has known him as the only captain to win all the ICC trophies. Other than that, when it comes to finishing, this man has no competition. He is the man for different occasions. His tendency to being calm, confident and reading of the game makes him one of the most destructive batsmen to bowl in death overs. Dhoni is one of the highest run scorers in one-day internationals with more than 10,000 runs scored and is regarded as a powerful finisher in limited over formats. He has a different style of playing. Dhoni has directed several matches in India's favour with his game-changing abilities. He is dangerous and destructive in death overs when it comes to finishing the game. Due to his deadly and attacking abilities at the end of the game, he is considered the most reliable finisher and one of the most flourishing captains in cricket history. Sports Desk, DD India.
Well, moving on, let's talk about tennis. In Indian Wells event, Britain's Emma Raducanu overcomes build-up disrupted by injury and illness to earn a gutsy first-round victory at Indian Wells. Raducanu battled back from an early break down in both sets to defeat Danka Kovinic by 6-2, 6-3 in first round of the Indian Wells. The 2021 US Open champion, ranked 77th right now, will next face Poland's Magda Linnet. Now, Raducanu earlier suffered an ankle injury in the lead up to January's Australian Open that forced her to withdraw ahead of last week's Austin Open, and a wrist that cut short her 2022 season. Moving on to football now, Premier League leader Arsenal did enough to hold Sporting Lisbon to a 2-2 draw in a lively first leg of its Europa League last 16 tie on Thursday evening. France defender William Saliba put the Premier League leaders ahead with a towering header before Sporting took advantage of poor defending to score either side of half-time through Gonzalo and Polino. An own goal by the host's Japanese midfielder Morita ensured Arsenal will start on level terms when the team meet in the return leg at Emirates Stadium next Thursday. Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta says his side must improve massively if they are to continue winning games. Manchester United Erik ten Hag hailed goal-scoring skipper Bruno Fernandes as the star man in his side's Europa League last 16 first-leg victory against Real Betis. After the horrors of Anfield and a day that will never be forgotten, Erik ten Hag would have taken this. Now, like the first glass of water to calm the hangover, Manchester United's recovery has begun. Ten Hag's United team defeated Real Betis by 4-1, heading to Spanish city of Seville for next week's second leg. Almost certain of a place in the next round of a competition, they have every right to think that they can win. And Napoli fans are commonly known to be superstitious, but even for them, Napoli's victory is so large that they can really start to get ready to celebrate their first title win in 33 years early this season. With 13 games to go, Napoli are odds on for Serie A glory, having a huge 15-point advantage over second place Internazionale.
If striker Victor Osimhen manages to lead Napoli to their first Italian Serie A title in more than 30 years, he believes he will become a club icon. However, the 24-year-old Nigerian said he would not be able to reach the status of late Argentine Diego Maradona, whom he called a demigod. Maradona remains Naples' biggest soccer hero. He led the local team to their only 2 league titles in 1987 and 1990, and their stadium is named after him.
Of course, we have been doing quite well this season. It's been really good. The fans were amazing, the coach, the staff, everyone, the president. And I just want to say I don't consider myself as an icon yet until I achieve the objective in which the club has set for itself this season. So after that, I think we have a very big chance of being named an icon.
With 13 games to go, Napoli are odds on for Serie A glory, having a huge 15-point advantage over second place Inter Milan. In Rome, where he was given a prize by the Foreign Press Association, he hinted at future to move England's Premier League.
I think playing in one of the top 5 leagues in the world is amazing feeling for me and a good fit. And of course, a lot of people worldwide consider the Premier League as the best and the strongest league. But of course, I'm on the process. I'm in the phase. So now I'm in one of the best league in the world, which is the Italian Serie A. Of course, I'm working so hard to make sure that I achieve my dream in playing, of course, in the Premier League someday.
Napoli chairman Aurelio De Laurentiis said it has been 33 years since the last Scudetto. Another title could make the city go crazy. Osimhen, who is in his 3rd season at Napoli after previous stints in the Bundesliga with Wolfsburg and in League One with Lille, is Serie A's top scorer this season with 19 goals. Sports Desk, DD India.
Now in a top-of-the-table clash at King Abdullah Sports City in Jeddah, second-placed Al Ittihad emerged victorious with a 1-0 victory over Cristiano Ronaldo and Al Nassr, who entered Thursday leading the Saudi Pro League. The only goal of the game came in the 80th minute through Brazilian forward Romarinho. Ronaldo, who captains his side, had a chance to rescue a point for Al Nassr in stoppage time, but goalkeeper Marcelo pulled off a fine save. Now with the victory, Al Ittihad moved 1 point ahead of their title rivals into first place. An Indonesian court sentenced a soccer match official to 1.5 years in prison on Thursday after finding him guilty of negligence over one of the world's deadliest stadium stampedes. Judge at the court in Surabaya said the match official Abdul Haris was found guilty because of his negligence, causing people to die. The October 2022 match in Malang, East Java, between Arema FC and Persebaya Surabaya ended in chaos, with 135 spectators being killed and many being crushed as they fled for exits after police fired tear gas into the crowd. An investigation by Indonesia's Human Rights Commission found that the main cause of the stampede was police firing into the crowd 45 rounds of tear gas that soccer's world governing body FIFA has banned as a crowd control measure. Moving on, Australian ambassador to China, Graham Fletcher, unveiled the FIFA Women's World Cup trophy in Shanghai on Thursday as part of its tour to all 32 of the tournament's participating nations. China is the last country in Asia on the trophy's tour before it heads to Morocco next. China will be up against England, Haiti and Denmark in Group D at this year's World Cup that will be held in Australia and New Zealand from the 20th of July and will go on till the 20th of August.
I'm thrilled that the Chinese team will be competing in Australia for all their matches. I hope this will further cement the sporting ties and positive spirit between our two countries.
Now, staying on football, Real Madrid will not cooperate with UEFA's refund procedure for fans who attended last year's Champions League final, the La Liga club said on Thursday. Real Madrid stated that the compensation proposed by the governing body is insufficient. The final in Paris was delayed by 36 minutes after thousands of Liverpool supporters were unable to get into the Stade de France for the match that was scheduled on the 28th of May, that Real Madrid eventually won by 1-0. Now, French police were filmed using tear gas on fans, including women and children. Although UEFA initially blamed the Merseyside club's fans for the mayhem, the governing body later apologized following the release of an independent review. Earlier on Tuesday, UEFA said it would refund Liverpool fans who attended last year's final in Paris and that the English club had confirmed it would implement the refund scheme that would cover all of the club's ticket allocation for the final. Now, UEFA said Real Madrid fans and neutral supporters who met the refund criteria would be processed by its customer service. England captain Owen Farrell has been dropped for their Six Nations clash against reigning champions France, with coach Steve Borthwick making the bold decisions to start Marcus Smith at fly half for the game at Twickenham. Farrell, who has 104 caps and has been England captain since 2019, dropped to the bench with prop Ellis set to lead an otherwise unchanged team that beat Wales by 2010 in Cardiff in the previous round. Maro and Ollie are at lock, while the pack is completely by flankers Jack Willis and Louis Lutlam, with Alex Dombrandt at number 8. Jack 1 is at scrum half, while Ollie Lawrence is at inside centre and Henry Slade slots in an outside centre. Smith was initially released from Borthwick's training squad last month to get game time with his Premiership side. Now, the 24-year-old impressed in a 45 win over Exeter Chiefs last Saturday, and he is set for his first England start since their opening round defeat by Scotland. England are third in the standings after 3 matches, 5 points behind leaders Ireland, who host Borthwick's side in the final round.
As I highlighted in my team announcement, I continue to select a team specific to the game plan we want to play against the opposition we are playing that week. This week, Ellis Genge captains the England rugby team for the first time. Marcus Smith starts at 10. Owen Farrell will start the game on the bench, and when he comes onto the pitch to finish the game, he will captain the team. David Ribbons joins the 23.
So that was a recent statement, and with this it's now time to wrap up this edition of Sports Buzz, but news and updates will continue here on Sports DD India, so don't go anywhere, keep watching and keep tracking DD India. Thanks for joining.
कब तक लंबी लाइनों में उम्र बिताइएगा? डिजिटल पेमेंट अपनाइए, चुटकी में हल पाइए। पुराने तरीके कब तक अपनाइएगा? डिजिटल पेमेंट बहुत आसान है, देखिए चुटकी में पेमेंट चुकाइए। बटुआ ढूंढ रहे हैं? डिजिटल पेमेंट अपनाइए, कभी भी कहीं भी और सुरक्षित। हमने तो इन्हें डिजिटल पेमेंट करना सिखा दिया है। आपने? आरबीआई कहता है कि
डिजिटल पेमेंट अपनाओ,
औरों को भी सिखाओ।
तीन महीने में पैसे डबल?
वाह, फास्ट और हाई रिटर्न्स भी।
क्या स्कीम है? कल तो नहीं थी यहाँ।
और कल होगा भी नहीं।
तूने कभी 5 ओवर में डबल सेंचुरी मारी है?
ऐसे स्कीम के बहकावे में आके हम धोखा खा सकते हैं।
और आरबीआई कहता है अपना पैसा सुरक्षित रखो और समझदारी से निवेश करो। अगर ज्यादा रिटर्न के पीछे भागोगे तो रिस्क भी उतना ही उठाओगे।
और फास्ट रिटर्न से बच के।
और फास्ट बॉलिंग से भी।
आरबीआई कहता है जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
Welcome to this very, very special episode of DD Dialogue G20 series. Youth 20 is going to be our focus, and how young India is going to play a very critical and rather decisive role when it comes to India leading from the front under the chairmanship of India, under the presidency of India, G20 presidency. Y20, the change makers, scripting a fresh new template where the G20 narrative is all set to see a paradigm shift in terms of actionable point, and that's going to be our India way, India leading the way. So why this episode of DD Dialogue G20 series is special? Because here we have young India joining us. The big question that in the next half an hour we'll be looking at, can this young India be the agent of change or script a fresh template when it comes to Y20 under the India's presidency of G20? And I'm going to quickly introduce my very, very special panel on the show. In fact, this is my panel on my left and on my right. And here we have with us Falit Sajaria. He's India's ambassador of Y20 under India's G20 presidency. Thank you very much, Falit, for joining us on the show. And also welcoming Professor Sriram Cholya, here, Dean Jindal International School of Law. Thank you very much, Professor Cholya, for joining us also. And thank you all for being here. So Falit, just to quickly start and understand the whole Y20 apparatus floated by the government of India, because there also has been the specific emphasis on integrating young India with the G20 narrative. And since we are the chair, what are the out-of-box ideas that we have floated? How is the government planning to go about it? How can they be part of what you are doing?
Definitely, ma'am.
So what happens is, when all of us think about G20, the first image that comes to our mind is prime ministers and presidents meeting at some fancy hotel and shaking hands or hugging each other. But fortunately for us, G20 is not just about prime ministers and presidents, but rather about a culmination of societies of all these countries. And a very important part of this are the engagement groups, which include various elements of the civil society, whether it be businesses, women, youth, space, sciences and everything. And in this, one of the most premier engagement group is Youth 20, which we are representing. And what Youth 20 would be doing is working on two priorities. One, working on short-term capacity building within the country, and two, creating a longer lasting impact that goes beyond just our presidency. So that's what we term as Y20, the India way. The three key goals that we are working on is: one, taking forward India's legacy as the mother of democracy in making our Y20 as inclusive as possible. And in fact, the Prime Minister also talks about Jan Bhagidari or People's G20. So the maximum thrust would be on involving all the youth in the country, whether it's been the rural areas, urban areas, and getting their stances on board. Second, investing in domestic capacity building, getting more youth voices, youth organizations, getting opportunities for our youth in terms of internships, collaborations. And finally, we'd be talking about creating a vision change. So a national resurgence through an international platform, so that our youth starts to think global and reaches out to international platforms.
Professor Cholia, just taking this forward now, the areas that Falit enumerated, particularly taking India's legacy forward, making G20 presidency, India's presidency, more inclusive, the question of capacity building and the vision change. Why is there a specific emphasis or so much of impetus put on the younger generation?
Sakal, we say that the G20 represents 2/3 of humanity, right? That's about 66% of the world's population. That's a humongous figure. But within that, when you break it down, it's the majority are young people. And the majority of this 2/3 of humanity are young people. And often their interests, their preferences, their aspirations, their fears, their anxieties have not been addressed by global institutions. They often get bypassed, meaning that, well, they are the future generations and we don't have to worry about them. They will, right now, the focus usually has been on older sections of the humanity. But now I think increasingly with the demographic surge, G20 realizes that the youth are the centerpiece. Without them, there's no future, right?
Are we making youth really a centerpiece in this particular summit under India's presidency? Like, what's the backstory?
It's a major priority.
In the previous editions?
It's a major priority. Well, the outreach groups have existed for a while. There is a Y20 even before the Indian presidency. But what we are now doing is making it more structured, deeper, and what Falit was talking about is the degree of engagement with young people and to hear out their voices in India and also in the remaining 18 member countries apart from India and the EU. That makes up the 20 countries. So that's a large youth population. They have actually gone through a lot. They've come out of the COVID-19 pandemic. A lot of them, college students, for example, are looking at the job market. There's a global economic recession being predicted for 2023-24. So huge challenges for their futures, right? And whenever, even on climate, on all the major issues of G20, the future of young people is at stake and their interests have to be prioritized and brought to the fore. I think Prime Minister has been very clear that the power of the youth must be harnessed for global good and global change. So through dialogues, through consultation, through deep engagement with young people, we are going to try and bring their voices to the fore, so much so that the future generation, the so-called future generations, their future is secured. Otherwise, G20 has no relevance 5 or 10 or 20 years down the line.
That was my next question, making youth relevant to the whole G20 apparatus. And I think it makes a lot of sense, Falit, that we being the youngest democracy and the way we are integrating. What are the procedures? What are the processes? What kind of connect engagements you're floating, Y20 apparatus? How can they be directly associated with, I think there are some university connect, school connect programs, and it's going to be a year-long process. How do they go about it?
Definitely, ma'am. I'd start by focusing on one particular aspect as to what happened on 1st of December when we assumed the G20 presidency. It started with a lecture on G20 University Connect, in which students from 75 plus universities were connected, in which the External Affairs Minister, the G20 Sherpa and the G20 Chief Coordinator assembled, and that was a day-long event. And that's how India started its G20 presidency, which gives a very clear message as to where our focus and priorities lie. So what we'll be working on is essentially through the G20 University Connect, reaching out to all the top universities and getting the students on board. Third, we are dividing
how do you get, let's take it one by one.
Sure,
so how do you reach out and how do you get students on board?
Sure, ma'am. So the first part of G20 University Connect is that we reach out to universities, tie up with them and plan events over these universities.
Okay.
Exactly.
Events.
So in which we'd be having G20 lectures, and not just lectures. So our format is we have lectures, and post that we have breakout rooms in which the students are separated into different groups and they have group discussions over our themes and priority areas. They give forth their suggestions, which are then accumulated and assembled, and then they are submitted to the ministries and the engagement groups for further consideration. And in fact, a lot of those priorities that we have right now have come out from the engagements that we did last year. In fact, last year we were at the Jindal campus itself and having a discussion. And a lot of those priorities that we are assembling are then going on to these documents. Second, students would be part of all of these events. They would be working as escorts to these delegations. So they would be the one in contact with all the delegations for all the engagement groups and working group, coordinating how they're coming, whatever is going on, documenting the entire process and culminating in all of these processes. And third, all the engagement groups would be having interns who would be working in creating documents, creating resources, making all of this public facing through writing articles, getting all of this in the domain. And finally, in all of these aspects, these different engagement groups would also be tying up with universities as knowledge partners. So we ourselves as U20 have 20 prospective knowledge partners, different universities, where the student body would be creating documents and setting up the agendas and the white papers.
Okay.
So it is a national exercise.
National exercise, and I think this, Professor Sriram, this is going international also, because in the recent Bali summit, UK-India Young Professional Scheme has also been announced, which means around annually 3,000 degree holders, Indians from the age group of 18 to 30 can go to UK under this program and vice versa. Are we looking at more such programs? But how does this help?
So yeah, there are a lot of mobility schemes
Yes.
that you're talking about. One of this you just explained. What this does is, you need a meeting of minds. You need consensus building, right? It's not only at the elite top level, at the level of society and civil society. And youth are the most vibrant element in the civil society. So the idea is that if a young person from India sits down with a young person from Brazil and with a young person from let's say Germany and with a young person from one other EU country or somebody from North America, then and one from Africa, let's say, then you have a free flow of ideas as to what is common among all of us, no matter which culture and region we belong to, and how we can share we have some shared concerns, and those need to be relayed to the top level. What Falit is talking about, the processes are meant to like a churning, where ideas come out and then they are transferred to the higher level policy making unit, so that there is a kind of accountability of the global institutions to the youth of the world. That is the whole idea. It's a kind of accountability mechanism we are creating, so that they don't feel disenfranchised, so that the young feel that they are recognized and that they are not being sidelined. It's a question of what we call intergenerational justice. The older generations, we have exploited the climate, we have exploited the earth, we have made it such a horrible place.
Earlier?
It was missing. So I think we are going to bring this in. This is going to be an important focus area. Our Minister for Youth and Sports, Anurag Thakurji, has also been saying that we have to put the youth at the center of our G20 presidency, and that's the goal.
So basically putting youth in the center stage, at the center stage of the entire G20 big picture. And India here is, I think I can safely say, taking the pole position or the leadership position, especially in the context of White 20. Falit, since you're the India's ambassador of the White 20 system, this is going to be a year-long exercise, and you're interacting. You already started these programs and interactions with the delegates from other nations like you. But just explain to our viewers, what's the sense you're getting from the top? What's the vision of the government of India for you guys in the G20 perspective?
Sure, ma'am. Before I begin answering that, I'd just point out one thing. So you talked about the transaction and the mobility, academic mobility. Now this is one factor. So the Bali summit happened in November. Our summit, Y20, happened in July. And this particular proposal to push forward academic mobility and interaction between governments, this was put forward by India's U20 delegation last year. And we were able to successfully get it in the Y20 communique.
So one of the important deliverables. Huh?
Yeah, so if you read out the Y20 communique, it is mentioned very specifically. And not just that, we also talk about that the visa facilitation should happen very quickly, because a lot of times these schemes, people get stuck because visa processes are slow. So we have given a very actionable roadmap that we gave in July, and all these aspects that are coming out is out of the pressure that we are building and demands that we are putting forth.
So youth putting forth, Professor Cholia, actionable points, and Y20 can be a big pressure group. Can I say that?
Yeah, I think it's definitely, like I said, a constituency, an important one, and one that is, knocking on the doors of the global institutions, because global institutions, multilateral institutions are in crisis, because average people on the ground who are powerless and who are weak and who are yet to become influential find that their voices have not been heard and their interests are often being disregarded. So I think the youth have to come in, and that's what we are trying to do through the process. It's a kind of a bridging the gap between, like I said, the society, civil society, and the global order.
Okay, now let's quickly have some points coming from my young friends here. Yes, can you please pass on the mic?
What is the impact of academic mobility on the newly found emphasis on interdependence in international relations? And how can academic mobility, especially across nations, affect interdependence on a global scale?
So essentially, when we look at countries and our relations with them, I mean, there are countries with whom we have friendly relations, countries with whom we don't have such friendly relations, and then there are neutral countries. And essentially, in dealing with all of those, what we need is people who understand those cultures. So what we have been significantly lacking in India is that students who are, for international relations or so, prior to that we didn't even have bachelors in those. Now institutions like Jindal are coming up in that domain. But what we also specifically need is these students to be engraved in those cultures that they are studying.
So the intermobility under the Y20 or the Youth 20 banner is also going to, acclimatize both sides with the systems that we follow in various ministries, verticals of Government of India, and most importantly, that shared vision that we've been talking about. I think we have one more question. Can you please pass the mic and he can ask the question?
So do you think countries like India, Australia, those are developing countries, are they suffering due to these decisions, or the unity of G20 is declining?
There is a problem of lack of consensus, and a lot of groups and subgroups are formed within the G20, and India's big effort is to try and build bridges and to unite around a consensus. That's been the biggest problem for us, and I think that's the ultimate challenge. At the level of young people, maybe you can all get along. Suppose you are talking to G20 counterparts through the Y20 mechanism, it may be easier. But when you have nation states, then you have a different competitive logic and geopolitical rivalries and all those, right? So how to manage those in such a way does not lead to war, one, and two, in a way that we have common, minimum denominator of agreement on what kind of policies we should all adopt together. Policy coordination is the key for G20. Right now, you're right. Energy is one area, but there are so many areas on which there is no consensus, and sometimes a lot of bickering, no joint declarations, no communiques. The G20 is struggling. That's why, there's so much onus on India and our presidency. And I can tell you that at the level of young people through Y20, you should try and come up with shared visions that at least remind the elites that it's time to keep aside the bilateral narrow conflicts and rivalries and think big, think about the planet as a whole, because all our joint futures are at stake. So it is to create that sense of a collective existence and coexistence. That's what we need more. Right now we are struggling, and that's why we hope that India's leadership will change things.
Yes, so under the India's leadership, Professor Cholia, there is a possibility that you can have a single page where India can get the rest of the 19 nations plus others on the same page. I mean, it's not possible for every country to look eye to eye on everything. But my question here is, before I take one more question from the students here, that long-lasting impact, world is looking at India. Are we looking at a very different sort of paradigm shift, that this G20 under India's presidency is not going to be seen as a posh affair, but as a people-centric affair? And that's why we are integrating youngsters into this entire process, which many would say that it's more diplomatics between the heads of the state. And what have students got to do with it?
Yeah, so that's what we call multi-stakeholder multilateralism, to bring in more stakeholders from society, especially young people from academia, from education sector. And you see, India is uniquely positioned because we have kept our lines open. We are not into these Cold War type, breaking up of the world into different blocks. And we, based on our national interests, have channels with all sides. Let's say on the Russia-Ukraine war, that's just one example, which is dividing the world right now. So I think our young people also, because we come from a democracy, vibrant mother of democracy, as Honorable Prime Minister calls it, we have got that in our genes, right? Our ability to have what we call samvad, dialogue. And this is much more than just a formality. It's something that is deeper, out of which you get something. वो सागर मंथन कहते हैं ना, उसके अंदर से निकलता है something. The outcome of it is something that can give us direction for the future.
And here is our future. Yes, go ahead with your question.
Technically now, I want to know on the level of G20, how much of the work has been done when it comes to like women-based research and also promoting women, because democracy technically means bringing about equity as well.
Yes.
And I stress
gender
equity
gender
more
equity.
than equality.
Yes. So women leading the way. I think this is also one of our cornerstones, Falit.
Yeah, definitely, ma'am. So essentially,
no, but are we doing really something about it?
Definitely,
It's just it's on paper.
No, ma'am. So things are actually moving on ground. That is the point that I want to raise. So just like U20, there is another engagement group called Women 20, which is very, very pointedly and specifically working on this domain.
Okay, so we have Women 20
W20.
also.
Yes. There's Women 20. And now what is also interesting is similarly we have Startup 20. And what we are doing right now is working on inter-engagement group events and planning, so that what we deliver is on those lines that it also affects those particular segments. So Women 20, in fact, while you're coming, today only we'll be having a meeting with the Women 20 team, and we're also having a meeting with the Startup 20 team, so that how can we build forth plans that are basically serving the segment which is youth, women, and for entrepreneurs, or similarly for youth, women, and sciences. So these all different domains are interacting with each other to bring out something that would transcend just our presidencies. We are trying to create capacities.
So you have overlapping agendas.
Exactly,
So basically G20 doesn't really confine to G20 per se. It has Youth 20, and Youth 20, if I'm not wrong, it further branches into various verticals where you have startups, women-led development, education, science, etc. being discussed threadbare. And there's going to be an exchange of thoughts with the other G20 nations under those templates, right? Okay, one more question.
India's G20 presidency was highly successful. What would this imply? How will success for India's presidency be measured, and what would be the matrix and indicators?
Professor Cholia.
Every host country thinks that it has done a great G20, and they always say that it's a landmark. But I think Prime Minister is very serious about wanting to touch the chords as far as the core issues are concerned. So that's why we are now, our priorities have been designed in such a way that they address the interests of the greatest good of the greatest number of people.
Under India's chair, we are attaching tremendous amount of significance to younger generation, and we are making them one of the most critical and pivotal stakeholders in the entire G20, ecosystem or G20 big picture. Professor Cholia, very quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, what I'm trying to ask is that this is something unprecedented, that any other country might not have really done it in the past, where their role was just confined to those conferences and summits and early affairs, and then everything is forgotten.
See, it helps, like I said, because India is a democratic country. I mean, imagine if China was hosting G20. I mean, they would not have this kind of depth of free expression and exchange of ideas and criticism and debate, right? So it is our thing, and I don't think there's any bigger democracy than India in the G20, right? So we have that, inbuilt, that it's, as I said, it's in our DNA. And therefore, I think the onus is on us to set the standard so that all future G20 presidencies will then take over from us and say, wow, the Indians did such an extraordinary job that we've got to really live up to that standard.
So Falit and rest of you already have a role cut out for you for the next year. And it doesn't stop there. I think the work, it's going to be work under progress. I'm going to have one last question.
How do you define the position of New Delhi as a new center of opportunities in the Indo-Pacific, specifically in the terms of maritime security and free trade routes?
The G20 is universal. First of all, it's not based on one specific sub-region. It doesn't address only the Indo-Pacific. But I would say that what we are trying to achieve is some kind of a pause to the growing tensions that you are seeing around the world, these so-called Cold Wars, which are leading to a lot of militarization, insecurity, and even wars, as we are seeing. So I think that is something. Prime Minister Modi's phrase that this is not the era of war has been enshrined in the Bali communique of the last Indonesian G20 presidency. So everybody agrees that this should not be the era of war. But what we can do to actually concretely stop these wars is going to be very central, as I said. So, and some of these include high tensions in the Indo-Pacific, like the potential invasion of Taiwan. I mean, that's something that could lead to World War III, potentially. So I think we need to, the G20 has to take on the responsibility, because the UN system is kind of become fossilized. The UN Security Council has not been reformed. We, for example, don't even have a permanent seat in the UN yet, even though we are the most deserving candidate. So we are placing more hopes now in the G20, where we have full membership, where we have now leadership, where we have a higher stature. And this is the platform through which I think global peace and security also has to be addressed, and it affects all of you, because like I said, it's not only economics. Peace and security is also fundamental for your futures, because the two are intertwined, right? So your futures, your personal safety, your physical security, and also the job opportunities that all of you are looking out for after finishing college, a lot of it depends on the success of the G20 mechanism. And so that's why it's not so much about what do you all want from the G20, it's about what can you all give to the G20, because it's, if the G20 succeeds, we all live well and
so if
and
G20
better.
succeeds, we all which it will, I'm sure, the way we are going about it. But Y20 or Youth 20, an integral cornerstone of G20 under India's presidency as the agent of change, the change makers. Is Y20, U20 going to be a big factor, rather one of the decisive factors when it comes to the change makers, youngsters taking the lead? I'm going to quickly come to you both. Again, 30 seconds, final remarks.
Sure. So I'm really happy
Falit
with
was all raring to go for this question.
So I'm really happy with the way the discussion has went and gone forward. The very most important aspect with respect to awareness is, because we have the presidency, we are having these kinds of discussions, and we are reaching out to a lot of different schools. Also, we are having these discussions, sending speakers. They are interacting with the speaker, the students, and this is heralding a mindset change. And this is what I said. It is an opportunity for us to have national resurgence through this international platform. And if G20 presidency would not have been there, all of these things would not have been there. That is also something which is clearly given. So we have to make the most of this opportunity and also bring out tangible changes and tie-ups with all those international bodies, so that it continues and have a lasting impact beyond just this presidency.
Excellent. Professor Cholia, final word.
Yeah, you know, we say that it's India's time to lead, and definitely it's a lot of emphasis on our leadership, but I would say it's also the youth's time to lead, and through the Y20 mechanism, we are now able to mobilize young people much more, as Falit is saying, across the country. You know, in schools and colleges, people are all talking about the G20. There are like mock G20 competitions being conducted. Earlier, we only had model United Nations events, but now there are model G20 events also being conducted. So I think the spirit of G20 has come in, and we are really showing how India as a society is fully endowed in this idea of taking the G20 forward. We have really taken ownership of this responsibility and are going forward, and all of the young people here believe in this.
So it's India, like pointed out by Professor Cholia, they're taking the ownership responsibility and handing over this very responsibility to these change makers, the young India, the Y20, the Youth 20 under G20 banner. Not only change makers, the work is under progress. They're going to be, as rightly pointed out by a younger Y20 ambassador of India, Falit Sajaria, taking this national resurgence to the international platform. That is precisely when we say that India leads the way, the India way. On that note, thank you very much, Professor Cholia, for joining us and sharing insights. And also many thanks, Falit Sajaria, for also talking to us on this particular edition of DD Dialogue. And thank you, all of you, for participating. And this is going to continue. By the way, viewers, I'm going to wrap it up here. But in the next episode, we are going to talk about the specific agendas. The specific agendas when it comes to Youth 20 scripting a fresh template where it's once again going to be not India only leading the way, but all these changes the India way. Namaskar.
मिठाई तो हमारे जमाने में होती थी।
हाँ तो जाइए ना अपने जमाने में।
रोमांस तो हमारे जमाने में होता था।
पेमेंट भी उसी जमाने का है। अरे भैया डिजिटल पेमेंट करना सीखिए नए जमाने में। इजी, सेफ एंड फास्ट है। हमने तो इनको डिजिटल पेमेंट करना सिखा दिया। आपने? ये सेल्फी लेते हैं। ये हमारे जमाने का है। आरबीआई कहता है कि
डिजिटल पेमेंट अपनाओ
औरों को भी सिखाओ।
Peace building and ushering an era of no war, since India has been into the history and into the books with its various historical peace building initiatives and as a very inclusive country. So ushering an era of no war in this very crucial times. So we have this theme area as well.
The fourth Y20 consultation meeting will be held in Pune in Maharashtra. Y20 encourages youth to be the future leaders to raise awareness about the global issues, exchange ideas, argue, negotiate and reach a consensus.
Watch India at G20 at 7:30 p.m. IST today on DD India.
शॉपिंग बाबूजी आपने इसे बिगाड़ के रखा।
लिमिट में करो तो कुछ बुरा नहीं होता है।
बिना लिमिट शॉपिंग करेगी आपके कार्ड पे एड ऑन जो है।
मैंने तो कार्ड पे लिमिट सेट कर दिया। अच्छा इसके फायदे ये हैं कि रिस्क कम हो जाता है और अगर फ्रॉड भी हुआ तो तुरंत बैंक को बोल दीजिए नुकसान कम।
दादू
नेक्स्ट टाइम ये पिंक ड्रेस।
यू आर द लिमिट।
लिमिट तो सेट है। आरबीआई कहता है जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
Tell us about the experience of attending the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas convention in Indore. I'm sure you must have also been coming to India every now and then. So, what are your impressions that you've taken back from your latest visit to India?
It's crucial. Some people say I had a lunch with the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, dinner with our Foreign Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, and got an award from our President. So they all shocked and they said how big it was. So they even could not, my friends and colleagues here, they could not understand what it is.
Yes.
The total government of India. And I said this is the way how the Indian look for their diaspora was doing their honestly job.
Good evening and welcome to Dateline 5 p.m. with me, Deepika. Your weekdays half an hour window that brings you international news with analysis that matters to the world. Well, U.S. Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo is in India on a 4-day visit, and the aim is to underline the importance of strengthening economic and commercial engagement between India and the U.S. And before that, we also witnessed the U.S. Secretary of Commerce immersing in the Indian colors of Holi. So today in Dateline 5 p.m. we will decode the meaning and importance of this visit for India and the US, touching base with Indo-US ties, unlocking new trade and investment opportunities. We will also talk about US-India initiative on critical and emerging technology and the most important Indo-Pacific economic framework for prosperity to deepen regional economic integration. Well, a memorandum of understanding on establishing semiconductor supply chain and innovation partnership under the framework of India-US Commercial Dialogue was signed between the two countries following Commercial Dialogue 2023 held in New Delhi today. On the invitation of Piyush Goyal, Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, the US Secretary of Commerce Raimondo is on a visit to New Delhi. Now, during this visit, the India-US Commercial Dialogue was relaunched today to discuss cooperation for unlocking new trade and investment opportunities between the two countries. The MOU seeks now to establish a collaborative mechanism between the two governments on semiconductor supply chains resiliency and diversification in view of US's CHIPS and Science Act and India's semiconductor mission. Now, while the U.S. Commerce Secretary said that USA would like to see India achieve its aspiration to become credible
పట్టభద్రుల ఎమ్మెల్సీ ఎన్నికల జాబితాలో భారీగా నకిలీ ఓటర్లను చేర్చారని అధికారులు బోగస్ ఓట్లపై చర్యలు తీసుకోవాలని పాలకొల్లు ఎమ్మెల్యే నిమ్మల రామానాయుడు అన్నారు. ఈ మేరకు చిత్తూరు జిల్లా జాయింట్ కలెక్టర్కు వినతిపత్రం అందజేశారు. ఈ సందర్భంగా నిమ్మల రామానాయుడు మాట్లాడుతూ తిరుపతి నియోజకవర్గంలో 10వ తరగతి కూడా పాస్ కాని వ్యక్తులను గ్రాడ్యుయేట్లుగా ఓటు హక్కు కల్పించి 7,000 మందిని జాబితాలో చేర్చారని పేర్కొన్నారు.
ఏదైతే తిరుపతి నియోజకవర్గం నుండే దగ్గర 7,000 ఏదైతే డిగ్రీ సర్టిఫికెట్లు ఫార్జరీ చేసి అధికారుల సంతకాలను ఫార్జరీ చేసి అధికారుల స్టాంపులు కూడా వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ పార్టీ నాయకులే సొంతంగా తయారు చేసుకొని ఇట్లా ఏదైతే 7,000 దొంగ ఓట్లు ఏదైతే పట్టభద్రుల నియోజకవర్గంలో నమోదు చేశారో దాని మీద మరి ఏదైతే తిరుపతిలో ఉన్నటువంటి 4 పోలీస్ స్టేషన్లోనూ కూడా 18 క్రిమినల్ కేసులు మేము నమోదు చేయడం జరిగింది. అదేవిధంగా తిరుపతి కలెక్టర్ గారికి అదేవిధంగా ఏదైతే స్టేట్ ఎలక్షన్ కమిషన్ అదేవిధంగా సెంట్రల్ ఎలక్షన్ కమిషన్ కూడా ఈరోజు మా ఎంపీలు కూడా రిప్రజెంట్ చేస్తూ ఈ యొక్క కంప్లైంట్ ఇవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది.
మహిళలు అన్ని రంగాలలో ఎంతో ప్రగతిని సాధిస్తున్నారని శ్రీ సత్యసాయి జిల్లా కలెక్టర్ బసంత్ కుమార్ పేర్కొన్నారు. అంతర్జాతీయ మహిళా దినోత్సవ వారోత్సవాల్లో భాగంగా పుట్టపర్తిలో నిర్వహించిన కార్యక్రమంలో కలెక్టర్ మాట్లాడుతూ మహిళల భద్రత ఆరోగ్యానికి ప్రభుత్వం అధిక ప్రాధాన్యతనిస్తోందని గ్రామ సచివాలయాల్లో అధిక శాతం మహిళా ఉద్యోగులు ఉండడం హర్షణీయమని అన్నారు.
ప్రభుత్వ పథకాలు చాలా మటుకు మీ చేతుల్లోనే అమలు తీరు ఆధారపడి ఉంటుంది. అంచేత మనం హక్కుల గురించి మనం పోరాడుతున్నప్పుడు బాధ్యతలు కూడా మనం కనుక 100% 100% కనుక మనం చేయగలిగితే మంచి అభివృద్ధి దానిగానే వస్తుంది. మీకు ఇచ్చిన జాబ్ చార్ట్ ఏదైతే ఉందో దాన్ని కనుక మీరు నియమబద్ధంగా దాన్ని కనుక అమలు పరిస్తే మీరు 100% కనుక పిల్లలని తల్లుల్ని మీరు చేరుకోగలిగితే ప్రభుత్వం ఇస్తున్న పథకాల అన్ని కూడా వారి కనుక చేర్చగలిగితే మనం విద్యుత్ ధర్మం మనం పూర్తిగా నెరవేర్చిన వాళ్ళు ఉంటాము. మనకి తెలియకుండానే మన రాష్ట్ర అభివృద్ధికి జిల్లా అభివృద్ధికి మీరు ఎనలేని కృషి చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. ఎవరైతే ఆఫీసులో తన పాత్ర సక్రమంగా పోషిస్తారో ఇంట్లో కూడా వాళ్ళు అలాగే చేస్తారు.
నంద్యాల జిల్లాలో కన్నతల్లి నుంచి తప్పిపోయి జనావాసాల్లోకి వచ్చిన 4 పులి కూనలను తల్లి వద్దకు పంపేందుకు అటవీ అధికారులు ఆపరేషన్ T108 పేరుతో చేసిన ప్రయత్నాలు విఫలమయ్యాయి. దీంతో పులి పిల్లలను కర్నూలు జిల్లా ఆత్మకూరు నుంచి తిరుపతి ఎస్వి జూ పార్కు ఈ ఉదయం తరలించారు. వెటర్నరీ ఆసుపత్రిలో ప్రత్యేక గదిలో వాటికి పరీక్షలు నిర్వహిస్తున్నామని తిరుపతి జూ పార్క్ ఏసీఎఫ్ నాగభూషణం తెలియజేశారు. పులి పిల్లల వయసు 50 రోజులు ఉంటుందని, అవి ఆరోగ్యంగా ఉన్నాయని అన్నారు.
నా పేరు సిహెచ్ నాగభూషణం, అసిస్టెంట్ కన్జర్వేటర్ ఆఫ్ ఫారెస్ట్, ఎస్వి జూ పార్క్ తిరుపతి. ఈరోజు మనకు సుమారు ఉదయం 7 గంటలకు ప్రాజెక్ట్ టైగర్ ఆత్మకూరు వారి దగ్గర నుంచి 4 పులిపిల్లలు రావడం జరిగింది. ఆ పులిపిల్లలను ప్రత్యేక సదుపాయం కలిగినటువంటి గదిలో ఉంచడం జరిగింది. మనకు వాటికి ఈరోజు ఉదయం కూడా వాటికి ఫీడింగ్ అనేది కూడా ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. అవి కూడా అన్ని 4 ఇచ్చినటువంటి ఫీడింగ్ అన్నీ కూడా బాగా తిన్నాయి, యాక్టివ్గా ఉన్నాయి. తదుపరి మేము హెల్త్ అడ్వైజరీ కమిటీ మెంబర్స్ కూడా మనకు ఇచ్చేస్తున్నారు. సో వారితో కూడా వాటిని ఎగ్జామిన్ చేపించి వాటికి తదుపరి మెడికేషన్ ఏది అవసరం ఉంటుందో అది కూడా మనం ఇచ్చి వాటిని మరింతగా పెంపొందించారు. ఎలాంటి ఇబ్బందులు లేకుండా మేము పెంపొందిస్తున్నామని జూ పార్క్ తరఫున తెలియజేస్తున్నాం.
రోడ్డు ప్రమాదాలలో క్షతగాత్రులను దగ్గరలోని ఆసుపత్రికి తరలించిన వారిని కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం మంచి స్వాభావికులుగా గుర్తించి నగదు బహుమతిని అందిస్తోందని అనంతపురం జిల్లా ఉప రవాణా కమిషనర్ శివరామప్రసాద్ తెలిపారు. అనంతపురంలో ఆయన మీడియాతో మాట్లాడుతూ ప్రమాదాలు జరిగినప్పుడు స్థానికులు వెంటనే స్పందించి దగ్గరలోని ఆసుపత్రికి తరలించాలని, అలా తరలించిన వారికి విచారణ పేరుతో ఎలాంటి ఇబ్బందులకు గురి చేయరని తెలిపారు. ప్రతి వాహనానికి ముందు వైపు తెలుపు రంగు రేడియం స్టిక్కర్, వెనుక వైపు ఎరుపు రంగు రేడియం స్టిక్కర్ను తప్పనిసరిగా అతికించాలని, దీని ద్వారా రోడ్డు ప్రమాదాలు తగ్గేందుకు అవకాశం ఉంటుందన్నారు.
మరి నైట్ టైం జరిగే రహదారి ప్రమాదాలని వీలైనంత వరకు తగ్గించేదానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. సో దట్ ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కూడా, ప్రతి ఒక్క వాహనదారుడు వారి యొక్క వాహనాలకి ఈ రెడ్ రిఫ్లెక్టివ్ టేప్స్ని, అట్లాగే వైట్ రిఫ్లెక్టివ్ టేప్స్ని ఫ్రంట్లో ఈ అఫిక్స్ చేసుకోవాలని చెప్పేసి కోరుకుంటున్నాను. అదేవిధంగా మరి ప్రతి ఒక్క వాహనదారుడు ఈ యొక్క వాహనాలని మరి రోడ్డుపైన నడిపేటప్పుడు, అంటే మొట్టమొదటిగా ఈ యొక్క రహదారి ప్రమాదాన్ని గుర్తించి అందులో ఎవరైతే క్షతగాత్రులు ఇబ్బంది పడుతుంటారో అంటే వాళ్ళని తీసుకెళ్లి హాస్పిటల్లో అడ్మిట్ చేయడం కానీ, లేదంటే పోలీసు వారికి ఇన్ఫామ్ చేయడం కానీ చేస్తే వారిని అప్రిషియేట్ చేయడానికి, అట్లా చేసిన వారిని అప్రిషియేట్ చేసిన వారిని గుడ్ సమార్టియన్ అంటారు. ఆ యొక్క గుడ్ సమార్టియన్ డీటెయిల్స్ తీసుకొని వారి యొక్క
దేశవ్యాప్తంగా ఫ్లూ కేసులు నమోదవుతున్నాయని, వీటిని H3N2 వైరస్ కారణంగా ఇండియన్ కౌన్సిల్ ఆఫ్ మెడికల్ రీసెర్చ్ గుర్తించిందని విజయనగరం జిల్లా వైద్యారోగ్య శాఖ అధికారి డాక్టర్ ఎస్వి రమణకుమారి తెలిపారు. సాధారణ జ్వరంతో పాటు నిరంతరం దగ్గు రావడం, కొందరిలో శ్వాసకోశ సమస్యలు తలెత్తడం ఈ వైరస్ ముఖ్య లక్షణాలన్న రమణకుమారితో మా విజయనగరం జిల్లా ప్రతినిధి శివప్రసాదరావు నిర్వహించిన ప్రత్యేక ముఖాముఖిని ఇప్పుడు చూద్దాం.
ఫ్లూని ఏ విధంగా ఈ మన విజయనగరం జిల్లాలో ఏ రకమైన హాస్పిటలైజేషన్ ఎవరైనా ఉన్నట్లయితే ప్రత్యేకమైన వార్డులు కేటాయించారా, లేదు చిన్న చిన్న దగ్గు జలుబు ఉన్న దీంట్లో ఏదైనా ప్రమాదకర దిశగా ఉంటుందా, అసలు ఇంతవరకు ఏవైనా కేసులు ఏమైనా నమోదయ్యేది తెలుసుకోవడం మన డిఎంఎంలో చూడడం మరికొన్ని వివరాలు అడిగి తెలుసుకుంటాం.
ప్రస్తుతానికి ఫ్లూ లైక్ ఫీవర్స్, చిన్నపాటి జలుబు దగ్గుతో కేసెస్ అయితే వస్తున్నాయి. అయితే అది ప్రమాదకరమైన నిమోలో లాగా లేవు కేసెస్. ఏంటంటే వాతావరణంలో మార్పుల వల్ల, ప్రీవియస్ కోవిడ్ పరిస్థితుల వల్ల ఏంటంటే కేసెస్ అన్నీ కూడాను సింపుల్ ఫీవరు, కోల్డ్, లైట్ కాఫ్, విపరీతమైన దాహం, నోరు ఆరిపోవడం, పగలంతా ఏమో ఎండ ఉంటుంది, ఈవినింగ్ ఏమో చలేస్తుంది. ఈ వాతావరణ సమతుల్యం దెబ్బతింటం మూలన ఈ కేసెస్ వస్తున్నాయి. అది కూడా పెద్దవాళ్ళలో ఏం ప్రాబ్లం లేదండి, చిన్నపిల్లల్లో మటుకు కొంచెం సఫర్ అవుతున్నారు వాళ్ళు. దానికి మనం ఐసోలేషనే ట్రీట్మెంట్ అండి. ఇంటి పట్టు జాగ్రత్తగా ఉండడం, ఫ్రెష్ ఫుడ్ తినడం, ఫ్లూయిడ్స్ ఎక్కువ తీసుకోండి, అంతే తప్ప వేరే ట్రీట్మెంట్ కూడా లేదు. యాంటీబయాటిక్స్ మరీ అత్యవసరమైన తప్పిదే తప్ప యాంటీబయాటిక్స్ కూడా వాడకూడదు. ఎందుకంటే యాంటీబయాటిక్స్ అన్నెసరీగా వాడటం వల్ల, ముఖ్యంగా ఓవర్ ద కౌంటర్స్లో వాడకూడదు. యాంటీబయాటిక్స్ అన్నెసరీగా వాడటం వల్ల ఏమవుతుందంటే రేపు పొద్దున ఏ న్యూమోనియా లాంటి అటాక్ అయినప్పుడు ఆ యాంటీబయాటిక్స్ పనిచేయడం మానేస్తాయి. సో సింపుల్ లక్షణాలతో ఉన్నప్పుడు ఓన్లీ పారాసిటమాల్ ఇస్ ద బెస్ట్ డ్రగ్.
జిల్లాలో చూస్తే ఇప్పటివరకు ఏ కేసు అయితే నమోదైతే కాలేదు. కోవిడ్తో బాధితులకైతే కొంతవరకు వాళ్ళకి కొద్ది జాగ్రత్తలు ఐసోలేషన్ తీసుకున్నట్లు సరిపోతుంది. పిల్లలు పరీక్షా సమయంలో కాబట్టి ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కూడా మాస్క్ ధరించుకొని దూరాన్ని మనం పాటించినట్లయితే వ్యాధి నుంచి మనకి పెద్ద సమస్య అయితే. కెమెరామెన్ శ్రీనివాస్తో ప్రసాద్, విజయనగరం.
దూరదర్శన్ వార్తల సమాప్తం. నమస్కారం.
India-USA commercial dialogue was held in February 2019. Further to this, on the 9th of November, India and US CEO Forum was soft launched by Indian Commerce Minister and along with the US.
उनका हौसला अफजाई करें. और देवी सज्जनों, किसी भी पूर्वता के क्रम से रहित सबसे पहले सम्मानित किया जाता है ओडिशा स्टेट डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट अथॉरिटी को. पुरस्कार ग्रहण कर रहे हैं श्रीमती प्रमिला मलिक, ऑनरेबल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एंड रेवेन्यू मिनिस्टर, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिशा, श्री प्रदीप जेना, चीफ सेक्रेटरी एंड चेयरमैन OSDMA, और श्री निकुंज बिहारी ढाल, ACS एंड मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर OSDMA. और अब मुंबई फायर स्टेशन मिजोरम पुरस्कार को ग्रहण कर रहे हैं श्री C. लालझन गोआ, डायरेक्टर फायर एंड इमरजेंसी सर्विसेज मिजोरम, और श्री फ्रांसिस नालनट लुआंगा राल्टे, सुपरिटेंडेंट ऑफ पुलिस फायर एंड इमरजेंसी सर्विसेज मिजोरम. पुरस्कार विजेताओं को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का हम पुनः धन्यवाद करते हैं इन पुरस्कारों को प्रदान करने का, हौसला अफजाई करने का. और दिव्य सज्जनों, अब हम सभी अपने पथ प्रदर्शक के मार्गदर्शन के इच्छुक हैं, तो सभी की तरफ से मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से करबद्ध होकर निवेदन करती हूँ, हम सभी के मार्गदर्शन हेतु अपने विचारों से हमें लाभान्वित करें.
सबसे पहले मैं डिजास्टर रेजिलियंस और डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट से जुड़े सभी साथियों को बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि ये काम ऐसा है कि आप कई बार अपनी जान जोखिम में डालकर भी औरों की जिंदगी बचाने के लिए बहुत ही शानदार काम करते हैं. हाल में तुर्की और सीरिया में भारतीय दल के प्रयासों को पूरी दुनिया ने सराहा है और ये बात हर भारतीय के लिए गौरव का विषय है. राहत और बचाव से जुड़े ह्यूमन रिसोर्स और टेक्नोलॉजिकल कैपेसिटी को भारत ने जिस तरफ बढ़ाया है, उससे देश में भी अलग अलग आपदा के समय बहुत सारे लोगों के जीवन बचाने में मदद मिली है. डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट से जुड़ा सिस्टम सशक्त हो, इसके लिए प्रोत्साहन मिले और देश भर में एक तंदुरुस्त स्पर्धा का भी वातावरण बने इस काम के लिए, और इसलिए एक विशेष पुरस्कार की घोषणा भी की गई. आज यहां 2 संस्थानों को नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस आपदा प्रबंधन पुरस्कार दिया गया है. ओडिशा स्टेट डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट अथॉरिटी साइक्लोन से लेकर के सुनामी तक विभिन्न आपदाओं के दौरान बेहतरीन काम करती रही है. इसी तरह मिजोरम के लुंगलेई फायर स्टेशन ने जंगल में लगी आग को बुझाने के लिए अथक परिश्रम किया, पूरे क्षेत्र को बचाया और आग को फैलने से रोका। मैं इन संस्थानों में काम करने वाले सभी साथियों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, इस सेशन के लिए आपने थीम रखी है बिल्डिंग लोकल रेजिलियंस इन ए चेंजिंग क्लाइमेट। भारत का इस विषय से परिचित और परिचय एक प्रकार से पुराना है, क्योंकि हमारी पुरानी परंपरा का वो एक अभिन्न अंग भी रहा है। आज भी जब आप अपने कुआं, बावड़ियों, जलाशयों, स्थानीय वास्तुशास्त्र, प्राचीन नगरों को देखते हैं तो ये एलिमेंट साफ साफ दिखाई देता है। भारत में आपदा प्रबंधन से जुड़ी व्यवस्था हमेशा लोकल रही है, समाधान लोकल रहे हैं, रणनीति भी लोकल रही है। अब जैसे कच्छ के लोग जिन घरों में रहते हैं उसको बुंगा कहते हैं, मड हाउस होते हैं। हम जानते हैं कि इस सदी की शुरुआत में आए भीषण भूकंप का केंद्र कच्छ था, लेकिन इन भूंगा घरों पर कोई असर ही नहीं हुआ। शायद बड़ी मुश्किल से कहीं एक आध कोने में तो तकलीफ हुई होगी। निश्चित रूप से इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी से जुड़े हुए बहुत से सबक है ही है। स्थानीय स्तर पर हाउसिंग या टाउन प्लानिंग के जो मॉडल रहे हैं उन्हें क्या हम नई टेक्नोलॉजी के हिसाब से इवॉल्व नहीं कर सकते? चाहे लोकल कंस्ट्रक्शन मटेरियल हो या फिर कंस्ट्रक्शन टेक्नोलॉजी, इसको हमें आज की जरूरत, आज की टेक्नोलॉजी से समृद्ध करना समय की मांग है। जब हम लोकल रेजिलियंस के ऐसे उदाहरणों से फ्यूचर टेक्नोलॉजी को जोड़ेंगे तभी डिजास्टर रेजिलियंस की दिशा में बेहतर कर पाएंगे। साथियों, पहले की जीवन शैली बड़ी सहज थी और अनुभव ने हमें सिखाया था कि बहुत ज्यादा बारिश, बाढ़, सूखे, आपदाओं से कैसे निपटा जाए। इसलिए स्वाभाविक तौर पर सरकारों ने भी हमारे यहां आपदा राहत को कृषि विभाग से ही जोड़ करके रखा था। भूकंप जैसी गंभीर आपदाएं आती भी थी तो स्थानीय संसाधनों से ही ऐसी आपदाओं का सामना किया जाता था। अब दुनिया छोटी हो रही है, एक दूसरे के अनुभवों से सीखकर निर्माण की तकनीकों में नए नए प्रयोग भी हो रहे हैं, लेकिन वहीं दूसरी ओर आपदाओं का प्रकोप भी बढ़ रहा है। पुराने जमाने में पूरे गांव में एक वैद्यराज सबका इलाज करते थे और पूरा गांव स्वस्थ रहता था। अब हर बीमारी के अलग डॉक्टर होते हैं। इसी प्रकार डिजास्टर के लिए भी डायनेमिक व्यवस्था विकसित करनी होगी। जैसे पिछले 100 साल के आपदा के अध्ययन से जोनिंग की जा सकती है कि बाढ़ का लेवल कहां तक हो सकता है और इसलिए कहां तक निर्माण करना है। समय के साथ इन मापदंडों का रिव्यू भी होना चाहिए, चाहे मटेरियल की बात हो या व्यवस्थाओं का। साथियों, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट को मजबूत करने के लिए रिकग्निशन और रिफॉर्म बहुत जरूरी है। रिकग्निशन का मतलब यह समझना है कि आपदा की आशंका कहां है और भविष्य में वो कैसे घटित हो सकती है। रिफॉर्म का मतलब है कि हम ऐसा सिस्टम विकसित करें जिससे आपदा की आशंका कम हो जाए। डिजास्टर की आशंका को कम करने का सबसे अच्छा तरीका यही है कि हम सिस्टम में सुधार करें, समय रहते उसे ज्यादा सक्षम बनाएं और इसके लिए शॉर्टकट अप्रोच के बजाय लॉन्ग टर्म थिंकिंग की जरूरत है। हम साइक्लोन की अगर बात करें तो साइक्लोन के समय भारत की स्थिति का अगर हम उसके पर नजर करें तो ध्यान में आता है, एक समय था जब भारत में साइक्लोन आता था तो सैकड़ों हजारों लोगों के असमय मृत्यु हो जाती थी। हमने उड़ीसा और पश्चिम बंगाल के तटीय इलाकों में ऐसा कई बार होते देखा है, लेकिन समय बदला, रणनीति बदली, तैयारियां और बेहतर हुई तो साइक्लोन से निपटने की भारत की क्षमता भी बढ़ गई। अब साइक्लोन आता है तो जान माल का कम से कम नुकसान होता है। ये सही है कि हम प्राकृतिक आपदा को रोक नहीं सकते, लेकिन हम उस आपदा से नुकसान कम से कम हो, इसके लिए व्यवस्था तो जरूर बना सकते हैं। और इसलिए ये जरूरी है कि रिएक्टिव होने के बजाय हम प्रोएक्टिव हो। साथियों, हमारे देश में प्रोएक्टिव होने को लेकर पहले क्या स्थिति थी, अब क्या स्थिति है, मैं इसका जिक्र भी आपके सामने करना चाहूंगा। भारत में आजादी के बाद 5 दशक बीत गए थे, आधी शताब्दी बीत गई थी, लेकिन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट को लेकर कोई कानून नहीं था। साल 2001 में कच्छ में भूकंप आने के बाद गुजरात पहला ऐसा राज्य था जिसने गुजरात स्टेट डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एक्ट बनाया। इसी एक्ट के आधार पर साल 2005 में केंद्र सरकार ने भी डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एक्ट का निर्माण किया। इसके बाद ही भारत में नेशनल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट अथॉरिटी बनी। साथियों, हमें हमारे स्थानीय निकायों, अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज में डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट गवर्नेंस को मजबूत करना ही होगा। जब आपदा आए तभी अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज रिएक्ट करें, इससे बात बनने वाली अब रही नहीं है। हमें प्लानिंग को इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज करना होगा। हमें लोकल प्लानिंग की समीक्षा करनी होगी। हमें इमारतों के निर्माण के लिए, नए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए आपदा प्रबंधन को ध्यान में रखते हुए नई गाइडलाइंस बनानी होगी। एक तरह से पूरे सिस्टम की ओवरऑलिंग की जरूरत है। इसके लिए हमें 2 स्तर पर काम करने की जरूरत है। पहला, यहां जो डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट से जुड़े एक्सपर्ट हैं, उन्हें जनभागीदारी, लोकल पार्टिसिपेशन पर सबसे अधिक ध्यान देना चाहिए। भारत लोकल पार्टिसिपेशन से कैसे बड़े लक्ष्य हासिल कर रहा है, ये हम सभी देख रहे हैं। इसलिए जब आपदा प्रबंधन की बात होती है तो वो भी बिना जनभागीदारी के संभव नहीं है। आपको लोकल रेजिलियंस बाय लोकल पार्टिसिपेशन के मंत्र पर चलते हुए ही सफलता मिल सकती है। हमें नागरिकों को भूकंप, साइक्लोन, आग और दूसरी आपदाओं से जुड़े खतरों के प्रति जागरूक करना एक निरंतर प्रक्रिया होनी चाहिए। इससे जुड़े सही नियमों, कायदों और कर्तव्य, इन सारे विषयों का बोध निरंतर जगाना जरूरी है। हमें गांव, गली, मोहल्ले के स्तर पर हमारे युवा साथियों के युवा मंडल, सखी मंडल, दूसरे ग्रुप्स को राहत और बचाव की ट्रेनिंग देनी ही पड़ेगी। आपदा मित्रों, एनसीसी, एनएसएस, पूर्व सैनिकों की ताकत, उनको भी अगर हम कोई डेटा बैंक बना करके उनकी शक्ति का कैसे उपयोग कर सकते हैं, इसका कम्युनिकेशन की व्यवस्था बनानी होगी। कम्युनिटी सेंटर्स के फर्स्ट रिस्पांस के लिए जरूरी उपकरणों की व्यवस्था, उनको चलाने की ट्रेनिंग भी बहुत आवश्यक है। और मेरा अनुभव है, कभी कभी ये डेटा बैंक कितना अच्छा काम करती है। मैं जब गुजरात में था तो हमारे यहाँ खेड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक नदी है, उसमें कभी 5-7 साल में एक आध बार बाढ़ आती थी। एक बार ऐसा हुआ कि 1 साल में 5 बार बाढ़ आई, लेकिन उस समय ये डिजास्टर को लेकर के काफी कुछ गतिविधियां डेवलप हुई थी। तो हर गांव के मोबाइल फोन अवेलेबल थे। अब उस समय कोई लोकल लैंग्वेज में तो मैसेजिंग की व्यवस्था नहीं थी, लेकिन अंग्रेजी में ही गुजराती में लिख करके मैसेज करते थे गांव के लोगों को कि देखिए ऐसी स्थिति है और इतने घंटे के बाद पानी आने की संभावना है। और मुझे बराबर याद है 5 बार बाढ़ आने के बावजूद भी इंसान का तो सवाल नहीं, एक भी पशु नहीं मरा था, कोई व्यक्ति नहीं मरा, पशु नहीं, जस्ट समय पर कम्युनिकेशन हुआ। और इसलिए हम इन व्यवस्थाओं का कैसे उपयोग करते हैं। बचाव और राहत कार्य अगर समय रहते शुरू होगा तो जीवन की क्षति को हम कम कर सकते हैं। दूसरा, टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करते हुए हमें हर घर हर गली को लेकर रियल टाइम रजिस्ट्रेशन मॉनिटरिंग की व्यवस्था बनानी होगी। कौन घर कितना पुराना है, किस गली किस ड्रेनेज की क्या स्थिति है, हमारे बिजली पानी जैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का रेजिडेंस कितना है। अब जैसे मैं अभी कुछ दिन पहले मीटिंग कर रहा था और मेरी मीटिंग का विषय यही था कि भाई हीट वेव की चर्चा है तो कम से कम पिछली बार हमने देखा 2 बार हमारे अस्पतालों में आग लगी और वो बहुत दर्दनाक होता है, कोई पेशेंट असहाय होता है। अब पूरे हॉस्पिटल की व्यवस्था को एक बार बारीकी से देखना, हो सकता है एक बहुत बड़ी दुर्घटना से हमें बचा सकता है। मुझे लगता है कि जितनी ज्यादा वहां की व्यवस्थाओं की सटीक जानकारी हमारे पास होगी तभी हम प्रोएक्टिव स्टेप ले सकते हैं। साथियों, आजकल हम देखते हैं बीते वर्षों में घने शहरी क्षेत्रों में आग लगने की घटनाएं बहुत बढ़ी हैं। गर्मी बढ़ती है तो कभी किसी अस्पताल में, किसी फैक्ट्री में, किसी होटल में या किसी बहुमंजिला रिहायशी इमारत में विकराल आग देखने को मिल जाती है। इससे निपटने के लिए हमें बहुत सिस्टमेटिकली, चाहे वो ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट हो, चाहे टेक्नोलॉजी हो, चाहे संसाधन हो, व्यवस्था हो, हमें कोऑर्डिनेटेड एंड होल ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच के साथ काम करना होगा। जो घनी आबादी वाले क्षेत्र हैं, जहां तक गाड़ी से पहुंचना भी मुश्किल होता है, वहां पर आग बुझाने के लिए पहुंचाना बहुत बड़ी चुनौती हो जाती है। हमें इसका समाधान खोजना होगा। हाई राइज बिल्डिंग्स में लगने वाली आग को बुझाने के लिए हमारे जो फायर फाइटर साथी हैं, उनके स्किल सेट को हमें लगातार बढ़ाना होगा। हमें यह भी देखना होगा कि ये जो इंडस्ट्रियल फायर लगती है उसे बुझाने के लिए पर्याप्त संसाधन हो। साथियों, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के इन प्रयासों के बीच स्थानीय स्तर पर स्किल और जरूरी उपकरण, उन दोनों का आधुनिक होते रहना भी बहुत आवश्यक है। जैसे आजकल ऐसे अनेक उदाहरण आ गए हैं जो फॉरेस्ट वेस्ट को बायोफ्यूल में बदलते हैं। क्या हम अपनी विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप है, उन बहनों को जोड़ करके उनको अगर ऐसे उपकरण दे दिए तो वे अपना इस जंगल का जो भी वेस्ट पड़ा है इकट्ठा करके उसको प्रोसेस करके उसमें से चीजें बना करके दे दें ताकि जंगल में आग लगने की संभावना कम हो जाए और इसके उनकी आमदनी भी बढ़ेगी और जंगलों में आग लगने की घटनाएं भी कम होगी। इंडस्ट्री और अस्पताल जैसे संस्थान जहां आग, गैस लीक जैसे खतरे अधिक होते हैं, ये सरकार के साथ पार्टनरशिप करके स्पेशलिस्ट लोगों की फोर्स तैयार कर सकते हैं। अपने एम्बुलेंस नेटवर्क का हमें विस्तार भी करना होगा और इसे फ्यूचर रेडी भी बनाना होगा। इसको हम 5G, AI और IoT जैसी टेक्नोलॉजी से अधिक रिस्पॉन्सिव और इफेक्टिव कैसे बना सकते हैं, इस पर भी व्यापक चर्चा करके रोड मैप तैयार करना चाहिए। ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी का राहत और बचाव में अधिक से अधिक उपयोग हम कैसे कर सकते हैं? क्या हम ऐसे गैजेट्स पर फोकस कर सकते हैं जो हमें आपदा को लेकर अलर्ट कर सकें? ऐसे पर्सनल गैजेट्स जो मलबे के नीचे दबने की स्थिति में लोकेशन की जानकारी दे सके, व्यक्ति की स्थिति की जानकारी दे सके। हमें इस तरह की इनोवेशन पर जरूर फोकस करना चाहिए। दुनिया के कई देशों में ऐसी सामाजिक संस्थाएं हैं तो टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से नई नई व्यवस्थाएं तैयार कर रही है। हमें इनका भी अध्ययन करना चाहिए, वहां की बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को एडॉप्ट करना चाहिए। साथियों, भारत आज दुनिया भर में आने वाली आपदाओं को लेकर तेजी से रिस्पॉन्स करने के लिए कोशिश करता है और रेजिलियंस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए पहल भी करता है। भारत के नेतृत्व में बनी कोएलिशन फॉर डिजास्टर रेजिलियंस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से दुनिया के 100 से अधिक देश आज जुड़ चुके हैं। ट्रेडिशन और टेक्नोलॉजी हमारी ताकत है। इसी ताकत से हम भारत ही नहीं बल्कि पूरे विश्व के लिए डिजास्टर रेजिलियंस से जुड़े बेहतरीन मॉडल तैयार कर सकते हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि ये चर्चा सुझावों और समाधानों से भरपूर होगी। अनेक नई बातों के लिए हमारे लिए रास्ते खुलेंगे। मुझे पक्का विश्वास है कि 2 दिवसीय समिट में एक्शनेबल पॉइंट्स निकलेंगे। मुझे विश्वास है कि और समय भी ठीक है, बारिश के दिनों के पूर्व इस प्रकार की तैयारी और इसके बाद राज्यों के बाद महानगर और नगरों में इस व्यवस्था को हम आगे बढ़ाएं, एक सिलसिला चलाएं, तो हो सकता है कि वर्षा के पहले ही बहुत सारी चीजों को हम एक प्रकार से पूरी व्यवस्था को सेंसिटाइज कर सकते हैं। जहां आवश्यकता है वहां पूर्ति भी कर सकते हैं और हम कम से कम नुकसान हो उसके लिए सज्ज हो सकते हैं। मुझे आपकी समिट को मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपकी अंतर्दृष्टि, आपके संवेदनशील सोच, सुझावों, आपके मार्गदर्शन के लिए। यकीनन ये हमारा मार्ग प्रशस्त करेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रधानमंत्री जी। और धन्यवाद श्री अमित शाह जी का, हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय गृह एवं सहकारिता मंत्री व अध्यक्ष NPDRR डॉक्टर PK मिश्रा जी का, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के प्रधान सचिव श्री नित्यानंद राय जी का, गृह मंत्रालय में आपदा प्रबंधन के प्रभारी राज्य मंत्री और NPDRR के उपाध्यक्ष।
तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को अभी आप सुन रहे थे, जो कि आपदा जोखिम कम करने का जो राष्ट्रीय मंच का आज तीसरा और अंतिम सत्र था उसको संबोधित कर रहे थे। साथ ही प्रधानमंत्री ने जलवायु संकट से निपटने के लिए जो स्थानीय क्षमता है उस पर जोर देने की बात की। प्रधानमंत्री ने यह भी कहा कि समय रहते ही सिस्टम में सुधार और लॉन्ग टर्म प्लानिंग की बेहद ही सख्त जरूरत है। साथ ही ये भी कहा कि स्थानीय योजनाओं की हमें समीक्षा करनी होगी और खासकर लोगों को यानी नागरिकों को भूकंप, चक्रवात के खतरों के प्रति जागरूक रखना भी बेहद जरूरी है। तो ये तो तमाम बातें प्रधानमंत्री ने जो विज्ञान भवन में कार्यक्रम चल रहा था आपदा जोखिम कम करने के लिए उसमें संबोधन भाषण में कही। और अब बढ़ते हैं कुछ और खबरों की तरफ। राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू ने जवाहरलाल नेहरू विश्वविद्यालय के दीक्षांत समारोह में मुख्य अतिथि के तौर पर भाग लिया। राष्ट्रपति ने कहा कि शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में जवाहरलाल नेहरू विश्वविद्यालय ने सराहनीय काम किया है। आशा है कि भविष्य में भी यह शिक्षण संस्थान ऐसे ही ज्ञान का दीप प्रज्वलित करता रहेगा। कार्यक्रम में राष्ट्रपति के अलावा केंद्रीय मंत्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान सहित कई गणमान्य हस्तियों ने भाग लिया।
भारत सरकार द्वारा वर्ष 2022 के नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशनल रैंकिंग फ्रेमवर्क के तहत JNU को देश के विश्वविद्यालय में द्वितीय स्थान प्राप्त हुआ। मुझे ये जानकर प्रसन्नता हुई है कि इस रैंकिंग के तहत वर्ष 2017 से JNU लगातार द्वितीय स्थान पर बना हुआ है। हम भी आशा करते हैं कि ये द्वितीय स्थान प्रथम में बदल जाए।
राष्ट्रपति ने कहा कि विश्वविद्यालय के छात्रों और शिक्षकों को विश्व समुदाय के लिए जलवायु परिवर्तन जैसी अनेक समस्याओं पर ध्यान देना चाहिए।
विश्वविद्यालय के विद्यार्थियों और शिक्षकों को पूरे विश्व समुदाय के बारे में चिंतन करना है। जलवायु परिवर्तन, प्रदूषण, युद्ध और अशांति, आतंकवाद, महिलाओं की असुरक्षा तथा असमानता जैसी अनेक समस्याएं मानव समाज के समक्ष चुनौतियां प्रस्तुत कर रही है। इसके विषय में सचेत तथा सक्रिय रहना विश्वविद्यालय का दायित्व भी है।
केंद्रीय शिक्षा मंत्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान ने दीक्षांत समारोह को संबोधित करते हुए कहा कि भारत ज्ञान संपदा के लिए जाना जाता है और भारत ज्ञान की पूंजी रहा है।
भारत एक पुरानी सभ्यता है। इस सिविलाइजेशनल प्रवास में सदैव भारत की पूंजी अपनी ज्ञान पुंज रहा है, नॉलेज रिपोजिटरी रहा है। भारत की परिचय, भारत की ताकत संपदा से ज्यादा भारत की ज्ञान संपदा के लिए ख्याति है।
भारत और अमेरिका के बीच विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में सहयोग पर चर्चा करने के लिए आज नई दिल्ली में भारत अमेरिका वाणिज्यिक संवाद आयोजित किया गया, जिसमें दोनों देशों के बीच व्यापार और निवेश के नए अवसर उजागर हुए। केंद्रीय वाणिज्य और उद्योग मंत्री पीयूष गोयल और अमेरिकी वाणिज्य मंत्री जीना रायमोंडो ने भारत अमेरिका वाणिज्यिक संवाद की सह अध्यक्षता की। दोनों नेताओं ने सेमीकंडक्टर सप्लाई चेन और इनोवेशन पार्टनरशिप पर समझौता ज्ञापन पर हस्ताक्षर भी किए। भारत अमेरिका वाणिज्यिक संवाद का उद्देश्य दोनों देशों के बीच व्यापार को सुविधाजनक बनाना और आर्थिक क्षेत्रों की एक विस्तृत श्रृंखला में निवेश के अवसरों को अधिकतम करना है। इस मौके पर केंद्रीय मंत्री पीयूष गोयल ने कहा कि भारत और अमेरिका के बीच मजबूत आपूर्ति श्रृंखला, समावेशी डिजिटल विकास, एमएसएमई और स्टार्टअप सहयोग को लेकर अमेरिकी समकक्ष के साथ विस्तार से चर्चा हुई।
Were several key and new emerging areas where we focused on building resilient and secure supply chains, diversifying or looking at friendshoring the supply chains which are currently in vogue, facilitating climate and clean technology cooperation, inclusive digital growth, talent development including skilling, the post-pandemic economic recovery, a focus on cooperation and conformance on quality standards.
पीयूष गोयल ने बताया कि भारत और यूएसए ने सेमीकंडक्टर की आपूर्ति श्रृंखला और इनोवेशन पार्टनरशिप एमओयू पर हस्ताक्षर किए।
One of the major outcomes of the commercial dialogue was the memorandum of understanding on establishing semiconductor supply chain and innovation partnership under the framework of the India-US commercial dialogue. And I'd like to express my gratitude to Secretary Raimondo for her leadership in making this new engagement on semiconductor cooperation happen. It was due to her personal efforts and her leadership that we were able to come to a common understanding, which I am confident will help us, both the US and India, in expanding mutual cooperation and ultimately ensuring resilience in the supply of semiconductors, something which has had serious consequences to the economies of both countries.
अमेरिकी वाणिज्य मंत्री जीना रायमोंडो ने भारत यूएसए वाणिज्यिक संवाद के बाद मीडिया से बात भी की और उन्होंने कहा कि यहां आकर मुझे भारतीय संस्कृति का अनुभव करने का अविश्वसनीय अवसर मिला। इसके लिए पीएम मोदी का आभार व्यक्त करती हूं।
You have graciously hosted me and the team, and it has been productive, but also I think you showed the best of your culture, your team, and Prime Minister Modi's government, and it is a trip that I will never forget. Punctuated at the beginning, of course, by an unforgettable experience of Holi at the Defense Minister's home. I've never had an experience quite like that, and it was just an incredible opportunity for me to experience one of the many cultural traditions that makes India so special and such a special place.
उन्होंने कहा कि यह भारत अमेरिका संबंधों के लिए सकारात्मक और आशावादी समय है, जिससे दोनों देशों का चहुमुखी विकास हो रहा है।
Now of several combining forces where there is a real opportunity for both of our countries to work together. An opportunity for us to expand our economic relationship, reaffirm our role as trusted partners, creating jobs in both of our countries, and establishing more resilient and secure supply chains. India's desire to expand manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, and its presence in the supply chain is totally aligned with the United States' desire and goal to make our supply chain more resilient. Minister Goyal and I have had a very productive visit, but also a very productive day today, and I won't repeat what he has said. We had a fantastic meeting with my team and his team this morning.
उन्होंने कहा कि आज भारत को विश्वसनीय सेमीकंडक्टर आपूर्तिकर्ता की आवश्यकता है। इस काम में अमेरिका न केवल भारत की पूरी सहायता करेगा, बल्कि वो हरित ऊर्जा सहित संपूर्ण इलेक्ट्रॉनिक आपूर्ति श्रृंखला उपलब्ध कराने में भी मदद करेगा।
We signed a memorandum of understanding around coordinating our supply chain, our semiconductor incentives. I want to be clear about this. The United States would like to see India achieve its aspirations to play a larger role in the electronic supply chain. And the MOU that we signed is designed to help achieve that goal. And we've already begun with action as against that MOU, tasking both the Indian and American semiconductor industries to prepare an assessment of where they have gaps and lack of resiliency in the supply chain, and that will guide our work.
और अब बात दिल्ली में चल रहे हैंडलूम हाट की। विश्व महिला दिवस को और खास बनाने के लिए 6 मार्च से 12 मार्च तक वस्त्र मंत्रालय ने दिल्ली में विरासत शक्ति हैंडलूम हाट की व्यवस्था की है, जिसमें आजादी के 75 वर्ष पूरे होने के अवसर पर 75 हैंडलूम स्टॉल महिला बुनकरों कारीगरों द्वारा लगाए गए हैं। शुक्रवार को इस हैंडलूम हाट में महिलाओं द्वारा लगाई गई प्रदर्शनी को देखने अमेरिका की वाणिज्य मंत्री रायमोंडो और वस्त्र राज्य मंत्री दर्शना जरदोश पहुंची। अमेरिकी वाणिज्य मंत्री गिना रायमोंडो ने इस आयोजन पर खुशी जताते हुए कहा कि इस तरह के उत्पाद से पूरे ब्रह्मांड को फायदा होगा। वहीं वस्त्र राज्य मंत्री दर्शना जरदोश ने इसे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की अगुवाई में महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण की ओर तेजी से बढ़ते प्रगति और विश्वास की पहल बताया।
I'm so impressed with what I've seen here today. Women who are creative and starting businesses, and it's all sustainable. So it's good for the planet, it's good for the economy, and it's empowering women. And every woman I met here today is talented, and I'm so impressed.
ये वीमेन डे के ऊपर हमने 10 दिन का जो लगाया एग्जीबिशन, उसकी विशेषता ये है कि निफ्ट की ट्रेनिंग करने वाले लोग, यहाँ स्टॉल लगाने वाले, अवार्ड लगाने वाले सब महिलाएं, उनको एनकरेज करने के लिए जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी ने जितनी भी बजट के बाद में अमृतकाल के बजट में फोकस किया है और एक शब्द यूज़ किया है विश्वकर्मा, जिसमें हैंडीक्राफ्ट से जुड़े हुए लोग आते हैं और हैंडलूम में जो जिसमें सबसे ज़्यादा महिला है, एग्रीकल्चर के बाद में सबसे ज़्यादा महिला घर पर रह के ये काम करती है, तो उनको एम्पावरमेंट करने के लिए ये सारी टेक्सटाइल मिनिस्ट्री जो एफर्ट कर रहे हैं।
देश में मोटे अनाज को बढ़ावा देने के लिए 2023 को मिलेट्स वर्ष घोषित किया गया है। मोटे अनाज के उत्पादन को प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए बजट में केंद्र सरकार ने विशेष प्रावधान किया है, जिसका उद्देश्य किसानों के लाभ को बढ़ाना है। राजधानी दिल्ली में पत्रकारों को संबोधित करते हुए सरकार के केंद्रीय खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्री पशुपति कुमार पारस ने कहा कि सरकार ऐसे व्यक्तियों को भी प्रोत्साहित कर रही है जो मिलेट्स के बारे में लोगों को जागरूक कर रहे हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि इस वर्ष 3 से 5 नवंबर के बीच राजधानी दिल्ली के प्रगति मैदान में विश्व फूड इंडिया के दूसरे संस्करण की शुरुआत होगी।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की पहल पर संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा वर्ष 2023 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मिलेट्स वर्ष घोषित किया गया है। संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा वर्ष 2023 के अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मिलेट्स वर्ष के रूप में घोषित करने की दृष्टि से फूड प्रोसेसिंग उद्योग मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार इस वर्ष के 20 राज्यों और 30 जिलों में मिलेट्स महोत्सव का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। इस वर्ष हम अपनी पिछली सफलता को आगे बढ़ाते हुए 3 से 5 नवंबर 2023 को प्रगति मैदान नई दिल्ली में वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया के दूसरे संस्करण का आयोजन कर रहे हैं।
इस अवसर पर खाद्य एवं प्रसंस्करण उद्योग राज्य मंत्री प्रहलाद सिंह पटेल ने कहा कि सरकार मिलेट्स के उत्पादन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए किसानों और कंपनियों को हर संभव प्रोत्साहन दे रही है।
तीसरा अवसर है वो मिलेट्स का है, लेकिन हमारे सामने दो चैलेंजेस हमेशा रहे हैं, मार्केटिंग और ब्रांडिंग का, और दूसरा रहा है क्वालिटी पैरामीटर्स का। मुझे गर्व है कि भारत सरकार के खाद्य प्रसंस्करण मंत्रालय की PLI स्कीम इस बात की जितनी भी कमियां थी उनको दूर करती है। मार्केटिंग ब्रांडिंग में हम भारतीय कंपनियों को मदद पहुंचाने के लिए तत्पर हैं, और दूसरी तरफ मैं जो बात कहता हूं कि क्वालिटी पैरामीटर्स के लिए जो चेन और जो मैपिंग हमने फूड लैब के लिए की है उस पर मंत्रालय भी गौरवान्वित है और भारत सरकार उसके लिए गर्व करती है।
पानीपत जिले के समालखा कस्बे के गांव पट्टी कल्याणा में राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के अंतर्गत अखिल भारतीय प्रतिनिधि सभा की वार्षिक बैठक 12 से 14 मार्च तक होगी। इस 3 दिवसीय बैठक की जानकारी सभा द्वारा आयोजित पत्रकार वार्ता में दी गई। अखिल भारतीय प्रचार प्रमुख सुनील अंबेकर ने बताया कि इस 3 दिवसीय कार्यक्रम में देश भर से करीब 1400 कार्यकर्ता शामिल होंगे। अंबेकर ने बताया कि हरियाणा में 12 साल बाद होने वाली ये बैठक काफी विशेष रहेगी। बैठक में 2022 और 23 के संघ कार्यों की समीक्षा और आगामी वर्ष की संघ कार्य योजना पर चर्चा होगी। इसके अलावा कार्यकर्ता निर्माण व प्रशिक्षण, संघ शिक्षा वर्गों की योजना, शताब्दी विस्तार योजना व कार्य के दृढ़ीकरण और देश की वर्तमान स्थिति पर विचार एवं महत्वपूर्ण विषयों पर प्रस्ताव भी पारित किए जाएंगे। उन्होंने बताया कि प्रतिनिधि सभा बैठक में सर संघ चालक डॉक्टर मोहन भागवत, सर कार्यवाह दत्तात्रेय होसबोले, सभी सर सह कार्यवाह, अखिल भारतीय कार्यकारिणी क्षेत्र व प्रांत कार्यकारिणी संघ के निर्वाचित प्रतिनिधि, सभी विभाग प्रचारक और विविध संगठनों के निमंत्रित कार्यकर्ता, भाजपा अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा, संगठन महासचिव BL संतोष भी भाग लेंगे।
जब भी सारे कार्यकर्ता एकत्रित आते हैं तो वर्तमान परिस्थिति के बारे में उनके जो जमीन के अनुभव है उसके बारे में वो अपनी बातें यहाँ पर रखते हैं और उसकी समीक्षा भी यहाँ पर होती है। उनमें से भी जो कुछ मुद्दे होते हैं जिन पर आगे कुछ और कार्य होने चाहिए, इसके बारे में भी विचार विमर्श होता है। कई विषयों पर यहाँ पर चर्चा होगी और जब सारे प्रतिनिधि आते हैं कार्यकारी मंडल में तो वो अपने अपने अनुभवों के आधार पर या वो कई सारे विषय यहाँ पर उठाते हैं और सारे लोग मिलकर चर्चा करके, क्योंकि सभी विषयों पर तो प्रस्ताव नहीं आएगा, तो कोई 1-2 विषयों पर यहाँ पर निश्चित रूप से प्रस्ताव आएगा।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा ने आज तमिलनाडु के कृष्णागिरी में नए भाजपा जिला कार्यालय का उद्घाटन किया। कार्यालय के उद्घाटन समारोह को संबोधित करते हुए जेपी नड्डा ने कहा कि आज का दिन तमिलनाडु की भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए ऐतिहासिक दिन है, क्योंकि आज ही के दिन 10 नए कार्यालयों का उद्घाटन किया जा रहा है।
That in Tamil Nadu, 14 offices have been dedicated, 39 are to be constructed, and 6 offices are being constructed. The construction is going on. So 14 are operationalized, 10 are inaugurated today, and 39 Karyalayas offices are going to be made.
जेपी नड्डा ने नए भाजपा जिला कार्यालय की विशेषताएं भी बताई। उन्होंने कहा कि नए भाजपा जिला कार्यालय में पूरी तरह से आधुनिक सुविधाएं हैं और उनसे वो लैस है।
This is one of the most modern work Karyalaya offices which has come up. It has got a separate library, it has got a reading hall, it has got a conference hall, it has got a meeting hall, it has got the offices of the office bearers along with the president, and it has got all modern facilities as far as social media is concerned with the internet facilities, and we should utilize these services.
मुख्य चुनाव आयुक्त राजीव कुमार, चुनाव आयुक्त अनूप चंद्र पांडे और अरुण गोयल ने कल कर्नाटक में आगामी विधानसभा चुनाव की तैयारियों की समीक्षा की। चुनाव आयोग ने बेंगलुरु में राज्य में विधानसभा चुनाव के लिए की जा रही विभिन्न व्यवस्थाओं के बारे में जानकारी मांगी। इसके अलावा उन्होंने विभिन्न राजनीतिक दलों के प्रतिनिधियों के साथ अलग से बैठक भी की। साथ ही चुनाव को लेकर सभी से स्वतंत्र और निष्पक्ष चुनाव कराए जाने के लिए सुझाव भी मांगे। अरुणाचल प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री पेमा खांडू ने कहा है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में दुनिया में भारत की साख बढ़ी है। राज्य विधानसभा में आज प्रश्नकाल के दौरान कांग्रेस विधायक निनोंग इरिंग के एक सवाल के जवाब में श्री खांडू ने कहा कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी के नेतृत्व का ही असर है कि अब चीन किसी भी बड़े भारतीय नेता के अरुणाचल प्रदेश दौरे पर विरोध नहीं जताता, जबकि पहले भारत के राष्ट्रपति, प्रधानमंत्री या अन्य किसी वरिष्ठ भारतीय नेता के अरुणाचल दौरे पर चीन बयान जारी कर विरोध जताया करता था। मुख्यमंत्री ने कहा कि केंद्र और अरुणाचल प्रदेश सरकार के प्रयासों से तिब्बत सीमा से सटे इलाकों में भी बुनियादी सुविधाएं बेहतर बनाने की दिशा में ठोस काम हुए हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि अरुणाचल प्रदेश हर तरह से भारत का अभिन्न अंग है।
नरेंद्र मोदी साहब का लीडरशिप में तो नाउ हम लोग का वॉइस जो है अभी वोकल होना शुरू हुआ है इंटरनेशनल फोरम में भी। पहले जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का, चाहे प्रधानमंत्री हो, चाहे ऑनरेबल प्रेसिडेंट हो, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हो, या इवन जितने भी जो सीनियर मिनिस्टर्स हो, चाहे वो डिफेंस मिनिस्टर क्यों ना हो, जब भी कोई अरुणाचल आता था तो हमेशा उसको एक सिंपल एक प्रोटोकॉल के तौर पे चाइनीज हमेशा ऑब्जेक्शन करता था। मगर अभी पिछले साल से आप देखिए, ऑनरेबल पीएम साहब आया, होलोंगी में हमारे यहाँ एयरपोर्ट उद्घाटन करके गया, कुछ रिएक्शन नहीं है। रिसेंटली अपना ऑनरेबल प्रेसिडेंट मैडम आके गया, कुछ रिएक्शन नहीं है। तो धीरे धीरे डिप्लोमेसी में भी हम लोगों का अभी इसका मतलब ये प्रूव कर रहा है कि अपना प्रेजेंस जो है वो एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से बार बार इसमें डिस्कशन करके अभी ये काफी अच्छा ये अचीवमेंट हो रहा है।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने मन की बात के 98वें संस्करण में भारत की महान सांस्कृतिक विरासत कला के क्षेत्र से जुड़े लोगों का जिक्र किया था। साथ ही उन्होंने उस्ताद बिस्मिल्लाह खान युवा पुरस्कार प्राप्त विजेताओं को बधाई भी दी थी। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने कहा था कि कलाकार आने वाले समय में भारतीय संस्कृति और संगीत को इसी तरह लोकप्रिय बनाते रहें। प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा दी गई बधाई और शुभकामनाओं पर हर्ष व्यक्त करते हुए देश की जानी मानी नृत्यांगना सोनल मानसिंह ने कहा कि ये जो उस्ताद बिस्मिल्लाह खान युवा पुरस्कार दिए गए हैं, साधना, तपस्या, परिश्रम का फल है और इससे कलाकारों को काफी प्रोत्साहन और जीवन में आगे बढ़ने की प्रेरणा मिलेगी।
हम जब इस उम्र के थे, उस उम्र के थे, तो हमारे लिए ऐसे कोई पुरस्कार नहीं थे और हमें तपस्या, साधना, मेहनत से अपना स्थान बनाना पड़ा अपने समाज में, भारतवर्ष में, विश्व में। और मुझे लगता है कि यदि ये पुरस्कार इन आज की युवा पीढ़ी को, जो एक टेक्नोलॉजिकली सक्षम है, जो सोशल मीडिया पे हावी है, लेकिन साथ के साथ साधना, तपस्या, परिश्रम का जो एक वैल्यू है, उसको नज़रअंदाज नहीं कर सकती है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये जो अवार्ड दिए गए हैं उससे उनको काफ़ी उत्साह और मिलेगा।
नृत्यांगना सोनल मानसिंह ने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा मन की बात में की गई तारीफ पर खुशी जाहिर की थी। उन्होंने कहा था कि पीएम मोदी ने नए कलाकारों में नई ऊर्जा और प्रेरणा भरने का काम किया है। मन की बात में प्रधानमंत्री का 9 मिनट तक इस विषय में बात करना कलाकारों को कला के क्षेत्र में प्रेरणा प्रदान करने का एक अवसर है। इसकी बात करते हैं तो उन्होंने पुनर्जीवन देने में ये बात और पुरस्कार बहुत मदद की।
कि जो लुप्तप्राय कलाएं हैं उनको पुनर्जीवन देने में ये बात, ये अवार्ड, ये पुरस्कार बहुत मदद करेंगे। मन की बात में यदि देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री 9 मिनट तक इसकी बात करते हैं तो उसका तो दर्जा यूं हो जाता है। आई थिंक आज के युवा कलाकार इसकी वैल्यू समझें।
पुलवामा शहीदों की वीरांगनाओं को राज्य सरकार की ओर से की गई घोषणाओं को लेकर पैकेज देने की मांग को लेकर पिछले दिनों से जयपुर में भाजपा से राज्यसभा सांसद डॉक्टर किरोड़ी लाल मीणा के नेतृत्व में धरना चल रहा था। इसी बीच कल रात धरने पर बैठी वीरांगनाओं को जबरन पुलिस ने हिरासत में लेकर उनके निवास स्थान पर छोड़ दिया। वहीं धरने पर बैठे कार्यकर्ताओं को हिरासत में ले लिया गया। दूसरी ओर आज सुबह सामोद बालाजी के दर्शन करने जा रहे डॉक्टर किरोड़ी लाल मीणा को बीच रास्ते में ही पुलिस ने हिरासत में ले लिया। राज्य सरकार के इन सब कृत्यों के विरोध में और अपने हक के लिए पुलवामा शहीदों की वीरांगनाओं का धरना प्रदर्शन अभी जारी है। दिल्ली की शराब नीति मामले में मनीष सिसोदिया को राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट ने आज 7 दिनों की ईडी रिमांड पर भेज दिया है। ईडी ने सुनवाई के दौरान सिसोदिया की 10 दिनों की हिरासत मांगते हुए कहा था कि घोटाला आबकारी नीति का मसौदा तैयार करने के साथ शुरू हुआ, जिसे सिसोदिया और अन्य ने बनाया था। सिसोदिया को सीबीआई ने दिल्ली की आबकारी नीति में कथित अनियमितताओं के मामले में 26 फरवरी को गिरफ्तार किया था। इसके बाद ईडी ने इसी से जुड़े मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग के एक मामले में तिहाड़ जेल में सिसोदिया से पूछताछ की और गुरुवार को उन्हें अरेस्ट कर लिया। ईडी ने कहा कि आप नेता मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ गवाह और अन्य सबूत मौजूद हैं। सिसोदिया मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग मामले से संबंध गठजोड़ का हिस्सा थे। ईडी ने यह भी दावा किया कि सिसोदिया ने फोन और दूसरे सबूतों को नष्ट किया है और फिर उन्होंने दूसरे के खरीदे गए फोन का इस्तेमाल किया, हमें बार बार गलत बयान दिए। ऐसे में पूरी साजिश का पर्दाफाश करने के लिए सिसोदिया का अन्य लोगों से आमना सामना कराना होगा। ईडी ने अदालत में कहा कि शराब नीति में होलसेल को फायदा पहुंचाकर अवैध कमाई की गई। होलसेल का बिजनेस कुछ निजी लोगों को देकर एक्सपर्ट्स कमेटी की राय को न मानते हुए 12% प्रॉफिट मार्जिन दिया गया, जो सिर्फ 6% होना चाहिए था। ईडी ने दावा किया कि उसके पास इसको लेकर सबूत है कि यह सब सिसोदिया के कहने पर ही किया गया। आरोप लगाया कि शराब की बिक्री का लाइसेंस देने के लिए तय व्यवस्था का भी उल्लंघन हुआ, इसमें चुनिंदा लोगों को फायदा पहुंचाया गया। मामले की जांच में सिसोदिया सहयोग नहीं कर रहे। दिल्ली की आबकारी नीति में कथित धांधली के मामले में सीबीआई हिरासत में मौजूद दिल्ली के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री सिसोदिया की जमानत याचिका पर दिल्ली की राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट अब 21 मार्च को सुनवाई करेगी। और इस बुलेटिन में फिलहाल इतना ही। देश और दुनिया की तमाम और खबरों के लिए आप देखते रहिए डीडी न्यूज।
हर दिन हर पल बनती खबरें, बदलती दुनिया, हम लेकर आते हैं आपके लिए बड़ी खबरें, संपूर्ण कवरेज, ताकि आप रहें खबरों के बीच हमारे साथ। मिड डे प्राइम हिंदी सोमवार से शुक्रवार दोपहर 1 बजे सिर्फ डीडी न्यूज पर।
देख रहे हैं, मैं हूं अशोक किरवा। कोई फैक्ट चेक करना चाहता है कि राज्य मुसलमानों आज गर्मियों सवाल है।
आसान नहीं होता सच के लिए लड़ना।
जिसकी आवाज कोई नहीं बनेगा, उसकी आवाज हम बने।
जो डर जाते हैं वो झूठ से कहां टकराते हैं।
जो गरीब के स्कूल में, गरीब के स्वास्थ्य के लिए खर्च होना चाहिए, वो लूट कर इन्होंने अमीर ठेकेदारों को दे दिया।
सच को जानना हो तो झूठ पर करना होता है प्रहार, हर बार बार बार।
मैंने आपसे पूछा, आपने ठीक है नहीं कहा ना आपने।
और कोई मुद्दा नहीं है तो सोनिया गांधी की गुडबुक में मैं अपना नाम गोल्डन अक्षरों में कैसे दाखिल करूं?
इसलिए न फेक न्यूज न झूठ, हमेशा सच के साथ 2-2। देखिए मेरे साथ 2-2 सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 9 बजे सिर्फ डीडी न्यूज पर।
नमस्कार, इस विशेष समाचार बुलेटिन में आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। मैं हूं असीम मिश्रा और मेरे साथ है मेरे सहयोगी शरद मुदगल। शुरुआत हेडलाइंस के साथ। आपदा प्रबंधन में रिकॉग्निशन और रिफॉर्म्स की भूमिका को अहम बताते हुए पीएम ने आपदा प्रबंधन में परंपरा और तकनीक को बताया महत्वपूर्ण। पीएम ने आपदा के जोखिम को कम करने के उपायों पर राष्ट्रीय मंच के तीसरे सत्र की बैठक के उद्घाटन में कही ये बातें। पीएम मोदी और पीएम एंथनी एल्बनीज की अगुवाई में भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच नई दिल्ली में वार्षिक शिखर सम्मेलन संपन्न। दोनों देशों के बीच सोलर टास्क फोर्स और नवाचार के क्षेत्र में सहयोग बढ़ाने, ऑडियो विजुअल साझा निर्माण, खेल और युवा मामलों में सहयोग पर सहमति पत्रों के आदान प्रदान के साथ साथ कई क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर बनी सहमति। भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया वार्षिक शिखर सम्मेलन के बाद पीएम ने दोनों देशों के बीच साझेदारी में सुरक्षा सहयोग को बताया प्रमुख स्तंभ। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पीएम ने हिंद प्रशांत सहित समुद्र क्षेत्र में सहयोग के लिए दोनों देशों में बनी सहमति को बताया अहम। कहा, दोनों देशों के बीच एक व्यापक आर्थिक सहयोग समझौते को इसी साल के अंत तक दिया जाएगा अंतिम रूप। केंद्रीय वाणिज्य और उद्योग मंत्री पीयूष गोयल और उनके अमेरिकी समकक्ष दिल्ली आबकारी नीति घोटाला मामले में मनीष सिसोदिया को कोर्ट ने 17 मार्च तक भेजा ईडी हिरासत में। सीबीआई मामले में सिसोदिया की जमानत याचिका पर हाउस रेवेन्यू कोर्ट में 21 मार्च को होगी सुनवाई। और अहमदाबाद टेस्ट में ऑस्ट्रेलिया ने खड़ा किया 480 रनों का विशाल स्कोर। कैमरन ग्रीन ने जड़ा टेस्ट करियर का पहला शतक। जवाब में रोहित शर्मा और शुभमन गिल ने दिलाई भारत को सधी हुई शुरुआत। और अब सभी खबरें विस्तार से। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने राष्ट्रीय आपदा जोखिम न्यूनीकरण प्लेटफॉर्म के तीसरे सत्र का आज उद्घाटन किया। NPDRR आपदा जोखिम न्यूनीकरण के क्षेत्र में अवसरों का पता लगाने के लिए भारत सरकार द्वारा गठित एक बहुहितधारक मंच है। बदलती जलवायु में स्थानीय सहनीयता का निर्माण, इस विषय पर 2 दिवसीय सम्मेलन का आयोजन नई दिल्ली के विज्ञान भवन में हो रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने आपदा जोखिम न्यूनीकरण के क्षेत्र में अभिनव विचारों और पहलों तथा उपकरणों और प्रौद्योगिकियों को प्रदर्शित करने वाली प्रदर्शनी का भी उद्घाटन किया। पीएम ने प्रदर्शनी का अवलोकन किया और वहां रखे उपकरणों के बारे में जानकारी ली। इस दौरान प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने सुभाष चंद्र बोस आपदा प्रबंधन पुरस्कार के विजेताओं को भी सम्मानित किया। 2023 के लिए ओडिशा राज्य आपदा प्रबंधन प्राधिकरण और लुंगलेई फायर स्टेशन मिजोरम को इस पुरस्कार से नवाजा गया। आपदा प्रबंधन के क्षेत्र में असामान्य सेवा के लिए इन दोनों को पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया गया। और अपने संबोधन में पीएम ने देश के आपदा राहत बलों को दुनिया भर में सराहे जाने का जिक्र किया। दिल्ली के हैदराबाद हाउस में आज पहली भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया वार्षिक शिखर बैठक हुई। इसमें भारतीय प्रतिनिधिमंडल का नेतृत्व प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रतिनिधिमंडल का नेतृत्व वहां के प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी एल्बनीज ने किया। दोनों पक्षों ने संबंधों को और अधिक मजबूत करने और सहयोग बढ़ाने पर विस्तार से चर्चा की। पिछले वर्ष मार्च में दोनों देशों के बीच हुई वर्चुअल वार्ता के दौरान हर वर्ष भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया शिखर बैठक आयोजित किए जाने पर सहमति बनी थी। इससे पहले अतिथि प्रधानमंत्री का हैदराबाद हाउस पहुंचने पर पीएम मोदी ने गर्मजोशी के साथ स्वागत किया। पहली भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया वार्षिक शिखर बैठक में दोनों देशों के बीच कई क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर सहमति बनी। दोनों देशों ने खेल और युवा मामलों में सहयोग के लिए सहमति पत्र का आदान प्रदान किया। दोनों देशों ने ऑडियो विजुअल साझा निर्माण के लिए भी समझौता किया। समझौता पत्र का आदान प्रदान सूचना एवं प्रसारण सचिव अपूर्व चंद्र और भारत में ऑस्ट्रेलियाई उच्चायुक्त के बीच हुआ। दोनों देशों के बीच सोलर टास्क फोर्स और नवाचार के क्षेत्र में सहयोग बढ़ाने संबंधी पत्रों का भी आदान प्रदान हुआ। शिखर बैठक के बाद संयुक्त वक्तव्य में दोनों देशों के प्रधानमंत्रियों ने संबंधों को और अधिक मजबूती प्रदान करने पर प्रतिबद्धता जताई। पीएम ने भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच साझेदारी में सुरक्षा सहयोग को प्रमुख अंग बताया। उन्होंने कहा कि दोनों देश इसे और मजबूत करने पर सहमत हुए हैं। पीएम मोदी ने ऑस्ट्रेलिया में मंदिरों पर हमले की घटनाओं को चिंताजनक बताया। उन्होंने इस मामले को अपने ऑस्ट्रेलियाई समकक्ष के सामने रखा। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पीएम ने उन्हें जरूरी कदम उठाने का आश्वासन दिया। पीएम ने स्वच्छ ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र में द्विपक्षीय सहयोग का जिक्र किया। उन्होंने कहा कि दोनों देशों में हुए व्यापार समझौते से दोनों को ही बहुत लाभ हुआ है। भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच शैक्षणिक मान्यता संबंधी एक तंत्र स्थापित करने पर भी सहमति बनी है। पीएम मोदी ने इसे छात्रों के लिए उपयोगी बताया है। वहीं ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पीएम एंथनी एल्बनीज ने अपने वक्तव्य में कहा कि हिंद प्रशांत सहित समुद्र क्षेत्र में सहयोग के लिए दोनों देशों में सहमति बनी है। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पीएम ने आशा व्यक्त की कि दोनों देशों के बीच एक व्यापक आर्थिक सहयोग समझौता इसी साल तय कर लिया जाएगा। उन्होंने कहा कि इससे दोनों देशों को लाभ होगा। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री ने दोनों देशों के बीच हुए ऑडियो विजुअल साझा निर्माण समझौते को अहम बताया। इससे पहले विदेश मंत्री डॉक्टर एस जयशंकर ने नई दिल्ली में ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी एल्बनीज से मुलाकात की। एल्बनीज अपने 4 दिवसीय दौरे पर भारत आए हुए हैं। वहीं विदेश सचिव विनय मोहन क्वात्रा ने कहा कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी एल्बनीज की यात्रा भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया संबंधों के प्रति उनके उत्साह और प्रतिबद्धता को रेखांकित करती है। ऑस्ट्रेलियाई पीएम एल्बनीज ने विशेष रूप से आईएनएस विक्रांत की अपनी यात्रा की सराहना की। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी एल्बनीज ने आज आईआईटी दिल्ली का दौरा किया और वहां के छात्रों को संबोधित किया। अपने संबोधन में ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री ने दोनों देशों के मजबूत होते संबंधों का जिक्र किया और कहा कि भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया नेचुरल पार्टनर हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र में ऑस्ट्रेलिया भारत के साथ मिलकर काम करेगा। इससे इस क्षेत्र में नवाचार और निवेश को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। और यहां रुके एक छोटे से ब्रेक के लिए। आप देखते रहिए डीडी न्यूज।
G20 नए विचारों की परिकल्पना के लिए और सामूहिक एक्शन को गति देने के लिए एक ग्लोबल प्राइम मूवर की तरह काम करें। वैश्विक विकास महिलाओं की भागीदारी के बिना संभव नहीं है। भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता की थीम वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर में पूर्ण रूप से समाहित है।
G20 की हर एक खबर देश के अलग अलग शहरों से हर पल डीडी न्यूज पर।
बढ़ेंगे आगे। राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू ने जवाहरलाल नेहरू विश्वविद्यालय के दीक्षांत समारोह में मुख्य अतिथि के तौर पर भाग लिया। राष्ट्रपति ने कहा कि शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में जवाहरलाल नेहरू विश्वविद्यालय ने सराहनीय काम किया है। आशा है कि भविष्य में भी ये शिक्षण संस्थान ऐसे ही ज्ञान का दीप प्रज्वलित करता रहेगा। कार्यक्रम में राष्ट्रपति के अलावा केंद्रीय मंत्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान सहित कई गणमान्य हस्तियों ने हिस्सा लिया। राष्ट्रपति ने कहा कि विश्वविद्यालय के छात्रों और शिक्षकों को विश्व समुदाय के लिए जलवायु परिवर्तन जैसी अनेक समस्याओं पर ध्यान देना चाहिए। वहीं केंद्रीय शिक्षा मंत्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान ने दीक्षांत समारोह को संबोधित करते हुए कहा कि भारत ज्ञान संपदा के लिए जाना जाता है, भारत ज्ञान की पूंजी रहा है। भारत और अमेरिका के बीच विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में सहयोग पर चर्चा करने के लिए आज नई दिल्ली में भारत अमेरिका वाणिज्यिक संवाद आयोजित किया गया, जिसमें दोनों देशों के बीच व्यापार और निवेश के नए अवसर उजागर हुए। केंद्रीय वाणिज्य और उद्योग मंत्री पीयूष गोयल और अमेरिकी वाणिज्य मंत्री जीना रायमोंडो ने भारत अमेरिका वाणिज्यिक संवाद की सह अध्यक्षता की। दोनों नेताओं ने सेमीकंडक्टर सप्लाई चेन और इनोवेशन पार्टनरशिप पर समझौता ज्ञापन पर हस्ताक्षर किए। भारत अमेरिका वाणिज्यिक संवाद का उद्देश्य दोनों देशों के बीच व्यापार को सुविधाजनक बनाना और आर्थिक क्षेत्रों की एक विस्तृत श्रृंखला में निवेश के अवसरों को अधिकतम करना है। भारत अमेरिका वाणिज्यिक संवाद पर मीडिया को संबोधित करते हुए केंद्रीय मंत्री पीयूष गोयल ने कहा कि भारत और अमेरिका के बीच मजबूत आपूर्ति श्रृंखला, समावेशी डिजिटल विकास, एमएसएमई और स्टार्टअप सहयोग को लेकर अमेरिकी समकक्ष के साथ विस्तार से चर्चा की। पीयूष गोयल ने बताया कि भारत और यूएसए ने सेमीकंडक्टर की आपूर्ति श्रृंखला और इनोवेशन पार्टनरशिप एमओयू पर हस्ताक्षर किए हैं। वहीं अमेरिकी वाणिज्य मंत्री जीना रायमोंडो ने भारत यूएसए वाणिज्यिक संवाद के बाद मीडिया से बातचीत की। उन्होंने कहा कि यहां आकर मुझे भारतीय संस्कृति का अनुभव करने का अविश्वसनीय अवसर मिला। इसके लिए पीएम मोदी का आभार व्यक्त करती हूं। उन्होंने कहा कि ये भारत अमेरिका संबंधों के लिए सकारात्मक और आशावादी समय है, जिससे दोनों देशों का चहुमुखी विकास हो सकता है। उन्होंने कहा कि आज भारत को विश्वसनीय सेमीकंडक्टर आपूर्तिकर्ता की आवश्यकता है। इस काम में अमेरिका न केवल भारत की पूरी सहायता करेगा, बल्कि वो ग्रीन एनर्जी सहित संपूर्ण इलेक्ट्रॉनिक आपूर्ति श्रृंखला उपलब्ध कराने में भी मदद करेगा। देश में जनजातीय विकास, मोदी सरकार इस पर विशेष ध्यान दे रही है। इसका अंदाजा इस बात से लगाया जा सकता है कि पिछले 9 वर्षों में जनजातीय कार्य मंत्रालय के बजट परिव्यय में कई गुना वृद्धि हुई है। जनजातीय मामलों के मंत्रालय का बजट आवंटन 2013-14 में 4295.94 करोड़ रुपए से 2023-24 में 1,24,061.88 करोड़ रुपए तक बढ़ा दिया गया है, यानी लगभग 190 से अधिक की फीसद की वृद्धि हुई है। इस प्रकार अगर देखा जाए तो इन वर्षों में प्रतिवर्ष बजट परिव्यय में बड़े पैमाने पर वृद्धि की गई है। वित्तीय वर्ष 2014-15 में बजट परिव्यय 4,495 करोड़ रुपए था, जबकि 2016-17 में यह बढ़कर 4,822 करोड़ रुपए कर दिया गया है। इसी तरह 2017-18 में 5,318 करोड़ रुपए करने के बाद 2018-19 में से 5,995 करोड़ रुपए कर दिया गया, जबकि 2019-20 के बजट में इसे बढ़ाकर 7,328 करोड़ रुपए कर दिया गया। अगर 2023-24 के बजट अनुमान की बात करें तो इसमें जनजातीय कार्य के लिए बजट परिव्यय में बेतहाशा इजाफा किया गया है। अब इसे बढ़ाकर 1,24,062 करोड़ रुपए कर दिया गया है। इस तरह पिछले वर्ष के संशोधित अनुमान 7,301 करोड़ रुपए से 70.69% की वृद्धि की गई है। इसके साथ ही आदिवासियों और जनजातियों की बेहतरी के लिए कई घोषणाएं की गई हैं। और अब बात हैंडलूम हाट की। विश्व महिला दिवस को और खास बनाने के लिए 6 मार्च से 12 मार्च तक वस्त्र मंत्रालय ने दिल्ली में विरासत शक्ति हैंडलूम हाट की शुरुआत की है, जिसमें आज़ादी के 75 वर्ष पूरे होने के मौके पर 75 हैंडलूम स्टॉल महिला बुनकरों कारीगरों द्वारा लगाई गई हैं। शुक्रवार को इस हैंडलूम हाट में महिलाओं द्वारा लगाई गई प्रदर्शनी को देखने अमेरिका की वाणिज्य मंत्री गिना रायमुंडो और वस्त्र राज्य मंत्री दर्शना जरदोश पहुंची। अमेरिकी वाणिज्य मंत्री ने इस आयोजन पर खुशी जताते हुए कहा कि इस तरह के उत्पाद से पूरे ब्रह्मांड को फायदा होगा। वहीं वस्त्र राज्य मंत्री दर्शना जरदोश ने इसे पीएम मोदी की अगुवाई में महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण की ओर तेजी से बढ़ते प्रगति और विश्वास का पहल बताया। बढ़ेंगे दूसरी अहम खबरों की तरफ। देश में मोटे अनाज को बढ़ावा देने के लिए 2023 को मिलेट्स वर्ष घोषित किया गया है। मोटे अनाज के उत्पादन को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए बजट में केंद्र सरकार ने विशेष प्रावधान किए हैं, जिसका मकसद किसानों के लाभ को बढ़ाना है। राजधानी दिल्ली में पत्रकारों को संबोधित करते हुए भारत सरकार के केंद्रीय खाद्य प्रसंस्करण और उद्योग मंत्री पशुपति कुमार पारस ने कहा कि सरकार ऐसे व्यक्तियों को भी प्रोत्साहित कर रही है जो मिलेट्स के बारे में लोगों को जागरूक कर रहे हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि इस वर्ष 3 से 5 नवंबर के बीच राजधानी दिल्ली के प्रगति मैदान में विश्व फूड इंडिया के दूसरे संस्करण की शुरुआत होगी। इस मौके पर खाद्य और प्रसंस्करण उद्योग राज्य मंत्री प्रहलाद सिंह पटेल ने कहा कि सरकार मिलेट्स के उत्पादन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए किसानों और कंपनियों को हर संभव प्रोत्साहन दे रही है। दिल्ली आबकारी नीति घोटाला मामले में मनीष सिसोदिया को कोर्ट ने 17 मार्च तक ईडी की हिरासत में भेज दिया है। वहीं राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट ने मनीष सिसोदिया को 7 दिन की ईडी हिरासत में भेजा है। ईडी ने कोर्ट से मनीष सिसोदिया की 10 दिनों की कस्टडी की मांग की थी। ईडी ने कहा कि सिसोदिया के बयान में विरोधाभास है, इसलिए पूरे मामले की साजिश का पता लगाना है, जिसके लिए ईडी ने कहा कई लोगों के आमने सामने बिठाकर पूछताछ करनी है। मुख्य चुनाव आयुक्त राजीव कुमार, चुनाव आयुक्त अनूप चंद्र पांडे और अरुण गोयल ने कल कर्नाटक में आगामी विधानसभा चुनावों की तैयारियों की समीक्षा की। चुनाव आयोग ने बेंगलुरु में राज्य में विधानसभा चुनाव के लिए की जा रही विभिन्न व्यवस्थाओं के बारे में जानकारी मांगी। इसके अलावा उन्होंने विभिन्न राजनीतिक दलों के प्रतिनिधियों के साथ अलग से बैठक की। साथ ही चुनाव को लेकर सभी से स्वतंत्र और निष्पक्ष चुनाव के लिए सुझाव भी मांगे गए। पानीपत जिले के समालखा कस्बे के गांव पट्टी कल्याणा में राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के तहत अखिल भारतीय प्रतिनिधि सभा की वार्षिक बैठक 12 से 14 मार्च तक होगी। इस 3 दिवसीय बैठक की जानकारी सभा द्वारा आयोजित पत्रकार वार्ता में दी गई। अखिल भारतीय प्रचार प्रमुख सुनील आंबेकर ने बताया कि इस 3 दिवसीय कार्यक्रम में देश भर से करीब 1400 कार्यकर्ता शामिल होंगे। उन्होंने ये भी बताया कि हरियाणा में 12 साल बाद होने वाली ये बैठक काफी विशेष रहेगी। बैठक में 2022-23 के संघ कार्य की समीक्षा और आगामी वर्ष की संघ कार्य योजना पर चर्चा होगी। इसके अलावा कार्यकर्ता निर्माण व प्रशिक्षण, संघ शिक्षा वर्गों की योजना, शताब्दी विस्तार योजना और कार्य के दृढ़ीकरण और देश की वर्तमान स्थिति पर विचार एवं महत्वपूर्ण विषयों पर प्रस्ताव भी पारित किए जाएंगे। उन्होंने बताया कि प्रतिनिधि सभा बैठक में सर संघ चालक डॉक्टर मोहन भागवत, सर कार्यवाह दत्तात्रेय हौसबोले, सभी सह सर कार्यवाह, अखिल भारतीय कार्यकारिणी, क्षेत्र और प्रांत कार्यकारिणी, संघ के निर्वाचित प्रतिनिधि, सभी विभाग प्रचारक तथा विविध संगठनों के निमंत्रित कार्यकर्ता, भाजपा अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा, संगठन महासचिव बीएल संतोष भी हिस्सा लेंगे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा ने आज तमिलनाडु के कृष्णागिरी में नए भाजपा जिला कार्यालय का उद्घाटन किया। कार्यालय के उद्घाटन समारोह को संबोधित करते हुए जेपी नड्डा ने कहा कि आज का दिन तमिलनाडु की बीजेपी के लिए ऐतिहासिक दिन है, क्योंकि आज के दिन 10 नए कार्यालयों का उद्घाटन किया जा रहा है। जेपी नड्डा ने नए भाजपा जिला कार्यालय की विशेषताएं भी बताईं। उन्होंने कहा कि नए भाजपा जिला कार्यालय आधुनिक सुविधाओं से लैस है। केंद्रीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय ने विभिन्न राज्यों और संघ शासित प्रदेशों में मौसमी इन्फ्लुएंजा की स्थिति पर नजर बनाए हुए है। मौसमी इन्फ्लुएंजा के मामले की जांच में एकीकृत रोग निगरानी कार्यक्रम अहम भूमिका निभा रहा है। ये नेटवर्क मामलों की संख्या के प्रसार और नियंत्रण रखने में बहुत ही कारगर है। आईसीएमआर ने एडवाइजरी जारी की है। इसमें लोगों को एहतियात के तरीकों के बारे में बताया गया है। देश के तमाम राज्यों में मॉनिटरिंग और ट्रैकिंग की जा रही है। आईडीएसपी नेटवर्क के जरिए रियल टाइम बेसिस पर ऐसा किया जा रहा है। मंत्रालय मौसमी इन्फ्लुएंजा के H3N2 सब वेरिएंट के मामलों और उससे होने वाले मृत्यु को लेकर सजग और सचेत है। मौसमी इन्फ्लुएंजा का सबसे ज्यादा प्रभाव बुजुर्ग और बच्चों पर हो रहे हैं। कर्नाटक और हरियाणा में इसकी वजह से एक लोगों की मृत्यु की पुष्टि मंत्रालय ने की है। भारत में अभी तक इसके 90 मामले सामने आए हैं। कर्नाटक के 82 साल के बुजुर्ग हीरे गौड़ा की H3N2 से मौत हो गई थी। गौड़ा डायबिटीज और हाई ब्लड प्रेशर की समस्या से पीड़ित थे। आईसीएमआर ने एडवाइजरी जारी की है। इसमें लोगों को एहतियात के तरीकों के बारे में बताया गया है। H3N2 वायरस इन्फ्लुएंजा ए का सब टाइप है। इसे हांगकांग फ्लू भी कहते हैं। सर्दी, जुकाम, खांसी, बुखार, गले में दर्द की समस्या इसके प्रमुख लक्षण हैं। ज्यादातर मामलों में ये वायरस शरीर को बीमारियों से बचाने वाले व्हाइट ब्लड सेल्स को कम करता है। इसके चलते ल्यूकोपीनिया हो जाता है। इम्यूनिटी कमजोर होने पर वायरस गंभीर स्थिति भी पैदा कर देता है। अरुणाचल प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री पेमा खांडू ने कहा है कि पीएम मोदी के नेतृत्व में दुनिया में भारत की साख बढ़ी है। राज्य विधानसभा में आज प्रश्नकाल के दौरान कांग्रेस विधायक निनोंग एरिंग के एक सवाल के जवाब में खांडू ने कहा कि पीएम मोदी के नेतृत्व का ही असर है कि अब चीन किसी भी बड़े भारतीय नेता के अरुणाचल प्रदेश दौरे पर विरोध नहीं जताता, जबकि पहले भारत के राष्ट्रपति, प्रधानमंत्री या अन्य किसी वरिष्ठ भारतीय नेता के अरुणाचल दौरे पर चीन बयान जारी कर विरोध जताया करता था। मुख्यमंत्री ने कहा कि केंद्र और अरुणाचल प्रदेश सरकार के प्रयासों से तिब्बत सीमा से सटे इलाकों में बुनियादी सुविधाएं बेहतर बनाने की दिशा में ठोस काम हुए हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि अरुणाचल प्रदेश हर तरह से भारत का अभिन्न अंग है। केंद्र सरकार ने बीएसएफ के भीतर रिक्तियों में पूर्व अग्निवीरों के लिए 10% आरक्षण की घोषणा की है। इसके साथ ही अग्निवीरों को आयु सीमा में भी छूट दी जाएगी, जो इस बात पर निर्भर करेगा कि पहले बैच का हिस्सा हैं या बाद के बैचों में वो शामिल हुए थे। गृह मंत्रालय ने 6 मार्च को एक अधिसूचना के जरिए इसकी घोषणा की। इसके लिए गृह मंत्रालय ने बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स जनरल ड्यूटी कैडर रिक्रूटमेंट रूल्स 2015 में संशोधन किया, जो गुरुवार 9 मार्च से लागू हो गया है। इसके लिए गृह मंत्रालय ने बीएसएफ जनरल ड्यूटी कैडर रिक्रूटमेंट रूल्स 2015 में संशोधन किया, जो कि लागू हो चुका है। गृह मंत्रालय के नोटिफिकेशन के मुताबिक कांस्टेबल के पद के लिए पूर्व अग्निवीरों के पहले बैच के उम्मीदवारों को आयु सीमा में 5 साल की छूट मिलेगी, जबकि पूर्व अग्निवीरों के बाद के सभी बैचों को 3 साल की छूट दी जाएगी। इसके साथ ही एक अन्य संशोधन भी किया गया है, जिसमें पूर्व अग्निवीरों को फिजिकल टेस्ट से छूट दी गई है। पुलवामा शहीदों की वीरांगनाओं को राज्य सरकार की ओर से की गई घोषणाओं को लेकर पैकेज देने की मांग को लेकर पिछले दिनों जयपुर में भाजपा से राज्यसभा सांसद डॉक्टर किरोड़ी लाल मीणा के नेतृत्व में धरना चल रहा था। इसी बीच कल रात धरने पर बैठी वीरांगनाओं को जबरन पुलिस ने हिरासत में लेकर उनके निवास स्थान पर छोड़ दिया। वहीं धरने पर बैठे कार्यकर्ताओं को हिरासत में ले लिया गया। दूसरी ओर आज सुबह सामोद बालाजी के दर्शन करने जा रहे डॉक्टर किरोड़ी लाल मीणा को बीच रास्ते में ही पुलिस ने हिरासत में ले लिया। राज्य सरकार के इन सब कृत्यों के विरोध में और अपने हक के लिए पुलवामा शहीदों की वीरांगनाओं का धरना प्रदर्शन जारी है। और अब बात क्रिकेट की। भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच अहमदाबाद में खेले जा रहे सीरीज के चौथे टेस्ट के दूसरे दिन का खेल खत्म होने पर भारत ने अपनी पहली पारी में बगैर कोई विकेट गंवाए 36 रन बना लिए हैं। कप्तान रोहित शर्मा 17 तो शुभमन गिल 18 रन बनाकर क्रीज पर मौजूद हैं। इससे पहले ऑस्ट्रेलिया की पहली पारी 480 रन पर खत्म हुई। कल के नाबाद बल्लेबाज उस्मान ख्वाजा और कैमरून ग्रीन ने पारी को आगे बढ़ाया। कैमरून ग्रीन टिके रहे और उन्होंने अपना पहला टेस्ट शतक लगाने में उन्होंने कामयाबी हासिल की। उन्होंने ये शतक 144 गेंदों पर सामने रखा। कैमरून ग्रीन का विकेट आर अश्विन ने लिया, जिन्होंने ग्रीन को 114 के स्कोर पर आउट किया। वहीं उस्मान ख्वाजा टी ब्रेक के बाद 180 रन पर आउट हुए। इन दोनों के अलावा टॉड मर्फी ने 41 रन की पारी खेली। भारत की ओर से आर अश्विन ने 6 विकेट हासिल किए। और अब अंत में मुख्य समाचार एक बार फिर। आपदा प्रबंधन में रिकॉग्निशन और रिफॉर्म्स की भूमिका को अहम बताते हुए पीएम ने आपदा प्रबंधन में परंपरा और तकनीक को बताया महत्वपूर्ण। पीएम ने आपदा के जोखिम को कम करने के उपायों पर राष्ट्रीय मंच के तीसरे सत्र की बैठक के उद्घाटन में कही ये बातें। पीएम मोदी और पीएम एंथनी एल्बनीज की अगुवाई में भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच नई दिल्ली में वार्षिक शिखर सम्मेलन संपन्न। बैठक में दोनों देशों के बीच सोलर टास्क फोर्स और नवाचार के क्षेत्र में सहयोग बढ़ाने, ऑडियो विजुअल साझा निर्माण, खेल और युवा मामलों में सहयोग पर सहमति पत्रों के आदान प्रदान के साथ साथ कई क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर बनी सहमति। भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया वार्षिक शिखर सम्मेलन के बाद पीएम ने दोनों देशों के बीच साझेदारी में सुरक्षा सहयोग को बताया प्रमुख स्तंभ। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पीएम ने हिंद प्रशांत सहित समुद्र क्षेत्र में सहयोग के लिए दोनों देशों में बनी सहमति को बताया अहम। कहा, दोनों देशों के बीच एक व्यापक आर्थिक सहयोग समझौते को इसी साल के अंत तक दिया जाएगा अंतिम रूप। केंद्रीय वाणिज्य और उद्योग मंत्री पीयूष गोयल और उनकी अमेरिकी समकक्ष ने व्यापार और निवेश को चलाने के तरीकों पर की चर्चा। 3 साल के अंतराल के बाद भारत अमेरिका वाणिज्यिक वार्ता की सह अध्यक्षता की। सेमीकंडक्टर आपूर्ति श्रृंखला को लचीलापन और वैविध्यपूर्ण बनाने पर दोनों देशों के बीच सेमीकंडक्टर सप्लाई चेन और इनोवेशन पार्टनरशिप पर एक समझौता ज्ञापन पर भी किए गए हस्ताक्षर। दिल्ली आबकारी नीति घोटाला मामले में मनीष सिसोदिया को कोर्ट ने 17 मार्च तक भेजा ईडी की हिरासत में। वहीं सीबीआई मामले में सिसोदिया की जमानत याचिका पर राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट में 21 मार्च को होगी सुनवाई। और अहमदाबाद टेस्ट में ऑस्ट्रेलिया ने खड़ा किया 480 रनों का विशाल स्कोर। कैमरून ग्रीन ने जड़ा टेस्ट करियर का पहला शतक। जवाब में रोहित शर्मा और शुभमन गिल ने दिलाई भारत को सधी हुई शुरुआत। तो इसके साथ इस विशेष समाचार बुलेटिन में बस इतना ही। हमें दीजिए अनुमति। नमस्कार।
राजनीति की चाल से
दुनिया के हाल तक,
खेल के मैदान से किसान के खलियान तक,
दिन भर की हर छोटी बड़ी खबर को समेटे
खबर के हर किरदार को दिखाते हैं हम। डीडी न्यूज का प्राइम टाइम शो, सटीक और भरोसेमंद खबरें। खबर ही नहीं, खबर का विश्लेषण भी। नए तेवर,
नए कलेवर,
नई धार
और नई रफ्तार के साथ
देखिए न्यूज नाइट हर रात 8 बजे सिर्फ डीडी न्यूज पर।
दिन भर की सुर्खियों से अलग खबरों की दुनिया और भी है। खबरें जो आपको दे नया नजरिया, खबरें जिसमें दिखे समाज की परछाई, ऐसी खबरें जो कहती हैं न्यू इंडिया की कहानी, खबरें जो है अनछुई, कुछ खट्टी कुछ मीठी, हम लाते हैं आपके लिए ढूंढकर। खबर हटकर सोमवार से शुक्रवार सिर्फ डीडी न्यूज पर।
ये हमारी दिल्ली जो कभी आबाद थी आज हमसे लूट ली गई।
तुम्हारी किस्मत में वतन के लिए लड़ना लिखा है, जाओ जंग जारी रखो।
एक वक्त खान हमारे पास भी है, न्यू जनरल एस्टल विल्सन।
हमला! हिंदुस्तान जिंदाबाद!
नमस्कार, खबर पर नजर के इस अंक में आप सभी का स्वागत है। मैं हूं निखिल सिंह और खबर पर नजर में हम उन तमाम खबरों को समेटकर आपके सामने लेकर आते हैं जिन्होंने बटोरी हैं आज दिन भर सुर्खियां और जिनके बारे में जानने समझने को लेकर आपके मन में जिज्ञासा है। इन खबरों को हमारे संवाददाताओं ने दिन भर फॉलो किया है और उनसे हम इस विषय पर बातचीत करेंगे, वो इन खबरों का विश्लेषण करेंगे। सबसे पहले बात करते हैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी एल्बनीज की भारत यात्रा और पहली भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया वार्षिक शिखर बैठक की। दिल्ली के हैदराबाद हाउस में आज पहली भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया वार्षिक शिखर बैठक हुई। इसमें भारतीय प्रतिनिधिमंडल का नेतृत्व प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रतिनिधिमंडल का नेतृत्व वहां के प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी एल्बनीजी ने किया। दोनों पक्षों ने संबंधों को और अधिक मजबूत करने और सहयोग बढ़ाने पर विस्तार से चर्चा की। पिछले वर्ष मार्च में दोनों देशों के बीच हुई वर्चुअल वार्ता के दौरान हर वर्ष भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया शिखर बैठक आयोजित किए जाने पर सहमति बनी थी। इससे पहले अतिथि प्रधानमंत्री का हैदराबाद हाउस पहुंचने पर पीएम मोदी ने गर्मजोशी से स्वागत किया। पहली भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया वार्षिक शिखर बैठक में दोनों देशों के बीच कई क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर सहमति बनी। दोनों देशों ने खेल और युवा मामलों में सहयोग के लिए सहमति पत्र का आदान प्रदान किया। दोनों देशों ने ऑडियो विजुअल साझा निर्माण के लिए भी समझौता किया। समझौता पत्र का आदान प्रदान सूचना एवं प्रसारण सचिव अपूर्व चंद्र और भारत में ऑस्ट्रेलियाई उच्चायुक्त के बीच हुआ। दोनों देशों के बीच सोलर टास्क फोर्स और नवाचार के क्षेत्र में सहयोग बढ़ाने संबंधी पत्रों का भी आदान प्रदान हुआ। शिखर बैठक के बाद संयुक्त वक्तव्य में दोनों देशों के प्रधानमंत्रियों ने संबंधों को और अधिक सुदृढ़ करने की प्रतिबद्धता जताई। पीएम मोदी ने भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच साझेदारी में सुरक्षा सहयोग को प्रमुख अंग बताया। उन्होंने कहा कि दोनों देश इसे और मजबूत करने पर सहमत हुए हैं। पीएम मोदी ने ऑस्ट्रेलिया में मंदिरों पर हमले की घटनाओं को चिंताजनक बताया। उन्होंने इस मामले को अपने ऑस्ट्रेलियाई समकक्ष के सामने रखा। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पीएम ने उन्हें जरूरी कदम उठाने का आश्वासन दिया। पीएम ने स्वच्छ ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र में द्विपक्षीय सहयोग का भी जिक्र किया। उन्होंने कहा कि दोनों देशों में हुए व्यापार समझौते से दोनों को ही बहुत लाभ हुआ है। भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच शैक्षणिक मान्यता संबंधी एक तंत्र स्थापित करने पर भी सहमति बनी है। पीएम मोदी ने इसे छात्रों के लिए बेहद उपयोगी बताया। वहीं ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पीएम एंथनी एल्बनीजी ने अपने वक्तव्य में कहा कि हिंद प्रशांत सहित समुद्र क्षेत्र में सहयोग के लिए दोनों देशों में सहमति बनी है। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पीएम ने आशा व्यक्त की कि दोनों देशों के बीच एक व्यापक आर्थिक सहयोग समझौता इसी साल तय कर लिया जाएगा। उन्होंने कहा कि इससे दोनों देशों को लाभ होगा। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री ने दोनों देशों के बीच हुए ऑडियो विजुअल साझा निर्माण समझौते को अहम बताया। और वहीं विदेश सचिव विनय मोहन क्वात्रा ने कहा कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी एल्बनीजी की यात्रा भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया संबंधों के प्रति उनके उत्साह और प्रतिबद्धता को रेखांकित करती है। ऑस्ट्रेलियाई पीएम एल्बनीजी ने विशेष रूप से INS विक्रांत की अपनी यात्रा की सराहना की। और इस पूरी खबर पर बातचीत करने के लिए हमारे साथ हमारे संवाददाता अमृतपाल सिंह मौजूद हैं। अमृत, आपसे पहली भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया वार्षिक शिखर जो बैठक हुई है इसके संबंध में जानना चाहेंगे। कितनी महत्वपूर्ण है बैठक, किस तरह से देखते हैं इस प्रधानमंत्री की, ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी एल्बनीजी की इस यात्रा को, इस बैठक को, प्रथम वार्षिक शिखर बैठक कैसे देखेंगे, क्या जानकारी देंगे?
निखिल, काफ़ी अहम है मेरे ख्याल से ऑस्ट्रेलिया प्रधानमंत्री की ये यात्रा 3 एस्पेक्ट से। एक आपका कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप है। आज जब दोनों प्रधानमंत्री हैदराबाद हाउस में मिले और उनकी डेलीगेशंस भी उनके साथ थीं, तो एसेंशली इस रिलेशनशिप में के कॉन्टूर्स क्या हैं, इसको रिविजिट करने की क्या ज़रूरत है और क्या इसको आगे कैसे बल दिया जा सकता है, खास करके इंडो पैसिफिक के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में। प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि मिलिट्री के एक्सचेंजेस जनरल बिपिन रावत मिलिट्री एक्सचेंज प्रोग्राम के तहत लगातार हो रहे हैं। ऑस्ट्रेलियन प्रधानमंत्री ने मालाबार एक्सरसाइजेस की बात की। दोनों ने कहा कि हम सिक्योरिटी कोऑपरेशन वाइटल है, डिफेंस एक बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट पिलर है हमारे रिलेशनशिप का। तो मेरे ख्याल है मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने ये कहा। मेरा ख्याल है कि दोनों ही देश ये कह रहे थे, दोनों प्रिंसिपल्स ये कह रहे थे कि इस रिलेशनशिप के मायने आपसी बायलैटरल सुरक्षा साझेदारी या कोऑपरेशन तो है ही, पर इसका जो फॉल आउट पूरे रीजन में होता है, क्योंकि इंडो पैसिफिक के 2 छोरों पे ये बैठे हैं। एक छोर पे ऑस्ट्रेलिया बैठा है, दूसरे छोर पे भारत बैठा है। दोनों की वैल्यूज, डेमोक्रेटिक वैल्यूज सेम है। फ्री, ओपन, इंक्लूसिव इंडो पैसिफिक की विजन है इनकी। पर जब ये अपनी रक्षा जो साझेदारी है वो और मजबूत करते हैं, या रक्षा जो इनका रिलेशनशिप है उसको और मजबूत करते हैं, उसका इफेक्ट इस पूरे रीजन की इंपॉर्टेंट सी लेन्स पे पड़ता है। यूनिलैटरली जो लोग या जो देश इसका नक्शा चेंज करने की कोशिश करना चाहते हैं या अपनी डोमिनेंस करने की कोशिश करते हैं, उन पे ज़रूर पड़ता है। और साउथ ईस्ट एशिया के जो देश हैं, इस पूरे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से लेके भारत तक जो बीच में देश आते हैं, उनकी सुरक्षा पर यह बहुत इम्पैक्ट करता है। तो मेरा ख्याल है कि ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट था। बाकी ट्रेड के लिहाज से इंपॉर्टेंट था, एजुकेशन के लिहाज से इंपॉर्टेंट था। डीकिंस यूनिवर्सिटी या स्टूडेंट्स को अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी खोल रही है। वोंगलैंग यूनिवर्सिटी पहली बार भारत में अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी खोलने के प्लान्स हैं। फिर माइग्रेशन इश्यूज, क्लाइमेट चेंज, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स, तो ये सब लिहाज से पूरा गैमेट जो रिलेशनशिप का डिस्कस हुआ, तो काफी अहम विजिट थी।
आपने एक जिक्र किया कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री ने एक व्यापक आर्थिक सहयोग समझौता इसी साल तय कर लिए जाने की उम्मीद जताई। किस तरह से इसको देखते हैं? क्या इस वक्तव्य का अर्थ है, किस तरह से इसको समझना चाहिए?
देखिए, बड़ा इनका जो ट्रेड रिलेशनशिप है उसको बल मिला पिछले साल दिसंबर में। अभी कुछ चंद महीने पहले 2022 के दिसंबर में इन्होंने एक्टा करके इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट साइन किया, जो बेसिकली एक इंटरिम FTA है। बाकी मुद्दों पर इनकी बातचीत चल रही है। उससे देखें एकदम फर्क ये पड़ा कि 96% इंपोर्ट जो आप करते हैं ना ऑस्ट्रेलिया में, उसकी ड्यूटी घट के 0 हो गई। 96% इंपोर्ट्स पे आप 0 ड्यूटी देते हैं। वो 98% टैरिफ्स पे कंट्रोल पे प्रभाव डालता है। उनके लिए 85% जो वो इंडिया से इंपोर्ट करते हैं या हम एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं, उस पे ड्यूटीज कम हो गई। सॉरी, जो वो हमें एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं और हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं, उस पे ड्यूटीज कम हो गई। इससे ट्रेड को फिलिप मिला। आपका पिछले साल का ट्रेड है जी $27.5 बिलियन का। अब इनके एम्बिशंस देखें तो वो ये कह रहे हैं कि अगले 5 साल में हमने इसको $50 बिलियन टिपा देना है। अगर आपका, जैसे एंथनी एल्बनीजी कह रहे थे कि अगर इस साल जिसको ये सीपा कहते हैं, कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक पार्टनरशिप एग्रीमेंट, जो बेसिकली एफटीए है, और आपके मेरे ख्याल से एक दशक में पहला ऐसा मुल्क होगा जिसके साथ आप डेवलप्ड मुल्क जिसके साथ आप एफटीए कंप्लीट कर रहे हैं, उसका आप अंदाजा लगाएं कि ट्रेड पे किस किस्म का असर पड़ेगा। फिर आपने सेक्टर्स देखें कैसे कैसे, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी टेक्नोलॉजीज, एजुकेशन, माइग्रेशन इशूज, उनके पास लेबर की शॉर्टेजेस है, आपके पास टैलेंट है, वो तो आप इन चीज़ों पे, सोलर एनर्जी पे, तो इन चीज़ों पे आप नए क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पे जो आपके मोबाइल, टैबलेट्स, फोन्स में यूज़ होते हैं, इसमें आपका ट्रेड कहाँ जाएगा, बोथ गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज। तो इसका ये मतलब है, तो उनकी ये बहुत अहम स्टेटमेंट है कि जी इस साल हो जाएगा। तो इससे ये संकेत होता है कि नेगोशिएशंस एफटीए पे इनकी अच्छी चल रही हैं, और उसको ये कंप्लीट करने की तरफ इन्होंने आज अपनी या उसको जल्द कंक्लूड करने की आज मंशा जताई।
जी, निश्चित तौर पर बेहद महत्वपूर्ण रही ये वार्ता भी, ये यात्रा भी एंथनी अल्बनीज़ी की। बहुत शुक्रिया इस तमाम बातचीत और जानकारी के लिए अमृतपाल। और बढ़ते अगली खबर की तरफ, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने राष्ट्रीय आपदा जोखिम न्यूनीकरण प्लेटफॉर्म यानी एनपीडीआरआर के तीसरे सत्र का आज उद्घाटन किया। एनपीडीआरआर आपदा जोखिम न्यूनीकरण के क्षेत्रों में अवसरों का पता लगाने के लिए भारत सरकार द्वारा गठित एक बहुहितधारक मंच है। बदलती जलवायु में स्थानीय सहनीयता का निर्माण विषय पर इस 2 दिवसीय सम्मेलन का आयोजन नई दिल्ली के विज्ञान भवन में किया गया। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने आपदा जोखिम न्यूनीकरण के क्षेत्र में अभिनव विचारों और पहलों और उपकरणों और प्रौद्योगिकियों को प्रदर्शित करने वाली प्रदर्शनी का भी उद्घाटन किया। पीएम मोदी ने प्रदर्शनी का अवलोकन किया और वहां रखे उपकरणों के बारे में जानकारी ली। इस दौरान प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने सुभाष चंद्र बोस आपदा प्रबंधन पुरस्कार के विजेताओं को भी सम्मानित किया। 2023 के लिए ओडिशा राज्य आपदा प्रबंधन प्राधिकरण OSDMA और लुंगलेई फायर स्टेशन मिजोरम को इस पुरस्कार से नवाजा गया। आपदा प्रबंधन के क्षेत्र में असामान्य सेवा के लिए इन दोनों पुरस्कार से सम्मान। अपने संबोधन में पीएम मोदी ने देश के आपदा राहत बलों को दुनिया भर में सराहे जाने का जिक्र किया। और इस पूरी खबर पर बातचीत करने के लिए हमारे साथ हमारे संवाददाता सुधाकर दास मौजूद हैं। सुधाकर दास, आपदा का न्यूनीकरण किया जाना ये बेहद जरूरी है, और किस तरह से सारे हितधारक एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर आए, एक साथ मिलकर प्लान्स डेवलप करें, योजनाएं बनाएं और उसको मूर्त रूप में लेकर आए। कितना महत्वपूर्ण ये बैठक और प्रधानमंत्री का संबोधन?
निश्चित तौर पर, और खास तौर से इस नज़रिए के साथ निखिल कि आप देखिए बीते 9 वर्षों में किसी एक क्षेत्र में अगर सबसे ज़्यादा काम हुआ तो उसमें से एक आपदा प्रबंधन का क्षेत्र भी है भारत में। और हमने देखा कि फेनी जैसी आपदाएं जब आई तो सुपर साइक्लोन आए तो उसमें भी हम जान और माल का नुकसान कम से कम करने में सफल रहे। इस तरह के तूफानों में एक वक्त वो भी था जब हजारों लोगों की जान चली जाती थी। तो ये एक तरह से भारत में लगातार जो एक डायनामिज्म आया है, जो मजबूती मिली है आपदा प्रबंधन के तंत्र को, तो उसको एक तरह से और भी मजबूत कैसे किया जाए, ये आपदा जोखिम न्यूनीकरण से जुड़ा हुआ जो राष्ट्रीय मंच है उसके तीसरे सत्र का उद्घाटन पीएम मोदी ने किया। और जो खास विषय इसमें चुना गया वो है कि जो बदलती जलवायु है या जलवायु परिवर्तन है उसकी वजह से जो असर आ रहा है, तो जो लोकल रेजिलियंस है, जो स्थानीय प्रतिरोधी क्षमता है, उसको कैसे और मजबूत किया जाए, उस लिहाज से कई अहम सुझाव पीएम मोदी की तरफ से भी दिए गए। उन्होंने खासतौर से जो लोकल रेजिलियंस बढ़ाने के लिए लोकल पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ाने पर बल दिया। उन्होंने कहा कि डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट, आपदा प्रबंधन की कोई भी नीति बने उसमें जन भागीदारी को बढ़ावा दिया जाए, उसमें जन भागीदारी के अप्रोच के साथ काम किया जाए, नई एक तरह से नियमों को, नई व्यवस्थाओं को गढ़ने की उन्होंने बात की। तो उन्होंने तकनीक को और भी ज़्यादा इस्तेमाल करने की बात की। कोई लोकल प्रैक्टिस है तो उसके साथ तकनीक को जोड़ा जा सकता है। खासतौर से उन्हें बिल्डिंग निर्माण को लेकर बात की। तो कई तरह के अहम सुझाव दिए, मार्गदर्शन दिए, आप कह सकते हैं। 2 दिनों का ये सम्मेलन है। 10 अहम सत्र अलग अलग विषयों को लेकर आयोजित किए जाने वाले हैं। और एक तरह से भारत एक तरह से आज जो विश्व में आपदा प्रबंधन के क्षेत्र में जब पूरी दुनिया भारत की तरफ देखती है, हमने देखा कि किस तरह से तुर्की में भूकंप आया तो उसमें एक फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर के तौर पर भारत अपनी मेडिकल एनडीआरएफ टीम के साथ न सिर्फ वहां पहुंचा, लोगों की जान भी बचाई, वहाँ के लोगों के दिल पर अपनी गहरी छाप भी छोड़ी। तो उसको और मजबूती मिले उसके लिए क्या सांस्थानिक व्यवस्थाएं करनी है, तंत्र में किस तरह से मजबूती लानी है, और भी ज्यादा डिस्कशंस कैसे हो सके, सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स को कैसे एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर लेकर आया जा सके, तो उन तमाम चीजों पर इस बैठक में, सम्मेलन में चर्चा होनी है। और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने एक तरह से टोन सेट कर दिया है, एक तरह से उन्होंने मार्गदर्शन दिया है आज।
जी निश्चित तौर पर तो पीएम मोदी ने टोन सेट कर दिया है और इसमें जो तमाम स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं वो एक साथ बैठकर तमाम विषयों पर चर्चा करेंगे कि किस तरह से आपदा नियंत्रण के क्षेत्र है उसमें न्यूनीकरण किया जाए, जोखिम जो है उसको न्यूनतम किया जा सके। बहुत शुक्रिया इस तमाम बातचीत और जानकारी के लिए सुधाकर दास। और दिल्ली की शराब नीति मामले में मनीष सिसोदिया को राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट ने आज 7 दिनों की ईडी रिमांड पर भेज दिया। ईडी ने सुनवाई के दौरान सिसोदिया की 10 दिनों की हिरासत मांगते हुए कहा था कि घोटाला आबकारी नीति का मसौदा तैयार करने के साथ शुरू हुआ, जिसे सिसोदिया और अन्य ने मिलकर बनाया था। सिसोदिया को सीबीआई ने दिल्ली की आबकारी नीति में कथित अनियमितताओं के मामले में 26 फरवरी को गिरफ्तार किया था। इसके बाद ईडी ने इसी से जुड़े मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग के एक मामले में तिहाड़ जेल में सिसोदिया से पूछताछ की और गुरुवार को उन्हें अरेस्ट कर लिया। ईडी ने कहा कि आप नेता मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ गवाह और अन्य सबूत हैं। सिसोदिया मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग मामले में से संबद्ध गठजोड़ का हिस्सा थे। ईडी ने आगे दावा किया कि सिसोदिया ने फोन से दूसरे सबूत नष्ट किए, फिर उन्होंने दूसरे के खरीदे गए फोन का इस्तेमाल किया। हम बार बार गलत बयान दिए। ऐसे में पूरी साजिश का पर्दाफाश करने के लिए सिसोदिया का अन्य लोगों के साथ आमना सामना कराना जरूरी होगा। ईडी ने अदालत में कहा कि शराब नीति में होलसेल को फायदा पहुंचाकर अवैध कमाई की गई। होलसेल का बिजनेस कुछ निजी लोगों को देकर एक्सपर्ट कमेटी की राय को न मानते हुए 12% प्रॉफिट मार्जिन दिया गया, जो कि सिर्फ 6% होना चाहिए था। ईडी ने दावा किया कि उसके पास इसको लेकर सबूत है कि यह सब सिसोदिया के कहने पर किया गया। आरोप लगाया कि शराब की बिक्री का लाइसेंस देने के लिए भी तय व्यवस्था का उल्लंघन हुआ। इसमें चुनिंदा लोगों को फायदा पहुंचाया गया। मामले की जांच में सिसोदिया सहयोग नहीं कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली के आबकारी नीति में कथित धांधली के मामले में सीबीआई हिरासत में मौजूद दिल्ली के पूर्व उप मुख्यमंत्री सिसोदिया की जमानत याचिका पर दिल्ली की राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट अब 21 मार्च को सुनवाई करेगी। और इस पूरी खबर पर बातचीत करने के लिए हमारे साथ हमारे संवाददाता विकास सारथी बने हुए हैं। विकास, आज जमानत याचिका पर सुनवाई नहीं हो सकी और 21 तारीख को अब जमानत पर सुनवाई होगी। इस बीच ईडी की हिरासत में भेज दिया गया सिसोदिया को। कितनी मुश्किलें सिसोदिया के लिए, किस तरह से इस पूरे मामले को समझाना चाहेंगे हमारे दर्शकों को?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, मनीष सिसोदिया को ये उम्मीद होगी कि आज उनकी ज़मानत अर्जी पर सुनवाई हो और उनको शायद ज़मानत भी मिल जाए, लेकिन जैसे ही कल ईडी ने गिरफ्तार किया था उसके बाद स्थिति ये साफ हो गई थी कि अब ईडी सिसोदिया की रिमांड मांगेगी। हालांकि ईडी ने 10 दिन की रिमांड मांगी थी, लेकिन उसमें कम से कम 7 दिन के लिए कोर्ट ने अनुमति दे दी है ईडी को कि वो हिरासत में पूछताछ करे। आज जो आर्ग्यूमेंट था ईडी की तरफ से, उसमें लगातार ये ईडी ने दोहराया कि किसी भी तरह से वो कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहे हैं। ईडी ने ये भी सवाल उठाया कि उन्होंने बार बार अपने फ़ोन क्यों बदले, पुराने फ़ोन को क्यों डिस्ट्रॉय किया गया, क्यों तोड़ा गया, और जो फ़ोन और सिम कार्ड्स वो यूज़ कर रहे थे वो उनके नाम पर नहीं थे बल्कि दूसरे लोगों के नाम पर थे। तो वो क्रिमिनल इंटेंट की बात यहाँ पर ईडी लगातार ये कह रहा है कि शुरू से थी। इसके अलावा ईडी ने यह भी कहा कि इसमें 3 मुख्य सूत्रधार हैं इस पूरे घोटाले के, जिनमें मनीष सिसोदिया पहले से ही हिरासत में है, विजय नायर हैं और के कविता का नाम लिया आज ईडी ने यहाँ पर, जिनसे कल से पूछताछ करेगी ईडी। 11 बजे से ईडी को पूछताछ करनी है उनसे। लेकिन आज कोर्ट में ईडी ने ये साफ कहा कि के कविता इसकी मुख्य सूत्रधार जो 3 लोग हैं उनमें से एक हैं। इसके अलावा ईडी ने ये कहा कि उसको अभी वक्त इसलिए चाहिए, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कस्टडी इसलिए चाहिए क्योंकि उसको मनी ट्रेल साबित करना है। और इसी आधार पर हालांकि मनीष सिसोदिया के वकील ये कह रहे थे कि कहीं कोई केस नहीं बनता है क्योंकि अभी तक कोई रिकवरी नहीं हुई है, कोई भी पैसा सीधे मनीष सिसोदिया से जोड़कर नहीं दिखा पाई है ईडी। लेकिन ईडी ये कह रही है कि उसको अगर वक्त मिलेगा तो वो इस मनी ट्रेल का खुलासा करेगी। 100 करोड़ से ज़्यादा की रिश्वत दी गई साउथ ग्रुप की तरफ से आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं को, ये ईडी का आरोप है। और देखना ये होगा कि अभी 10 दिन में जब 10 दिन की जो कस्टडी की ईडी मांग कर रही थी तो उसमें हो सकता है कि 7 दिन के बाद एक बार और ईडी को कस्टडी मिल जाए, क्योंकि जमानत पर सुनवाई भी 21 तारीख के लिए राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट ने तय की है। तो इन दिनों में किस तरह का मनी ट्रेल ईडी खोज पाती है, ये अगली 21 तारीख को जब जमानत पर सुनवाई हो रही होगी तो ज्यादा साफ हो जाएगा।
के कविता के साथ भी कल पूछताछ करेगी ईडी। किस तरह के चार्जेस के कविता के ऊपर है, क्या पूछताछ वो उनसे करना चाहेगी?
देखिए, के कविता से 9 तारीख को ही ईडी को पूछताछ करनी थी, लेकिन उनकी खुद की आग्रह पर ईडी ने 11 तारीख से उनसे पूछताछ करने की बात कही है और तैयार हो गया है। आरोप वही है कि जो किकबैक्स थी, जो भी इसमें पैसा कंपनियों ने दिया है, वो आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं को गया है। इसमें के कविता के जानने वाले व्यवसायी हैं, वो शामिल थे। कार्टेलाइजेशन जो पूरा दिल्ली में एक हुआ है, जो लिकर पॉलिसी में कुछ खास कंपनियों को फ़ायदा पहुंचा, उसमें के कविता और उनसे जुड़े हुए लोग शामिल हैं। ये बात यहाँ पर ईडी ने और कही कि अगर दिल्ली की बात करें तो दिल्ली के 30% लिकर बिजनेस पर एक खास कंपनी का कब्जा था। तो ये फॉल्टी पॉलिसी थी, और फॉल्टी सिर्फ इस तरह से नहीं थी कि इसमें गलती हुई सरकार से, बल्कि उन्होंने ये कहा कि इसमें जानबूझकर इन 3 लोगों ने मिलकर कुछ खास कंपनियों को फ़ायदा पहुंचाया है, जिसका नतीजा ये हुआ कि अगर दिल्ली जैसे इतने बड़े इलाके को देखें, वहाँ पर 30% हिस्सा एक खास कंपनी के हिस्से में आ गया था। और यही इसके पीछे सारा क्रिमिनल इंटेंट है, ताकि जो पैसा कमाएगी कंपनी, उसका एक हिस्सा, चाहे वो के कविता से जुड़े लोग हों या दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता हों, उनको पहुँचाया गया।
जी, निश्चित तौर पर तो के कविता से भी पूछताछ होगी। ईडी ने फिलहाल मनीष सिसोदिया की हिरासत ले ही ली है, तो इनकी मुश्किलें बढ़ी हुई हैं और उम्मीद की जा रही है कि आगे ये मामला जो है, इसकी जो भी परतें हैं वो जांच एजेंसियां खोल सकेंगी। बहुत शुक्रिया इस तमाम बातचीत और जानकारी के लिए। और अब बात क्रिकेट की बात कर लेते हैं। क्रिकेट के मैदान से खबर है, भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच अहमदाबाद में खेले जा रहे सीरीज के चौथे टेस्ट मैच के दूसरे दिन का खेल खत्म होने पर भारत ने अपनी पहली पारी में बगैर कोई विकेट गंवाए 36 रन बना लिए हैं। कप्तान रोहित शर्मा 17 रन तो शुभमन गिल 18 रन बनाकर क्रीज पर मौजूद है। इससे पहले ऑस्ट्रेलिया की पहली पारी 480 रन पर खत्म हुई। कल के नाबाद बल्लेबाज उस्मान ख्वाजा और कैमरून ग्रीन ने पारी को आगे बढ़ाया। कैमरून ग्रीन टिके रहे और उन्होंने अपना पहला शतक जमाने में कामयाबी हासिल की। उन्होंने ये शतक 144 गेंदों पर का सामना करके बनाया। कैमरून ग्रीन का विकेट आर अश्विन ने लिया, जिन्होंने ग्रीन को 114 रन के स्कोर पर आउट किया। वहीं उस्मान ख्वाजा टी ब्रेक के बाद 180 रन पर आउट हुए। इन दोनों के अलावा टॉड मर्फी ने 41 रन की पारी खेली। भारत की ओर से आर अश्विन ने 6 विकेट हासिल किए। और भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच चौथे टेस्ट मैच के दूसरे दिन के खेल पर बातचीत करने के लिए हमारे साथ हमारे संवाददाता गौरव इस वक्त बने हुए हैं। गौरव, आपसे समझना चाहेंगे किस रुख, अब किस करवट जाता हुआ आपको खेल दिख रहा है, क्योंकि 480 रन का जो स्कोर खड़ा किया है वो बहुत विशाल है। ऐसे में जो अभी प्रथम दृष्टया कम से कम ये लगता है कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया ने अपने आप को इस कदर मजबूत कर लिया कि शायद हार के दायरे से वो बाहर हो गई है।
बिल्कुल, इसको कह सकते हैं कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया जो है वो उस समय मजबूत स्थिति में है और उन्होंने 480 रन का जब पहली पारी में स्कोर खड़ा किया है, तो अगर टीम इंडिया की अगर संभावनाओं को यहाँ पर देखें तो जाहिर तौर पर अब काफ़ी मेहनत करने की ज़रूरत होगी, क्योंकि कल जब तीसरे दिन टीम इंडिया बल्लेबाजी करने के लिए उतरेगी तो टीम का कहीं ना कहीं जो एक इरादा होगा वो इस तरह का होगा कि कम से कम यहाँ से अब टीम 650 रन का स्कोर करे, खुद को अगर मैच में बना कर रखना है या फिर अपने आप की स्थिति को मजबूती के तौर पर सामने खुद को लाना है। क्योंकि अगर आप 650 रन का स्कोर करते हैं तो फिर आपको 170 रन की बढ़त हासिल होगी और उसके बाद आप ऑस्ट्रेलिया को अगर फिर खेलने के लिए बुलाते हैं तो यकीनी तौर पर यह बात जो है वो आपके लिए फायदेमंद एक साबित हो सकती है। लेकिन 650 रन का स्कोर खड़ा करना आसान नहीं है, खास करके इस पिच पर अहमदाबाद की, जबकि जहां पर गर्मी जो है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है और जैसे जैसे अब दिन और आगे बढ़ते जाएंगे उस पिच जो है वो जाहिर तौर पर खराब होगी। तो ऐसी सिचुएशन में ऑस्ट्रेलिया ने अपने आप को एक सेफेस्ट फॉर्म पे रख लिया है, सेफेस्ट सिचुएशन में खुद को ला दिया है। लेकिन भारतीय टीम के लिए ये बहुत ज़रूरी होगा कि वो अब किस तरह से 480 रन का जो कहना चाहिए जो ऑस्ट्रेलिया ने स्कोर पहली पारी में खड़ा किया है उसको किस तरह से आगे उससे निकलती है, और देखना यह भी होगा कि किस तरह से अपने विकेट्स को बचा कर रखते हैं, क्योंकि फर्स्ट सेशन जो होता है वो किसी भी टेस्ट मैच का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है किसी भी टीम के लिए। तो अगर आप फर्स्ट सेशन में जिस तरह से आज हमने देखा कि जो लास्ट सेशन था उसमें टीम इंडिया ने अच्छी तरीके से बाउंस बैक किया, आर अश्विन ने 6 विकेट लिए, साथ ही साथ भारत ने अपना दिन का खेल खत्म होने पर कोई विकेट नहीं गंवाया और एक अच्छी रन की स्पीड रखी। तो ऐसे में कल का जो फर्स्ट सेशन होगा वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होगा भारत के लिहाज से। अगर वहाँ पर टीम अगर कोई भी विकेट नहीं गंवा
पाती है और यही रिदम रखती है स्कोर लाइन की, तो यहाँ से एक अच्छी सिचुएशन जो है वो बनती हुई दिख सकती है।
एक सवाल और संक्षेप में इसका जवाब आपसे जानना चाहेंगे। 480 रन का स्कोर हम कम से कम उम्मीद नहीं करते विजिटिंग टीम के लिए कि भारत की पिचों पर आए और 480 रन का स्कोर बनाए। किस तरह से आप देखते हैं, क्या ये ऑस्ट्रेलिया की मजबूत बल्लेबाजी के तौर पर देखते हैं, या आपको लगता है कि जो इंडियन बॉलर्स हैं उनकी लाइन लेंथ थोड़ा ठीक नहीं रही?
देखिए, इसको क्या इस तरह से भी समझ सकते हैं कि जो पहले के जो 3 टेस्ट मैच थे उससे काफ़ी ज़्यादा डिफरेंट ये पिच है, और ये अहमदाबाद की जो पिच है वो कैसा कह सकते हैं कि एक फ्लैट पिच है जहां पर बल्लेबाजों के लिए काफ़ी कुछ करने को था। तो इसकी मदद जो है वो ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बल्लेबाजों ने भरपूर उठाई, और सबसे अच्छी बात उनके लिए ये रही कि वो टॉस जीता उन्होंने, और पिच की जो कहना चाहिए कि जो पिच को देखते हुए उन्होंने पहले बल्लेबाजी करना मुनासिब समझा, और उसको कहीं ना कहीं जो उनके बल्लेबाज थे उन्होंने इस चीज़ को सही साबित किया। तो कह सकते हैं कि ये एक पिच का इसमें काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट एक रोल रहा है। हालांकि जिस तरह से आपने देखा कि अब दूसरे दिन के दूसरे सेशन से जिस तरह से टीम इंडिया ने वापसी करके अपने आप को खुद से कहीं ना कहीं एक बार मैच में ले आया, क्योंकि एक समय ऐसा लग रहा था जिस तरह से ऑस्ट्रेलिया खेल रही थी तो ये स्कोर उनका कहीं ना कहीं एक 500 के पार भी जाने के करीब दिख रहा था, लेकिन टीम ने उसको अंदर करके रखा, 480 पर ऑस्ट्रेलिया को समेटा। तो अब यकीनी तौर पर काफ़ी ज़्यादा जो दारोमदार है वो टीम इंडिया के लिए है, और खासतौर से इसलिए भी है क्योंकि ये जो टेस्ट मैच है वो वर्ल्ड टेस्ट चैंपियनशिप के लिहाज से जो है टीम इंडिया के लिए फाइनल के लिए काफ़ी ज़्यादा एक अहम कड़ी साबित होगा। तो काफ़ी कुछ निर्भर करेगा डे 3 पर कि पहला सेशन जो है वो किस तरह का रहता है।
जी, निश्चित तौर पर कल काफ़ी कुछ निर्भर करेगा, पहले सेशन पर निर्भर करेगा कि किस तरह से भारतीय बल्लेबाज परफॉर्म करते हैं। बहुत शुक्रिया इस तमाम बातचीत और जानकारी के लिए गौरव। तो खबर पर नजर के इस अंक में बस इतना ही। हमारी पूरी टीम को दीजिए इजाजत। नमस्कार।
हर दिन हर पल बनती खबरें, बदलती दुनिया, हम लेकर आते हैं आपके लिए बड़ी खबरें, संपूर्ण कवरेज, ताकि आप रहें खबरों के बीच हमारे साथ। मिड डे प्राइम हिंदी सोमवार से शुक्रवार दोपहर 1 बजे सिर्फ डीडी न्यूज पर।
ये हमारी दिल्ली जो कभी आबाद थी, आज हमसे लूट ली गई।
बादशाह हुजूर, शहर के हालात बिगड़ते जा रहे हैं, हिंदू मुस्लिम आपस में लड़ रहे हैं। ऐसा लगता है जैसे फिरंगियों की चाल है।
लेकिन ये हार नहीं, एक मुश्किल शुरुआत है।
तुम्हारी किस्मत में वतन के लिए लड़ना लिखा है।
हमला! हिंदुस्तान जिंदाबाद!
तेजस्विनी के मंच पर इस बार आपकी मुलाकात दो ऐसे विशेष मेहमानों से जो अपने जीवन साथियों के साथ रोशन कर रही है तेजस्विनी का मंच।
नृत्य सिर्फ हाथ पैर चलाने का काम नहीं है, बहुत विधाएं हैं उसमें, तो सब विधा में मैं जानना चाहती थी। राजीव अगर मुझे नहीं सपोर्ट करते तो शायद मुश्किल होता।
मैं सबसे बड़ा फैन रहा हूँ, बट ऑल्सो उनका सबसे कठोर आलोचक भी मैं हूँ, तो ये दोनों को लेके मैं गीता को सपोर्ट करता हूँ।
इनकी कृतज्ञ हूँ। उस समय तक लगातार इमोशनल सपोर्ट देते रहे जब तक इनका यहाँ सिलेक्शन नहीं हुआ।
मुझे लगता था कि इनमें पोटेंशियल है, इनको टैलेंट है, इनको लिखना चाहिए, इसमें इनको आई शुड नॉट बी अ हिंड्रेंस। तो मैंने इतना ही किया है कि मैं कभी ब्लॉक नहीं किया इनको किसी भी तरीके से।
देखिएगा तेजस्विनी का ये विशेष अंक मेरे साथ शनिवार रात 9:30 बजे सिर्फ डीडी न्यूज पर। भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया वार्षिक शिखर सम्मेलन में अहम मसलों पर बात, व्यापक आर्थिक सहयोग समझौते को जल्द से जल्द पूरा करने पर सहमति। भारत और अमेरिका में सेमीकंडक्टर पर अहम समझौता, बताएंगे इस समझौते के क्या है मायने। महिलाओं के आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण पर आधारित वेबिनार में क्या बोले पीएम मोदी। जमीन के बदले नौकरी मामले में लालू के परिवार पर कसा शिकंजा। शराब नीति घोटाले में मनीष सिसोदिया अब ईडी की हिरासत में। विदेशी मीडिया पर क्यों बरसे अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर। होगी भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया अहमदाबाद टेस्ट की भी खबरें। कहां शुरू हुआ खेलो इंडिया 10 का दम कार्यक्रम। होंगे देश दुनिया और खेल की बाकी खबरें। देखिए न्यूज नाइट मेरे साथ रात 8 बजे सिर्फ डीडी न्यूज पर।
पीएम मोदी ने आपदा के जोखिम को कम करने के उपायों पर राष्ट्रीय मंच के तीसरे सत्र की बैठक को किया संबोधित। आपदा प्रबंधन में रिकॉग्निशन और रिफॉर्म्स की भूमिका को अहम बताते हुए आपदा प्रबंधन में परंपरा और तकनीक को बताया महत्वपूर्ण। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पीएम एंथनी एल्बनीजी की अगुवाई में भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच नई दिल्ली में वार्षिक शिखर सम्मेलन संपन्न। बैठक में दोनों देशों के बीच सोलर टास्क फोर्स और नवाचार के क्षेत्र में सहयोग बढ़ाने, ऑडियो विजुअल साझा निर्माण, खेल और युवा मामलों में सहयोग पर सहमति पत्रों के आदान प्रदान के साथ कई क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर बनी सहमति। भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया वार्षिक शिखर सम्मेलन के बाद पीएम मोदी ने दोनों देशों के बीच साझेदारी में सुरक्षा सहयोग को बताया प्रमुख स्तंभ। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पीएम एंथनी एल्बनीजी ने हिंद प्रशांत सहित समुद्र क्षेत्र में सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए दोनों देशों में बनी सहमति को बताया अहम। कहा दोनों देशों के बीच एक व्यापक आर्थिक सहयोग समझौते को इसी साल के अंत तक दिया जाएगा अंतिम रूप। केंद्रीय वाणिज्य और उद्योग मंत्री पीयूष गोयल और उनके अमेरिकी समकक्ष जीना रायमोंडो ने व्यापार और निवेश को चलाने के तरीकों पर चर्चा करने के लिए 3 साल के अंतराल के बाद भारत अमेरिका वाणिज्यिक वार्ता की सह अध्यक्षता की। सेमीकंडक्टर आपूर्ति श्रृंखला को लचीलेपन और वैविध्यपूर्ण बनाने पर दोनों देशों के बीच सेमीकंडक्टर सप्लाई चेन और इनोवेशन पार्टनरशिप पर एक समझौता ज्ञापन पर भी किए हस्ताक्षर। विभिन्न राज्यों और संघ शासित प्रदेशों में मौसमी इन्फ्लुएंजा की स्थिति पर एक नजर रखने के लिए केंद्रीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्री मनसुख मांडविया ने की उच्च स्तरीय बैठक। दिशा निर्देश किए गए जारी। दिल्ली आबकारी नीति घोटाला मामले में मनीष सिसोदिया को कोर्ट ने 17 मार्च तक भेजा ईडी हिरासत में। सीबीआई मामले में सिसोदिया की जमानत याचिका पर राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट में 21 मार्च को होगी सुनवाई।
आज उसके परिणाम नजर आने लगे हैं। आज हम देख रहे हैं कि भारत में पुरुषों की तुलना में महिलाओं की संख्या बढ़ रही है। पिछले 9-10 वर्षों में हाई स्कूल या उसके आगे की पढ़ाई करने वाली लड़कियों की संख्या 3 गुना बढ़ी है। भारत में साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, इंजीनियरिंग और मैथ्स में लड़कियों का एनरोलमेंट आज 43% तक पहुंच चुका है। और ये समृद्ध देश, विकसित देश, अमेरिका हो, यूके हो, जर्मनी हो, इन सबसे भी ज्यादा है। नारी शक्ति की संकल्प शक्ति, इच्छा शक्ति, उनकी कल्पना शक्ति, उनकी निर्णय शक्ति, त्वरित फैसले लेने का उनका सामर्थ्य, निर्धारित लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने के लिए उनकी तपस्या, उनके परिश्रम की पराकाष्ठा, ये हमारी मातृशक्ति की पहचान है। ये एक प्रतिबिंब है। जब हम विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट कहते हैं तब उसका आधार यही शक्तियां हैं। मां भारती का उज्जवल भविष्य सुनिश्चित करने में नारी शक्ति का यह सामर्थ्य भारत की अनमोल शक्ति है। यही शक्ति समूह इस शताब्दी में भारत के स्केल और स्पीड को बढ़ाने में बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभा रही है।
భారత్లో పర్యటిస్తున్న ఆస్ట్రేలియా ప్రధాని ఆంటోనీ అల్బనీస్ ఈ రోజు ప్రధానమంత్రి నరేంద్ర మోదీతో సమావేశమయ్యారు. న్యూఢిల్లీలోని హైదరాబాద్ హౌస్లో ఇరువురు నేతలు ప్రతినిధి స్థాయి ద్వైపాక్షిక చర్చలు జరిపారు. భారత్ ఆస్ట్రేలియాల మధ్య సమగ్ర వ్యూహాత్మక భాగస్వామ్యాన్ని మరింత బలోపేతం చేసేందుకు పరస్పరం సహాయ సహకారాలను అందిపుచ్చుకోవాలని ఇరు దేశాలు నిర్ణయించాయి. క్రీడలు, ఆడియో విజువల్ కో ప్రొడక్షన్లో సహకారం కోసం రెండు దేశాలు అవగాహన ఒప్పందాన్ని కుదుర్చుకున్నాయి. ఈ సందర్భంగా ప్రధానమంత్రి నరేంద్ర మోదీ మాట్లాడుతూ భారత్ ఆస్ట్రేలియా తమ సహకారాన్ని మరింత బలోపేతం చేసుకునేందుకు విస్తృతంగా చర్చలు జరిపాయన్నారు. సమగ్ర వ్యూహాత్మక భాగస్వామ్యానికి భద్రతా సహకారం ఒక ముఖ్యమైన స్తంభమని ప్రధాని పేర్కొన్నారు. ఇండో పసిఫిక్ ప్రాంతంలో భద్రత, రక్షణలో సహకారాన్ని మరింత పటిష్టం చేసుకోవడంపై ఇరు దేశాలు చర్చలు జరిపినట్లు చెప్పారు. క్వాడ్లో భారత్, ఆస్ట్రేలియా రెండు సభ్యదేశాలేనని ఈ ఏడాది మేలో జరిగే క్వాడ్ లీడర్స్ సమ్మిట్ కోసం తాను ఆస్ట్రేలియాకు వెళ్లనున్నట్లు ప్రధాని వెల్లడించారు. పునరుత్పాదక ఇంధన రంగంలో సహకారం ఇరు దేశాలకు కీలకమైన ప్రాధాన్యత రంగంగా పేర్కొంటూ క్లీన్ హైడ్రోజన్, సోలార్ రంగంలో ఇరు దేశాలు కలిసి పనిచేస్తున్నాయని మోదీ వెల్లడించారు. ఆస్ట్రేలియాలోని దేవాలయాలపై దాడుల అంశాన్ని ఆస్ట్రేలియా ప్రధానికి వివరించగా ఆస్ట్రేలియాలోని భారతీయుల భద్రత, శ్రేయస్సుకు ప్రాధాన్యతనిస్తామని అల్బనీస్ హామీ ఇచ్చినట్లు మోదీ వెల్లడించారు.
खेद का विषय है कि पिछले कुछ सप्ताहों से ऑस्ट्रेलिया में मंदिरों पर हमलों की खबरें नियमित रूप से आ रही है। स्वाभाविक है कि ऐसे समाचार भारत में सभी लोगों को चिंतित करते हैं, हमारे मन को व्यथित करते हैं। हमारी इन भावनाओं और चिंताओं को मैंने प्रधानमंत्री एल्बनीज़ी के समक्ष रखा और उन्होंने मुझे आश्वस्त किया है कि भारतीय समुदाय की सेफ्टी उनके लिए विशेष प्राथमिकता है। इस विषय पर हमारी टीम्स नियमित संपर्क में रहेगी और यथासंभव सहयोग करेगी।
ఈ సందర్భంగా ఆస్ట్రేలియా ప్రధాని ఆంటోనీ అల్బనీస్ మాట్లాడుతూ భారత్తో అనుబంధం బహుముఖమైందని అన్నారు. రెండు దేశాల మధ్య ఉన్నత స్థాయి సంప్రదింపులు అనేక రంగాల్లో సహకారాన్ని మరింత బలోపేతం చేశాయని ఆయన పేర్కొన్నారు.
I'm hopeful that we'll be able to finalise that this year. This transformational deal will realise the full potential of the bilateral economic relationship, creating new employment opportunities and raising living standards for the people of both Australia and India. We also discussed the potential presented by the India-Australia audio-visual co-production agreement that has been exchanged here today. This agreement will support skilled jobs, creative exchange and the development of screen projects of cultural significance in both countries.
భారత్, ఆస్ట్రేలియా దేశాల మధ్య వివిధ రంగాలలో సాధించిన పురోగతిపై ప్రధానమంత్రి నరేంద్ర మోదీ, ఆస్ట్రేలియా ప్రధానమంత్రి ఆంటోనీ అల్బనీస్ సంతృప్తి వ్యక్తం చేశారని విదేశాంగ కార్యదర్శి వినయ్ మోహన్ క్వాత్రా తెలిపారు. సైన్స్ అండ్ టెక్నాలజీ, వ్యూహాత్మక భద్రతా డొమైన్, కీలకమైన ఖనిజాలలో పునరుత్పాదక ఇంధన భాగస్వామ్యం, వాణిజ్యం, ఆర్థిక భాగస్వామ్యాన్ని ఇరువురు నేతలు చర్చించినట్లు పేర్కొన్నారు. రక్షణ, భద్రతా రంగాల్లో సహకారం అంశంలో కూడా గణనీయమైన పురోగతిని సాధించడం పట్ల ఇరువురు నేతలు సంతృప్తి వ్యక్తం చేశారు.
Prime Minister Albanese visited the Western Naval Command headquarters in Mumbai, wherein the Indian defence industry at the Indian Naval Station, Unjali, was showcased to him. Prime Minister Albanese was particularly appreciative of his visit to INS Vikrant. We are told the first foreign leader to do so since the first indigenously built aircraft carrier was commissioned last September.
రాష్ట్రంలో బ్యాంకింగ్ వ్యవస్థ విజయాలు సాధించినందుకు సంతోషిస్తున్నట్లు ముఖ్యమంత్రి వైఎస్ జగన్మోహన్ రెడ్డి పేర్కొన్నారు. తాడేపల్లిలోని క్యాంపు కార్యాలయంలో 222వ రాష్ట్ర స్థాయి బ్యాంకర్ల కమిటీ సమావేశం నిర్వహించారు. ఈ సందర్భంగా ముఖ్యమంత్రి మాట్లాడుతూ 2022-23 ఆర్థిక సంవత్సరానికి సంబంధించి మొదటి 9 నెలల్లోనే వార్షిక రుణ ప్రణాళిక లక్ష్యాలకు మించి సాధించిందని, ఇది 124.69% ఉందని చెప్తూ ముఖ్యమంత్రి బ్యాంకర్లను అభినందించారు. అయితే కొన్ని రంగాలకు సంబంధించిన పలు అంశాలను బ్యాంకింగ్ రంగం దృష్టికి తీసుకువస్తున్నట్లు తెలిపారు. విద్య, గృహ నిర్మాణ రంగాలకు సంబంధించి నిర్దేశించుకున్న లక్ష్యాల స్థాయి కన్నా రుణాలు తక్కువగా ఉన్నాయని, విద్యారంగానికి కేవలం 42.91%, గృహ నిర్మాణ రంగానికి 33.58% మాత్రమే రుణాలు లభించాయని తెలిపారు. సామాజిక ఆర్థిక ప్రగతిలో ఈ రెండు రంగాలు అత్యంత కీలకమని, బ్యాంకింగ్ రంగం ఈ రెండు రంగాల పట్ల మరింత సానుకూల దృక్పథంతో అనుకూల కార్యాచరణతో ముందడుగు వేయాలని కోరారు. ఇప్పటికే ప్రభుత్వం 30.75 లక్షల ఇళ్ల పట్టాలు పంపిణీ చేసిందని, ప్రభుత్వమే ఈ ఇళ్ల స్థలాలు సేకరించి లబ్ధిదారులకు ఉచితంగా పంపిణీ చేసిందని తెలిపారు. ఈ ఏప్రిల్ నెలలో మరో 3 లక్షల ఇళ్ల నిర్మాణం ప్రారంభించబోతున్నట్లు తెలిపారు. ఇక వ్యవసాయ రంగంలో స్వల్పకాలిక పంట రుణాల విషయంలో నిర్దేశించుకున్న లక్ష్యాన్ని చూస్తే కేవలం 83.36% మాత్రమే చేరుకున్నామని, దీనికి సంబంధించిన కారణాలపై దృష్టి పెట్టి ఎస్ఎల్బీసీ సరైన చర్యలు తీసుకోవాలని కోరారు. మహిళా స్వయం సహాయక సంఘాలకు ఇచ్చే రుణాలపై వడ్డీల విషయంలో బ్యాంకులు పునర్పరిశీలన చేయాలని, చిరు వ్యాపారులు, సాంప్రదాయ చేతివృత్తుల వారి అవసరాలను తీర్చడానికి యువతీ యువకులను సుశిక్షితంగా తయారు చేసేందుకు, వారికి ఉపాధి కల్పనను మెరుగుపరిచేందుకు ప్రతి నియోజకవర్గంలో కూడా నైపుణ్యాభివృద్ధి కేంద్రాలను ఏర్పాటు చేయడానికి ప్రభుత్వం ప్రయత్నాలు చేస్తోందన్నారు. ఇప్పుడు ప్రకటనలో
తామర దురద అందరికీ వస్తాయి. జాలిం లోషన్ నాకు నానమిచ్చింది. చర్మ వ్యాధులకు అద్భుత పరిష్కారం అంది. జాలిం లోషన్ పురాతన యోధుడు, పురాతనమైందే మెరుగైంది. జాలిం లోషన్ ఫాస్టెస్ట్, ట్రస్టెడ్, టెస్టెడ్ తరతరాలుగా. జాలిం లోషన్.
ఈవేళ పార్టీ కావాలంతే. ముందు ఛాంపియన్ తో సెల్ఫీ తీసుకుందాం. ఐడియా, ఇక్కడే చేసుకుందాం పార్టీ. పిజ్జా పార్టీ. ఇది నీ కార్డు పిన్ను ఈ నా కార్డ్ డీటెయిల్స్ స్వయంగా వేస్తాను. ఆర్బీఐ అంటుంది మీ పిన్, ఓటీపీ, సివివి లేదా ఇంటర్నెట్ బ్యాంకింగ్ పాస్వర్డ్ ఎవరితోనూ షేర్ చేసుకోకండి. ఆన్లైన్ బ్యాంకింగ్ మీ సొంత కంప్యూటర్, మొబైల్ ఇంకా సిక్యూర్ నెట్వర్క్ నుంచే చేయండి. బై గర్ల్స్. ఎక్కడికి వెళ్తున్నావు? వినలేదా? నో షేరింగ్. ఆర్బీఐ అంటుంది విషయాలు తెలుసుకోండి, జాగరూకంగా ఉండండి.
కేంద్ర రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వాలు ప్రాథమికంగా విద్య, వైద్యం మీద దృష్టి కేంద్రీకరించాల్సిన అవసరం ఉందని మాజీ ఉపరాష్ట్రపతి ముప్పవరపు వెంకయ్యనాయుడు పేర్కొన్నారు. ఉచిత పథకాల కంటే ఉచిత విద్య, ఉచిత వైద్యాన్ని అందించి మౌలిక వసతుల కోసం కేటాయింపులు పెంచడం ద్వారా ప్రజలకు మేలు జరుగుతుందని తెలిపారు. శ్రీ పొట్టి శ్రీరాములు నెల్లూరు జిల్లా వెంకటాచలం స్వర్ణ భారత్ ట్రస్ట్ ఆధ్వర్యంలో ఉచిత ఆరోగ్య వైద్య శిబిరాన్ని ఆయన ప్రారంభించారు. ఈ ఉచిత ఆరోగ్య శిబిరంలో కన్సల్టేషన్తో పాటు పలు ఆరోగ్య పరీక్షలను నిర్వహించి మందులను అందజేశారు. ప్రభుత్వాలు విద్య, వైద్యానికి మొదటి ప్రాధాన్యతను ఇచ్చిన అనంతరం వ్యవసాయం మీద కూడా ప్రత్యేక దృష్టి కేంద్రీకరించాలని వెంకయ్యనాయుడు పేర్కొన్నారు. గ్రామీణ ప్రజలకు మెరుగైన వైద్య సేవలు, అందుకు తగిన మౌలిక వసతులు అందించడం ప్రభుత్వాల విధిగా పేర్కొన్నారు. క్రింది స్థాయిలో ప్రభుత్వ పథకాల అమలు పటిష్టంగా అమలయ్యేలా జిల్లా స్థాయి అధికారులు చొరవ తీసుకోవాలని సూచించారు.
బియ్యం తిన్నా కూడా పాలిష్ తక్కువగా పెట్టుకొని దాన్ని మంచిగా పౌష్టికంగా ఆహారంగా ఎదుర్కొనాల్సిన అవసరం. కుటుంబ వ్యవస్థను బలపరుచుకోవాలా, అదొక ముఖ్యమైన విషయం. దాంతో పాటు సరైన వ్యాయామం కూడా చేయాలి. ప్రతి ఒక్కరు ఏది వీలైతే ఆ వ్యాయామం, నడక సులభమైన ఖర్చు లేదు, సైక్లింగ్ ఖర్చు లేదు, అలాగే యోగా ఖర్చు లేదు. ఆ తర్వాత మిగతా ఆటలు, మన కబడ్డీ కానీ, లేకపోతే ఖోఖో కానీ, హాకీ కానీ, టెన్నిస్ కానీ, ఇంకా ఇతర ఆటలు ఏదో చేయొచ్చు. ఆటలు ఆడడం కూడా జీవితంలో మన పిల్లలకి ఒక భాగం చేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఎంతో ఉంది. ఇవన్నీ కూడా స్వర్ణ భారత్ తన దగ్గర శిక్షణ పొందే వాళ్ళందరికీ ఈ విషయాలపైన ప్రాధాన్యక్రమాన్ని చెప్పి వాళ్ళని ప్రోత్సహిస్తోంది. మీరందరూ కూడా మీ జీవన శైలిలో ఈ మార్పులు తీసుకురావాలా. ఈ జీవన శైలిలో రావాల్సిన మార్పులు, ఆహార అలవాట్లో రావాల్సిన మార్పుల గురించి
తెలంగాణలో చాలదన్నట్లు వారి అక్రమ లావాదేవీలు ఢిల్లీ వరకు వ్యాపించాయని కేంద్ర సమాచార ప్రసార శాఖ మంత్రి అనురాగ్ సింగ్ ఠాకూర్ పేర్కొన్నారు. ఢిల్లీ మద్యం పాలసీ కేసులో ఆరోపణలు ఎదుర్కొంటున్న వారు వ్యాఖ్యలు చేయడాన్ని కేంద్ర మంత్రి ఖండించారు. తెలంగాణలో ఒక పార్టీ పాలన కాకుండా కుటుంబ పాలన సాగుతోందని మంత్రి పేర్కొన్నారు.
तेलंगाना की लूट शायद कम रह गई थी तो दिल्ली में भी लूट का कोई काम नहीं छोड़ा और जो लोग भ्रष्टाचार में शामिल हैं, जिन्होंने राज्यों को तो कंगाल कर ही दिया है लूट लूट कर, वहां एक पार्टी की नहीं एक परिवार की सरकार चल रही है। अगर किसी के ऊपर इतने गंभीर आरोप शराब घोटाले के लगे जिसमें दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री गिरफ्तार किए गए हैं, अन्य लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है, ये तो वही है कि घोटाला भी करते हैं और खुद ही अपने आप को ईमानदार भी बताते हैं, जजमेंट भी खुद ही सुनाने की बात करते हैं। क्या देश की कानून व्यवस्था पर उनका विश्वास खत्म हो गया है? उनको जांच में पूरा सहयोग देना चाहिए।
క్రీడల ద్వారా మహిళల సాధికారత సాధ్యమవుతుందని కేంద్ర క్రీడలు సమాచార ప్రసార శాఖ మంత్రి అనురాగ్ సింగ్ ఠాకూర్ అన్నారు. ఢిల్లీలో ఖేలో ఇండియా 10 का दम కార్యక్రమాన్ని మంత్రి ప్రారంభించారు. ఈ సందర్భంగా అనురాగ్ సింగ్ ఠాకూర్ మాట్లాడుతూ క్రీడల ద్వారా మహిళా స్వశక్తీకరణ సాధ్యమవుతుందన్నారు. క్రీడా రంగంలోకి వస్తున్న మహిళల సంఖ్య ఇటీవల కాలంలో పెరిగిందన్నారు. దేశంలోని 10 రాష్ట్రాల్లోని 10 వేర్వేరు క్రీడల్లో 10,000 మందికి పైగా క్రీడాకారులు పాల్గొంటున్నట్లు కేంద్ర మంత్రి తెలిపారు.
एम्पावरिंग वुमेन थ्रू स्पोर्ट्स, महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण खेलों के माध्यम से एक शुरुआत है। खेलों के क्षेत्र में महिलाओं को और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए तो 10 का दम यानी कि 10 राज्यों में 10 अलग अलग खेलों में 10,000 से ज़्यादा महिला खिलाड़ियों को भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने के लिए
పశ్చిమ గోదావరి జిల్లాలోని డాక్టర్ వైఎస్ఆర్ ఉద్యాన విశ్వవిద్యాలయంలో వాడిన పూలు పచ్చిపూల వినియోగంపై అంతర్జాతీయ సదస్సు నిర్వహించినట్లు యూనివర్సిటీ వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ డాక్టర్ టి జానకీరాం తెలిపారు. విశ్వవిద్యాలయంలో ఈ రోజు ఆయన మీడియాతో మాట్లాడుతూ బంగ్లాదేశ్ ప్రభుత్వ ప్రణాళిక వాణిజ్య ఉప కార్యదర్శి ఫిరోజ్ మాముస్ ఆధ్వర్యంలో 10 మంది మహిళా పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలు ఈ సదస్సులో పాల్గొన్నట్లు తెలిపారు. బంగ్లాదేశ్, భారత్లో విభిన్న వాతావరణ పరిస్థితులు నెలకొని ఉండడంతో పెద్ద సంఖ్యలో పూల సాగు జరుగుతోందని తెలిపారు. పచ్చి పూలు, వాడేసిన పూలను ఆదాయ వనరుగా మార్చడమే ఈ సదస్సు ముఖ్య ఉద్దేశ్యమన్నారు. ఇప్పటికే తిరుమల తిరుపతి దేవస్థానంలో స్వామివారికి వినియోగించిన పూలతో రకరకాల ఉత్పత్తులు తయారు చేస్తున్నట్లు తెలిపారు.
దాకా వారి ఆధ్వర్యంతో ఈ ప్రాసెసింగ్ అండ్ ప్రోడక్ట్ ప్రిపరేషన్ ఇన్ కట్ ఫ్లవర్ సెక్టర్లో ఈ శిక్షణా కార్యక్రమాన్ని మనం ప్రారంభించడం జరిగింది. ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో 10 మంది మహిళలు బంగ్లాదేశ్ నుంచి ఎవరైతే ఎంటర్ప్రినర్స్ ఉన్నారో వారు ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొనడం జరుగుతుంది. ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో భాగంగా ఇక్కడ మన ప్రాసెసింగ్ కమ్ వాల్యూ ఎడిషన్ అంటే స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ సెంటర్లో కూడా వీరికి డ్రై ఫ్లవర్ టెక్నాలజీలో శిక్షణా కార్యక్రమం నిర్వహించబడుతుంది. ఈ శిక్షణలో భాగంగా ఈ ఎండు పూలతోటి వాటిని ఏ విధంగా మనం ప్రాసెస్ చేసుకోవాలి, అదేవిధంగా ఈ ప్రాసెస్డ్ ఫ్లవర్స్ తోటి ఏ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ని ఏ విధంగా మనం తయారు చేసుకోవాలనేది ఈ శిక్షణా కార్యక్రమంలో వీరికి చెప్పబడుతుంది.
ఉమ్మడి పశ్చిమ గోదావరి జిల్లాలోని అన్ని న్యాయస్థానాల్లో ఈ నెల 18వ తేదీన ప్రత్యేక లోక్ అదాలత్ నిర్వహిస్తున్నామని న్యాయ సేవాధికార సంస్థ జిల్లా కార్యదర్శి జి రాజేశ్వరి తెలిపారు. ఏలూరులో ఆమె మీడియాతో మాట్లాడుతూ మహిళలకు సంబంధించిన కేసులను అదాలత్లో రాజీ చేసుకోవచ్చునన్నారు. ఈ లోక్ అదాలత్ను సద్వినియోగం చేసుకోవాలని ఆమె సూచించారు.
ఈ స్పెషల్ లోక్ అదాలత్లో స్పెషల్ కేటగిరీకి చెందిన కేసులు మట్టుకే సెటిల్ చేస్తారు. ఇందులో ముఖ్యంగా ఫ్యామిలీ మ్యాటర్స్, కన్జ్యూమర్ మ్యాటర్స్, అలాగే ఇంటెలెక్చువల్ ప్రాపర్టీ రైట్స్కి సంబంధించిన కేసులు సెటిల్ చేస్తారు. ఫ్యామిలీ మ్యాటర్స్ అనగా మెయింటెనెన్స్ కేసులు, డీవీసీ కేసులు, డొమెస్టిక్ వైలెన్స్ కింద ఫైల్ అయిన కేసులు, అలానే 498 కేసులు, అలాగే రెస్టిట్యూషన్ ఆఫ్ కాంజుగల్ రైట్స్ సెక్షన్ 9 కింద వేసిన కేసులు ఈ లోక్ అదాలత్లో పరిష్కరించుకోవచ్చు. కావున ప్రజలందరూ దీన్ని గమనించి లోక్ అదాలత్లో సత్వర న్యాయం కోసమని లోక్ అదాలత్ని అప్రోచ్ అయ్యి ఈ కేసులు పరిష్కరించుకోవాల్సిందిగా కోరుతున్నాము. ఇప్పుడు వరకు మొత్తము పెండింగ్ ఉన్న కేసులు ఫ్యామిలీ మ్యాటర్స్ 1987 కేసులు ఉమ్మడి పశ్చిమ గోదావరి జిల్లాలో పెండింగ్గా ఉన్నాయి. ఇందులో గాను 377 కేసులు ఐడెంటిఫై చేయడం అన్నది జరిగింది.
ఇప్పుడు ప్రకటనలు.
సిగ్గెందుకు పడుతున్నావు? గజ్జి, తామర, దురద అందరికీ వస్తాయి. జాలిం లోషన్ నాకు నానమిచ్చింది. చర్మ వ్యాధులకు అద్భుత పరిష్కారం అంది. జాలిం లోషన్ పురాతన యోధుడు. పురాతనమైందే మెరుగైంది. జాలిం లోషన్ ఫాస్టెస్ట్, ట్రస్టెడ్, టెస్టెడ్ తరతరాలుగా. జాలిం లోషన్.
విజయవాడ గుణదలలో నూతనంగా నిర్మించిన పోలీస్ స్టేషన్ భవనాన్ని నగర పోలీస్ కమిషనర్ కాంతిరాణా టాటా సెంట్రల్ ఎమ్మెల్యే మల్లాది విష్ణుతో కలిసి ప్రారంభించారు. ఈ సందర్భంగా సిపి మాట్లాడుతూ గుణదల పోలీస్ స్టేషన్ ఏర్పాటుతో పరిసర ప్రాంతాలలో క్రైమ్ రేటు తగ్గుతుందన్నారు. గంజాయి నిర్మూలనకు చేపట్టిన వివిధ కార్యక్రమాల ద్వారా ఎన్టీఆర్ జిల్లా కమిషనరేట్లో 80 కేసులు నమోదు చేసి 230 మందిని అరెస్టు చేశామన్నారు. మన్యం జిల్లా చింతపల్లి, పాడేరు ఏజెన్సీ ప్రాంతాల నుండి గంజాయిని విజయవాడకు తీసుకువచ్చి సరఫరా చేస్తున్న ముఠాలపై ప్రత్యేక నిఘా పెట్టామన్నారు. ఈ సందర్భంగా ఎమ్మెల్యే మల్లాది విష్ణు మాట్లాడుతూ మాచవరం ప్రాంతంలో శాంతి భద్రతలు కాపాడేందుకు, మహిళా భద్రతకు, ట్రాఫిక్ ను నియంత్రించేందుకు ఈ పోలీస్ స్టేషన్ ను ఎంతగానో ఉపయోగపడుతుందని అన్నారు.
ఈ ఏరియాలో ఏదైతే క్రైమ్ కానీ లా అండ్ ఆర్డర్ ఇష్యూస్ ఉన్నాయో, లేకపోతే ఏమైనా మన సోషల్ ఈవిల్స్, లేకపోతే ఏమైనా డ్రగ్ అబ్యూస్, లేకపోతే ఇతర ఏవైతే లా అండ్ ఆర్డర్ ఇష్యూస్ ఉన్నాయో కూడా అన్నీ కూడా చక్కగా కంట్రోల్లోకి వస్తాయని నేను ఈ సందర్భంగా ఆశిస్తున్నాను. అంతేకాకుండా గత 3 నెలలుగా మన రాష్ట్ర డీజీపీ గారి ఆదేశాల అనుసారం స్టేట్ వైడ్ యాంటీ గాంజా డ్రైవ్ కూడా చేపట్టడం జరిగింది. దీనిలో భాగంగా ఎన్టీఆర్ కమిషనరేట్లో ఈ సంవత్సరం ఇప్పటిదాకా 80 కేసెస్ మనం రిజిస్టర్ చేస్తాం. 80 కేసులు రిజిస్టర్ చేసి 230 మందిని అరెస్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. ఏవైతే ఏరియా వైజ్ లోకల్ నెట్వర్క్స్ ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో, ఎవరైతే ఈ ఏజెన్సీ నుంచి అంటే చింతపల్లి ఏజెన్సీ, పాడేరు ఏజెన్సీ నుంచి అక్కడి నుంచి తీసుకొచ్చి ఇక్కడ లోకల్గా పెడ్లర్స్కి ఇచ్చి డిస్ట్రిబ్యూట్ చేసి ఇక్కడ లోకల్ కమ్యూనిటీస్లో ఏ రకంగా ఈ గాంజాని స్ప్రెడ్ చేసే నెట్వర్క్స్ ఉన్నాయో వాటన్నిటి మీద మనము పోలీస్ స్టేషన్ వైజ్, ఏరియా వైజ్, పర్సన్ వైజ్ కూడా మనం దృష్టి పెట్టి మనం కఠినమైన చర్యలు తీసుకుంటున్నాము.
ఈ మధ్యకాలంలో మనం పోలీసు తీసుకుంటున్నటువంటి చర్యలు చూస్తే ప్రజలకి శాంతి భద్రతలు పూర్తి స్థాయిలో ఎక్కడా కూడా ఎవరికి ఎటువంటి ఇబ్బంది లేకుండా గంజాయి మీద కానీ, అలాగే డ్రగ్స్ మీద కానీ, అలాగే ఇతర నేరాలు, దొంగతనాలు, క్రైమ్ రేట్ కూడా, అలాగే ఉమెన్ సెక్యూరిటీ కూడా, మహిళలకి భద్రత కూడా, వీటన్నిటి మీదుగా బహుముఖంగా పోలీస్ కమిషనర్ గారు ఎప్పటికప్పుడు నిరంతరం 24/7, ఎందుకంటే మనకి విజయవాడ నగరం అనేక హైవేస్ కలిపి ఉంటుంది, ఎప్పుడు ఏం జరుగుతుందని అలర్ట్గా ఉంటూ గౌరవ కమిషనర్ గారు వచ్చిన తర్వాత సీసీ కెమెరాలని వివిధ పాకెట్స్లో పెట్టుకుని ఎప్పటికప్పుడు ఆపరేట్ చేసుకుంటూ ఒక ప్రజలందరూ కూడా ప్రశాంతంగా ఉండే విధంగా అటు ట్రాఫిక్లో కానీ, ఇటు శాంతి భద్రతలు కాపాడే విషయంలో కానీ ప్రత్యేకమైనటువంటి చర్యలు తీసుకుంటారు.
తిరుపతిలో ఎమ్మెల్సీ ఎన్నికలకు అన్ని ఏర్పాట్లు పూర్తి చేసినట్లు తిరుపతి జిల్లా కలెక్టర్ వెంకటరమణారెడ్డి తెలిపారు. తిరుపతి కలెక్టరేట్లో ఆయన మీడియాతో మాట్లాడుతూ ఎమ్మెల్సీ ఎన్నికలకు 138 పోలింగ్ కేంద్రాలను ఏర్పాటు చేశామని, వాటిలో 14 సమస్యాత్మక కేంద్రాలుగా కట్టుదిట్టమైన ఏర్పాట్లు చేశామని పేర్కొన్నారు. నకిలీ ఓటర్లంటూ జరుగుతున్న ప్రచారంలో వాస్తవం లేదన్నారు. ఒకే వ్యక్తికి 11 ఓట్లు ఉన్నట్లు సిపిఐ నేతలు తన దృష్టికి తీసుకొచ్చారన్నారు. ప్రశాంతమైన వాతావరణంలోనే ఎన్నికలను నిర్వహిస్తామన్నారు.
మనము డిక్లేర్ చేస్తున్నాం. ఈ క్రిటికల్ పోలింగ్ స్టేషన్స్ అంటే దానికి వస్తున్నటువంటి బందోబస్తు అనేటువంటిది సపరేట్ స్కేల్ ఉంటుంది. ఆ స్కేల్ ప్రకారము వీటన్నింటికి కూడా బందోబస్తు ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. అన్ని పోలింగ్ స్టేషన్స్లో కూడా మనం వెబ్కాస్టింగ్ పెట్టబోతుంది. అన్ని పోలింగ్ స్టేషన్స్లో కూడా సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఎంప్లాయీని ఒక మైక్రో అబ్జర్వర్గా ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. ఈ మైక్రో అబ్జర్వర్ పీఓతో కానీ, ఈవెన్ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ ఎలక్షన్ అథారిటీతో కూడా, నాకు కూడా అతను రెస్పాన్సిబుల్ కాదు, అతను డైరెక్ట్గా అబ్జర్వర్కు రెస్పాన్సిబుల్ అవుతాడు. కాబట్టి సింపుల్గా అతను ఆ పోలింగ్ స్టేషన్లో జరుగుతున్నటువంటి విషయాలన్నింటినీ నోట్ చేసుకొని దాన్ని డైరెక్టర్గా అబ్జర్వర్కి ఇస్తారు. కాబట్టి ఆ విధంగా ప్రతి పోలింగ్ స్టేషన్ కూడా మైక్రో అబ్జర్వర్ని పెడుతున్నారు. ఇది కాకుండా
పట్టభద్రుల ఎమ్మెల్సీ ఎన్నికల జాబితాలో భారీగా నకిలీ ఓటర్లను చేర్చారని అధికారులు బోగస్ ఓట్లపై చర్యలు తీసుకోవాలని పాలకొల్లు ఎమ్మెల్యే నిమ్మల రామానాయుడు అన్నారు. ఈ మేరకు చిత్తూరు జిల్లా జాయింట్ కలెక్టర్కు వినతిపత్రం సమర్పించారు. ఈ సందర్భంగా నిమ్మల రామానాయుడు మాట్లాడుతూ తిరుపతి నియోజకవర్గంలో 10వ తరగతి కూడా పాస్ కాని వ్యక్తులను గ్రాడ్యుయేట్లుగా ఓటు హక్కు కల్పించి 7,000 మందిని జాబితాలో చేర్చారని పేర్కొన్నారు.
ఏదైతే తిరుపతి నియోజకవర్గం నుండే దగ్గర 7,000 ఏదైతే డిగ్రీ సర్టిఫికెట్లు ఫార్జరీ చేసి అధికారుల సంతకాలను ఫార్జరీ చేసి అధికారుల స్టాంపులు కూడా వైఎస్ఆర్సీపీ పార్టీ నాయకులే సొంతంగా తయారు చేసుకొని ఇట్లా ఏదైతే 7,000 దొంగ ఓట్లు ఏదైతే పట్టభద్రుల నియోజకవర్గంలో నమోదు చేశారో దాని మీద మరి ఏదైతే తిరుపతిలో ఉన్నటువంటి 4 పోలీస్ స్టేషన్లోనూ కూడా 18 క్రిమినల్ కేసులు మేము నమోదు చేయడం జరిగింది. అదేవిధంగా తిరుపతి కలెక్టర్ గారికి అదేవిధంగా ఏదైతే స్టేట్ ఎలక్షన్ కమిషన్ అదేవిధంగా సెంట్రల్ ఎలక్షన్ కమిషన్ కూడా ఈరోజు మా ఎంపీలు కూడా రిప్రజెంట్ చేస్తూ ఈ యొక్క కంప్లైంట్ ఇవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది.
నంద్యాల జిల్లాలో కన్నతల్లి నుంచి తప్పిపోయి జనావాసాల్లోకి వచ్చిన 4 పులి కూనలను తల్లి వద్దకు పంపేందుకు అటవీ అధికారులు ఆపరేషన్ T-108 పేరుతో చేసిన ప్రయత్నాలు విఫలమయ్యాయి. దీంతో పులి పిల్లలను కర్నూలు జిల్లా ఆత్మకూరు నుంచి తిరుపతి ఎస్వీ జూ పార్కు ఈ ఉదయం తరలించారు. వెటర్నరీ ఆసుపత్రిలో ప్రత్యేక గదిలో వాటికి పరీక్షలు నిర్వహిస్తున్నామని తిరుపతి జూ పార్క్ ఏసీఎఫ్ నాగభూషణం తెలిపారు. పులి పిల్లల వయసు 50 రోజులు ఉంటుందని అవి ఆరోగ్యంగా ఉన్నాయని అన్నారు.
నాగభూషణం, అసిస్టెంట్ కన్జర్వేటర్ ఆఫ్ ఫారెస్ట్, ఎస్వీ జూ పార్క్, తిరుపతి. ఈరోజు మనకు సుమారు ఉదయం 7 గంటలకు ప్రాజెక్ట్ టైగర్ ఆత్మకూరు వారి దగ్గర నుంచి 4 పులి పిల్లలు రావడం జరిగింది. ఆ పులి పిల్లలను ప్రత్యేక సదుపాయం కలిగినటువంటి గదిలో ఉంచడం జరిగింది. మనకు వాటికి ఈరోజు ఉదయం కూడా వాటికి ఫీడింగ్ అనేది కూడా ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. అవి కూడా అన్ని 4 ఇచ్చినటువంటి ఫీడింగ్ అన్నీ కూడా బాగా తిన్నాయి, యాక్టివ్గా ఉన్నాయి. తదుపరి మేము హెల్త్ అడ్వైజరీ కమిటీ మెంబర్స్ కూడా మనకు ఇచ్చేస్తున్నారు. సో వారితో కూడా వాటిని ఎగ్జామిన్ చేయించి వాటికి తదుపరి మెడికేషన్ ఏది అవసరం ఉంటుందో అది కూడా మనం ఇచ్చి వాటిని మరింతగా పెంపొందించేసాం. ఎలాంటి ఇబ్బందులు లేకుండా మేము పెంపొందిస్తున్నామని జూపార్క్ తరఫున తెలియజేస్తాం.
జనసేన పార్టీ 10వ ఆవిర్భావ దినోత్సవ వేడుకల నేపథ్యంలో పార్టీ అధ్యక్షులు పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ 4 రోజుల పాటు మంగళగిరిలోని పార్టీ రాష్ట్ర కార్యాలయంలో పలు ముఖ్య సమావేశాలు సమీక్షల్లో పాల్గొంటారు. రేపు బీసీ సంక్షేమంపై రౌండ్ టేబుల్ సమావేశం నిర్వహిస్తారు. ఎల్లుండి పార్టీ రాష్ట్ర నాయకులతో సమీక్ష, పార్టీలో చేరికల అంశాలపై సమీక్ష నిర్వహిస్తారు. అనంతరం హరిరామ జోగయ్య నేతృత్వంలో కాపు సంక్షేమ సేన ప్రతినిధులతో పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ సమావేశం నిర్వహిస్తారు. 13వ తేదీ ఆవిర్భావ దినోత్సవ కార్యక్రమాలపై సమీక్షా సమావేశం నిర్వహిస్తారు. అదే రోజు రాష్ట్ర గవర్నర్ ఎస్ అబ్దుల్ నజీర్తో మర్యాదపూర్వకంగా సమావేశమవుతారు. ఇక 14వ తేదీ మచిలీపట్నంలో జరిగే ఆవిర్భావ దినోత్సవ వేడుకల్లో పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ పాల్గొంటారు. జాతీయ వార్తల సంక్షిప్త సమాహారాన్ని ఇప్పుడు చూద్దాం.
భారత్ బంగ్లా సరిహద్దుల్లో బంగారాన్ని స్మగ్లింగ్ చేసే ప్రయత్నాన్ని బీఎస్ఎఫ్ జవాన్లు భగ్నం చేశారు. సౌత్ బెంగాల్ ఫ్రాంటియర్ పరిధిలోని బోర్డర్ అవుట్ పోస్ట్ 107 బెటాలియన్ కు చెందిన జవాన్లు అంతర్జాతీయ సరిహద్దులో 23 బంగారు బిస్కెట్లను స్వాధీనం చేసుకున్నారు. వీటి విలువ దాదాపు 1.43 కోట్లుంటుంది. కర్ణాటకలోని రాయచూరు జిల్లాలో ఓటింగ్ శాతం పెంపు కోసం ప్రముఖ దర్శకుడు ఎస్ఎస్ రాజమౌళిని జిల్లా ఎన్నికల ప్రచారకర్తగా నియమించారు. ఓటు హక్కు వినియోగంపై ప్రజల్లో చైతన్యం తీసుకురావాలని నిర్ణయించామని, అందుకు రాజమౌళి సరైన వ్యక్తి అని భావించినట్లు ఎన్నికల అధికారి నాయక్ తెలిపారు. రాయచూరు జిల్లా మాన్వి తాలూకాలోని అమరేశ్వర క్యాంపులోనే రాజమౌళి జన్మించారు. రాజమౌళి పేరును రాష్ట్ర ఎన్నికల కమిషన్ కు సిఫార్సు చేశామని, రాజమౌళి కూడా అందుకు అంగీకరించినట్లు చెప్పారు. ప్రతిపాదిత డిజిటల్ ఇండియా చట్టం విధి విధానాలకు సంబంధించి కేంద్ర ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ ఐటీ శాఖ సహాయ మంత్రి రాజు చంద్రశేఖర్ పరిశ్రమ వర్గాలతో సంప్రదింపులు నిర్వహించారు. స్పై కెమెరా, గ్లాసెస్, వేరబుల్ డివైజ్లు వంటి గ్యాడ్జెట్లు సేకరించే డేటాను హ్యాండిల్ చేయడానికి సంబంధించి నిబంధనలపై చర్చించారు. వీటిని విక్రయించే దశలోనే కేవైసీ నిబంధనల్ని వర్తింపచేయడం తదితర అంశాలపై సమాలోచనలు జరిపారు. మహారాష్ట్ర ఉప ముఖ్యమంత్రి దేవేంద్ర ఫడ్నవీస్ నిన్న అసెంబ్లీలో రాష్ట్ర బడ్జెట్ ప్రవేశపెట్టారు. పంచామృతం సూత్రం ఆధారంగా రైతులు, మహిళలు, యువత, ఉపాధి, పర్యావరణంపై దృష్టి సారించామని రాష్ట్ర బడ్జెట్ను సమర్పించారు. వచ్చే 3 ఏళ్లలో 10 లక్షల గృహాలు నిర్మించడంతో పాటు ఈ ఏడాది ముంబై మెట్రోపాలిటన్ రీజియన్లో 50 కిలోమీటర్ల మేర మెట్రో లైన్లు అందుబాటులోకి రానుందని బడ్జెట్ ప్రసంగంలో వెల్లడించారు.
భారత్ ఆస్ట్రేలియా జట్ల మధ్య బోర్డర్ గావస్కర్ ట్రోఫీ 4వ టెస్టు మ్యాచ్ రెండో రోజు ఆట ముగిసింది. తొలి ఇన్నింగ్స్లో ఆస్ట్రేలియా 480 పరుగులకు ఆలౌట్ అయింది. ఉస్మాన్ ఖవాజా అత్యధికంగా 180 పరుగులు చేయగా కామరూన్ గ్రీన్ 114 పరుగులతో సెంచరీలు సాధించారు. అనంతరం తొలి ఇన్నింగ్స్ను ప్రారంభించిన టీమిండియా రెండో రోజు ఆట ముగిసే సమయానికి వికెట్ నష్టపోకుండా 36 పరుగులు చేసింది. రోహిత్ శర్మ 17 పరుగులతో, శుభ్మన్ గిల్ 18 పరుగులతో క్రీజులో ఉన్నారు. దూరదర్శన్ వార్తల సమాప్తం. నమస్కారం.
మన డెజర్ట్ వచ్చేసింది కానీ మన ఛాంపియన్ ఇంకా రాలేదు. మరి బిల్ ఇచ్చే ముందేనే వస్తుందంటారా? సో గర్ల్స్, ఏంటట సంగతి? బిల్లట సంగతి ఏది? నీ కాడి పిన్ని. ఆర్బీఐ అంటుంది మీ పిన్, ఓటీపీ, సివివి లేదా ఇంటర్నెట్ బ్యాంకింగ్ పాస్వర్డ్ ఎవరికీ ఇవ్వొద్దు. ఆన్లైన్ బ్యాంకింగ్ మీ సొంత కంప్యూటర్, మొబైల్ ఇంకా సెక్యూర్ నెట్వర్క్ నుంచే చెయ్యండి. తినడం ఛాంపియన్షిప్ జరిగిందా? ఆర్బీఐ అంటుంది విషయాలు తెలుసుకోండి, జాగరూకంగా ఉండండి.
हर दिन हर पल बनती खबरें, बदलती दुनिया, हम लेकर आते हैं आपके लिए बड़ी खबरें, संपूर्ण कवरेज ताकि आप रहें खबरों के बीच हमारे साथ। मिड डे प्राइम हिंदी सोमवार से शुक्रवार दोपहर 1 बजे सिर्फ डीडी न्यूज पर।
देख रहे हैं, मैं हूं अशोक के और कोई फैक्ट चेक करना चाहता है कि राजनीति आज सवाल है।
आसान नहीं होता सच के लिए लड़ना।
जिसकी आवाज कोई नहीं बनेगा, उसकी आवाज हम बने।
जो डर जाते हैं वो झूठ से कहां टकराते हैं।
जो गरीब के स्कूल में, गरीब के स्वास्थ्य के लिए खर्च होना चाहिए, वो लूट कर इन्होंने अमीर ठेकेदारों को दे दिया।
सच को जानना हो तो झूठ पर करना होता है प्रहार, हर बार बार बार।
मैंने आपसे पूछा, आपने ठीक है नहीं कहा ना आपने।
और कोई मुद्दा नहीं है तो सोनिया गांधी की गुडबुक में मैं अपना नाम गोल्डन अक्षरों में कैसे दाखिल करूं?
इसलिए न फेक न्यूज न झूठ, हमेशा सच के साथ 2-2। देखिए मेरे साथ 2-2 सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 9 बजे सिर्फ डीडी न्यूज पर।
G20 नए विचारों की परिकल्पना के लिए और सामूहिक एक्शन को गति देने के लिए एक ग्लोबल प्राइम मूवर की तरह काम करें। वैश्विक विकास महिलाओं की भागीदारी के बिना संभव नहीं है। भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता की थीम वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर में पूर्ण रूप से समाहित है।
G20 की हर एक खबर देश के अलग अलग शहरों से हर पल डीडी न्यूज पर।
राजनीति की चाल से
नमस्कार, मैं हूं अश्विनी कुमार मिश्र। ऑस्ट्रेलियाई प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी एल्बनीज
भारत यात्रा पर आए हैं। ये उनकी पहली भारत यात्रा है। गुरुवार को प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ वो अहमदाबाद क्रिकेट स्टेडियम पहुंचे, जहां भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच टेस्ट मैच जहां खेला जा रहा था, उसको उन्होंने देखा भी। प्रधानमंत्री ने इसे लेकर ट्वीट किया और उन्होंने कहा कि दोनों देशों के बीच इस प्रतिस्पर्धा के केंद्र में वास्तविक सम्मान है, जो हमारे लोगों के बीच स्नेह और दोस्ती को दर्शाता है। एल्बनीज दूसरे ऑस्ट्रेलियाई प्रधानमंत्री हैं जो 4 दिवसीय भारत यात्रा पर आए हैं। भारत यात्रा करने वाले वे अपने देश के ऐसे नेता हैं जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ अहमदाबाद भी गए। अहमदाबाद में प्रधानमंत्री एल्बनीज ने अपने ट्वीट में कहा, खेल मैदान से बाहर हम एक बेहतर दुनिया बनाने के लिए आपस में सहयोग कर रहे हैं। और आज दिल्ली में शुक्रवार को पहला भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया वार्षिक शिखर सम्मेलन का भी आयोजन किया गया। हैदराबाद हाउस में भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया वार्षिक शिखर बैठक हुई। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री दोनों नेताओं के बीच प्रतिनिधिमंडल स्तर की बातचीत हुई और दोनों देशों के संबंधों को और मजबूत करने और सहयोग को बढ़ाने पर विस्तार से चर्चा हुई। शिखर वार्ता के बाद दोनों नेताओं ने साझा प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर दोनों देशों के संबंधों को सहज, स्वाभाविक बताते हुए एक विश्वस्त भागीदार और रणनीतिक साझेदार भी बताया। कितनी महत्वपूर्ण है वर्तमान वैश्विक परिप्रेक्ष्य में ऑस्ट्रेलियाई प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी एल्बनीज की भारत यात्रा, और कैसे ये यात्रा दोनों देशों के परस्पर संबंधों को नया आयाम दे रहा है, आज हम इसी विषय पर चर्चा करेंगे इस विशेष कार्यक्रम में और जानेंगे विशेषज्ञों की राय। हमारे साथ 2 खास मेहमान जुड़ रहे हैं। हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं अनिल वाधवा जी, जो कि फॉर्मर सेक्रेटरी हैं, सेक्रेटरी ईस्ट रहे हैं भारत के विदेश मंत्रालय में, और साथ ही साथ हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं प्रोफेसर हर्षवर्धन पंत जी, जो कि डिस्टिंग्विश्ड फेलो हैं ORF यानी ऑब्जर्वर रिसर्च फाउंडेशन दिल्ली में। हम चर्चा करेंगे अपने खास मेहमानों से, जानेंगे उनकी टिप्पणी, लेकिन आइए आपको दिखाते हैं क्या हुआ पहले भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया शिखर सम्मेलन।
मजबूत दोस्ती और द्विपक्षीय सहयोग को नई ऊंचाई देने वाली ये बड़ी पहल है। दिल्ली के हैदराबाद हाउस में पहली भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया वार्षिक शिखर बैठक के दौरान मित्रता और गर्मजोशी साफ देखी जा सकती थी। बैठक में भारतीय प्रतिनिधिमंडल का नेतृत्व प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रतिनिधिमंडल का नेतृत्व वहां के प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी अल्बनीजी ने किया। दोनों पक्षों ने संबंधों को और अधिक मजबूत करने और सहयोग बढ़ाने पर विस्तार से चर्चा की। दोनों देशों के बीच कई क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर सहमति बनी। दोनों देशों ने खेल और युवा मामलों में सहयोग के लिए सहमति पत्र का आदान प्रदान किया। ऑडियो विजुअल साझा निर्माण के लिए भी समझौता हुआ। समझौता पत्र का आदान प्रदान सूचना एवं प्रसारण सचिव अपूर्व चंद्र और भारत में ऑस्ट्रेलियाई उच्चायुक्त के बीच हुआ। दोनों देशों के बीच सोलर टास्क फोर्स और नवाचार के क्षेत्र में सहयोग बढ़ाने संबंधी पत्रों का भी आदान प्रदान हुआ। संयुक्त वक्तव्य में दोनों प्रधानमंत्रियों ने संबंधों को और अधिक मजबूत करने की प्रतिबद्धता जताई। पीएम मोदी ने दोनों देशों के बीच बढ़ते रक्षा सहयोग का जिक्र किया।
आज हमारे बीच इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र में मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी और आपसी रक्षा और सुरक्षा सहयोग बढ़ाने पर विस्तार से चर्चा हुई। रक्षा के क्षेत्र में हमने पिछले कुछ सालों में उल्लेखनीय एग्रीमेंट्स किए हैं, जिनमें एक दूसरे की सेनाओं के लिए लॉजिस्टिक्स सपोर्ट भी शामिल है।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने ऑस्ट्रेलिया में मंदिरों पर हमले की घटनाओं को चिंताजनक बताया। उन्होंने इस मामले को अपने ऑस्ट्रेलियाई समकक्ष के सामने रखा। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पीएम ने उन्हें जरूरी कदम उठाने का आश्वासन दिया।
यह खेद का विषय है कि पिछले कुछ सप्ताहों से ऑस्ट्रेलिया में मंदिरों पर हमलों की खबरें नियमित रूप से आ रही है। स्वाभाविक है कि ऐसे समाचार भारत में सभी लोगों को चिंतित करते हैं, हमारे मन को व्यथित करते हैं। हमारी इन भावनाओं और चिंताओं को मैंने प्रधानमंत्री एल्बनीजी के समक्ष रखा और उन्होंने मुझे आश्वस्त किया है कि भारतीय समुदाय की सेफ्टी उनके लिए विशेष प्राथमिकता है। इस विषय पर हमारी टीम्स नियमित संपर्क में रहेगी और यथासंभव सहयोग करेगी।
पीएम मोदी ने भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच परस्पर शैक्षणिक मान्यता संबंधी एक तंत्र स्थापित किए जाने को छात्रों के लिए लाभकारी बताया। उन्होंने सौर ऊर्जा और व्यापार सहित कई क्षेत्रों में द्विपक्षीय सहयोग को सराहा।
पिछले साल लागू हुए ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट एकता से दोनों देशों के बीच ट्रेड और इन्वेस्टमेंट के बेहतर अवसर खुले हैं। और हमारी टीमें कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन एग्रीमेंट पर भी काम कर रही है।
ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पीएम ने अपने वक्तव्य में कहा कि हिंद प्रशांत सहित समुद्र क्षेत्र में सहयोग के लिए दोनों देशों में सहमति बनी है। उन्होंने आशा व्यक्त की कि दोनों देशों के बीच एक व्यापक आर्थिक सहयोग समझौता इसी साल तय कर लिया जाएगा।
We also agreed on an early conclusion of our ambitious, comprehensive economic cooperation agreement as soon as possible, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to finalise that this year. This transformational deal will realise the full potential of the bilateral economic relationship, creating new employment opportunities and raising living standards for the people of both Australia and India.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री ने दोनों देशों के बीच हुए ऑडियो विजुअल साझा निर्माण समझौते को अहम बताया।
We also discussed the potential presented by the India-Australia audio-visual co-production agreement that has been exchanged here today. This agreement will support skilled jobs, creative exchange and the development of screen projects of cultural significance in both countries.
इससे पहले ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री का राष्ट्रपति भवन में औपचारिक स्वागत किया गया। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने उनका गर्मजोशी से स्वागत किया। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री को गार्ड ऑफ ऑनर भी दिया गया। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पीएम ने राजघाट पहुंचकर बापू को श्रद्धांजलि भी अर्पित की। अमृतपाल सिंह, सुधीर यादव और गिरीश निशाना के साथ ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, डीडी न्यूज।
और इस विशेष कार्यक्रम में हम चर्चा करेंगे कितनी महत्वपूर्ण है यात्रा और कैसे परस्पर संबंधों को मिलेगा नया आयाम। हमारे साथ दो खास मेहमान हैं। हमारे साथ हैं फॉर्मर सेक्रेटरी ईस्ट और साथ ही साथ है हमारे साथ ORF के डिस्टिंग्विश फेलो। सबसे पहले आपसे अनिल वाधवा साहब, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे कि किस मायने में विशिष्ट पहली बार शिखर सम्मेलन का आयोजन, वो भी नई दिल्ली में, सहमति हर साल इसको आयोजित किए जाने की बनी है। दोनों देश इससे क्वाड जैसे अन्य समूहों में भी शामिल हैं। बावजूद इसके अलग से एक शिखर सम्मेलन दिल्ली में और हर साल इसके आयोजित किए जाने की जो परंपरा की शुरुआत हुई, कितना अहम परस्पर रणनीतिक संबंधों को देखते हुए?
कुछ वर्षों से हम देख रहे हैं कि भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के संबंध लगातार ऊंचाई पर चढ़ रहे हैं और ये कई क्षेत्रों में हमें देखने को मिला है। तो ट्रेड और इन्वेस्टमेंट की बात करें या फिर स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप, कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की बात करें या फिर साइबर सिक्योरिटी, फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन की बात करें, रेजिलिएंट सप्लाई चेन्स और डिफेंस कोऑपरेशन, कई सारे क्षेत्रों में हमने देखा है कि भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के संबंध बेहतर हुए चले जा रहे हैं। ना इसके चलते पिछले साल भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया ने ये तय किया था कि ये ज़रूरी है कि हर साल एक समिट लेवल मीटिंग की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की जाए जिसमें ये सारे मुद्दे डिस्कस हों और आगे कैसे बढ़ना है और इस कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप को कैसे बढ़ोतरी पर ले जाना है, इसके ऊपर डिस्कशन बहुत ज़रूरी है। उसके चलते ये पहली बार है कि इस तरह की समिट मीटिंग भारत में आयोजित की गई है। और इस साल अगर हम देखें तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी भी ऑस्ट्रेलिया में होंगे। क्वाड समिट जो है वो ऑस्ट्रेलिया में हो रही है मई के महीने में। उसके बाद प्राइम मिनिस्टर अल्बनीजी वापस नई दिल्ली आएंगे G20 समिट के लिए। तो ये जो रिलेशनशिप है लगातार आगे बढ़ती चली जा रही है।
जी, प्रोफेसर हर्षवर्धन पंत जी, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे, आज जो संयुक्त बयान दोनों नेताओं ने जारी किया प्रतिनिधिमंडल स्तर की बातचीत के बाद, साफ कहा गया कि इंडो पैसिफिक हिंद प्रशांत क्षेत्र की सुरक्षा और हित और वहां पर निर्बाध नौगमन, इसके दोनों देश पक्षधर हैं। वर्तमान वैश्विक चुनौतियों को देखते हुए और साथ ही साथ जिस तरीके से मुंबई में जाकर INS विक्रांत का दौरा प्रधानमंत्री अल्बनीज ने किया, जिस तरीके से मालाबार संयुक्त अभ्यास की बात आयोजित किए जाने की बात कहेगी, किस रूप में ये संदेश पूरी दुनिया को दिए जाने का प्रयास है? आप शायद अनम्यूट कर दें, आपकी आवाज हमें नहीं मिल रही प्रोफेसर पंत जी। आपकी आवाज हमें नहीं मिल पा रही है।
मैं तो अनम्यूटेड ही हूँ
जी
वैसे।
जी प्लीज, अब मिल रही है, आप बोलें।
देखिए, हिंद प्रशांत की जहां तक सुरक्षा का सवाल है, पिछले कुछ सालों में हमने देखा है कि भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया ने उस हिंद प्रशांत फ्रेमवर्क को, इंडो पैसिफिक फ्रेमवर्क को एक नया आयाम दिया है और उसके तहत उसके चारों तरफ एक नई जो अपनी इस फॉरेन पॉलिसी, नेशनल सिक्योरिटी स्ट्रैटेजी है, उसको बनाने की कोशिश करी है। और इसमें जहां तक दोनों देश हैं, चाहे वो ऑस्ट्रेलिया हो या इंडिया हो, दोनों ही देश उनका जो फ्रेम ऑफ रेफरेंस है वो एक सा है। दोनों ही देश जो चुनौतियां हैं हिंद प्रशांत में, उनको एक ही तरह से समझते हैं, देखते हैं। और उसके तहत जिस तरह से दोनों साथ आए हैं और जिस तरह से उन्होंने हिंद प्रशांत को केंद्र में रखकर अपने बायलैटरल द्विपक्षीय संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाया है, बल्कि मल्टीलैटरल फॉर्मेट में भी उसको आगे ले गए हैं, चाहे वो क्वाड का मसला हो या मालाबार एक्सरसाइजेज हो, उसमें सिक्योरिटी और डिफेंस का बहुत बड़ा रोल हम देख रहे हैं। और दोनों ही देश, जैसा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने भी अपने वक्तव्य में कहा कि चर्चा हुई इस बात को लेकर कि तरह से दोनों देश ज्यादा और काम कर सकते हैं रक्षा क्षेत्र में। और हमने ऑलरेडी लॉजिस्टिक्स एग्रीमेंट जो साइन किया है, वो एक तरह से इस रिलेशनशिप को गति देता है, स्ट्रेटेजिक जो फ्रेमवर्क है उसको गति देता है कि आगे आने वाले समय में जिस तरह की सामरिक चुनौतियां दोनों देश फेस कर रहे हैं, उसमें चाहे वो चीन का आक्रामक रुख हो या हिंद प्रशांत में जो मैरिटाइम स्पेस है उसमें टर्बुलेंस हो, उसको देखते हुए दोनों के हित इस बात से जुड़े हैं कि कैसे जो लाइक माइंडेड कंट्रीज हैं, जो एक साथ सोचती हैं और जिनके हित जुड़े हुए हैं, वो एक साथ आए और एक ऐसा गठबंधन बनाए जहां पर न सिर्फ सुरक्षा उनके हित में रहे, बल्कि सुरक्षित रहे, बल्कि प्रॉस्पेरिटी जो है, कॉमन प्रॉस्पेरिटी, इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट जो दोनों की प्रायोरिटीज है, वो भी आगे बढ़ पाए। तो मुझे लगता
साझा
है
हित और साझा प्रगति दोनों निश्चित किया जा सके। हम चर्चा जारी रखेंगे, लेकिन वक्त हो चला एक बेहद छोटे से ब्रेक का। देखते रहिए डीडी न्यूज।
शुरू करो, डालो बुनियाद, घर महल नजर आएगा। वंडर लाइए, वंडर अपनाइए, फर्क नजर आएगा। वंडर सीमेंट, फर्क नजर आएगा।
3 महीने में पैसे डबल, वाह। फास्ट और हाई रिटर्न्स भी। क्या स्कीम है? कल तो नहीं थी यहाँ, और कल होगा भी नहीं। तूने कभी 5 ओवर में डबल सेंचुरी मारी है? ऐसे स्कीम के बहकावे में आके हम धोखा खा सकते हैं। और आरबीआई कहता है अपना पैसा सुरक्षित रखो और समझदारी से निवेश करो। अगर ज्यादा रिटर्न के पीछे भागोगे तो रिस्क भी उतना ही उठाओगे, और फास्ट रिटर्न से बच के, और फास्ट बॉलिंग से भी।
आरबीआई कहता है जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
त्वचा का एक वादा, मैसूर सैंडल गोल्ड, अपने अंदर की खूबसूरती को जगाइए।
पता है, लोग अक्सर मुझसे पूछते हैं कॉल सेंटर का स्टेडी जॉब क्यों छोड़ा? आई वांटेड मोर आउट ऑफ लाइफ। बस मैंने अपना स्टार्टअप शुरू किया। जानना चाहोगे कैसे? Then start up your own business as an LIC agent. यहाँ सब कुछ है, great products, zero investment, leading organization and unlimited opportunities. तो क्या आप तैयार हैं? LIC एजेंट बनो, अब बड़ा सोचो।
हमारी वेबसाइट पर जाएं या अपनी नजदीकी LIC शाखा से संपर्क करें।
ब्रेक के बाद आप सभी का स्वागत है। हम बात कर रहे हैं ऑस्ट्रेलियाई प्रधानमंत्री की भारत यात्रा की और इसके निहितार्थ और कैसे दोनों देशों के संबंध होंगे और मजबूत। अनिल वाधवा जी और प्रोफेसर हर्षवर्धन पंत हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। अनिल वाधवा जी, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे कि अगर देखें दोनों देशों के संयुक्त बयान में ये भी कहा गया कि इससे पहले दिसंबर में जो एकटा यानी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हुआ था, अब कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक कॉर्पोरेशन एग्रीमेंट पर भी काम चल रहा है, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा, और ऑस्ट्रेलिया प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा जल्दी ही इसको अमली जामा पहनाया जाएगा। कैसे ये परस्पर व्यापारिक वाणिज्यिक हितों को और ज्यादा मजबूत करेगा? काफी वृद्धि एकटा से ही हुई है दिसंबर से 1 साल के दौरान में।
जी, तो जैसे हमने साझा बयान में देखा कि अब जो एक्टा की एग्रीमेंट है 29 दिसंबर 2022 को ये इसकी एंट्री इनटू फोर्स हुई थी, और इसके चलते भारत के 96% जो एक्सपोर्ट्स हैं उन पर 0% ड्यूटी फोर्स में आ गई है। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के जो एक्सपोर्ट्स हैं इंडिया में उस पे भी आगे चलकर करीब 90% की जो जो एक्सपोर्ट्स हैं उन पर 0% ड्यूटी लागू होगी। तो इस तरह से दोनों देशों के लिए ये एक विन विन सिचुएशन है। लेकिन हमने देखा है कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया और भारत के जो व्यापारिक संबंध हैं वो तभी आगे बढ़ सकते हैं जब इसके सामने निवेश हो, क्योंकि भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया की कमोडिटीज पर काफी डिपेंड करेगा अपने ई मोबिलिटी प्रोग्राम के लिए। और जो नई टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं जैसे हाइड्रोजन है और सोलर की टेक्नोलॉजी है जिसके ऊपर आज सहमति बनी है इस विजिट के दौरान, तो हम देखेंगे कि अगर निवेश होगा तो बायलैटरल ट्रेड नेचुरली आगे और भी बढ़ेगा। हालांकि एस्टिमेट्स के मुताबिक हम एस्टिमेट ये कहते हैं कि 2027 तक जो बायलैटरल ट्रेड है वो अभी जो $27 बिलियन है वो बढ़कर $45 बिलियन तक पहुंच जाएगा। लेकिन जब तक हम निवेश के ऊपर ध्यान नहीं देंगे ये नहीं हो सकता। सो द कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक पार्टनरशिप एग्रीमेंट जो है निवेश के ऊपर ध्यान देगी और बाकी बड़ी काफी चीजें जो एक्टा में छूट गई थी जैसे कि गवर्नमेंट प्रोक्योरमेंट है वो ऑस्ट्रेलिया के लिए बहुत है।
जी प्रोफेसर पंत, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे, जो पीपल टू पीपल कांटेक्ट की बात कही जाती है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में भारतीय मूल के लोग या फिर भारतवंशियों की संख्या बेहद महत्वपूर्ण है और अब जबकि 75 वर्ष हमारे आज़ादी के हुए हैं, बहुत सारे विशिष्ट ऐसे जेस्चर दिखाए गए हैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया के द्वारा कि हम भारत की इस जश्न में और इस यात्रा में हम सहयात्री के रूप में हैं। किस रूप में देखते हैं अब जबकि दोनों देशों के बीच छात्रों के विश्वविद्यालयों की स्थापना की बात हो रही है, डिग्रियों की समानता के आधार पर उसको रिकॉग्नाइज करने की बातें कही जा रही हैं, ये कितना दूरगामी प्रभाव डालेगा?
देखिए, ये सबसे बड़ा परिवर्तन जो भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच में के संबंधों में आया है वो ये है कि अब ये संबंध सिर्फ टॉप डाउन नहीं है कि दोनों देशों की जो लीडरशिप है वो इसको ड्राइव कर रही है, बल्कि एक तरह से बॉटम अप भी हो गए हैं, जहां पर जो पीपल टू पीपल इंगेजमेंट है वो बहुत स्केल उसका बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ा है पिछले कुछ सालों में। और इसमें सबसे बड़ा योगदान स्टूडेंट्स ने दिया है। इंडियन जो मिडिल क्लासेस हैं वो अपने बच्चों को पढ़ने के लिए ऑस्ट्रेलिया का एक इम्पॉर्टेंट डेस्टिनेशन के तौर पर देख रहे हैं और ऑस्ट्रेलिया में वृद्धि हुई है इंडियन प्रोफेशनल्स की, इंडियन स्टूडेंट्स की। तो उसको लेकर जो एक वातावरण बना है वो काफी प्रोडक्टिव इंगेजमेंट दोनों की तरफ से हुई है। और उसी को देखते हुए हमने देखा कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया की जो यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, डीकिन यूनिवर्सिटी जो है वो पहली यूनिवर्सिटी बन गई है जिसने ये एक हिंदुस्तान में अपना कैंपस खोलने की बात कर रखी है और आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। तो और स्टूडेंट जो कम्युनिटी है उसमें भी आज जो ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर एल्बनीजी के दौरे में ये डिक्लेयर किया गया कि दोनों की जो एजुकेशनल क्वालिफिकेशंस हैं वो रिकग्नाइज करेंगे एक दूसरे के देश में। तो वो जो एक पीपल टू पीपल इंगेजमेंट ने जो एक नया मोमेंटम इसको दिया है उसको दरकिनार नहीं किया जा सकता, जबकि हम सामरिक और आर्थिक मुद्दों की बात कर रहे हैं। और उसने एक नई एक ड्राइव इस रिलेशनशिप को दी है जिसके चलते जिसका आप जिक्र कर रहे थे, 75वें साल में ऑस्ट्रेलिया ये चाह रहा है कि वो भारत के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर आगे बढ़ पाए। उसकी एक बड़ी मिसाल पीपल टू पीपल एंगेजमेंट भी है।
जी, हम चर्चा जारी रखेंगे, वक्त है एक और छोटे से ब्रेक का। देखते रहिए डीडी न्यूज।
सर, आपका केवाईसी अपडेट करना है, नहीं तो अकाउंट और एटीएम कार्ड ब्लॉक हो जाएगा।
सावधान सावधान, 2.5 करोड़ का इनाम मुझे। देखिए, अनजाने कॉल्स, फर्जी ईमेल्स, लिंक्स और जाली ऐप से अपना पिन, ओटीपी, पासवर्ड कभी भी किसी के साथ शेयर न करें। आप रहेंगे सावधान तो नहीं होगा नुकसान। आरबीआई कहता है, जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
कौन सा परफ्यूम है? परफ्यूम बहुत फ्रेश लग रहे हो। पार्लर गई थी? नो पार्लर नो फेशियल। ये है मेरा फेवरेट सोप। ये एकमात्र साबुन है जो आत्मविश्वास देता है, मैसूर सैंडल सोप।
ब्रेक के बाद आप सभी का स्वागत। हम बात कर रहे हैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री के भारत दौरे की। प्रोफेसर पंत, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे, अगर क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स की बात करें या फिर ग्रीन एनर्जी की बात करें, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन की बात करें, इसमें भी दोनों देशों के आपसी संबंध और तकनीकी सहयोग भी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। कितना और आगे बढ़ेंगे हरित ऊर्जा के लिए और विश्व की ऊर्जा जरूरतों को पूरा करने के लिए?
बहुत ज़रूरी एलिमेंट है ये दोनों ही जिनका आपने जिक्र किया, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स और रिन्यूएबल सेक्टर में ऑस्ट्रेलिया और भारत का साथ आना। क्योंकि जो ऑस्ट्रेलिया है वो भी एक कोशिश कर रहा है कि वो जो उसकी ओवर डिपेंडेंस है चीन के ऊपर वो कम हो, और उसमें जो क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स की जो उसकी ज़्यादातर खपत थी वो चीन की तरफ जा रही थी। तो उसको देखते हुए इस दौरे से पहले ही ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री ने बात कही कि वो चाह रहे हैं डाइवर्सिफिकेशन हो और कैसे ट्रस्टेड पार्टनरशिप वो बनाए भारत जैसे देश के साथ, जो कि जापान, साउथ कोरिया और भारत, इन तीन देशों का उन्होंने नाम लिया। और उन्होंने कहा कि हम चाहते हैं कि हमारे जो पार्टनर्स हैं वो डाइवर्सिफिकेशन हो वो पोर्टफोलियो में। तो वो जो बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट मैसेज है कि चीन के ऊपर ओवर डिपेंडेंस को कम करना, चीन के ऊपर जो एक डिपेंडेंस बन गई है ऑस्ट्रेलिया की, उसको देखते हुए उसके जो राजनीतिक और स्ट्रेटेजिक इम्प्लीकेशंस है उसको देखते हुए वो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और रिन्यूएबल सेक्टर में हमने देखा कि किस तरह से आज भी बात जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट में बात की गई, और ये बहुत बड़ा एक जैसे जैसे भारत रिन्यूएबल सेक्टर को अपनी कोर इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ का सेंटर बनाएगा, उसमें ऑस्ट्रेलिया का एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट
महत्वपूर्ण योगदान होगा। चलते चलते अनिल वाधवा साहब आपसे जानना चाहेंगे, 4 दिन का दौरा, मुंबई जाना, अहमदाबाद जाना, साथ साथ क्रिकेट खेल देखना, और उसके बाद आईएनएस विक्रांत पर चहलकदमी करना, कॉकपिट में जाना, लड़ाकू विमानों की तैनाती के साथ साथ उनके हमारे जवानों की हौसला अफजाई करना, क्या कूटनीति, क्या जेस्चर पूरी दुनिया को जाता है। हम एक नई पारी, नई पिच पर हैं संबंधों के।
जी, अगर हम देखें तो ये कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की एक मैनिफेस्टेशन है। ये 4 दिन की जो विजिट हुई है उसमें हर फैसेट कवर किया गया है, स्पोर्ट्स से लेकर स्ट्रेटेजिक इश्यूज जो डिस्कस हुए हैं और जो एग्रीमेंट्स आज साइन हुई हैं। और डिफेंस के मामले में जैसे कि आपने बताया, आईएनएस विक्रांत के ऊपर एल्बनीजी का जाना, ये एक अपने आप में एक बड़ा सिग्नल दुनिया भर को देता है कि भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया डिफेंस कोऑपरेशन में आगे बढ़ चुके हैं और एक पॉइंट पर पहुंच चुके हैं जहां इनकी कोऑपरेशन आगे बढ़ाने में और मजबूती मिलेगी। और अगर हम देखें तो साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी का मुद्दा हो या फिर इन्वेस्टमेंट्स या ट्रेड का मुद्दा हो, सभी पर डिस्कशन हुआ है। यहाँ तक कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जो मंदिरों पर अटैक्स हुए हैं वो भी प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी ने आज उठाए हैं।
हाँ, बेहद संजीदगी से उसको कहा गया और अपनी चिंता भी व्यक्त की गई। बेहद समय कम है। अनिल वाधवा साहब, प्रोफेसर पंत जी, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इस कार्यक्रम में अपनी विशेषज्ञ राय देने के लिए। तो स्पष्ट है कि 4 दिन की इस यात्रा के दौरान भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया संबंध नई पिच पर हैं, नई पारी खेलने जा रहे हैं, और साथ ही साथ ये पूरी दुनिया के लिए और खासकर हिंद प्रशांत क्षेत्र में स्वतंत्र नौवहन, स्वतंत्र आवागमन और पूरी दुनिया में रूल बेस्ड ऑर्डर का समर्थन करते हुए परस्पर हित और परस्पर प्रगति के लिए नई रूपरेखा तय कर रहे हैं। तो इस विशेष कार्यक्रम में फिलहाल इतना ही। देश और दुनिया की ताजा तरीन खबरों के लिए देखते रहिए डीडी न्यूज। नमस्कार।
राजनीति की चाल से
दुनिया के हाल तक,
खेल के मैदान से किसान के खलियान तक,
दिन भर की हर छोटी बड़ी खबर को समेटे
खबर के हर किरदार को दिखाते हैं हम। डीडी न्यूज का प्राइम टाइम शो, सटीक और भरोसेमंद खबरें, खबर ही नहीं खबर का विश्लेषण भी,
नए तेवर,
नए कलेवर,
नई धार
और नई रफ्तार के साथ
देखिए न्यूज नाइट हर रात 8 बजे सिर्फ डीडी न्यूज पर।
दिन भर की सुर्खियों से अलग खबरों की दुनिया और भी है। खबरें जो आपको दे नया नजरिया, खबरें जिसमें दिखे समाज की परछाई, ऐसी खबरें जो कहती हैं न्यू इंडिया की कहानी, खबरें जो है अनछुई, कुछ खट्टी कुछ मीठी, हम लाते हैं आपके लिए ढूंढकर खबर हटकर, सोमवार से शुक्रवार सिर्फ डीडी न्यूज पर।
हमारी दिल्ली जो कभी आबाद थी आज हमसे लूट ली गई।
तुम्हारी किस्मत में वतन के लिए लड़ना लिखा है, जाओ जंग जारी रखो।
एक वक्त खान हमारे पास भी है, न्यू जनरल एस्टल विल्सन।
हमला! हिंदुस्तान जिंदाबाद!
हर दिन हर पल बनती खबरें, बदलती दुनिया, हम लेकर आते हैं आपके लिए बड़ी खबरें, संपूर्ण कवरेज ताकि आप रहें खबरों के बीच हमारे साथ। मिड डे प्राइम हिंदी सोमवार से शुक्रवार दोपहर 1 बजे सिर्फ डीडी न्यूज पर।
ये हमारी दिल्ली जो कभी आबाद थी आज हमसे लूट ली गई।
बादशाह हुजूर, शहर के हालात बिगड़ते जा रहे हैं, हिंदू मुस्लिम आपस में लड़ रहे हैं। ऐसा लगता है जैसे फिरंगियों की चाल है ये।
लेकिन ये हार नहीं।
LIC हर पल आपके साथ और वंडर सीमेंट, जब दिल में हो जज्बात तभी होती है एक परफेक्ट शुरुआत।
बहुत बहुत स्वागत आप सबका। आप देख रहे हैं न्यूज नाइट, आपके साथ मैं हूं ममता चोपड़ा। जब भी आप अपना कोई इलेक्ट्रॉनिक उपकरण का प्रयोग करते हैं तो उसमें जितने फीचर्स होते हैं वो सब एक्टिवेट तब हो पाते हैं या वो काम तब करते हैं जब उनमें लगता है एक बहुत ही छोटा सा चिप। और यही चिप है जो सारी दुनिया की अर्थव्यवस्था को प्रभावित कर रहा है, जिसको हम सामान्य भाषा में सेमीकंडक्टर भी कहते हैं। और ये सेमीकंडक्टर उद्योग जो है ये ना केवल भारत या दक्षिण एशिया या एशिया या अन्य देश बल्कि पूरे विश्व के लिए कितना महत्वपूर्ण है, इस सब का अनुभव हमें हुआ जब कोविड काल सामने था और जब इन चिप्स की कमी विश्व में महसूस की गई। और तब भारत ने भी बड़ा कदम उठाया कि सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन शुरू किया गया ताकि भारत को सेमीकंडक्टर हब बनाया जाए। और इसीलिए आज जब भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया और अमेरिका के बीच में जब एक समझौता हुआ सेमीकंडक्टर्स को लेकर तो वो बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण माना जा रहा है। क्या मायने हैं इस समझौते के, क्या मायने हैं सेमीकंडक्टर उद्योग में भारत के बढ़ते कदमों के, और क्या कुछ चुनौतियां भी हैं हमारे सामने, तमाम चर्चा करेंगे इन बिंदुओं पर हम न्यूज नाइट में। लेकिन आइए शुरुआत करते हैं हेडलाइंस के साथ। भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया शिखर सम्मेलन में व्यापार, निवेश, रक्षा जैसे कई विषयों पर चर्चा, कई समझौतों पर हस्ताक्षर। पीएम मोदी ने कहा दोनों देशों की साझेदारी विश्व चुनौतियों और कल्याण के लिए अहम। उठाया हिंदू मंदिरों पर हमले का मुद्दा, ऑस्ट्रेलियाई पीएम ने दिया भारतीयों की सुरक्षा का भरोसा। व्यापक आर्थिक सहयोग समझौते को जल्द पूरा करने पर सहमति। पीएम मोदी ने आपदा के जोखिम को कम करने के उपायों पर राष्ट्रीय मंच के तीसरे सत्र का किया उद्घाटन। कहा डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के लिए विकसित करनी होगी डायनामिक व्यवस्था। लोकल प्लानिंग पर दिया जोर। कहा ट्रेडिशन और टेक्नोलॉजी की अपनी ताकत से हम डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के लिए तैयार कर सकते हैं बेहतर मॉडल। पीएम मोदी ने महिलाओं का आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण विषय पर बजट उपरांत वेबिनार को किया संबोधित। कहा इस साल का बजट महिलाओं के नेतृत्व में विकास के प्रयासों को देगा नई गति। भारत महिलाओं के लिए सम्मान का दर्जा और समानता की भावना बढ़ाकर ही बढ़ सकता है आगे। भारत और अमेरिका देंगे व्यापारिक रिश्तों को नई उड़ान। दोनों देशों की वाणिज्यिक वार्ता में सेमीकंडक्टर्स में सहयोग पर सहमति। वाणिज्य और उद्योग मंत्री पीयूष गोयल और उनके अमेरिकी समकक्ष जीना रायमोंडो के बीच वार्ता में टैलेंट, इनोवेशन और समावेशी विकास पर वर्किंग ग्रुप की शुरुआत पर रजामंदी। जमीन के बदले नौकरी मामले में लालू यादव के करीबियों पर कसा शिकंजा। दिल्ली और पटना में कई जगहों पर ईडी की छापेमारी। शराब नीति घोटाले में मनीष सिसोदिया को राहत नहीं। अदालत ने 7 दिन की ईडी रिमांड में भेजा। ईडी ने कहा, सिसोदिया के बयान में विरोधाभास, मनी ट्रेल का पता लगाने के साथ ही खोलनी है साजिश की परतें। पीएम मोदी को बदनाम करने वाले विदेशी मीडिया पर बरसे सूचना और प्रसारण मंत्री अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर। कहा, एजेंडा चला रहे विदेशी मीडिया संस्थानों से हमें लोकतंत्र समझने की जरूरत नहीं। राहुल गांधी पर लगाया विदेशी धरती पर भारत को बदनाम करने, देश को तोड़ने और जहर फैलाने का आरोप। राजस्थान में वीरांगनाओं के अपमान पर गरमाई सियासत। धरना दे रही शहीदों की विधवाओं को पुलिस ने जबरन पहुंचाया घर। बीजेपी का गहलोत सरकार पर निशाना। कहा, जिस प्रकार की बदसलूकी हो रही है वो दिखाता है कांग्रेस की मानसिकता। कांग्रेस पर लगाया तुष्टीकरण की सारी सीमाएं पार करने का आरोप। अहमदाबाद टेस्ट में ख्वाजा और कैमरन ग्रीन की बदौलत ऑस्ट्रेलिया की पहली पारी 480 रन पर समाप्त। आर अश्विन का कमाल, बने बॉर्डर गावस्कर ट्रॉफी के इतिहास में सबसे ज्यादा विकेट लेने वाले गेंदबाज। दिन का खेल खत्म होने पर भारत ने बनाए बिना किसी नुकसान के 36 रन। खेल मंत्री अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर ने दिल्ली में की खेलो इंडिया 10 का दम कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत। 10 राज्यों में 10 अलग अलग खेलों में 10,000 से ज्यादा महिला खिलाड़ी ले रही हैं हिस्सा। अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर ने कहा, कार्यक्रम का उद्देश्य खेल के माध्यम से महिलाओं को सशक्त बनाना। आइए देखते हैं खबरें विस्तार से। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी अल्बनीजी के बीच पहली भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया वार्षिक शिखर बैठक हुई, जिसमें कई क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर सहमति बनी। ऑडियो विजुअल साझा निर्माण, सोलर टास्क फोर्स और नवाचार के क्षेत्र में सहयोग बढ़ाने संबंधी सहमति पत्रों का आदान प्रदान हुआ। संयुक्त वक्तव्य में दोनों प्रधानमंत्रियों ने संबंधों को और अधिक मजबूत करने की प्रतिबद्धता जताई।
मजबूत दोस्ती और द्विपक्षीय सहयोग को नई ऊंचाई देने वाली ये बड़ी पहल है। दिल्ली के हैदराबाद हाउस में पहली भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया वार्षिक शिखर बैठक के दौरान मित्रता और गर्मजोशी साफ देखी जा सकती थी। बैठक में भारतीय प्रतिनिधिमंडल का नेतृत्व प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रतिनिधिमंडल का नेतृत्व वहां के प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी अल्बनीजी ने किया। दोनों पक्षों ने संबंधों को और अधिक मजबूत करने और सहयोग बढ़ाने पर विस्तार से चर्चा की। दोनों देशों के बीच कई क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर सहमति बनी। दोनों देशों ने खेल और युवा मामलों में सहयोग के लिए सहमति पत्र का आदान प्रदान किया। ऑडियो विजुअल साझा निर्माण के लिए भी समझौता हुआ। समझौता पत्र का आदान प्रदान सूचना एवं प्रसारण सचिव अपूर्व चंद्र और भारत में ऑस्ट्रेलियाई उच्चायुक्त के बीच हुआ। दोनों देशों के बीच सोलर टास्क फोर्स और नवाचार के क्षेत्र में सहयोग बढ़ाने संबंधी पत्रों का भी आदान प्रदान हुआ। संयुक्त वक्तव्य में दोनों प्रधानमंत्रियों ने संबंधों को और अधिक मजबूत करने की प्रतिबद्धता जताई। पीएम मोदी ने दोनों देशों के बीच बढ़ते रक्षा सहयोग का जिक्र किया।
आज हमारे बीच इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र में मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी और आपसी रक्षा और सुरक्षा सहयोग बढ़ाने पर विस्तार से चर्चा हुई। रक्षा के क्षेत्र में हमने पिछले कुछ सालों में उल्लेखनीय एग्रीमेंट्स किए हैं, जिनमें एक दूसरे की सेनाओं के लिए लॉजिस्टिक सपोर्ट भी शामिल है।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने ऑस्ट्रेलिया में मंदिरों पर हमले की घटनाओं को चिंताजनक बताया। उन्होंने इस मामले को अपने ऑस्ट्रेलियाई समकक्ष के सामने रखा। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पीएम ने उन्हें जरूरी कदम उठाने का आश्वासन दिया।
यह खेद का विषय है कि पिछले कुछ सप्ताहों से ऑस्ट्रेलिया में मंदिरों पर हमलों की खबरें नियमित रूप से आ रही है। स्वाभाविक है कि ऐसे समाचार भारत में सभी लोगों को चिंतित करते हैं, हमारे मन को व्यथित करते हैं। हमारी इन भावनाओं और चिंताओं को मैंने प्रधानमंत्री अल्बनीजी के समक्ष रखा और उन्होंने मुझे आश्वस्त किया है कि भारतीय समुदाय की सेफ्टी उनके लिए विशेष प्राथमिकता है। इस विषय पर हमारी टीम्स नियमित संपर्क में रहेगी और यथासंभव सहयोग करेगी।
पीएम मोदी ने भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच परस्पर शैक्षणिक मान्यता संबंधी एक तंत्र स्थापित किए जाने को छात्रों के लिए लाभकारी बताया। उन्होंने सौर ऊर्जा और व्यापार सहित कई क्षेत्रों में द्विपक्षीय सहयोग को सराहा।
पिछले साल लागू हुए ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट एकता से दोनों देशों के बीच ट्रेड और इन्वेस्टमेंट के बेहतर अवसर खुले हैं और हमारी टीमें कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन एग्रीमेंट पर भी काम कर रही है।
ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पीएम ने अपने वक्तव्य में कहा कि हिंद प्रशांत सहित समुद्र क्षेत्र में सहयोग के लिए दोनों देशों में सहमति बनी है। उन्होंने आशा व्यक्त की कि दोनों देशों के बीच एक व्यापक आर्थिक सहयोग समझौता इसी साल तय कर लिया जाएगा।
We also agreed on an early conclusion of our ambitious, comprehensive economic cooperation agreement as soon as possible, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to finalise that this year. This transformational deal will realise the full potential of the bilateral economic relationship, creating new employment opportunities and raising living standards for the people of both Australia and India.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री ने दोनों देशों के बीच हुए ऑडियो विजुअल साझा निर्माण समझौते को अहम बताया। इससे पहले ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री का राष्ट्रपति भवन में औपचारिक स्वागत किया गया। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने उनका गर्मजोशी से स्वागत किया। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री को गार्ड ऑफ ऑनर भी दिया गया। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पीएम ने राजघाट पहुंचकर बापू को श्रद्धांजलि भी अर्पित की। अमृतपाल सिंह, सुधीर यादव और गिरीश निशाना के साथ ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, डीडी न्यूज।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने दिल्ली में आपदा जोखिम न्यूनीकरण के लिए राष्ट्रीय मंच NPDRR के तीसरे सत्र का आज उद्घाटन किया। इस दौरान उन्होंने लोकल प्लानिंग पर जोर देते हुए कहा कि ट्रेडिशन और टेक्नोलॉजी की अपनी ताकत से हम डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के लिए बेहतर मॉडल तैयार कर सकते हैं। साथ ही उन्होंने कहा कि आपदा को रोका नहीं जा सकता, लेकिन नुकसान कम किया जा सकता है।
राष्ट्रीय आपदा जोखिम न्यूनीकरण प्लेटफॉर्म NPDRR के तीसरे सत्र का शुभारंभ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने किया। बदलती जलवायु में स्थानीय सहनीयता का निर्माण विषय पर आयोजित इस 2 दिवसीय सम्मेलन में केंद्र, राज्य सरकारों, स्थानीय निकायों और सार्वजनिक संस्थानों से जुड़े 1000 से अधिक प्रतिनिधि शामिल हो रहे हैं। शुभारंभ समारोह में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस आपदा प्रबंधन पुरस्कार के विजेताओं को भी सम्मानित किया। 2023 के लिए ओडिशा राज्य आपदा प्रबंधन प्राधिकरण और लुंगलेई फायर स्टेशन मिजोरम को इस पुरस्कार से नवाजा गया। आपदा प्रबंधन के क्षेत्र में शानदार सेवा के लिए इन दोनों को सम्मानित किया गया। अपने संबोधन में पीएम मोदी ने देश के आपदा राहत बलों की दुनिया भर में हो रही तारीफ का जिक्र किया।
हाल में तुर्की और सीरिया में भारतीय दल के प्रयासों को पूरी दुनिया ने सराहा है और ये बात हर भारतीय के लिए गौरव का विषय है। राहत और बचाव से जुड़े ह्यूमन रिसोर्स और टेक्नोलॉजिकल कैपेसिटी को भारत ने जिस तरफ बढ़ाया है, उससे देश में भी अलग अलग आपदा के समय बहुत सारे लोगों के जीवन बचाने में मदद मिली है।
आपदा प्रबंधन में प्लानिंग के महत्व को रेखांकित करते हुए पीएम मोदी ने कहा कि बेहतर आपदा राहत सुनिश्चित करने के लिए इससे जुड़े तंत्र को समग्र रूप से सुधारना होगा।
जब आपदा आए तभी अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज रिएक्ट करें, इससे बात बनने वाली अब रही नहीं है। हमें प्लानिंग को इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज करना होगा। हमें लोकल प्लानिंग की समीक्षा करनी होगी। हमें इमारतों के निर्माण के लिए, नए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए आपदा प्रबंधन को ध्यान में रखते हुए नई गाइडलाइंस बनानी होगी। एक तरह से पूरे सिस्टम की ओवरऑलिंग की जरूरत है।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने स्थानीय स्तर पर हाउसिंग या टाउन प्लानिंग मॉडल विकसित किए जाने की जरूरत बताई और कहा कि इन क्षेत्रों में उन्नत प्रौद्योगिकी के उपयोग को प्रोत्साहित करने की जरूरत है। पीएम मोदी ने आपदा प्रबंधन के संदर्भ में जन जागरूकता और जन भागीदारी को बहुत अहम बताया।
हमें गांव, गली, मोहल्ले के स्तर पर हमारे युवा साथियों के युवा मंडल, सखी मंडल, दूसरे ग्रुप्स को राहत और बचाव की ट्रेनिंग देनी ही पड़ेगी। आपदा मित्रों, एनसीसी, एनएसएस, पूर्व सैनिकों की ताकत, उनको भी अगर हम कोई डेटा बैंक बना करके उनकी शक्ति का कैसे उपयोग कर सकते हैं, इसका कम्युनिकेशन की व्यवस्था बनानी होगी।
केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने आपदा प्रबंधन के क्षेत्र में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी के नेतृत्व में हुए कार्यों का उल्लेख किया। उन्होंने कहा कि इन प्रयासों के अच्छे नतीजे सामने आए हैं।
पहले पूरी सरकारी मशीनरी का, चाहे वो केंद्र सरकार हो चाहे राज्य सरकार हो, उसका दृष्टिकोण राहत केंद्रित दृष्टिकोण था, ज्यादा से ज्यादा पुनर्वसन केंद्रित दृष्टिकोण था। प्रधानमंत्री जी के इनिशिएटिव के कारण इन 9 साल के अंदर अर्ली वार्निंग, सक्रिय निवारण, मिटिगेशन और पूर्व तैयारी आधारित डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन, ये अप्रोच में जो बदलाव आया है, इसके बहुत अच्छे हमें परिणाम मिले हैं।
इस अवसर पर पीएम मोदी ने एक प्रदर्शनी का भी शुभारंभ किया। ध्यान रहे कि राष्ट्रीय आपदा जोखिम न्यूनीकरण प्लेटफॉर्म के इस सत्र का विषय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी द्वारा घोषित 10 सूत्रीय एजेंडा के साथ जोड़ा गया है, ताकि तेजी से बदलते आपदा जोखिम परिदृश्य के संदर्भ में स्थानीय क्षमताओं का निर्माण किया जा सके। एनपीडीआरआर दरअसल आपदा जोखिम न्यूनीकरण के क्षेत्र में अवसरों का पता लगाने के लिए भारत सरकार द्वारा गठित एक बहुहितधारक मंच है। सुधाकर दास के साथ ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, डीडी न्यूज।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने आज महिलाओं के आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण और केंद्रीय महिला और बाल विकास मंत्रालय ने इस मुद्दे पर जो वेबिनार को आयोजित किया है, उसी को संबोधित भी किया। और इस दौरान प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने कहा कि देश में हर क्षेत्र में महिलाओं की भागीदारी बढ़ी है। विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के लिए सरकार के प्रयासों को रेखांकित करते हुए प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि नारी शक्ति भारत की प्रगति की गति को बढ़ाने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रही है। केंद्रीय बजट 2023 में घोषित तमाम पहलों और योजनाओं के तेजी से और बेहतर तरीके से लागू करने के लिए सुझाव और विचार आमंत्रित करने के लिए पीएम मोदी लगातार वेबिनार कर रहे हैं। इस क्रम में शुक्रवार को पीएम मोदी ने महिलाओं का आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण विषय पर वेबिनार को संबोधित किया। इस मौके पर पीएम मोदी ने कहा कि पिछले 9 सालों में देश विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के विजन को लेकर आगे बढ़ा है। भारत ने अपने बीते वर्षों के अनुभव को देखते हुए वुमेन डेवलपमेंट से वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के प्रयासों को वैश्विक मंच पर ले जाने का प्रयास किया है। इस बार भारत की अध्यक्षता में हो रही G20 की बैठकों में भी ये विषय प्रमुखता से छाया हुआ है। पीएम ने कहा कि नारी शक्ति समूह इस शताब्दी में भारत के स्केल और स्पीड को बढ़ाने में बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभा रही है।
पिछले कुछ वर्षों में भारत ने जिस प्रकार विमेन एम्पावरमेंट के लिए काम किया है, आज उसके परिणाम नजर आने लगे हैं। मेडिकल फील्ड हो या खेल का मैदान हो, बिजनेस हो या पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविटी हो, भारत में महिलाओं की केवल भागीदारी नहीं बढ़ी है, बल्कि वो हर क्षेत्र में आगे आकर नेतृत्व कर रही है। आज भारत में ऐसे अनेक क्षेत्र हैं जिनमें महिला शक्ति का सामर्थ्य नजर आता है।
प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि जिन करोड़ों लोगों को मुद्रा लोन दिए गए, उनमें से करीब 70% लाभार्थी देश की महिलाएं हैं। ये करोड़ों महिलाएं अपने परिवार की आय ही नहीं बढ़ा रही हैं, बल्कि अर्थव्यवस्था के नए आयाम भी खोल रही हैं।
हम नारी शक्ति के सामर्थ्य को कैसे बढ़ाएं, इसका प्रतिबिंब इस बजट में भी नजर आता है। महिला सम्मान सेविंग सर्टिफिकेट स्कीम, इसके तहत महिलाओं को 7.5% इंटरेस्ट रेट दिया जाएगा। इस बार के बजट में पीएम आवास योजना के लिए करीब 80,000 करोड़ रुपए रखे गए हैं। ये राशि देश की लाखों महिलाओं के लिए घर बनाने में काम आएगी।
प्रधानमंत्री ने सहकारिता क्षेत्र में महिलाओं की अहम भूमिका पर बात की, तो साथ ही महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स की भूमिका को भी रेखांकित किया।
हमारे देश में 1 करोड़ आदिवासी महिलाएं सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स में काम करती हैं। उनके पास ट्राइबल क्षेत्रों में उगाए जाने वाले श्री अन्न का पारंपरिक अनुभव है। हमें श्री अन्न की मार्केटिंग से लेकर इनसे बने प्रोसेस्ड फूड से जुड़े अवसरों को टैप करना होगा।
पीएम मोदी ने सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास की अपनी सरकार के मंत्र को दोहराया और कहा कि महिलाओं का सम्मान बढ़ाकर, समानता का भाव बढ़ाकर ही भारत तेजी से आगे बढ़ सकता है। पीएम ने लोगों का आह्वान किया कि वो महिलाओं, बहनों, बेटियों के सामने आने वाली हर रुकावट को दूर करने के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ें। ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, डीडी न्यूज। तो महिलाओं का विकास से आगे बढ़ते हुए महिलाओं के नेतृत्व में विकास, इसी सोच पर काम कर रही है केंद्र सरकार। फिलहाल यह वक्त एक ब्रेक का, आप देखते रहें न्यूज नाइट।
शुरू करो, डालो बुनियाद, घर महल नजर आएगा। वंडर लाइए, वंडर अपनाइए, फर्क नजर आएगा। वंडर सीमेंट, फर्क नजर आएगा।
हमारा डेजर्ट आ गया पर हमारी चैंपियन नहीं आई अब तक। बिल भरने के पहले तो आएगी ना। सो गर्ल्स, क्या हो रहा है? बिल हो रहा है। चल अपना कार्ड दे। पिन दे।
आरबीआई कहता है अपना पिन, ओटीपी, सीवीवी या इंटरनेट बैंकिंग पासवर्ड किसी को ना दे। ऑनलाइन बैंकिंग सिर्फ अपने ही कंप्यूटर, मोबाइल और सिक्योर नेटवर्क से करे। हाँ, ये खाने की चैंपियनशिप थी क्या? आरबीआई कहता है जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
कौन सा परफ्यूम है? परफ्यूम बहुत फ्रेश लग रही हो। पार्लर गई थी? नो पार्लर, नो फेशियल। ये है मेरा फेवरेट सोप। ये एकमात्र साबुन है जो आत्मविश्वास देता है। मैसूर सैंडल सोप।
Invest once and enjoy guaranteed maturity with life cover with LIC's Dhan Varsha, a single premium plan for your family's security and prosperity.
मौसम के मुताबिक खान पान बदलना हमारी परंपरा है। हल्का और पौष्टिक भोजन गर्मी के दिनों में सेहत अच्छी रखता है। अधिक पानी की मात्रा वाले मौसमी फल और सब्जियां शरीर को ठंडा रखते हैं। प्याज का सलाद और नमक जीरे वाला कच्चा आम जैसे पारंपरिक उपचार तापघात को रोकते हैं। ताकत देने वाले प्राकृतिक तरल जैसे ORS, नारियल पानी, नींबू पानी, छाछ, आम पन्ना, मूंग का पानी पिएं। शराब, चाय, कॉफी और सॉफ्ट ड्रिंक टालें। अत्यधिक नमक, मसाले, तला हुआ और उच्च प्रोटीन वाला भोजन टालें। बासी खाना न खाएं। मांसाहारी लोग तले या लाल मांस की जगह भुना हुआ मांस खाएं। अच्छा खाएं, स्वस्थ रहें, सुरक्षित रहें। NDMA एवं IIPHG द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
और ब्रेक के बाद देख लेते हैं कुछ अन्य खबरें भी। घोटालों की जांच की आंच लालू यादव के लिए तेज होती जा रही है। सीबीआई के बाद अब प्रवर्तन निदेशालय ने जमीन के बदले नौकरी मामले में लालू के परिवार वालों और करीबियों के दिल्ली और बिहार स्थित ठिकानों पर छापेमारी की। शराब नीति घोटाले की बात करें तो मनीष सिसोदिया को इसमें फिलहाल कोई राहत नहीं मिली है। अदालत ने उनकी रिमांड 7 दिन के लिए ईडी को दे दी है।
जमीन के बदले नौकरी मामले में लालू यादव और उनके परिवार पर जांच एजेंसियों का शिकंजा कसता जा रहा है। प्रवर्तन निदेशालय यानी ईडी ने लालू के परिवार वालों के बिहार और दिल्ली स्थित तमाम ठिकानों पर छापेमारी की कार्रवाई की है। ईडी ने शुक्रवार को मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग के मामले में एक साथ छापेमारी की। ईडी की छापेमारी में दिल्ली में लालू प्रसाद की बेटियों के आवास, गुरुग्राम में एक प्राइवेट बिल्डर के दफ्तर समेत बिहार में अलग अलग शहरों में चली। लालू परिवार के करीबी रहे पूर्व राजद विधायक सैयद अबू दोजाना के आवास पर फुलवारी शरीफ में छापेमारी की गई। अब दोजाना लालू परिवार के करीबी हैं और पटना के सगुना मोड़ स्थित बन रहे बिहार के सबसे बड़े मॉल का काम देख रहे थे। अबू दोजाना पर लालू परिवार की कई और कारोबारी गतिविधियों में शामिल होने के आरोप लगते रहे हैं। बिहार के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री लालू प्रसाद यादव के समधी जितेंद्र यादव के गाजियाबाद स्थित आवास पर भी ईडी की टीम ने छापा मारा।
बीजेपी ने इस मामले में लालू परिवार पर निशाना साधा है।
लालू प्रसाद जी चारा घोटाले में कन्विक्टेड हैं, कई सप्लायर्स कन्विक्टेड हैं, कई ऑफिसर्स कन्विक्टेड हैं। ये सब सीबीआई इंक्वायरी कब हुई थी, चार्जशीट कब फाइल हुआ था? जब देवेगौड़ा भारत के प्रधानमंत्री थे। उस सरकार को कौन समर्थन दे रहा था? लालू प्रसाद जी की उस समय की पार्टी। तो आप भ्रष्टाचार करिएगा तो जो सरकार आपके खंभों पर खड़ी है वो भी नहीं बचा पाएगी, क्योंकि कोर्ट ने मॉनिटरिंग किया, कोर्ट ने इंक्वायरी किया, कोर्ट ने आपको सजा दिया।
दरअसल लालू प्रसाद के रेल मंत्री रहने के दौरान नौकरी के बदले जमीन मामले में लालू प्रसाद के परिवार और उनके परिवार के खिलाफ लगातार कार्रवाई की जा रही है। कुछ दिनों से सीबीआई ने लालू प्रसाद, पत्नी राबड़ी देवी, बेटी मीसा भारती सहित कुछ करीबियों से पूछताछ की है। आरोप है कि 2004-2009 के दौरान रेल मंत्री रहते हुए लालू परिवार को रेलवे में ग्रुप डी में नौकरी के बदले लोगों द्वारा तोहफे में या कम दाम में जमीन दी गई। आरोप है कि लालू यादव और उनके परिवार ने कथित तौर पर 7 लोगों को जमीन के बदले रेलवे में नौकरी दी थी। उधर दिल्ली के शराब घोटाले में मनीष सिसोदिया को राहत मिलती नहीं दिख रही। सीबीआई के बाद सिसोदिया को ईडी ने भी गिरफ्तार किया है। ईडी की ओर से शुक्रवार को सिसोदिया को अदालत में पेश किया गया, जहां अदालत ने उन्हें 7 दिन की रिमांड पर भेज दिया है। शराब नीति में मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग के आरोपों को लेकर ईडी के अधिकारियों के मुताबिक सिसोदिया अपने जवाब में टाल मटोल कर रहे थे और जांच में सहयोग नहीं कर रहे थे। वहीं सीबीआई से जुड़े मामले में सिसोदिया की जमानत याचिका पर राउस एवेन्यू कोर्ट में 21 मार्च को सुनवाई होगी। बीजेपी इस मामले में लगातार केजरीवाल सरकार पर हमला कर रही है।
किसी के ऊपर इतने गंभीर आरोप शराब घोटाले के लगे जिसमें दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री गिरफ्तार किए गए हैं, अन्य लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। ये तो वही है कि घोटाला भी करते हैं और खुद ही अपने आप को ईमानदार भी बताते हैं, जजमेंट भी खुद ही सुनाने की बात करते हैं। क्या देश की कानून व्यवस्था पर उनका विश्वास खत्म हो गया है? उनको जांच में पूरा सहयोग देना चाहिए और देश के सामने दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी हो जाए।
वहीं दिल्ली आबकारी नीति मामले में बीआरएस नेता के कविता से ईडी कल पूछताछ करेगी। ईडी ने आबकारी नीति में कथित अनियमितताओं से जुड़े धन शोधन के मामले में कविता को समन भेजकर दिल्ली में 9 मार्च को उपस्थित होने के लिए कहा था, लेकिन उन्होंने 11 मार्च को पेशी का अनुरोध किया था। नीरज सिंह और विकास सारथी के साथ ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, डीडी न्यूज।
राहुल गांधी अपनी विदेश यात्रा के दौरान दिए गए बयानों को लेकर सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी के निशाने पर हैं। सूचना एवं प्रसारण मंत्री अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर ने राहुल गांधी के बयानों की कड़ी निंदा करते हुए कहा कि वे माओवादी और जिहादियों की भाषा बोल रहे हैं। साथ ही केंद्रीय मंत्री ने विदेशी मीडिया पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के खिलाफ दुष्प्रचार फैलाने का आरोप लगाया।
विदेश में जाकर दिए गए लोकतंत्र और देश विरोधी बयानों को लेकर राहुल गांधी लगातार बीजेपी के निशाने पर हैं। तमाम केंद्रीय मंत्री और बीजेपी नेता लगातार इस मामले में राहुल गांधी पर हमला कर रहे हैं। सूचना एवं प्रसारण मंत्री अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर ने राहुल गांधी के बयान की कड़ी निंदा करते हुए कहा कि राहुल गांधी विदेशी शक्ति परस्त, माओवादी और जिहादियों की भाषा बोल रहे हैं और कांग्रेस पार्टी को उनके इन बयानों पर अपना पक्ष साफ करना चाहिए। उन्होंने कहा कि राहुल गांधी विदेशी धरती पर भारत को बदनाम करने, तोड़ने और जहर फैलाने का काम कर रहे हैं।
राहुल गांधी जी विदेशी शक्ति परस्त, माओवादियों और जिहादियों की भाषा बोल रहे हैं। वो विदेशी जमीन का इस्तेमाल भारत को बदनाम करने के लिए कर रहे हैं। वो कहते हैं लद्दाख, अरुणाचल प्रदेश में भारत एक ऑक्यूपेशनल फोर्स है। ये मेरा सवाल कांग्रेस पार्टी से, खड़गे जी से, सोनिया गांधी जी से है, क्या वो राहुल गांधी की इन बयानों से सहमत हैं? ये दिखाता है कि कैसे कांग्रेस भारत को तोड़ने में, भारत में भ्रम फैलाने में और भारत की सेना का मनोबल गिराने में लगे हैं।
अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर ने कहा कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ने सिखों के साथ भी कभी न्याय नहीं किया। 1984 के दंगों में पीड़ित लोगों को भी भाजपा सरकार के आने के बाद ही न्याय मिल पाया।
1984 के दंगों की मुख्य आरोपी कांग्रेस पार्टी, जिसने हजारों सिखों की जान लेने का काम किया है। सिख न्याय के लिए 30 साल तक भागते रहे। मोदी जी की सरकार आई, तब जाकर एसआईटी का गठन किया गया। यही नहीं, हेमकुंड साहब तक रोपवे बनाने की बात हो, करतारपुर कॉरिडोर खोलने की बात हो, गुरु ग्रंथ साहब अफगानिस्तान से वापस लाने की बात हो, सिखों को अफगानिस्तान से बाकी देशों से सुरक्षित बचाकर वापस लाने की बात हो, गुरुओं के 550वां प्रकाशोत्सव, गुरु नानक देव जी का 400वां प्रकाशोत्सव, गुरु तेग बहादुर जी का धूमधाम से मनाने का काम हो तो मोदी सरकार ने किया है।
सूचना एवं प्रसारण मंत्री ने प्रधानमंत्री को बदनाम करने के लिए विदेशी मीडिया को जमकर फटकार लगाई। उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी के खिलाफ दुष्प्रचार फैलाने का आरोप लगाया। अनुराग ठाकुर ने कहा, अमेरिकी अंग्रेजी दैनिक अखबार न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स ने भारत के बारे में कुछ भी प्रकाशित करते समय तटस्थता को बहुत पहले ही छोड़ दिया था। कश्मीर में प्रेस की आजादी पर न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स की तथाकथित राय भारत और उसके लोकतांत्रिक संस्थानों और मूल्यों के बारे में उसके दुष्प्रचार का हिस्सा है। कश्मीर में प्रेस की आजादी पर न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स का लेख शरारती और काल्पनिक है। उन्होंने कहा कि इस रिपोर्ट का मकसद भारत और उसके लोकतांत्रिक संस्थानों और मूल्यों के बारे में प्रोपेगेंडा फैलाना है। भारतीय ऐसी मानसिकता को अपना निर्णायक एजेंडा नहीं चलाने देंगे। उन्होंने बताया कि न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स और कुछ अन्य एक ही मानसिकता वाली विदेशी मीडिया की तरफ से भारत और हमारे लोकतांत्रिक रूप से चुने गए प्रधानमंत्री के बारे में झूठ फैलाया जा रहा है। ऐसा झूठ ज्यादा दिन नहीं चल सकता। अनुराग ठाकुर ने कहा कि भारत में प्रेस की स्वतंत्रता मौलिक अधिकारों की तरह ही पवित्र है और भारत में लोकतंत्र और हम लोग बहुत ही परिपक्व हैं। हमें ऐसे एजेंडे से चलने वाले मीडिया से लोकतंत्र का ग्रामर सीखने की जरूरत नहीं है। सुचित्रा के साथ ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, डीडी न्यूज।
राजस्थान में वीरांगनाओं के कथित अपमान का मामला थमने का नाम नहीं ले रहा। शहीद रोहिताश लांबा की पत्नी को पुलिसकर्मी उनके गांव छोड़कर आए, जिनसे मिलने आज किरोड़ीलाल मीणा उनके गांव जा रहे थे। रास्ते में उन्हें पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार कर लिया। वहीं उनकी गिरफ्तारी को लेकर बीजेपी सांसद राज्यवर्धन सिंह राठौर ने कांग्रेस पर हमला बोला। राठौर ने कहा कि किरोड़ीलाल मीणा को गिरफ्तार कर कांग्रेस ने अपनी मानसिकता दिखाई है।
राजस्थान की सियासी हवा मार्च के महीने में ही आग बरसा रही है। शुक्रवार को पुलवामा शहीदों की 3 वीरांगनाओं के धरने को जबरन खत्म करने के बाद आज सुबह सामोद बालाजी के दर्शन करने जा रहे डॉक्टर किरोड़ीलाल मीणा को बीच रास्ते में ही पुलिस ने हिरासत में ले लिया। किरोड़ीलाल मीणा ने पुलिस पर बदसलूकी करने का आरोप लगाया है। मीणा ने ट्वीट किया, पुलिस का एक सांसद के साथ में ये कैसा व्यवहार है। हिरासत में लेने के लिए मेरे साथ धक्का मुक्की और हाथापाई की गई। मेरे कपड़े फाड़ दिए गए। सरकार कान खोलकर सुन ले, इस तानाशाही के बाद मैं झुकने और रुकने वाला नहीं हूँ। शहीदों की वीरांगनाओं को हर हाल में न्याय दिलवा कर रहूंगा। मीणा की गिरफ्तारी की खबर फैलते ही सांसद के समर्थक सड़कों पर उतरने लगे। विरोध में जयपुर आगरा नेशनल हाईवे और लालसौट दौसा हाईवे पर जाम लग गया। तबीयत खराब होने के बाद किरोड़ीलाल मीणा को एसएमएस अस्पताल लाया गया, जहां सैकड़ों समर्थक भी पहुंच गए। बीजेपी नेता राजेंद्र राठौर भी राज्यसभा सांसद से मिलने एसएमएस अस्पताल पहुंचे और गहलोत सरकार पर निशाना साधा।
ऐसे कोई दुर्दांत आतंकवादी के साथ जैसा व्यवहार नहीं होता। जिस राजस्थान में खुले में आतंकवादी अपनी गतिविधियां कर रहे हैं, उसमें एक जनप्रतिनिधि के साथ इस प्रकार का व्यवहार लगातार आज उनकी तबीयत काफी खराब इस कारण से हुई है। उनके संग जिस प्रकार से धक्का मुक्की हुई।
इससे पहले जयपुर में धरना दे रही वीरांगनाओं को पुलिस ने देर रात 3 बजे जबरन उठा लिया और वीरांगनाओं को उनके घरों तक अलग अलग एम्बुलेंस में भेजा गया। वहीं उनके परिजनों सहित 8 लोगों को भी गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है।
समझाइश किए जाने के बावजूद भी नहीं मान रहे थे। इस वजह से आज इनको सुबह 9 व्यक्तियों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है, जो अभी थाने पर मौजूद है, जिनका मेडिकल कराया जाएगा और मेडिकल करवाया जाकर इनको कार्यपालक मजिस्ट्रेट के यहाँ पेश किया जाएगा।
राजस्थान में पुलवामा के शहीदों की पत्नियों के साथ पुलिस की कथित बदसलूकी की घटना की गूंज दिल्ली में भी गूंजी। भाजपा ने अशोक गहलोत सरकार पर जमकर हमला बोला।
राजस्थान में जिस तरह से वीरांगनाओं का बलिदान परिवारों का जो अपमान हो रहा है, जिस तरह से उनके साथ बदसलूकी हो रही है, वो मानसिकता दिखाती है कांग्रेस पार्टी की। कांग्रेस पार्टी लगातार जहां तक राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा की बात रही है, हमेशा सेना का तिरस्कार करा है।
बता दें कि वीरांगनाएं 3 मुख्य मांगों को लेकर 5 दिन से कांग्रेस नेता सचिन पायलट के घर के बाहर धरने पर बैठी थीं। उनका आरोप है कि राज्य सरकार के मंत्रियों ने जो घोषणाएं की थी उन्हें सरकार ने पूरा नहीं किया।
कि हम बोलते हैं ना तो पीछे नहीं हटते हैं, मंत्री ऐसे खेलते हैं और 20 मिनट बाद में ही घोषणा करके पीछे हटते हैं, तो हम नहीं मान सकते। जान निकल जाएगी पर हम तो बिल्कुल लिखित में चाहिए हमारे को। तो
ना तो कांग्रेस से मतलब है ना जनता पार्टी से मतलब, हमारी मांगे पूरी कर दो। हमारी सरकार बोल के आई है उस मांगों को पूरी कर दो, हमारे को तो कोई सा भी नेता नहीं चाहिए।
वहीं पूरे मामले में राज्य सरकार का रुख और प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत के बयानों ने इस मामले में आग में घी डालने का काम किया है। ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, डीडी न्यूज।
और अब बात बिहार की, जहां कानून व्यवस्था पर लगातार ये सवालों के घेरे में है। राज्य के विभिन्न जिलों में होली के दौरान कई हिंसक घटनाएं हुई। इनमें कम से कम 3 लोगों की मौत हो गई तथा कई अन्य घायल हो गए। राजधानी पटना में विभिन्न स्थानों पर हुई झड़पों में 12 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया, 7 हथियार और एक एयरगन बरामद की गई। वहीं जमुई जिले के सिकंदरा नगर पंचायत मुख्यालय में होली के दिन गाड़ी पर रंग डालने के विवाद में 2 गुटों के बीच मारपीट हो गई, जिसमें एक बच्ची और एक महिला समेत 5 लोग घायल हो गए। पश्चिम चंपारण के मझौलिया थाना क्षेत्र में 2 पक्षों में हुई मारपीट में 1 दर्जन से अधिक लोग घायल हो गए। समस्तीपुर जिले के बिथान थाना क्षेत्र के पुसहो गांव में एक महिला की अज्ञात लोगों ने गोली मारकर हत्या कर दी। बताया जाता है कि मृतका रेखा देवी का होली को लेकर कुछ लोगों से विवाद हुआ था। और फिलहाल न्यूज नाइट में यहां रुकेंगे एक ब्रेक के लिए, लेकिन ब्रेक के बाद होगी बात भारत और अमेरिका के बीच सेमीकंडक्टर पर हुए समझौते की। देखते रहें न्यूज नाइट।
शुरू करो, डालो बुनियाद, घर महल नजर आएगा। वंडर लाइए, वंडर अपनाइए, फर्क नजर आएगा। वंडर सीमेंट, फर्क नजर आएगा।
अपना कर्तव्य निभाएं, समय पर अपना एडवांस टैक्स जमा कराएं। अपने सम्मान के लिए भी और राष्ट्र निर्माण के लिए भी आपके एडवांस टैक्स से देश का आर्थिक और सामाजिक विकास हो रहा है। महिलाएं अपने सपनों को नया आकाश दे रही हैं। कृषि टेक्नोलॉजी, अस्पताल, सड़कों और पुलों का निर्माण हमारी प्रगति को नई गति दे रही हैं। आपका कर देश के विकास को सुनिश्चित करता है। अपना एडवांस टैक्स पे एज यू अर्न के आधार पर जमा कराएं। एडवांस टैक्स जमा कराने की आखिरी तारीख 15 मार्च 2023 है। कंपनी, कॉर्पोरेट या वे व्यक्ति जिनकी कर देयता TDS, TCS कटने के बाद 10,000 या उससे अधिक है, वो 15 मार्च 2023 तक अपने अग्रिम कर की किश्त अदा करें। प्रत्येक आय करदाता एक राष्ट्र निर्माता।
It's another 6.
रिचार्ज, जल्दी रिचार्ज करा।
ये क्या किया?
मैच तो गया।
पेमेंट कैसे करेंगे?
टोकनाइज कार्ड से।
टोकन?
हाँ, ऑनलाइन पेमेंट के लिए RBI लाए हैं टोकनाइजेशन। एक बार कार्ड डिटेल्स, OTP, CVV डालकर टोकन जनरेट कीजिए। कार्ड भी सुरक्षित और बार बार डिटेल्स भरने की नो झंझट। वही सुविधा अधिक सुरक्षित। ऑलराउंडर वो की मैं। RBI कहता है कि
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
त्वचा का एक वादा, मैसूर सैंडल गोल्ड, अपने अंदर की खूबसूरती को जगाइए।
अमेरिका की वाणिज्य मंत्री जीना रोमैंडो भारत यात्रा पर हैं और उनके इस दौरे में आज भारत और अमेरिका के बीच सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में सहयोग को लेकर एक बड़ा समझौता हुआ। दोनों देशों के बीच कमर्शियल डायलॉग के दौरान इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, ग्रीन एनर्जी समेत कई मुद्दों पर गंभीर चर्चा हुई। अमेरिकी वाणिज्य मंत्री के साथ 10 बड़ी कंपनियों के CEOs भी भारत अमेरिका CEO फोरम में हिस्सा लेने भारत की यात्रा पर हैं।
भारत और अमेरिका के बीच कारोबारी संबंधों को एक और नई उड़ान शुक्रवार को नजर आई, जब दोनों देश सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में सहयोग पर सहमत हो गए हैं। अमेरिका की वाणिज्य मंत्री जीना रोमैंडो उच्च स्तरीय व्यापारिक प्रतिनिधिमंडल के साथ अपनी 4 दिनों की भारत यात्रा पर 7 मार्च को दिल्ली पहुंची। रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह के घर पर होली के रंग में सराबोर रोमैंडो अपनी यात्रा की इस रोमांचक शुरुआत को लेकर कई बार उत्साहित दिखी और उन्होंने बार बार भारत की संस्कृति और मेहमान नवाजी का शुक्रिया अदा किया।
It's a trip that I will never forget.
punctuated at the beginning, of course, by an unforgettable experience of Holi at the defense minister's home. I've never had an experience quite like that, and it was just an incredible opportunity for me to experience one of the many cultural traditions that makes India so special and such a special place.
इसके बाद शुक्रवार को भारत अमेरिका वाणिज्यिक वार्ता में दोनों ही देश सेमीकंडक्टर क्षेत्र में तकनीकी सहयोग के लिए तैयार हो गए हैं। 3 सालों के बाद एक बार फिर से दोनों देशों ने कॉमर्शियल डायलॉग की शुरुआत करने का फैसला लिया है। कॉमर्शियल डायलॉग 2023 में भारत और अमेरिका ने सेमीकंडक्टर सप्लाई चेन और इनोवेशन पार्टनरशिप पर हस्ताक्षर किए। दोनों देश सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में सप्लाई चेन को मजबूत करने और विविधीकरण पर सहयोग को सहमत हो गए हैं। भारत और अमेरिका दोनों का मानना है कि सेमीकंडक्टर की सप्लाई के लिए चीन और ताइवान पर निर्भर रहना किसी के भी हित में नहीं है। अमेरिकी चिप्स एंड साइंस एक्ट और भारत के सेमीकॉन मिशन के बीच सहयोग करने पर भी दोनों देश सहमत हुए। दोनों देशों के बीच टैलेंट, इनोवेशन और समावेशी विकास पर एक नए वर्किंग ग्रुप की शुरुआत की गई है, जो स्टार्टअप्स, एमएसएमई सेक्टर, कौशल विकास और उद्यमिता को बढ़ावा देने पर काम करेगा। साथ ही दोनों देश ट्रैवल एंड टूरिज्म वर्किंग ग्रुप को दोबारा शुरू करने पर भी सहमत हुए हैं, जो दोनों देशों को और करीब ले आएगा। साथ ही इंडो पैसिफिक रीजन में क्लीन एनर्जी मार्केट को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भारत अमेरिका एनर्जी इंडस्ट्री नेटवर्क बनाने का भी ऐलान।
तो कई पहलुओं पर भारत और अमेरिका के बीच सहयोग की बात हुई है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात जो निकलकर सामने आई है वो है सेमीकंडक्टर को लेकर, क्योंकि 21वीं सदी में अगर हम हमारे अस्तित्व की ही बात करते हैं तो सेमीकंडक्टर बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कारक बन जाता है। आधुनिक विश्व के लिए इसे न्यू ऑयल, नए तेल की भी बात कही जा रही है। जितना महत्वपूर्ण तेल है उतना ही शायद ये महत्वपूर्ण हो रहा है, और अगले 10 सालों में अनुमान है कि ये 10 ट्रिलियन की इंडस्ट्री हो जाएगी। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स, ये तमाम ऐसे मसले हैं, ऐसे पहलू हैं जिनके कारण सेमीकंडक्टर्स का महत्व बढ़ गया है। तो आइए आपको बताते हैं कि ये सेमीकंडक्टर्स आखिर है क्या, इस उद्योग से जुड़ी बड़ी बात है। सबसे पहली बात कि इस उद्योग के 3 बड़े हिस्से होते हैं। पहला डिजाइन, जिसमें फैबुलस फर्म्स होती हैं जो इसका निर्माण करती है, जो डिजाइनिंग करती हैं। पहला पार्ट है डिजाइन करना। उसके बाद आता है विनिर्माण यानी मैन्युफैक्चर। फाउंड्रीज कहलाते हैं वो स्ट्रक्चर्स, वो इंफ्रा जो बनाते हैं, जो इनका विनिर्माण करते हैं। और फिर असेंबल यानी हिस्से जोड़ना। इसमें इंटीग्रेटेड सर्किट्स की पैकेजिंग करना, टेस्टिंग करना इत्यादि, वो सब इसमें शामिल होता है। लेकिन विश्व की अगर हम बात करते हैं तो विश्व में एक तरीके की चिप स्पर्धा है हमारे सामने। ये चिप स्पर्धा कैसे प्रोत्साहन पैकेजेस के जरिए स्पष्ट समझी जा सकती है। जैसे दिसंबर 2021 में भारत ने $10 बिलियन यानी लगभग 76,000 करोड़ रुपए के पैकेज, इंसेंटिव पैकेज की बात की। तो वहीं उसके मात्र 2 महीने बाद ही, फरवरी के अंदर ही, यूरोपियन यूनियन ने 43 बिलियन यूरो की घोषणा कर दी। ये भी इंसेंटिव यानी सब्सिडी की घोषणा की इस इंडस्ट्री के लिए। तो वहीं अगर आप देखें तो अगस्त 2022 यानी 3-4 महीनों के बाद ही अमेरिका ने भी $52 बिलियन की इंसेंटिव की घोषणा इस उद्योग के लिए कर दी, क्योंकि यह दिखाता है कि किस तरीके से इस उद्योग की महत्ता को समझा गया। सभी देश तैयार हो गए कि हम अपने देश में ही एक इकोसिस्टम को सामने लेकर आए। लेकिन आगे बढ़ें, अगर आपके सामने इसकी महत्ता की ही बात करें कि आखिर क्यों, कितना महत्वपूर्ण क्यों है ये सेमीकंडक्टर इंडस्ट्री, तो आप समझिए कि मैकिन्से की एक रिपोर्ट कहती है कि $600 बिलियन का बाजार है ये। तो पहली बात, एक बहुत बड़ा बाजार है सेमीकंडक्टर का, और 2030 तक इसके $1 ट्रिलियन का अनुमान जताया गया है। तो इतने बड़े बाजार में हर देश चाहता है कि उसकी उपस्थिति हो। लेकिन आगे बढ़े तो एक और बड़ा कारक महत्ता का है, सेमीकंडक्टर उद्योग का महत्ता का है नियंत्रण, यानी वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था पर जो प्रभाव है इसका। क्योंकि तमाम इलेक्ट्रॉनिक उपकरणों की बात करें, स्मार्ट उपकरणों की बात करें, उन सब के लिए ये सेमीकंडक्टर चिप बेहद महत्वपूर्ण है। इसके अलावा जो इंटीग्रेटेड सर्किट्स होते हैं, उनका अगर आप विश्व व्यापार की बात करते हैं तो कुल विश्व व्यापार का मात्र 4% ही है ये। लेकिन दुनिया में जिस उत्पाद का सबसे ज्यादा कारोबार किया जाता है वो ये सेमीकंडक्टर चिप्स ही हैं, इसलिए इनकी महत्ता बहुत ज्यादा है। लेकिन आपके सामने अगर अलग अलग देशों की बात करें, क्योंकि विश्व में बहुत ज्यादा देश नहीं है जो सेमीकंडक्टर क्षेत्र में काम कर रहे हैं, जो अग्रणी देश हैं अगर आपके सामने हम दिखाएं तो आप देख सकते हैं कि कैसे अमेरिका, यूरोपीय यूनियन, चीन, जापान, ताइवान, दक्षिण कोरिया और अन्य यानी नीदरलैंड जैसे देश भी हैं जो इस पे काम कर रहे हैं। लेकिन वक्त के साथ 2000 में आप देखिए, 2020 और फिर 2030 इसका अनुमान दिखाया गया है। 2000 के अंदर आप देखते हैं तो दक्षिण कोरिया धीरे धीरे इसका क्षेत्र कम होता गया, इसकी पैठ कम होती गई। ताइवान का आप देख सकते हैं कि कैसे ताइवान लगभग अपना मार्केट शेयर बनाए रखा है इसने, लेकिन जापान थोड़ा कम हुआ। लेकिन आप देख सकते हैं कैसे चीन अपना अपना चीन का जो पैठ है इस मार्केट में वो बढ़ती चली गई है। अमेरिका की अपनी एक मार्केट है, अमेरिका दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा विनिर्माण सेमीकंडक्टर्स का माना जाता है, लेकिन इन सब के बीच में भारत को अपनी एक पैठ बनानी है। और शुरुआत से ही एक सेमीकंडक्टर उद्योग हमारे यहाँ नहीं था, क्योंकि रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट में तो बहुत काम हुआ है, लेकिन विनिर्माण के क्षेत्र में हमें शुरुआत करनी है, आगे बढ़ना है। ऐसे में भारत के सामने अमेरिका के साथ हुए समझौते के क्या मायने हैं और कैसे भारत के सामने इस उद्योग में, इस क्षेत्र में अपनी जगह बनाने की चुनौतियां हैं जिनको पार पाना जरूरी है। करेंगे इन तमाम मसलों पर विशेषज्ञ से बात, लेकिन फिलहाल यहाँ रुकेंगे। यहाँ पर आपको हम बताएंगे इससे जुड़े एक विशेष के बारे में, क्योंकि आज की हमारी चर्चा का विषय यही है और आज का हमारा विशेष कह रहा है सेमीकंडक्टर समझौता, भविष्य की उड़ान। क्योंकि बेहतर भविष्य के लिए और मौजूदा विश्व में, आधुनिक विश्व में अगर हमें बेहतर भविष्य के लिए काम करना है तो सेमीकंडक्टर्स या चिप इसके लिए बेहद महत्वपूर्ण है। और इस चर्चा में हमारे साथ विशिष्ट मेहमान भी जुड़ गए हैं। हमारे साथ जुड़ गए हैं प्रसून शर्मा जी, जो फाउंडर और सीईओ हैं WUS के, जो IIT कानपुर के द्वारा इंक्यूबेटेड स्टार्टअप है। प्रसून जी, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका।
नमस्कार।
प्रसून जी, अगर हम भारत के लिए देखते हैं तो जैसा मैंने पहले बताया कि रिसर्च के क्षेत्र में, रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट R&D के क्षेत्र में तो भारत काम करता रहा है, लेकिन अब हम इसका उत्पादन करने का देश बनना चाहते हैं, सेमीकंडक्टर हब बनना चाहते हैं। ऐसे में भारत का अमेरिका के साथ जो समझौता हुआ है, ये किन मायनों में सार्थक साबित हो सकता है? इसकी अहमियत क्या है भारत के सेमीकंडक्टर हब बनने के लक्ष्य को लेकर?
जी, एक ऐतिहासिक MOU हुआ है और ये पूरे डिजिटल ट्रेड की दशा बदल सकता है और दिशा भी बदल सकता है। आपने जो सही आंकड़े दिखाए उसमें काफी देश, कंपटीशन काफी कठिन रहेगा भारत के लिए, पर हमारे पास एक बहुत बड़ा अस्त्र है, वो है हमारा टैलेंट। भारत में अभी भी 2000 से 5000 चिप डिजाइन हर साल यही होते हैं, जबकि वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए वो बाहर चले जाते थे। अब भारत ने, क्योंकि जो आपने फैब्रिकेशन मॉड्यूल की बात करी, वो काफी बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट होता है और 5 से 10 साल लगते हैं। तो अगर US हमारा साथ देता है तो एक बड़ा सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब भारत बन सकता है और बनेगा। हमारे पास मैन पावर है, टैलेंट है और R&D हम ऑलरेडी कर रहे हैं। तकरीबन 20,000 के आसपास हमारे इंजीनियर्स हर साल SOC जो चिप डिजाइनिंग में काम कर रहे हैं, अब वो आगे बढ़ के मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में भी काम कर सकते हैं। और अभी तक US इसमें लीड कर रहा है और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में ताइवान। तो भारत ने, अगर आप देखिए, पूरा कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजी बनाई। पहले हमने प्रोडक्शन लिंक इंसेंटिव 10 बिलियन का डाला, फिर हमने जो फैब्रिकेशन में जो लीडर्स थे, जैसे ताइवान 90% फैब्रिकेशन करता है या मैन्युफैक्चर करता है, उनके साथ हमने टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जॉइंट वेंचर्स में किए। अब जहां से कंट्रोल होता है, जहां से ये डिजाइन होता है और जो लीडिंग टेक्नोलॉजी मेजर पावर्स है, वो US में बैठे हैं। तो ये कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजी जो 5 से 10 साल में पूरे डिजिटल ट्रेड की दशा और दिशा बदल देगी और भारत एक उभरता हुआ और एक लीडर के तहत वहां निकलेगा। और इससे फैब्रिकेशन और सेमीकंडक्टर से बाकी बहुत छोटे छोटे MSME भी बहुत सारे जन्म लेंगे। और जैसे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक उत्पाद में, जैसे हम हैंडसेट में नंबर 1 हुए, इससे हमारा हैंडसेट और अदर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स का भी एक्सपोर्ट तकरीबन 3 से 4 गुना या 5 गुना बढ़ सकता है।
जी बिल्कुल, यहाँ पर दर्शकों को बता दें, फैब्रिकेशन की जो बात की जा रही है, टेक्निकल टर्म है ये, लेकिन इसका मतलब होता है कि जो सिलिकॉन वेफर्स होते हैं, कैसे उन्हें चिप में कन्वर्ट किया जाता है, चिप बनते हैं उनसे। लेकिन यहाँ पे प्रसून जी, क्योंकि महत्वपूर्ण बात क्या है कि भारत अभी तक R&D में था, अब जब विनिर्माण करेगा तो आपने जैसा कहा कि स्ट्रक्चर, इंफ्रा खड़ा करना पड़ेगा पूरा उसके लिए, और वो हम एक तरीके से स्क्रैच से शुरू कर रहे हैं हम। तो ऐसे में चाहे हमें रॉ मटेरियल की बात करें या स्किल्ड मैन पावर की बात करें, ये रॉ मटेरियल भी, इसके लिए एक स्पेसिफिक रॉ मटेरियल चाहिए होता है, तो क्या उसके सप्लाई को सुनिश्चित करना हमारे लिए संभव है?
जी, और उस दिशा में भारत सरकार ने पहले ही पहल कर दी है काफी। ये जैसे चिप फॉर ऑल और ऐसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जिसमें भारत बड़े एक्टिवली इन्वॉल्व हो रहा है। और भारत के ही इंजीनियर्स, चाहे चाइना हो या ताइवान में, काफी हार्डवेयर इंजीनियर्स वहां काम कर रहे हैं। अब उनको, और खासकर ये जो फैसिलिटीज है, वो भारत में लाया जाएगा और मेरे ख्याल से कुछ ट्रायल प्रोजेक्ट्स ऑलरेडी स्टार्ट हो रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि ये तकरीबन 3 से 4 साल में आप पहली चिप भारत में देख पाएंगे एज अ टेस्ट बेड। तो उस दिशा में ऑलरेडी कार्य चल रहे हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर हो रही है, मैन पावर ट्रेन हो रही है और ये जो लीडर्स हैं वो अपने हब, एशिया हब यहाँ बना रहे हैं। इससे मुझे लगता है एक बहुत बड़ी इंडस्ट्री ऑलरेडी स्टार्ट हो गई है भारत में।
प्रसून जी, अगर हम तकनीकी तौर पर इस क्षेत्र को देखते हैं तो हम पाते हैं कि जिस स्तर पर भारत इसमें एंट्री ले रहा है, नैनोमीटर की अगर हम बात करते हैं तो हम 65 और उसके नीचे की बात के क्षेत्र में आगे जा रहे हैं, जो ऑटोमोटिव इंडस्ट्री में ज्यादा प्रयोग किए जाते हैं। लेकिन जो एडवांस्ड सिस्टम्स हैं उनके लिए ऊपर के नैनोमीटर्स का इस्तेमाल होता है, 28 या उसके ऊपर के। तो अगर हम उस हिसाब से समझने की कोशिश करें तो ये पहलू भी भारत के लिए कितना बेहतर है, खासकर तब जब भारत के पास एक बड़ा डेमोग्राफी है, बड़ी स्किल मैन पावर भारत तैयार कर सकता है और इस मायने में इस इंडस्ट्री में अपनी जगह बना सकता है।
जी बिल्कुल, मुझे लगता है भारत हाईटेक चिप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में ज्यादा फोकस करेगा क्योंकि हम क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग में भी हमारी सरकार ने एक बहुत बड़ा नीति अनाउंस करी है और क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग में ये जो चिप्स है वो काफी अहम भूमिका अदा करते हैं और भारत में वो टैलेंट भी है, चाहे वो आप क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग का जो में आपने बोला उस पे भारत की नजर है और हमारा टैलेंट भी तैयार है उसमें। हाँ, इसमें पर डिपेंडेंट है तकरीबन 20 से 25 स्टेक होल्डर्स इसमें इन्वॉल्व होते हैं हाईटेक जो चिप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में। उसका एक इकोसिस्टम और सप्लाई चेन क्रिएट और खड़ी करने में थोड़ा वक्त लग सकता है।
तो ऐसे में जब कहा जाता है कि कंपाउंड सेमीकंडक्टर्स के लिए भारत एक अच्छा बाजार हो सकता है, एक अच्छी स्थान हो सकता है, देश हो सकता है जो इस क्षेत्र में अपनी जगह बना सकता है, ये किन मायनों में, ये पहलू जो सामने आ रहे हैं भारत को लेकर, ये किन मायनों में भारत के लिए वैश्विक सप्लाई चेन्स में भी अपनी जगह बनाए रखने के लिए जरूरी है?
ये इन मायनों में जैसे भारत आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में काफी काम कर रहा है, मशीन लर्निंग में काफी काम कर रहा है, तो भारत में यूज करने वाले लोग भी है और बहुत बड़ा डेमोग्राफी भी है और डेटा भी है और उसको चलाने या बनाने वाले इंजीनियर्स भी हैं। तो हमारा जो डोमेस्टिक मार्केट होगा तकरीबन 500 से 600 बिलियन का होगा भारत के अंदर और इससे जो इन्वेस्टर्स हैं उनको डबल फायदा होगा, एक तो डोमेस्टिक मार्केट के लिए और एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड मार्केट के लिए भी। और एशिया पैसिफिक में खासकर जो फाउंड्रीज या अदर स्टेक होल्डर्स है, चाहे वो ताइवान या जापान और कोरिया हो, तो उससे भारत ऑलरेडी अलाइंड है। कुछ स्टेक होल्डर्स जैसे यूएस बेस्ड या यूरोपियन बेस्ड है, उससे हमें और सिनर्जी क्रिएट करनी पड़ेगी। तो ये डबल फायदा होगा कंपाउंड चिप्स के लिए, एक तो डोमेस्टिक मार्केट मिलेगी मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को और एक्सपर्ट्स मिलेंगे विद इन इंडिया।
बिल्कुल ठीक। और ऐसे में जबकि तमाम अन्य देश भी हैं जो इंसेंटिव्स लेकर सामने आ रहे हैं, तो ऐसे में भारत को एक लक्षित सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ना बेहद जरूरी है। फिलहाल बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया प्रसून जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। और न्यूज़ नाइट में यहाँ नजर डाल लेते हैं बिजनेस की कुछ खबरों पर।
उद्योग और वाणिज्य मंत्री पीयूष गोयल ने विश्वास व्यक्त किया है कि इस वर्ष देश से वस्तु और सेवा निर्यात बढ़कर $750 अरब हो जाएगा। उन्होंने कहा कि चालू वित्त वर्ष में फरवरी तक का कुल निर्यात पिछले पूरे वित्त वर्ष के मुकाबले अधिक रहा है। मुंबई में एक कार्यक्रम में बोलते हुए वाणिज्य मंत्री ने कहा कि फरवरी माह तक के आंकड़ों से स्पष्ट है कि अगले कुछ दिनों में भारत का निर्यात इस साल $750 अरब के स्तर को पार कर जाएगा। एप्पल भारत पर ज्यादा फोकस करने के लिए अपने अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कारोबार के मैनेजमेंट में बड़े बदलाव करेगी। भारत कंपनी के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण बाजार बन गया है। कंपनी के लिए भारत के बढ़ते महत्व का इस बात से अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि वह यहां अपना पहला रिटेल आउटलेट भी खोलने जा रही है। भारत एप्पल के लिए सेल्स इंजन बनने के अलावा कंपनी के प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट के लिए ज्यादा अहम बन रहा है। कंपनी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पार्टनर हॉन हाई प्रेसिशन कंपनी के साथ देश में नई आईफोन प्रोडक्शन फैसिलिटी बनाने के लिए काम कर रही है।
और फिलहाल यहाँ रुकेंगे एक ब्रेक के लिए। आप देखते रहें न्यूज़ नाइट।
सर 50,000 एडवांस।
पर इतना कैश तो हम नहीं लाए।
और आज बैंक भी बंद है।
इलाज है,
डिजिटल पेमेंट का आसान सा ढोल। लेकिन अरे घबराइए मत, सावधानी के साथ करेंगे तो कोई साइड इफेक्ट भी नहीं होगा। फोन लाइए मुझे, यहाँ फोन लगाइए। डिजिटल पेमेंट से लेन देन हो सकता है, आसान, सुरक्षित और तेज। मैंने तो इन्हें डिजिटल पेमेंट सिखा दिया है, आपने? क्योंकि आरबीआई कहता है कि
डिजिटल पेमेंट अपनाओ,
औरों को भी सिखाओ।
कौन सा परफ्यूम है? परफ्यूम बहुत फ्रेश लग रही हो। पार्लर गई थी? नो पार्लर नो फेशियल, ये है मेरा फेवरेट सोप। ये एकमात्र साबुन है जो आत्मविश्वास देता है, मैसूर सैंडल सोप।
कब तक आप ऐसे फ्यूचर का टेंशन लेकर चलते रहेंगे? LIC के न्यू पेंशन प्लस के साथ अपनी पेंशन का प्लान बनाइए, क्योंकि ये प्लान आपके फ्यूचर के लिए मार्केट लिंक्ड वेल्थ क्रिएट करता है। और तो और इस प्लान में गारंटीड एडिशंस के साथ पेंशन पाने के कई ऑप्शंस भी हैं, सो दैट यू ग्रो यंग एंड टेंशन फ्री। LIC, हर पल आपके साथ।
और ब्रेक के बाद रुक करते हैं कुछ अन्य खबरों का। पानीपत जिले के समालखा कस्बे के गांव पट्टी कल्याणा में राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ की अखिल भारतीय प्रतिनिधि सभा की वार्षिक बैठक 12 से 14 मार्च तक होगी। इस 3 दिवसीय बैठक की जानकारी सभा द्वारा आयोजित पत्रकार वार्ता में दी गई। अखिल भारतीय प्रचार प्रमुख सुनील आंबेकर ने बताया कि इस 3 दिवसीय कार्यक्रम में देश भर से करीब 1400 कार्यकर्ता शामिल होंगे। बैठक में 2022-2023 के संघ कार्य की समीक्षा और आगामी वर्ष की संघ कार्य योजना पर चर्चा होगी।
जब भी सारे कार्यकर्ता एकत्रित आते हैं तो वर्तमान परिस्थिति के बारे में उनके जो जमीन के अनुभव है उसके बारे में वो अपनी बातें यहाँ पर रखते हैं और उसकी समीक्षा भी यहाँ पर होती है। उनमें से भी जो कुछ मुद्दे होते हैं जिन पर आगे कुछ और कार्य होने चाहिए, इसके बारे में भी विचार विमर्श होता है। कई विषयों पर यहाँ पर चर्चा होगी और जब सारे प्रतिनिधि आते हैं कार्यकारी मंडल में तो वो अपने अपने अनुभवों के आधार पर या वो कई सारे विषय यहाँ पर उठाते हैं और सारे लोग मिलकर चर्चा करके, क्योंकि सभी विषयों पर तो प्रस्ताव नहीं आएगा, तो कोई 1-2 विषयों पर यहाँ पर निश्चित रूप से प्रस्ताव आएगा।
केंद्रीय युवा मामले और खेल मंत्री अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर ने आज दिल्ली के जवाहरलाल नेहरू स्टेडियम में खेलो इंडिया 10 का दम कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की।
शुक्रवार को केंद्रीय खेल मंत्री अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर ने खेलो इंडिया 10 का दम कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन किया। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिवस के अवसर पर आयोजित इस कार्यक्रम के तहत देश भर में 10 राज्यों में 10 अलग अलग खेलों में 10,000 से ज्यादा खिलाड़ी हिस्सा लेंगी। केंद्रीय खेल मंत्री ने कहा कि खेलों में महिलाओं की भागीदारी लगातार बढ़ती जा रही है। उन्होंने कहा कि खेलों के माध्यम से ही महिला सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में भी कदम बढ़ाया जा रहा है।
एम्पावरिंग वुमेन थ्रू स्पोर्ट्स, महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण खेलों के माध्यम से एक शुरुआत है। खेलों के क्षेत्र में महिलाओं को और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए तो 10 का दम यानी कि 10 राज्यों में 10 अलग अलग खेलों में 10,000 से ज्यादा महिला खिलाड़ियों को भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने के लिए
इस प्रतियोगिता के अंतर्गत महिला खिलाड़ी 10 अलग अलग खेलों में अपनी चुनौती पेश करेंगी। इन 10 खेलों में खो खो, वुशु, कुश्ती, तलवारबाजी, तीरंदाजी, तैराकी, बास्केटबॉल, जूडो, एथलेटिक्स और योगासन शामिल हैं। 10 से 31 मार्च तक आयोजित होने वाले इस कार्यक्रम का उद्देश्य विभिन्न खेलों में महिलाओं की भागीदारी बढ़ाना है। सुचित्रा, डीडी न्यूज, नई दिल्ली।
और न्यूजीलैंड के अंत में हम आपको छोड़े जा रहे हैं कुछ अन्य खबरों के साथ, तो आप देखिए ये खबरें तेज रफ्तार में। हमारी पूरी टीम को दीजिए इजाजत। नमस्कार।
राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू ने जवाहरलाल नेहरू विश्वविद्यालय के दीक्षांत समारोह में मुख्य अतिथि के तौर पर भाग लिया। राष्ट्रपति ने कहा कि शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में जवाहरलाल नेहरू विश्वविद्यालय ने सराहनीय काम किया है। आशा है कि भविष्य में भी यह शिक्षण संस्थान ऐसे ही ज्ञान का दीप प्रज्वलित करता रहेगा। कार्यक्रम में राष्ट्रपति के अलावा केंद्रीय मंत्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान सहित कई गणमान्य हस्तियों ने भाग लिया।
केंद्रीय गृह एवं सहकारिता मंत्री अमित शाह ने शुक्रवार को वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के माध्यम से लगभग 154 करोड़ रुपए की लागत वाले अहमदाबाद नगर निगम और अहमदाबाद शहरी विकास प्राधिकरण के विभिन्न विकास कार्यों का ई लोकार्पण किया। चांदखेड़ा, साबरमती, शेला, थलतेज और सरखेज में स्मार्ट स्कूलों सहित कई अन्य विकास कार्य इनमें शामिल हैं। विदेश मंत्री डॉक्टर एस जयशंकर ने नई दिल्ली में ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी अल्बनीजी से मुलाकात की। अल्बनीजी 4 दिवसीय दौरे पर भारत आए हैं। केंद्रीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्री मनसुख मांडविया ने देश में H3N2 इन्फ्लुएंजा वायरस के बढ़ते मामलों को लेकर समीक्षा बैठक की। राज्यों को अलर्ट रहने और स्थिति की बारीकी से निगरानी करने के लिए एडवाइजरी जारी की गई है। केंद्र सरकार स्थिति से निपटने के लिए राज्यों के साथ मिलकर काम कर रही है और सभी स्वास्थ्य उपायों के लिए तत्पर है। केंद्रीय स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय ने शुक्रवार को बताया कि H3N2 से हरियाणा और कर्नाटक में एक व्यक्ति की मृत्यु होने की पुष्टि की गई है।
न्यूज नाइट के प्रायोजक थे LIC, हर पल आपके साथ, और वंडर सीमेंट, जब दिल में हो जज्बात तभी होती है एक परफेक्ट शुरुआत।
श्रेष्ठत्वं प्रतिपद्यते।
विश्व संस्कृत सम्मेलनं नेपाले भविष्यति आगामिनि वर्षे एव डिसेम्बर मासे।
भारते बहुभ्यः वर्षेभ्यः पश्चात् विश्व संस्कृत सम्मेलनम् आयोज्यमानमस्ति।
हर दिन, हर पल बनती खबरें, बदलती दुनिया, हम लेकर आते हैं आपके लिए बड़ी खबरें, संपूर्ण कवरेज, ताकि आप रहें खबरों के बीच हमारे साथ। मिड डे प्राइम हिंदी, सोमवार से शुक्रवार दोपहर 1 बजे, सिर्फ DD न्यूज पर।
उत्तर से लेकर दक्षिण तक पूरे देश भर में जांच एजेंसियों की चर्चा गरमाई हुई है, सीबीआई से लेकर ईडी तक, क्योंकि सीबीआई और ईडी जो है वो पूरी तरह से एक्शन में है, और एक्शन में सिर्फ एक बिंदु पर नहीं, एक राज्य में नहीं, और निशाने पर एक राजनीतिक पार्टी के नेता नहीं, बल्कि सीबीआई और ईडी के निशाने पर एक तरफ लालू यादव और उनका परिवार है। आप जानते हैं आईआरसीटीसी घोटाले को लेकर आपने जरूर सुना होगा किस तरह से जब लालू यादव दरअसल इस देश के रेल मंत्री थे, किस तरह से जमीनें लेकर के, जी हां, जमीनें लेकर के नौकरियां दी गई। वो घोटाला आपने सुना होगा, उसको लेकर लालू यादव, उनके करीबी, उनके परिवार के लोग निशाने पर हैं। उसको लेकर तेजी से कार्रवाई चल रही है। इधर मनीष सिसोदिया जो है वो अब ईडी के शिकंजे में आ गए हैं और ईडी ने आज जो कुछ अदालत में रखा उनके खिलाफ इस पूरे मामले में, जो शराब घोटाला है, वो आंखें खोलने वाला है, चौंकाने वाला है। हालांकि आम आदमी पार्टी कह रही है बदले की कार्रवाई है, लेकिन कम से कम ईडी ने और जो जांच एजेंसियों ने जो दस्तावेज रखे हैं, वो जैसा मैंने कहा वो चौंकाने वाले हैं। लेकिन सिर्फ ये दो व्यक्ति नहीं, बल्कि ये जो शराब घोटाला है, जब मैं कह रहा हूं उत्तर से दक्षिण तक, तो आपको समझना होगा कि दरअसल इसके जो तार हैं वो दूर दक्षिण में तेलंगाना तक जुड़े हुए हैं। और जो टीआरएस अब वो बीआरएस हो गई है, तेलंगाना राष्ट्र समिति, अब वो राष्ट्रीय फलक पर जो है भारत राष्ट्र समिति हो गई है। तो बीआरएस के जो मुखिया हैं, उनकी बेटी के कविता से कल जो है जांच एजेंसियां पूछताछ करेंगी। तो आज इन तमाम ये जो जांच प्रक्रियाएं चल रही हैं, इसको लेकर जो राजनीतिक आरोप प्रत्यारोप चल रहे हैं, उन पर तो हम बात करेंगे ही, लेकिन उससे पहले एक और विषय है जिसको उठाना, जिसको जानकारी में लाना बहुत जरूरी है, और वो विषय है राजस्थान का। राजस्थान में जो पुलवामा के शहीद हैं, जो बलिदानी हैं, उनकी पत्नियों के साथ क्या हो रहा है, ये देश को जानना जरूरी है। इसलिए इससे पहले कि मैं भ्रष्टाचार के मुद्दे पर जाऊं, सीबीआई और ईडी की कार्रवाई पर जाऊं, राजस्थान का मुद्दा आपको जानना समझना जरूरी है। इसलिए पहले बात उसकी, जिस वक्त हम सब अपने घरों में होली मना रहे थे ना, बहुत खुश थे हम लोग, होली की मिठाई खा रहे थे, एक दूसरे को रंग लगा रहे थे, उस वक्त पुलवामा के जो शहीद हैं, जो बलिदानी हैं, उनकी विधवाएं संघर्ष कर रही थी राजस्थान में, जयपुर में। इसलिए संघर्ष कर रही थी क्योंकि राजस्थान सरकार ने, अशोक गहलोत की सरकार ने, इन विधवाओं से, इन वीरांगनाओं से जो वायदा किया था, वो वादा पूरा नहीं किया। और इसलिए ये बलिदानी जो थे, उनकी जो वीरांगनाएं हैं, वो धरने पर बैठी थी। लेकिन रातों रात, जी हां, रात के अंधेरे में गहलोत सरकार ने उनको जबरन उठाया, गाड़ियों में बिठाया और उनके घर भेज दिया। ये इस देश में जो बलिदानी है हमारे सिपाही, उनकी वीरांगनाओं से हो रहा है। इसलिए पहले समझिए कि वीरांगनाओं से विश्वासघात, अगर मैं कह रहा हूं दो टूक में, तो क्यों कह रहा हूं। इस पूरी घटना को समझने के लिए मैं बिंदुवार आपको बताता हूं कि यह पूरी घटना क्या है, और इसको समझिए, और हो सके तो थोड़ा आंख में पानी ले आइए, हो सके तो थोड़ा शर्मिंदा हो जाइए, क्योंकि शर्मसार हम सब हो रहे हैं आज जो कुछ राजस्थान में हो रहा है उसको देखकर। आइए इस पूरी कहानी को समझिए। इन बिंदुवार कुछ ग्राफिक्स दिखाता हूं, उन ग्राफिक्स के जरिए आपको ये स्टोरी पूरी समझ में आएगी। क्या हुआ, क्यों मैं कह रहा हूं कि वीरांगनाओं से विश्वासघात हुआ है। राजस्थान सरकार पर आरोप है कि उसने पुलवामा के बलिदानियों की विधवाओं से विश्वासघात किया है। ये आरोप लग रहे हैं राजस्थान सरकार पर। पुलवामा के बलिदानियों की पत्नियों ने कहा कि राजस्थान सरकार ने उनसे जो वायदा किया था,